Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground and the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking in gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. Yeah, yeah. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking in gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanna know there's beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dealing with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it. Speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sin. They tryna give me the fit, and I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my kids. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. Had a nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge. bridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistake.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you. Because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in hot. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never 'Cause the future is now, not backing down. 'Cause the future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids, and for their kids, it's kids, that's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents, and now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. Gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is to shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus, the case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can, and abiding by His plan. Yeah, yeah. They tryna end me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by his grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it. Speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sentence. They tryna give me the fitting. I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my kids. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut out some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. Had to nest, had to handle the bit.
And welcome to Championship Sunday for the APAC last chance qualifiers. Big opportunities here for only 4 teams that remain. We culled that down from 11 yesterday. So if you did miss that action, you might want to go back and have a look at some of the results because it may well surprise you. But I do have 2 people that I need to welcome into this broadcast. I've got Dev and Mandy waiting in the wings. And look, yesterday was very entertaining, but today 3 best of 3s will determine which of our last representatives we get from APAC. Mandy, this is the kind of storylines that we love.
Yes, I'm so excited. I always love these last chance qualifiers because not only do we get to see our tier 1 teams, but we also get to see teams from our nationals leagues go up and compete against them and see how far in the bracket they can make the run. And it always makes for some really spicy storylines.
Well, we almost had, I think we almost had 2 national teams, right? We almost had Northampton and Bliss that could have made it through, Dev, but ultimately that didn't end up happening for Northampton, which I think that game might have finished while we were asleep.
Yeah, it's true. It was a pretty late game yesterday, but you know what is really cool is we actually have 4 teams from 4 different nations and the OG 4 different sub-regions of APAC as well, right? We got Sandbox from South Korea, Fnatic from Japan, Bliss from Oceania, and of course direwolves from Southeast Asia. So that is super cool. It's given me vibes back when, back in the day, these 6 invitational qualifiers, each one of those 4 sub-regions would play like an online qualifier and then go face off in Sydney for the spot at the SI. So it really just gives me vibes, the throwbacks to back in the day with the old Pro League regions, which feels like a way to send off that old format and then introduce into the new format where APAC is being split up completely.
Yeah, it's a nice little tribute to what was, that's for sure. But let's have a look at one of the first teams that we really haven't yet seen in this tournament. It's Sandbox, a team that really has kind of twisted the screws in a lot of the conversations that we've had coming into this weekend. We do somewhat expect Sandbox to be pushing through in their respective match, but Mandy, what have you made of this roster over the last 12 months? Do you think that that's anything to go off of leading into today?
I think over the last 12 months, impressive from Korea. I think these guys are definitely the top of Korea right now as it stands. This time last year, we were saying that about Damwon Kia. Those guys, they went to 6 invite and had a crazy showing there, but since then, they haven't really shown up. These are the guys that are on top right now, and with their changes to their roster they made in the last few months, they look terrifying.
They do, and I genuinely think that Sandbox is one of those teams that if they do go to SI, I feel like they could put up a very, very decent fight. But of course, we have notoriously struggled for results in APAC. But I mean, one team, if you want to cast all of your minds back a fair while now, Fnatic, the team that they're going to be going up against today, this roster obviously has changed significantly since we last saw them at an international event. But I feel like with the way things have gone for Fnatic so far in this tournament, they do have somewhat of a clue in. I don't want to bring Dev back in yet. I feel like maybe I might just go back to you, Mandy. Seems like Dev's having a little bit of issues with some internet. So what have you made of this roster and their performance so far? Because it's by no means been an easy stretch for them.
Yeah, I think you put it exactly right. For Fnatic, this is the roster that was constructed very carefully, right? You've got players from all across Australia and across Japan as well. Not only just that, but they've taken players between Japanese teams that are exactly constructed for the roles that they're playing on this roster now, all led by Mag on the captain and Ramu as well, who's that sort of like secondary leadership role in the team as well. I think that for Fnatic, they need to keep gelling together as a roster to make sure that they're one of those teams that really have that level of detail in their strat book and in their tactics to be able to flourish at an international stage. I think that for their matchup against Sandbox, it's going to be tough since Sandbox have been together for a little while now. They're a bit older and they have a little bit more of that international experience.
It's a bit of a shame because we were meant to watch an entire best of 3 with them yesterday, but unfortunately due to complications, we were unable to track their progress. And then of course, by the time our broadcast finished, it was almost 1 a.m. in the morning our time. So I think most of us went to bed and were unable to watch that North Epsom game. But look, to be honest, I want to come in with a clean slate for Fnatic in this matchup because they have equally the right to take this to pretty much the grand final, and who knows who they will meet there. But speaking of who they will meet there, direwolves, a team that we haven't seen yet. Dev, welcome back, by the way. What are we expecting from this roster? We've had a lot of conversations around them and whether or not they're going to be able to compete.
Yeah, huge talking point for this team. The best in APAC South across the year, despite Elevate getting a lot of the limelight. It was actually these guys who came first and were regarded by many to be the best team in APAC as a whole. And they even went along to the Yeonchoping Major and got very, very close to making it through into the playoffs. They would have been the only APAC team to do so had they made it. But they, even beating FaZe, but eventually, of course, fell short. Big thing happened with them. ED left the team. Even in the lead up to the major, he was struggling to make the commitments a bit because of his national service, so he was unable to scrim properly with the team. And then quite suddenly their star player Reaps left, and that really threw the team into disarray. I think originally the plan was just to get Harambe to kind of replace ED on the roster. Harambe, of course, only earlier in the year moving to that sub role to make way for Reaps. Now he's back on, but we also have, I think this is the announcement for it. I didn't see anything on Twitter about it, but this is the announcement that Ray is actually back on the roster. Now, if you followed direwolves for quite some time, yeah, you'd remember Ray. He was the good old support player way back in the day. But it has been, of course, a long time, and this is really desperate for direwolves just trying to make it through.
That's just it, and they're going to have to push through probably one of the harder teams that we've spoken about in this tournament. It's Team Bliss, the only Australian team left, and well, Oceania's last hope. Not to say that a lot of teams aren't their own team's last hope, but Bliss have been absolutely phenomenal so far in this bracket. I guess really the big talking point, Mandy, if you want to summarize quickly, is Jigsaw coming back into this roster.
Yeah, of course, Jigsaw. He was on the previous Tide and IG roster, but he wasn't exactly on the front line as he is here on Bliss. I really feel like on this roster, he's come back into it. He's got Oda and Fishoguy backing him and enabling him to make some crazy plays. Not only that, but he's even got his duo entry in Brendo, and both of them have been going off this tournament.
They certainly have, and this is a really exciting prospect to see, you know, an Australian team get back on top after we've unfortunately lost the Chiefs. But it's time to move our attention to the bracket and how everything has matched up so far throughout this tournament, because ultimately there have been some shake-ups, there have been some results that we didn't think would happen. Obviously, it kind of started off for me was the forfeit for champion, which allowed Knights to go straight through to that, if you will, semi-final of that lower bracket area. Unfortunately, they were unable to compete against Bliss, who had in their previous matchup beat Fury, and that game there, that was always on a nice edge. We'd said multiple times how close that was going to be. Obviously, Fnatic coming back into the fold after they started in a bit of a rough way for BSG. Northeption fighting their way through Scars in a very prompt fight. Don't know, maybe Dev, if you have a very quick summary that you want to make before we go to a short break.
Look, I just think it's going to be a fantastic tournament. We have 4 teams left of the many that started this very ambitious trek to make it to SI. And, you know, I can't wait. By the end of the day, we're going to know which is going to be the final APAC team to make it. It could be any of these 4 teams, some perhaps more favored than others, but may as well just get stuck into it.
And obviously, whoever does win goes direct to SI, as we're talking about. Speaking of SI, please, for the love of everything holy, make sure you secure your tickets. You can go ahead and purchase those over at ticketmaster.ca or use the QR code up in the top right-hand corner of your screen right now. Perfect way to do so if you want to check out all of the action, the best that Siege has to offer. This is the time to do it. You do not want to miss out. And speaking of missing out, we don't want to miss out on these next matches that we have coming up. So we're going to go to a short break, and on the other side, we will start to break down the first matchup of Sandbox taking on Fnatic. We now turn our attention to the very first time that we're going to be seeing Sandbox perform in this last chance qualifier, and they may well stop their run before it even starts, because they're going up against a hungry Fnatic that managed to, against all odds yesterday, make it through their bracket. And now with a head-to-head, Japan, Korea, these are the kind of matches that we love to watch. A bit of national pride on the line if you chuck in Mag into the roster for Japan as well. You know, give a bit of Aussie pride in there. Dev, looking at this one, clean slate, no match yet. What are your thoughts initially?
I'd be lying if I said that Sandbox weren't quite favoured in this matchup. It's just the way that the cookie crumbles. Sandbox have been dominating, and in fact, APAC North as a whole for quite a long time has been very top heavy. You know, it's been Damwon, Sandbox, and Cyclops who are just hands down the top teams. I don't think any other team from APAC North has ever made it to an international event, right? Like if I think back, it seems to be always the top 2 is one of those 3 teams. And yeah, of course, with Damwon, haven't made it through. Sandbox here looking for a shot, and Cyclops already qualified for SI. Fnatic have their work cut out for them. It's going to be very difficult. And in fact, Fnatic as an organization haven't been to an international event since Six Invitational 2020, the last event Rainbow Six had before COVID and before everything locked down. That was with the old Fnatic roster back, Mag was still on it, of course. So what a reprisal it would be for them to not only overcome a team that has dominated APAC North for the last 3 years, but also making their return after such a long hiatus.
And Mandy, as we're looking, at this matchup, there's probably a good head-to-head. I don't know whether maybe I'm throwing you under the bus or maybe whether Dev wants to take this back off you. But obviously, we were looking at two players individually. Dev, maybe I will go back to you here unless, Mandy, you have a point. I know that we can see who they are on our screen, but I'll leave this one up in the air. Whoever talks first can go.
Manny, you can take it.
You go for it, Dev.
Oh, here we go. No, you
go. Danger. That was dangerous.
Okay. Well, this was really a combination between the two of us, wasn't it, Mandy? You suggested that we wanted to talk about Mephi from Sandbox, the new addition. There's a lot to speak about, I think. What a big player. Is this going to change Sandbox, I wonder?
Yeah, I think Mephi will change up the roster a little bit. He's come across from Spear Gaming, and I really feel like on Spear, this guy was super underutilized. He's crazy on that fragging role, and I think him coming into Sandbox with the support players of Envy and Static, both of them super experienced in the IGLing and backline roles in general, I think he's really, really going to flourish on this roster. Not only that, but he's paired up with the entry fraggers of Good Boy and Arakaje as well, who all are in their own right amazing at their roles on the front lane, and I just think it's such a great roster for him to be on.
Yeah, it's exactly what you're saying. Like, Mephi is a nuts player, but really hadn't unlocked his full potential when playing for one of the bottom teams in the league, and that's why I'm super keen to see what's possible here. Big shoes to fill in Shyle, who has been such a great player over the years for Sandbox. Unfortunately, Shyle, when he joined this team, he was a gunner. He was such a coveted player, and he's gradually slowed and kind of dropped off. So Mephi, it's like fresh talent. It's a fresh face, so I'm super keen for that. And then on the other side, of course,
I'll let you go. I'll let you go.
Yeah, so on the other side, we were thinking, okay, what's the player to highlight from Fnatic? So I had a look at the stats, and Chibisu is actually the third highest rated player during this tournament so far. He has been nuts, and that's just behind Jigsaw and Brendo, who have been on another level. But this guy, he's been unstoppable. 1 kill per round is actually a really high rating. There are only a few players who have higher than that during this tournament so far, and you're great on the entry, pretty even there, high KOST, and a great player just for bringing in a lot of vert. You can see the sledge is his main op, but also being disruptive on that roam with Oryx and other operators. One that has flown under the radar for me, so I'm pretty keen to see how Chibisu can continue with Fnatic, because they need to bring everything that they've got in order to take down such a big opponent as Sandbox.
We need to bring everything that we've got as well, and that includes the map veto. So let's go ahead and quickly dissect how this veto has unfolded. Mandy, when you look at this, initial thoughts, we've got Oregon, Cafe, and Bank. 3 pretty standard maps, if I'm being honest.
Initial thoughts are kind of tough on this one, to be honest, for me. I think that both of these teams actually have a relatively similar map pool, in my opinion. I think that things like Club, Chalet going out, it makes sense for both of these teams. Oregon going through, in my opinion, makes more sense for Sandbox. It makes sense that they picked that. And I think Cafe is a pretty staple map, in my opinion, for Fnatic. We watched them play it. We watched them play it yesterday, I believe it was. They looked okay on it. And not only that, but it's probably one of these maps that teams ban it against them constantly. They know that Fnatic are pretty good at this map, right? It's in their map pool. They've played it pretty consistently when they can. And overall, I think it's going to be a Sandbox win their pick, Fnatic win their pick type of map. Oregon could be 50-50. In my opinion, but I think that's the way it's going to go.
Feels like that has been the continuation, Dev, hasn't it? Just most teams being comfortable on their map picks, and we're waiting to see how it unfolds.
Well, it's true, but I'm actually going to play a kind of devil's advocate here, and I reckon all of these 3 maps are really good for both of these teams. Like, just looking at Oregon to kick it off, right? Now, Sandbox technically have a negative win rate on Oregon. Way back in Korea Open in September, they won it in the National League, so like that's their only win in it in the last few months. But they played Team Liquid at the major twice on this map, and this is the first time we're seeing them play it since then. So I'm really keen to see what they've learned from playing such a strong team, what they can take away from that. Of course, Team Liquid ended up making it to that final in Jönköping. So I'm really keen for that. You know, Fnatic and those slashes on that map, even Cafe as well. Sandbox have had some really strong results, and in fact the last match they played was actually a Cafe win against Talon. And then we get to Bank, again, highly played by both teams, the most played map for both of these teams, in fact. So I'm super keen to see if we get to that third map. I really hope we do. I think Fnatic deserves a shot, even if Sandbox is the favored team. I want to see this be a barn burner, just like the Northampton game yesterday.
Well, it's time to rumble in the jungle. It's the first time that we're welcoming Guz and Xenox in, but they'll narrate the rest of this story from here on out. Enjoy.
Guz, it's a big day today. It's a lot on the line, not just so much in this one particular match, but obviously 3 big best of 3s to see who's going to go to 6 Invitational, which will be, of course, concluded in the grand final to come. But first, you're going to get there. And obviously for Fnatic, they had a bit of a turbulent day yesterday. A lot kind of went on. And obviously they came out the other side looking pretty good and would probably back themselves in to have a decent chance here against Sandbox.
Yeah, for sure. And wow, the community actually leaning towards Fnatic, despite a lot of the data suggesting otherwise. Sandbox, we head to their map pick first, and there's really 2 distinct storylines heading into this match, right? We have Sandbox, the team that attended 2 majors in 2022, yet still fell short of the top 16 on points because their appearances overseas were pretty underwhelming. They didn't get as many SI points as they really needed to compete against the other best teams around the globe. And then Fnatic, well, they have been off the international stage for several years now, last seen at SI 2020, which feels like a lifetime ago now. So both will be very hungry to fight their way into the grand final. The winner of this game, the winner of this series, will take on the victor of Bliss v Knights later today.
Good reminder that, of course, direwolves and Bliss is
direwolves Bliss. Apologies, not
semi-final. Well, you got
F for the Knights. My bad.
I'll give you that. F for the Knights. Of course, they lost out in the quarterfinals, and I guess a very, very swift reminder. Yesterday, we had round 2 and the quarterfinals. Fnatic winning 2-0 over Northampton. We didn't quite get to catch that one in the end on the mainstream. It was 7-5, 7-2 Chalet Cafe, and Team Bliss 2-0 over a Knights team that obviously were plagued with issues as well. We have the bans, and it is Flores, Ying, Mirror, and Azami here on Oregon. No real surprise in any of those bans. Stock standard, it has been 2 best of 3 wins for Fnatic. It is Sandbox's debut here for the SI Closed qualifiers. For both teams now, it is as simple. Win 2 best of 3s, you go to SI.
Yep, the math is simple, but as is often the way in these tournaments, I doubt the road is going to be so simple. We start on the defense first for Fnatic, and they'll head downstairs. Quite an aggressive lineup being revealed initially here by Sandbox, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of pace they look to set on some of these attacks. From what we saw on the North teams yesterday, generally speaking, it was a slow build-up into a quite explosive execute style that is reminiscent of maybe a little bit of an older meta. So I wonder if Sandbox, being the team with a little bit more experience, especially internationally, will bring that sort of standard modern meta onto a map, which can sometimes stale out a little bit. Of course, we'll have to wait and see, looking at operators like Vanamaru on Invitational to get quick upstairs control. But Fnatic are looking like they're up to the challenge as well. A pretty heavy extension, very aggressive roam strategy being employed.
And just a quick little update, courtesy of the old Dev Martyr, in terms of the head-to-head history throughout 2022 for Sandbox and Fnatic. A recap, they played 3 maps. It was 2-1 in favor of Sandbox, but all 3 maps are not going to be played in any of this series in this one. So 3 new maps for these 2 teams to go head-to-head, and it's Mephi that takes the initial brunt of that damage. Good little start there for Fnatic. Good contact being made, plus the free damage. Early in the round, though, and like you said, what we saw yesterday, that slow build-up play, I imagine will be prevalent again here on Oregon.
Changing mags.
Fnatic looking to contest map entry and map control from the small tower side from the west. Mephi considering a contest, but loses out.
That's Choppy to get the opening kill in this series over towards security, and Sandbox not in a position to trade. Good Boy does have decent control upstairs with the sledge. He can convert out those positions eventually, but again, being contested, but Lily over-aggressors, shut down on the cross.
Massive play off of sight here from Fnatic has meant that they've left Attic completely open. It was a pincer movement too. That was well executed by Sandbox. As Good Boy will get the kill onto Choppy. Fnatic kind of being punished here. Obviously down below, Mag and Ramu, the only ones on site. They've gone for a bit of an aggressive play up above, and it has not worked out. In Sandbox, you know that they're going to play that slow, methodical play style of pushing from above down below vertically, but Fnatic wanted to kind of play into that. They wanted to be a little bit more aggressive, and it's unfortunately backfired. Invitational, though, now immediately over to backstairs, finds the kill onto Mag, has pillar, has sight, and Sandbox not far away from having this round.
Should be a relatively easy conversion from here. GPC still on the roam, so he could play a part later on through lobby. Cut down, though, by Good Boy, who's seemingly aware. Ramu has bunker control, that's a great position, but again, such a strong man disadvantage here for the defense, and it's cut down further. It's double for Good Boy in the opening round, and now Ramu needs to produce something special. Gets one, Good Boy's low, so not unwinnable, but tough.
Arikaze was able to get that plant down. Ramu had a big day yesterday, had some good moments, but that was always going to be a very difficult moment to overturn for Fnatic. Sandbox. With a bit of help early on from Good Boy, take the opening round of this series. It is a best of 3. It is a long road ahead. It's a marathon, not a sprint. But really good signs early on, considering Oregon, a map defense usually prevails. And Fnatic obviously going for the lurk roam up above. It backfired tremendously. Then they left obviously sight completely for the taking. An easy push down backstairs, getting pillar control, and an easy plant in the end. Hard to fault Fnatic too much though, guys. I think honestly going for a bit more of an aggressive hold is probably the way you come out with a series win in the end. You've just got to execute a little bit better.
Yeah, and it wasn't a particularly bad start for Fnatic. They did get that opening pick. That was Choppy inside of security. I think it was more so the third floor hold then floundered a little bit. Lily got caught in that crossfire, and Sandbox after that were able to roll a bit of that momentum and control elsewhere around the map. And bunker is a site where as defense you need to be aiming to have at least an equal or of course a man advantage heading into that execute, just because of so many key positions around the objective that are so critical to hold. If you have just one point of weakness and you're playing a team like Sandbox that can quickly identify that and exploit it, you're going to find yourself in a lot of trouble. That's exactly what happened in that opening round, and a sign that Sandbox are ready and switched on. And I mean, that's always a concern heading into tournaments like this, is how in form are you really, because it's been so long, and that first round I'm sure will give Sandbox some confidence.
Interesting thing as well for Sandbox, when you kind of look at their Oregon statistics through 2022, it's actually not all that flash. Their defense holds up 73%, but only a 28% attacking win rate. I mean, that is staggeringly low, and yet they open it up with an attacking round win here against Fnatic. Good signs early on. Or of course, it is their map pick as well. It is Fnatic that actually have the better Oregon stats to a degree. Their plus-minus differential not being good, but overall 2-1 record in the last couple of months. It's the Talon shield down from Good Boy over towards Big Tower. Looking in towards Attic. They'll open this one up. But good movement so far from Sandbox, and checking off these checklists so far in the first 2 rounds has been really clean.
Yeah, and this pressure for Big Tower will persist for the remainder of the round. That said, it's a pretty decent counter from the defense there, an impact just to burn a shield, and Rami might be able to get a second, but Good Boy gun up this time, gets the kill. A potential swing comes through for the trade from Fnatic, but too little too late. That's really well played by Good Boy. 3 kills already in the game so far, and again just fortifies that position. No more impacts remain for Fnatic, so clearing that shield is going to be tough, and any player over towards Pit now is going to feel the pain. Lily elsewhere trying to juggle the game's wall.
Ooh,
that distracts Static, and the Nitro lands.
It's a big turnaround moment for Fnatic. They needed it right on the minute mark. of this second round as Good Boy continues to make headway pushing through at it. Now the talent shield goes down. That's the last one remaining. The other one got blown up earlier. 4 versus 4. Chibisu low on health though on the Valkyrie, but has a Nitro Cell. Same with Lily. So still defensive utility available for Fnatic. And that Nitro Cell from Choppy has really just stalled out Sandbox.
35 seconds. How does Sandbox respond? It looks like the call's been made. A rotation over towards Big Tower, but entry towards Pit will be challenging. Going to have to try and trade out positions, particularly Kid's Bedroom will make things tough. And down below as well, being held by Chibisu. A 3 versus 4. Fnatic responding in this round, and with 20 seconds to go, they should be able to lock it in.
Kazi has to check left side as well. Choppy just sitting there inside of Pit. It's a easy kill in the end. Had the ping, had the intel. Fnatic, absolute stalwart defense here in the second round. Over towards Storms. Invitational isn't really going to be able to salvage this one. So Fnatic will tie it up 1-1. They went for a bit more aggression in the opening round. It did not pay dividends, but second round defense was very much on lock for Fnatic, and they will tie this one up.
And it was something as simple as really disrupting the game's wall from being opened there. It opened that window of opportunity for the Nitro from down below that allowed Fnatic to make up for losing a man early. So despite Sandbox getting that opening pick, despite having a pretty good foothold you would expect over towards Big Tower and being able to pincer that position, it didn't quite work out. Sandbox were then left in a pretty bad position, making the call with about 30 seconds to go to rotate. That was never going to be favourable. Fnatic played very calm and collected there just to secure the round, and they respond very well.
Well, straight away back down to the basement. Laundry supply for the third round. Fnatic obviously finding success in a more defensive orientated setup. I do wonder if they'll maybe employ that this time around. You can always have a little bit of roam action above, and typically that will come to the extent of, say, a security hold, drop down the hatch, and then have 5 on site. Do go for the very aggressive third floor roam. It can backfire. We saw that in the opening round. Fnatic setting up potentially for a somewhat similar take to that opening round with Lily on the Oryx. You do wonder if that roam will be employed once again. Sandbox played it well. Taylor on the Amaru. We'll look probably for an early Big Tower take. And that top-down clear for Sandbox will most likely take place once again.
Pre-placed drones established by Sandbox, so they should have a decent read as to how many defenders are up above, and Static has a yellow ping on 1 inside of Attic. That is Lily, who struggled last time on this roam. He was caught off guard more so to the south. But this yellow ping could be very dangerous. This should be a free kill for Invitational. If he can push through, of course. Lily is in cover to the box to the right. But his position now exposed. He runs away, drops down the hatch. Very close on the timing there for Sandbox to get the opening kill, but Lily will be counting his blessings, jump down just at the right moment, and now can be a threat over towards Kitchen.
Yeah, and Lily doesn't have to really even make contact there. Even just presence alone is still just... And that Sandbox have to clear out these positions, have to be wary. The flank, I know there's an Oryx running around, and every single corner you turn, you know you got to kind of keep an eye out. Lily and Choppy hand in hand over towards that security corridor position. 90 seconds left, in fact, just under. So, you know, very quickly, this time does just dissipate. If you're too worried about a roaming Oryx, you're not quite getting through your checklist in the manner that you would like. Ramu in that Harry Potter position at the bottom of the back stairs. Lily back on site. So Fnatic not looking to go for an aggressive roam, but yet still having players up above. It's job done in my eyes. I think they've done well to really distract Sandbox, who are only just now making their headway towards backstairs to clear out this pillar position, which has basically 2 players here. Yeah,
Fnatic have the key positions locked down. Pillar, Blue, a back push potential from Laundry as well is being watched. So Sandbox need to find a way to try and systematically clear these players, and Fnatic need to make sure that they don't throw away a pick. Choppy's in a good spot on the lurk, again, provided he doesn't give away his life for free. And again, for Sandbox, it doesn't look great.
And with only 30 seconds left in the round, it's the opening kill that goes the way of Fnatic. And you've still got Choppy on the roam as well. As Chibisu got a second one, it is all Fnatic in the kill feed. Sandbox not really able to fire much of a shot besides a frag grenade kill from one. That was it. Arikaze then gets at least one back onto Chibisu, but yeah, I mean, like the last 2 rounds foregone by, it is all but over with 10 or so remaining. A very, very strong defense from Fnatic is starting to take shape here on Oregon. They take 2 rounds in a row.
And Fnatic not having to do much fancy work there. Sure, they had Lily on the early roam. He was able to get away and cause some disruption for Sandbox. Choppy as well did lurk late in meeting, and despite dying, wasted even more time. But outside of that, it wasn't particularly complex. Sandbox ended up getting pretty rigid, just going for a stack over towards rear tower. Any sort of push towards bunker was unsuccessful as well. So it was one-way traffic for Sandbox, and Fnatic, as we saw in the kill feed, able to just mow them down. So a good response after Sandbox claimed the first round in this match. Fnatic respond with 2, and in fact now go over towards meeting to see if they can seal a third.
I mean, the most concerning thing for me is the fact when you take into account, okay, what worked for Sandbox in that opening round, and it's probably not so much what Sandbox did, it's probably more so what Fnatic did. So in some ways, there's not really a whole lot where you can go, okay, well, maybe they go back to what they were doing in the first round. Well, it was just a pretty clear sweep from Sandbox, happened to get, you know, a kill or 2 and get rid of a couple of roamers, opened up a bit of a free site because Fnatic had set up that way. So, I mean, really, I think for Fnatic at this point now, 3 rounds have played out, 3 rounds to go in this half. I think you just keep playing this sort of bunker down play style. Don't look for those engagements earlier on. Maybe you try and find a little bit of presence contact, and that's about it. Just keep Sandbox guessing. But a big round here now over towards Meeting Kitchen, where that contact can be a little bit harder to really find, depending on how they want to set this one up. Do they go for a bit of a big tower defense, which is, you know, typically that sort of meeting wall likes to get opened up, or do you go for that dorms defense, really get control of that second floor, make it really difficult to even ascertain any kind of idea of going for Kitchen?
Well, Sandbox posturing over towards lobby at the moment, so that's indicating that they're trying to open this eastern wall, the one just next to Good Boy, that single wall to expose Chibisu, but yeah, it might be a little bit tough. There's quite a bit of utility from the defense to deny this in the mute jammers, so we'll see how Sandbox go about looking to deny it. That's a great start. A nade over towards Z. That's the Frost and Ram who dealt with, and that might be the opening that Sandbox need. The wall now also exposed. A good impact and response, so it's not an entryway just yet, but it's pressure nonetheless.
Oh, Good Boy just takes a bit of a leg shot on the run back outside. Opening kill for Sandbox. They desperately needed something to just go their way early in a round. Just take the pressure off a bit. And it is Oregon defense after all. They've already got that opening round. In all retrospect, they probably only need 1 more in this half, and it's not really going to be a bad result for them. In this round, suddenly the pressure probably goes straight back onto Fnatic, just like that. They are quite wounded though. Maffy, Good Boy, and V Taylor all a little bit wounded in this one. Just over 60 seconds remaining. Still a pretty defensive setup here for Fnatic, looking quite strong. Obviously for Choppy, still on that chassis, but it's Good Boy that gets Chibisu over towards that main entrance position. Sandbox up 2 players now with 50 seconds remaining.
All the pieces lined up for Sandbox to go for an execute. Main wall open, rear pressure. Still something that Fnatic need to worry about. Neffy allowed to push through now. Control of kitchen hallway. Static will be looking to get in towards the objective. Go for a playing Good Boy as well on the lurk. He can get past that bulletproof camera into security. And he's a stab in the back on Mag. A triple in the round for Good Boy. It won't be an ace, but it might be a flawless response here from Sandbox. Lily in lobby on for a 1 versus 5 attempt, but he's being watched through the shield. Now being used against the defense. Lily's going 3-1 at the moment, but this would take a monstrous effort. Isolated over towards Z. Sandbox know exactly where he is. And it's a great response from Sandbox. A flawless round and a really well-played round at that.
Yeah, I mean, really kind of going back to what found some success in that opening round. Just getting that opening kill, starting to then pick apart Fnatic. On a site, really, though, where I think you can't necessarily just bunker down, and that's probably the downfall there for Fnatic. They get caught, you lose one early, then it just really opens it up for Sandbox from there. That opening kill just provides the pathway to a successful round, and it makes it 2-2. They get the 2 that they would have desired. anything from here is a bonus on attacking Oregon as we head back up to dorms. Ever so important in this case for Fnatic. It is a site though that you can really bunker this floor down. You can really hold this third floor. Good Attic defense, and you generally are going to be able to be very hard to break down. So Sandbox are going to have to find a way. What really kind of let down Sandbox last time on this site though, Gus, was I think Games wasn't able to get opened up because of the Nitrocell from below from Choppy getting rid of Static, and that really then just solidified the round for Fnatic. So for Sandbox, it's about really just opening up both pathways successfully. Yeah, they got Attic really clean in the round early. Tried to switch over Static to Games, and from there, well, I guess you could say it all blew up.
A large part of that was the Kaid being employed by the defense. That won't be the case this time. Instead, Choppy jumping onto the mute. And Sandbox in the last round showed great resilience against those mute jammers. Impact EMPs were used, I believe, in most cases to clear them, especially the main wall over towards rear tower. But on this occasion, Sandbox playing it safe with the Thatcher in hand. So no real excuses in being able to counter those mute jammers. And I mean, it's a site anyway where there's the potential on Games Wall to get the job done either way. So it'd be interesting to see how that shifts the dynamic in this round. I don't think Fnatic can be near as reliant on walls not being opened. It's going to come more so down to denying those entries.
Primary focus has to be opening up this Games Wall first. Choppy and Lily over towards Pit and Attic, which might just give really Sandbox the reprieve to get this wall fully opened up, and it looks like they're getting it done. There's been half left open though, to be fair. Choppy does find Static. It's the hard breacher gone again.
No.
That is massive for Fnatic.
That's such a disaster for Sandbox, but yeah, great for Fnatic. If there is one player that you want to kill earlier on the Dorm's defense, it is the hard breach. That said, it looks like the wall might still get worked. I don't know what was going on there. Is it open?
Well, Games was left open, the left side of it, on purpose by Fnatic. Yeah, that still means that Attic is going to be completely closed off. So it's really still only going to be a kind of solo entry point here for Sandbox with a minute 10 left. They're not really going to be able to put a whole lot of pressure on Attic unless Mephi, through the window, goes for a big play.
Yeah, so Fnatic will be prepared for this push, and Sandbox have often shown in some of these rounds, right, where they reach a roadblock, like losing a hard breach, for instance, that they find it so difficult to formulate a different point of attack. So it's up to a player like Mephi to maybe jump in pit, find a play. He's going to use a grenade, look to drop down, swings, but trades a 1-for-1. Now a 3 versus 4. The rest of the team activates. Good boy goes deep. It's over. Invitational in the 1 versus 4. Fnatic have played this round to a T. They opened up the wall. Sandbox played into it. They lost their hard breach. Couldn't pincer from another position. And now Envy Taylor, the whole site's dirty. Can't find Ramu. And Fnatic do a great job in shutting down that push.
Well, it's a deja vu Dorms moment there, unfortunately for Sandbox, losing Static early in the round at the hands of a Choppy Nitrocell. 2 for 2 from Fnatic on that Dorms defense. And so far through the first 5 rounds, I don't think we've had a really close round at all. All of these rounds have kind of ended up being like 1v4s, either for Sandbox or for Fnatic. So we head back down to the basement though. Close this one out. It is going to be Fnatic searching for their 4th round here on the defense. The entry from Mephi into Attic. Honestly had a really good opportunity here, but wasn't able to land those initial shots when turning the corner looking into pit.
Yeah, I've certainly seen a lot of interesting ways to rush that position. I think probably the Gone 6 with a couple of teammates is maybe one of the more iconic ones. I don't think I've ever seen in a competitive game someone use a solid grenade to cook it on the barricade and play it so well. Obviously it gives away such a large sound queue, so that's why it resulted in a trade. But nonetheless, we head back down to basement now, and we'll have to see whether or not Sandbox can form a response. I thought it was just me that froze, but apparently we have had a crash, so it is what it is. I feel a little bit less bad now, so hopefully we'll see what happens in terms of the round being played or not.
Well, we got a little bit to go off of here, obviously, with 1 round to go in the half, 2-3 scoreline in favor of Fnatic. A little bit of back and forth about this one, though, Guz. In fairness, obviously, Sandbox getting that opening round. Fnatic kind of get a couple back, then Sandbox once again. When you kind of look at the rounds and you kind of try and dissect where the successes really come from, I think it probably has been a case of a little bit of everything. From Fnatic's perspective, you look at rounds 2 and 3, a lot of it kind of came down to just the way they set up defensively, and Sandbox kind of hard to break that down. The first round, they obviously tried to go for a little bit more aggression. That didn't work out. And then players like Choppy with the Nitrocell. I tell you what, for a half of Oregon, it has been quite entertaining.
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of it has come down to really impactful frags, whether that be from the attack or the defense. I think often from a defensive perspective, we've seen that attackers like from Sandbox lose like a hard breach early or another key player that's unraveled Sandbox's plans, and they have struggled to recover in some of these rounds and find different points of attack and really put pressure on Fnatic. And then on the flip side, a lot of the rounds where Sandbox have been successful is because they've had something like a quick roam clear, or they've quickly dealt with something that Fnatic has thrown at them and haven't had some of those roadblock issues that have plagued them in some of the other rounds. So it's been a really interesting dynamic, and it is a weird one. Oregon is a map where frequently we see rounds come down to 1v2s, maybe 1v3s, a lot of trades late in rounds, whereas as you mentioned earlier, right, a lot of the rounds have been very, very lopsided. But that's gone both ways, and that dynamic continues to shift. So going forward, it'd be interesting to see if that's reflected in the next half. But I will say, I think Fnatic are doing a standout job, considering that, again, this isn't their map pick. And we're back in the game now, so the Observer has been able to rejoin the match. And it's, again, looking like another one-sided round.
Yeah, should mention, by the way, that the round itself, the players themselves did not crash. It was more on outside. The round has continued on. It is a 5 versus 3, though, in favor of Sandbox, and it seems this laundry supply defense has gone astray for Fnatic. Time, though, still somewhat of a factor. 30 seconds left. A couple of players on site. Doesn't take much to maybe turn this one around, but it's not going to happen. Good boy with a really good entry, and that will be Fnatic losing out the round, and it will be Sandbox finding 3 attacking rounds here on to Oregon, and honestly, just edging out Fnatic here, I think, in this first half.
Even Stevens at the conclusion of the half. Of course, unfortunately, not much we can extract from that final round, but as is often the case heading into the second half, things can change pretty rapidly. And there will be a rehost that's going to take place, so again, we get a bit of time to chat with what's just happened and maybe continue on from our train of thought. But I think, for me, a Fnatic 3-3 half is not all that bad. Again, you would anticipate the defensive team to have good success on Oregon, 3-3 being the minimum and 4-2 probably being the goal, but not being your map pick and Fnatic arguably being pretty major underdogs. I mean, maybe not as harshly as we have worded it, but I don't think they're favourites by any stretch. Have put in a really decent effort, and we're seeing some of their star players really stand up. And of course, there's a lot of pressure, I think, on this team and this organization, right? As we mentioned, they haven't been to an international event, never mind an SI, since 6th Invitational 2020. That's a long time ago, especially in the world of esports, right? So there's a lot for this roster to prove and a lot for these players to prove.
So at the moment, though, it is 3-3, the scoreline at the half, just rehosting, obviously. Hopefully no more issues after that. We can get straight back into this one. For those, of course, that watched yesterday, it was a very stressful, long day. So a little bit of PTSD here, hoping this will be a very quick one and we can get back into this. But I would say it's probably fair getting 3 rounds on an attacking half of Oregon. Sandbox also, when they've won these rounds, look really clinical going into this second half, guys. You'd probably give them the slight favoritism, the slight edge here, unless Fnatic can really show us something on their own attacking half.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting, right? I'm just having a quick look at the attacking and defensive win rates for both of these teams. Both of them have played 3 games over the last couple of months, so it's not the biggest of sample sizes, but it gives us an indication. Both teams actually have very, very poor attacking win rates. I don't know how it would necessarily compare to the rest of North. I feel like they would have to be trailing by a significant margin. Sandbox have a 28% attacking win rate, and you compare that to Fnatic, who actually just edged them out on 30%. So neither team really has a great edge on terms of their attacking win rate. So the fact that we sit here at a 3-3 scoreline, I guess, is pretty favorable for Sandbox, who have a good defensive win rate in response at 73%. But yeah, it's certainly intriguing that those numbers are as low as they are, and I don't think probably reflects the way in which these teams play. Perhaps it's just North is incredibly potent in their Oregon defenses, which wouldn't be too surprising.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of look deeper into that, and actually both teams have got a 7-1 loss on Oregon that is very much contributing to those statistics, right? One of them being Cyclops for Fnatic, and the other actually being Team Liquid at the major. So I mean, that really doesn't help. In fact, twice against Team Liquid if you Sandbox, right? 5-7 and 1-7 losses. So in some ways, actually, if you look at the Oregon stats for Sandbox on paper, it is probably misleading, way more misleading than at least Fnatic's in that instance. And probably you understand why they've actually chosen this map. It's clearly a map that, they've even shown at the major, and they want to play at a very high level. Yeah, Team Liquid's a good team, and they kind of taught them a bit of a lesson. So I think for Sandbox, you can't really look at their numbers. Even for Fnatic, it's really hard to sort of judge a whole lot off of it, because there really isn't that much there. And the one thing that is there is a big smack by Cyclops. But I think what we've seen historically on Oregon is that it's typically going to favor the defense. 4-2 halves are generally what you're looking for. Fnatic were unable to find that. So for me, I give the edge right now to Sandbox. In terms of the actual overall play, though, I mean, there's some pretty good rounds from Fnatic, some good solo moments from Choppy with the Nitro Cell. I think when they set up defensively and they aimed to be defensive, they looked very, very difficult to break down. That first round cost them big time, obviously, for that top third level hold with the roam. Even though it was basement site, I mean, that basically kind of throws away an early round. That might be your 2-4 difference. In the end, it ends up being 3-3. The other thing was Sandbox had 2 flawless rounds out of their 3 rounds that they played. And I mentioned it before, pretty much every round from that half was not close at all. Doesn't matter which team it just was never close. So this is not really a scrappy kind of game. This is just either who's going to be more clinical in the round, who's going to make less mistakes. This is not like 2 teams that are just going neck and neck, and it's a lot of 2v2s and a lot of 1v1s. You've got to start strong in these rounds, get these opening kills, and whoever can do that is seemingly being able to just go on and have a good round from there.
Yeah, both teams are doing a really good job in converting advantageous positions. Hasn't always necessarily been the fact that they've gotten the first kill, but typically at the halfway point of almost every round, I think it's been pretty safe to guess who's going to end up winning out. And obviously that's a testament to the team that's doing a good job in converting them. In most instances, Sandbox, well, I say most, it was a 3-3 scoreline, but on a map like Oregon, arguably does skew towards them. But it was both teams that did a good job in converting their advantageous positions, but also maybe reflects that both teams at times have also struggled to be a little bit resilient and to find win conditions in difficult spots. And on Oregon, finding those can be few and far between because of how rigid the map is. And teams often do a really good job in closing out any weaknesses. But yeah, it's certainly been an intriguing game and a little bit all over the place. I think heading into the second half, at the best of times in Siege, it can be difficult to anticipate and have a read on where teams are projected to sort of end up. But if this one ends up having all these lopsided rounds, who knows what will end up happening. And again, you throw in the dynamic of a pause, which is taking a little while. The teams are just going to be sitting there stewing for a little bit, right? And thinking...
it's like, welcome, Sandbox. Welcome to the closed calls nightmare of some balls.
Like a haunted house or something.
Went through... Yeah, this is Fnatic's playground at this point. Rehosts and delays. This is where they shine.
Well, they actually played
a mental thing.
I mean, that's actually a decent point, right? Fnatic played for a long time yesterday. I don't know exactly how many hours from when the first round of their first game started, and then they beat Northampton yesterday, but it would have been a long time. If I had to put a number to it, it'd be maybe like 8 hours or something like that. Maybe that's a bit of an overestimation, I'm not entirely sure, but a long day for them. They're not playing that entire time. There were pauses and they had breaks and whatever, but still a long time to be focusing and playing the highest level of Siege with the amount of pressure that's on them. So I think they'll be a little bit jaded heading into today, but at the same time, it's the same for other teams in the bracket. So namely Bliss in the bottom. So
it's a long day yesterday when we had Devmar showing off the things on his shelves and going and getting food mid-broadcast. I mean, that was just the kind of
I don't think I've ever seen him be so unprofessional on a broadcast.
I honestly didn't think he had it in him, but
he was unhinged.
Really brought out all the stops.
I think it's brought out the bad boy in him.
It's the haircut, the mo. I was seeing some people in chat yesterday talking about his looks, and I'll tell you what, he got a lot of good compliments. It is working.
Those were all my alt accounts. All of them logged in, all 20 of them. I was just in chat the entire day, complimenting James.
Obviously, we're still just sort of waiting for news regarding the rehost for this one, but an update again for those that missed it and wondering why we're back into basically what is the closed podcast quals. It is 3-3 at the half here, Oregon. First map of this best of 3. And again, a reminder that there are no second chances. Whoever loses this series will not be able to make SI, and whoever wins it makes the grand final, which will be played later today. And obviously, we will be streaming every single best of 3 today on the main channel. So later on, obviously, we've got Team Bliss versus direwolves, which is on the lower side of the bracket, but it's not really the lower bracket. It's more like the southern side of the bracket. And then obviously we'll have the grand final as well, which luckily we can get back into our particular match that we have going on right now for this semi-final between Sandbox and Fnatic. It's 3-3 at the half here on Oregon. We head back in and we switch things up. Fnatic will go on the attack. Sandbox will be now on the defense, and we head back to base with Laundry Supply to open things up in the 7th round.
Okay, so Castle being employed here by Sandbox. So pretty creative setup to kick things off, blocking off E-Box, Bunker as well. There was also a shield from the Frost facing Laundry, so Sandbox going heavy on the util on site, but not afraid to set up roam util as well. So probably going to be a pretty similar approach to what we saw from Fnatic in the very first round of this match. Have a couple of players off site, try and waste a little bit of time, try to counter the likes of Ramu on the Amaru for early map control. It wasn't successful for Fnatic on their defensive attempts, mainly because they bled picks too early and gave Sandbox a lot of free reign on the vert up above. So we'll see how Sandbox play. Do they play for time? Do they prioritize that? Or do they try and maybe play for their lives, right? And try and hold that control for as long as possible. We'll have to wait and see. But Fnatic have good info. Oh, and they know that Static's at top tower.
Yeah, they've seen this. So Ramu on the Amaru, and then you've obviously got Chibisu as well that can provide support as well from the Finca. Static's got to be very careful and does back away rightfully. Saw the drone, saw that he had been droned out. And in a way, that's still a win for Fnatic. They basically don't have to spend time clearing big tower now. They know that he's obviously fallen off of that higher position. Obviously, Fnatic now fully aware it is going to be a roam from Sandbox, and they are playing into this.
I like Fnatic's positions, though. They're actually doing a pretty good job in systematically sort of encroaching on this meeting hold. Sandbox respond by doubling down 2 players in meeting. Invitational holding down kitchen hallway. Chibisu gets some decent information, but you can see Fnatic just slowly making their way forward. Security now has been held, so that hatch in towards Freezer could be pressured. The staircases are also being actively held here by Fnatic, so Sandbox don't really have an out from this position. I think the round is going to be won or lost inside of meeting.
Minute 15 remaining. Still no contact. Still no early elimination, which has been such a prevalent part of this map between these two teams. Whoever gets that opening kill is able to usually take advantage. The big advantage at that as well. Choppy, prepared for the close. Really tucked into the corner is Maffy. And with that skeleton key, it is going to be Choppy finding the opening kill for Fnatic. 50 seconds left, but a Sandbox team now that has to sort of rush back onto site, get into position. Fnatic are pushing, clearing. You can go down backstairs. They've got that meeting hatch opened as well. And with that opening kill, they got the numbers advantage to trade on site. Time really the biggest factor. What a nitrous assault from Static though. The hold pulls the shotgun out and sits down Chibisu on Freezer stairs. He's frozen in place. 3 versus 3 though. And for once we get maybe a scrappy finish to this round.
Feeling like the closest we've had so far. 20 seconds remain. Diffuser in the hands of Mag. He was over towards that freezer hatch looking to get it open. He'll be keen to try and drop down and pressure a plant. There's only 10 seconds remaining for Fnatic. We've seen them have time issues so far this weekend, and this round, no exception. Invitational under a lot of pressure, but they're being cut down one by one. Fnatic. Sandbox hold down the fort. They win the round.
It just felt like Fnatic was really just starting to ride that wave towards basement after getting that opening kill. But credit to Sandbox, they were able to stand tall. I think in the end, obviously, time was a massive factor, even in a 3 versus 3. If you've only got 10, 15 seconds remaining, you're still in a pinch. You still got so much that you've got to do in terms of clearing positions. You just don't have the time to clear everything efficiently. And Sandbox play that to their advantage. And for the first time since the opening round, guys, Sandbox take the lead, 4-3, and a good start to their defensive half.
Big credit as well to Fnatic hitting a huge 2K. I thought as he switched to that shotgun, he would have been shut down. I believe it was Chibisu on that second pick, but held down Freezer. That really compounded a lot of the issues there for Fnatic. We saw Mag still desperately trying to open the hatch and get some entryways in towards that basement objective, but they do fall short. Sandbox stepping up to the occasion, now having the lead. Oregon defense starting to feel like the pieces might be falling into place here in the first map. Upstairs we go for round number 8. Warden in play here from Sandbox. Such a strong operator at the moment. And interestingly enough, Fnatic actually playing a Maverick here. Maverick has really fallen off the current meta, especially after he lost grenades, but he's still a strong selection if you want to get control over towards Big Tower, currently being contested by Good Boy.
And a double hard bridge set up as well for Fnatic when Sandbox were only employing one, primarily the Hibana. Thermite and Maverick committed here for Fnatic. Oh, big kill from Chibisu onto Good Boy. It's one thing Fnatic have done well so far is this big tower control. Did it well in the last round in making sure Fnatic wasn't going to be able to hold this position. Got rid of him, just even based off drone plays still. Fnatic now with the kill onto Good Boy, get rid of the Oryx. But such was the case in the last round. They did find an opening kill, weren't able to convert. In this case, though, they've now got 2 minutes to really nail down the advantage, and they open up game's wall as well with that Thermite. Choppy finds the kill onto Invitational, and this is Fnatic starting to bite back in the second half. A big round brewing here, provided they can just finish strong.
Yeah, Fnatic won't be looking to rush this. They're still waiting for Ramu to trick the attic wall, so Methy can be put under the pump. With games all open, once they have an entry point here for Fnatic, they should be able to pressure this position, but they bleed a pick. Mag falls, I presume, over towards that game's wall position. Diffuser now cold on the floor. Static as well, in a position to roam, and I don't know if this vert is being actively watched. No, it's not. Choppy's distracted elsewhere. So this is becoming a dangerous round for Fnatic, but Methy falls. It's Static and Arakaze now with a minute to go and a lot on their plate.
Arakaze solo in sight, Static's down below. Arakaze does find the kill as Choppy, loses that roamer though. Now in a 1 versus 2, in fact has to clutch up and get the ace to win this round for Sandbox. Nate goes out, does not deny. Lily's going to be able to stick that diffuser. They're both on top of each other though, couldn't find a kill. Needed to make the 1 versus 1 happen. And a low health Arakaze now stuck over in towards pit, 35 seconds against both Chibisu and Lily. Has another adrenal surge available as well and gets rid of Arakaze with the spear in hand. It's 4-4. Fnatic will fight back. They win a much needed round.
Almost winnable there for Sandbox. A double impact on the Planter probably would have been enough to secure the kill, but just not quite meant to be. Fnatic doing a pretty good job in isolating 2 early picks in that round, and despite Mag falling, he already did his job in opening up the game's wall. There was pressure over towards Big Tower. Sandbox collapsed upon, and Static unable to have an impact there on the roam.
Ooh, this is interesting. A repeat of Dormscars, the site that Sandbox have failed to win at all in this match so far. Fnatic have won all 3 of the Dorm's sites, 2 on defense and now 1 on attack, and Sandbox opt to send it once again instead of going to kitchen meeting.
If I had to put myself in the minds of Sandbox, I think their response to that round would be, look, we stuffed up, we gave away 2 free picks, we can win this site, let's just give it another go. And honestly, I don't particularly hate that ideology. I think there has been a huge shift from teams in the last couple of years to basically very rarely re-attempt a site if they lose it, right? It's more so, let's just switch it up, let's go somewhere else, let's keep it fresh. But Don't mind this from Sandbox. I think that if they can tidy up that early round, it will make things more challenging for Fnatic. Fnatic themselves actually going for quite a different lineup on this attack. I assume they would have seen that the site was up above. It's a pretty safe assumption to make. So with attacker repick on the board, they should be bringing the most optimal lineup, or the lineup they feel most comfortable on. But for instance, we're not seeing that Maverick brought out again here. In fact, we don't have a hard breach at all, a dedicated hard breach for Fnatic, and there's no secondary hard breach for Fnatic. So the more I look at it, the more concerned and the more eyebrows that I'm raising. I've got like 5 eyebrows on my face at the moment raised. I have to say I'm quite perplexed as to why this is the case for Fnatic. Now, it's not unwinnable, right? They can still try and get control below, apply pressure from Kitchen, but I think that entry in towards site could be really, really tough. They'll be relying on things like the attic jump-in window, a push-up white stairs, and that isn't always reliable.
Firm defensive setup for Sandbox with Static roaming below. In fairness though, Static's roam in the last round on Dorms was not successful at all. Need to be probably a little bit more proactive in finding an early pick on one of these Fnatic members. 90 seconds remaining.
I'm actually really
hard
concerned.
breach is going to make things very difficult.
I do not envision a world in which Fnatic get any sort of real pressure on site. Sandbox can sit wherever they want on objective at the moment, provided they're not exposed to that double window and provided they're not exposed to vert down below. Now, of course, the vert down below is going to get worse and worse as the round progresses, but it shouldn't be a concern. And Sandbox still throw a pick to a Claymore. Goodboy responds with 1. I don't know if that run out onto the Claymore was really necessary, but Fnatic back themselves in. They're actually going to go for a double window execute. Goodboy, though, just rushes straight through the smoke, cut down. Mephi trades, so 3 versus 3. Invitational doubles down. The diffuser not stuck, and he gets a second. Sandbox doing a great job in denying this push. The white stairs pressure. It's too little, too late. No one being able to hold that cross. Players on the defense allowed to cross. 45 seconds remain. Jabisu gives away his position on the barrier, and the defenders will win the round. That was certainly something to digest.
Yeah, I feel like I almost need an entire full round replay and to slow it down to 0.5 speed, because that was some kind of round, that's some kind of attack. Obviously for Fnatic, no hard breach, really cost them big time, and being able to open up just pretty standard positions to work their way into the site. Ultimately though, in saying that, they get a free Claymore kill onto the roaming Static, so then from there it's a 5 versus 4. Then Mag is mere seconds away from securing the plant until Invitational just went absolute sicko mode and picked up 2-3 kills. And it's not just denying Mag, but then it was getting that kill at Big Window as well in quick succession. If he doesn't get that kill, if he dies there to the player at Big Window, then I think the round is still very winnable for Fnatic with Chibisu at top white stairs. It's just crazy hectic round. We haven't had many of them in this map. 5-4, Sandbox retake the lead and edge a little bit closer to that map point round. It's their map pick, remember that. And Cafe to follow. Map pick of Fnatic. And we head back downstairs, and for the first time on this map, Sandbox have picked up a Dorms win. Question is now, can Fnatic keep this trend of laundry supply going? It was Sandbox, then Fnatic, then Sandbox, then Fnatic, and then Sandbox.
Yeah, that last round was crazy. It should make it abundantly clear that hard breach is not necessarily compulsory for a push like that, but I think it still would have helped to apply a little bit of pressure. And nonetheless, Fnatic did allow players to slip through the cracks. That was really the issue. 2 players allowed to cross deep and pressure the planter. Invitational ultimately successful in denying it. I love the ambitious nature of that setup from Fnatic, but with such a high-risk strategy, you have to be perfect. Like, especially against a team like Sandbox, you have to be perfect, and they just weren't. We move on, though. And Fnatic lose the player first here. It's choppy. A 5 versus 4 now, 2 minutes to go. And just like that, Sandbox teetering on the edge of map point. Edging closer and closer to a 1-0 score. In this best of 3, Lily needs to respond here, taking lone security. Those players dropping one by one. Look at that. Sandbox get away scot-free.
Yeah, and mainly it's job done, right? You've got that free kill of your Sandbox 5 versus 4, get back down to basement, set up shop. I mean, the win rate for a 4 versus 5 on Laundry Supply is staggeringly low. Fnatic holding this freezer stairs position. 90 seconds remaining. What do you do if you're Fnatic? It's, in my eyes, about to be match point. Mate, it's pretty good.
Geez.
But it doesn't actually do a whole lot other than just buying some time, forcing out a gas babe as well. That's about it.
Fnatic stick to their guns, the hard breach. Maverick in the hands of Mag to get that hatch open to counter the Kaid pick from Sandbox. How do Fnatic position themselves to try and cut down some of these strongholds? So tough, such a challenging position. Blue pressure now just being applied with 45 seconds remaining. Fnatic do have a plethora of drones available, but the question really for me is how do they act upon this information? Lily with another grenade would be great if you could find a pick for Fnatic, but it just doesn't land.
Oh, the shots from Mephi do whiff a little bit, and that allowed Jivasu to get the kill. A bit of pillar control now for Fnatic established. And only 20 seconds left, and a roaming Static. Well, it's taken a couple of rounds, but finally some success on the roam. And down onto Magmint. It's only one. It's only Ramu, and he does not survive much longer either. It is map point for Sandbox. 6-4 scoreline.
Really good job there from Sandbox, being able to pick off that first player. Fnatic looked to stick to their game plan for the remainder of the round, but yeah, again, despite having that information, didn't quite have the time to capitalize upon it. The util was also counted pretty nicely as well by Sandbox, so they couldn't even find a pick that way. Fnatic, a stray grenade here or there was unable to land and pose much of a threat. We shift our attention now over towards meeting and kitchen for what may be the final round here on Oregon. And it has felt a little bit like it has slipped out of the grasp of Fnatic, but of course at a 3-3 half we did back Sandbox in to probably take this map, but the resistance from Fnatic, it's maybe squandered just a little bit. It just hasn't quite been there, and I think their attempt upstairs on that push earlier was great, but mistakes were made there, and then it kind of just rolled into their momentum for basement as well. And Sandbox, to their credit, have done a really good job in really not overcomplicating things and just ensuring that they convert any advantages that they may get early on in these rounds.
4 of the last 5 rounds have gone the way of Sandbox. They have well and truly taken control of this map. After Fnatic led 3-2 and started well in that first half, it's been all downhill. And I think Sandbox starting to feel that they can get aggressive. This entry hold here from Invitational. No, just back up main stairs. Gets a bit of a drone for good measure. Clears out Balcony, gets across. Everything is just going the way of Sandbox. Surprised they didn't just find a kill there as well. It's just been that kind of second half for them. Fnatic, even if they do find opening picks, haven't been able to convert either. You know, that's kind of been a changing in the story from the first half. The clinicalness from them has just dissipated. It's just gone. Can't give up though. You win this round, suddenly you're 1 round away from sending this one to overtime.
Fnatic slowly progress forward, but at what cost? As we almost reach the halfway point of the round, and top 4 still not actually completely clear. 2 roamers up above that need to be dealt with here by Fnatic. Invitational looking as dangerous as always. Pre-placed nitro cells as well. So
what are they trying to do though at this point? There's not much time remaining. You haven't really got a whole lot. You're just now getting a little bit of Dorm's control, but nothing over towards Attic. You've just lost Chibisu. You haven't cleared out Dorms yet either. You got nothing over towards Attic. You got no real presence near meeting.
And no one's playing double window up above, right? So they're pushing in blindly to a position. And now Ramu finally comes across, but we need to see a play there pinching earlier, because Invitational was just given way too much of a leash. And with a minute to go, Fnatic again playing on the back foot.
biggest win condition here is having to get both Static and Invitational, and you got to do it now. You got to find these 2 kills, but it seems like a Sandbox that have all of the information, the positions of power. Invitational shoots out. Okay, now you know he's sitting back at Dorms. There's 40 seconds left, and they're just pushing back out. What is Fnatic doing right now? Lily just trying to make his way over. Mag finds a kill onto Good Boy. They still haven't cleared Dorms above. Surely they can't look to plan a kitchen.
I think they might have to try and shape up for something through security. That's probably the best option at this point, but I don't see things going well here for Fnatic. Ramu has White Stairs control, and maybe Fnatic can make a late surge.
15 seconds left.
Fnatic finds a kill, a shotgun. I'm close to drop shot perfect in dealing with Ramu. What have I just seen in that round? That is such a bizarre round from Fnatic. Sandbox didn't really have to do a whole lot in the end. 7-4. A little bit speechless in the end, guys. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's certainly a strange end to the round. Fnatic looking to make that late surge, but too little, too late. Sandbox closed out a little bit of an anticlimactic fashion in the end, just because it was such a crazy conclusion. But it is what it is. Fnatic just falling short. And I did enjoy some of the creativity that we saw from them, particularly on those attacking efforts. But ultimately, if you're going to be creative against Sandbox, you have to be perfect. They weren't. Sandbox punished them and set themselves up nicely in the series.
It's probably a case for the entire map as a whole, right? Like when you kind of look back to that first half, I actually felt like Fnatic were playing quite perfect. Like they were clinical, they were getting opening kills, they were able to translate off of that and really snowball an advantage. Their defense looked really, really good when they set up defensively. Anytime they moved away from that, though, they gave up a couple of rounds, and that really allowed Sandbox to get that first half. But that second half was honestly a bit of a disaster. Their attack just did not look coordinated. They didn't really offer a whole lot. Their time management was poor. That last round was just not good at all. And so Sandbox take a 7-4 win. Obviously, their map pick, we go to Cafe. Before we do that, though, we go to a short break. When we do come back, though, the crew on the desk will try their best to break that one down.
Well, an unfortunate end to what was a very good start from Fnatic. We now turn our attention to Cafe. But before we do, we've got some experts to break down what has just unfolded in front of us. And I think that was a lot of the question that we had in the green room was what? What in the hell is going on? Mandy, how did you feel like that one unfolded? Surely Sandbox would be on all their high horses right now.
Yeah, I think overall, Sandbox just played Oregon how it's meant to be played. I don't think we've seen a lot of innovation come out of Oregon in recent times, and that's sort of one of those maps that's really figured out. For Fnatic, they tried a couple different things. A lot of their takes were actually really interesting and innovative. I really liked especially the minimalist attacks that they were trying to go for, but in the end, it just felt like they were getting punished for being a bit too fancy about it, if that makes any sense. It felt like Sandbox were just doing what they needed to do, and they did it clinically. They just played fundamental Oregon very well.
Dev, thoughts on that? Do you reckon that are you going to play devil's advocate there or agree with your co-caster?
Yeah, Neither, actually. I'm just going to talk about something else. I think that I really think Fnatic needed that 4-2 on the defensive side. I saw some tweet the other day about Oregon basement and how the worst part about attacking Oregon basement is that even if you do win your attack, you still have to attack it another 2 times. And funnily enough, Sandbox had no qualms at all attacking this Oregon basement. That's usually quite a fortress, usually quite a difficult bomb site to attack. And Fnatic lost that on their defense twice, once at the start of the half and once at the end. To me, that's really going wrong straight out of the gates, right? Like, Fnatic is a heavily defensive favored team on this map. They win 70% of their defenses in the last 3 times they played Oregon, whereas they only win 30% of their attacks. So they really need to get that 4-2 advantage. Going into the second half at a 3-3 puts way too much pressure on Fnatic's attacks, which, as we saw, left a lot to be desired. Yeah, maybe some nice ideas here or there. I think there was like a kind of rush plan, big window strat on Dorms, which looked nice. But Guz put it to us in the break that Fnatic spend a lot of time hanging around, and I'm sure that there's a lot of comms, a lot of chatting, going back and forth between the team, what the play is, but they don't action it fast enough. They end up funneling in disadvantageous positions at the end of the round. It left a lot to be desired, and we really need to see some more speed from them on the attack going to Cafe, because, man, that map is even more difficult to attack.
You took the words right out of my mouth, and the fact that we go to Cafe next does make me worry even more so. Almost the same thing every single round that you play on Cafe needs to be undertaken, and there's so many different, kind of modules to Cafe that you have to be very in tune with your team. Mandy, do you think that is at all a concern for Fnatic? This is their map pick after all. They will be starting on attack. I mean, if we're being completely blunt, is that going to be an issue here in this matchup?
I think it could be an issue. I think if they're too well, the thing about Cafe is that it's not quite like Oregon where you need to take so much of the map, right? With Cafe, you can kind of get away with just taking rooms that are adjacent to bomb sites and then making that work. That's sort of the architecture of the map. So I have a feeling that the Fnatic formula that they've got going might work a little bit better on Cafe than it does on Oregon. And it is their map pick, so I want to lean into it and hope that it goes to a map 3. But it's also a map that both these teams play. Remember, we said earlier on the desk that, honestly, the map pool between these 2 teams is pretty similar. Sandbox also know how to play Cafe pretty well, and if they can shut that down, it could be a Sandbox 2-0.
Well, Dev, that's what you were saying in the pre-show, right, is the fact that both of these teams are comfortable on all 3 maps that we go to. If we need a third, it will be Bank. So is this a concern? Because the fact that Fnatic are going down 1-0, this is their map pick, theoretically, but given what we've just seen from their attacks, their indecisive nature, especially in that last round, highlighted by pretty much everyone from the broadcast team, Cafe doesn't really bow too favourably to indecision.
Oh yeah, I'll give Fnatic some credit, right? This is a map they play a lot. Fnatic have played Cafe 5 times in recent history, and they actually have a really good attacking record on it. They win 60% of their attacking rounds, which is phenomenal. Cafe is quite difficult to attack, so big gold star in that column. However, Sandbox historically don't play a lot of Cafe, but they did play it against Talon very recently, so they won 7-3. They had good form. They won a lot of attacks in that game, and a lot of defenses for that matter. And I know that Sandbox have always been a real counter-stratty team. This is, I know, going way back, but way back in the days of the APAC finals, there was one time where I think they were Mantis or Cloud9 at the time, and everyone was hanging around at the hotel after these guys had just won the event. And I think it was one of the Atletico guys looked and found there was this massive booklet with just Korean writing and screenshots of all their opponents' strats. And they're had done all this research. Fnatic have played Cafe 5 times in recent history. If Sandbox is still holding themselves to that same standard, they will know Fnatic's Cafe in and out. And that is the biggest danger for the Japanese team this game.
I mean, that could potentially mean no Bank, right? That could be quite scary. Yeah. And obviously, even more detrimental to Fnatic, who haven't had the greatest year in 2022, both domestically and regionally. And now you add on that international qualm into that mix, it doesn't bode too well at all. But what does is the fact that we are ready for the matchup. It is time to go to your casters for potentially Fnatic's last map. But can we go to Bank? That's the big question. Xenox, Guz, enjoy.
Yeah, massive moment, obviously, here, guys, for Fnatic. They're down 1-0. They have to essentially win the next 2 maps to make it to the grand final to have a shot at SI. I mean, there's no other way to say it. They are on the ropes here. Sandbox, 1 more map, they're into the grand final.
Yeah, this is a huge game, but I don't think we should be preying on Fnatic's demise too much, because we look at the numbers and they're actually looking pretty positive. Fnatic are a great shout at being able to push us to a 3rd map, provided they play at their very best. As James mentioned on the desk, Sandbox may have been doing their research, a lot of data to sift through on the side of Fnatic. If their homework is A+, then I think Sandbox are in a great spot.
The last time Sandbox played this was 23rd of December, not too long ago, against Talon. It was a 7-3 win on Cafe. And that's really all we've got to go off, at least since September of last year. So a lot of games have been played, and Sandbox, not a lot, has been spent on Cafe. As for Fnatic, 3-2 record. Probably not as clean as they probably would have hoped. Those losses coming against Talon Esports, Crest Gaming, that back in October of last year. So in fairness, quite some time ago. Their last win on it, obviously, was yesterday against Northampton, 7-2, guys. So, I mean, that's at least a good sign that in terms of recency, some hope there for Fnatic. Flores banned out along with Nook.
Yeah, these bans not too unsurprising for Cafe. There's a lot of key points around the map where Flores is potent in clearing out utility. You think Pixel, you think Cupcake, etc. And then Nook has pretty good potential to go for first floor roams and lurks and catch defenders off guard. Mirror to respond, again, very standard here on Cafe, and that's probably going to be the vibe for this match. Very, very standard across the board. That said, the caveat is that Fnatic actually have some pretty intriguing strats in the bank. We saw yesterday in their match against Northampton, particularly on bakery, or kitchen rather, that kitchen defense, a heavy investment up above. So Fnatic have certainly got some stuff prepared. And if that match yesterday is anything to go off, they've probably got plenty more in store for a match against Sandbox. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. And we go to kitchen, funnily enough, for the very first round. Fnatic, though, are on the attack. So let's see what Sandbox have cooked up. They'll be eagerly wanting to get this series done and dusted, a 2-0 to put themselves in the grand final.
Interestingly, same bans from Oregon, just being Nook for Ying. And that's the only difference coming here into Cafe. Second map of this best of 3. Winner moves on to the grand final, where they will await, obviously, Team Bliss or Direwolves, that match to be played after this series here on this channel.
10 seconds to go.
And then, of course, the grand final later tonight as well to follow. Sandbox up 1-0. They just have to win here on Cafe. Take the map pick of Fnatic. And it is going to be Mappy with an early run out, but not going to be a successful run out to start things off. And obviously with Sandbox on the defense, guys, they are the blue team. Fnatic the orange team.
Correct. Bit ambitious to be spawn peeking with Wamai. Wanting that utility later on in the round, but Static elsewhere get to pick for himself. And already, it's a sense of deja vu, right? Oregon, so many of the attacks for Fnatic, they lose a pick early to a spawn pick or perhaps a little bit deeper into the round as a player looks to get map control. And this is the point now where Fnatic stew. They spend the next 2 minutes working out how they want to try and win the round. Then it peters out, Sandbox shut them down. So let's see if Fnatic this time can actually formulate a stronger response, a faster response, because Cafe, much like Oregon, is a map where you can get stalled out quite easily if you don't have your wits about you. So let's look at Fnatic, let's see what they go for. Top down clear, so they have no time to waste at the moment.
What do you mean it's Cafe, mate? There's always plenty of time to waste on Cafe.
Maybe for us as casters, but as a player, you're always doing something.
It depends on the site, although I will say Kitchen probably one of those sites where, yeah, there is a lot to do. Top-down clears especially take their time. Lily falls to Invitational. It's a second run out from Sandbox, the exact same one, identical.
Oh man.
This time though, it does find success, and unfortunately for Fnatic, they are down 2 players already on their opening attack here of Cafe. Mac just pushes straight into pillars, and yeah, I mean, really, what more can you do? You have to try and just make something happen at this point. Not gonna happen though. Static finds a second in the round. Everything going the way of Sandbox to start on Cafe. It's flawless. Fnatic just hit with a massive punch to the face.
Wow. What a way to kick things off. Of course, it's only the first round, but an explosive start, quite literally, for Sandbox. And I'm sure the Korean fans will be very, very happy with that. Obviously, no Korean representation as it stands at 6 Invitational for 2023. The only 2 teams from APAC that have qualified are Cyclops from Japan and Elevate from Thailand, so Korea will be eager to put their name on that list and RSVP for the event. Fnatic, that's a write-off. You have to just completely forget that round even happened because it was a disaster from the first 10 seconds. But it is insightful.
That happen though in a deciding match.
Well, Fnatic need to make sure that they are now super conscious and hyper aware for the rest of the round that Sandbox are going to play this way. I don't think that's going to be an isolated round. I expect a couple of rounds at least for Sandbox to go early aggression, spawn peaks, etc. So you need to now be, as Fnatic, even more switched on and ready to go, because if you shut it down, you're the team that will find yourself at the advantage.
Definitely feel like for Fnatic, if they let this first half slip away, it'll be incredibly difficult mentally, having to come back from a large deficit in this map and in this series. That opening round, not a good showing. Need to improve. And it kind of doesn't bode well forward, because the way they closed out Oregon as well was not in good fashion. They had a really good start to Oregon, and everything since then and now to the start here on Cafe has been quite sour. Who's going to be the one to stand up though? Kind of feels like it's almost mag or nothing. We've seen some good plays from Choppy. Ramu's been a bit quiet today, but it's Jibisu. Did some good things on Oregon. It finds an early kill into Static. I feel like Sandbox will just keep pushing their luck though in terms of their aggressive nature on the defense until it does start to not work anymore.
Yeah, I totally agree. Fully anticipating Sandbox to probably double down here up above and throw more at Fnatic. Try to force them into stalling out. It's been one of Fnatic's weaknesses throughout the weekend, where at an advantage or not, sometimes it just takes them a little while to get the ball rolling. And there's nothing wrong with that, again, if your executes are flawless, but they just haven't been the case. As I say that though, Good Boy does actually look to maybe find a pick back. Taken down, but it looks like Sandbox will be able to get the revive. So they still have cocktail control with about 70 seconds remaining, meaning that this round still could go either way, but you would anticipate Fnatic to be able to convert, provided Good Boy is dealt with.
Easier said than done. The Chibisu, one peek. Oh, Good Boy, what a shot! And takes out the head of Chibisu. Nitro sold out from Arakaza. That seemed pretty good. No, I think that one got shot mid-air. Obviously, you had 2 players watching that window. The 2 players on the rappel.
Oh no!
Never ideal, right? Oh. How do you not kill the player at White Stairs? Miffy survives! Fnatic have thrown the round! It is Sandbox, once again, that have just put a nail into their heart. They seemed in a good position. They seemed like it was going to be their round. Mag just gets one to fall into his web. But unfortunately, everything else is looking tangled for Fnatic. 1 versus 3. No time, no chance, and I think Mag has given up on the round. Sandbox will take a 2-0 start here on Cafe.
10 seconds left.
Fnatic at a disadvantage don't look great. Fnatic with an advantage still struggling. They're in such a difficult position at the moment on their map pick. It's a 2-0 lead for Sandbox, so the first rotation goes the way of the Koreans already. And what a disappointing way for it to fall apart. Good Boy just couldn't be finished off and enabled to get that kill. Such a nice shot towards Shop. And from there, Fnatic, again, just don't quite have a response. They just can't quite take that next step. And against a team like Sandbox, as we've mentioned a couple of times, you cannot be making mistakes. You cannot be missing easy, free trades. That happened for Fnatic. They pay the ultimate price. And look, not to be all doom and gloom, it feels like a game which could begin to spiral if after this break, Fnatic don't quickly respond with a round of their own.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Fnatic, nothing's gone right since the first half of Oregon. Everything has just looked a little bit off. That is a round that they probably should have been winning. As you kind of said that, there was a point there. It was 4 versus 5. Good Boy was down. I mean, it was just looking like a Fnatic round. Everything was saying it was going to go the way of Fnatic, and then all it really takes, obviously, a really, really sharp shot from Good Boy, and then from there, the whiff at White Stairs. I mean, unfortunately, those are just mistakes that are in your control. I mean, you've just got to hit those kind of shots. Mephi should never be allowed to get a double kill there from White Stairs when you've got a player holding the window on the rappel. I mean, how does that even happen? So unfortunately for Fnatic, they've kind of got to look within at the moment. I mean, Sandbox are playing well, guys. We've commanded them. They've been very good, obviously closed out well on Oregon. But I hate to say it, kind of the theme of this story that is developing is that Fnatic are just shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, it does feel like that. And obviously, every game of Siege, right, one team obviously plays well, the other doesn't. I mean, that's just the nature of anything, right? But it certainly does feel like from an outside perspective that Sandbox, they're playing well. They're playing as we expected today. Yeah. But Fnatic, they're just dropping the ball in positions where you would anticipate a team with a little bit more polish to probably be a bit more refined and maybe winning some of these rounds that Fnatic aren't. And that's the difference maker at the moment. So for Fnatic on their map pick, they must respond here in the next round with a win. I don't see them coming back from a 3-0 deficit. It's going to be so hard unless they've learnt some big lessons in these first 3 rounds and they're able to quickly recover. But it just hasn't quite felt like it's been clicking to that sort of upper echelon of some of the better teams in North. So it's such a tough position that they find themselves in. It's very difficult to pinpoint exactly what they need to do.
To really nail it home, we've played 8 rounds of Siege now. Sandbox have won 7 of them. Like in the last 8 rounds, 7-1. Like that is an absolute beatdown that we're seeing. I mean, I've mentioned it. I've said it the first half on Oregon. I thought there were some really good signs. When you take into account the very opening round of this series, that very first round of Oregon, bit of a throwaway round from Fnatic. And then they actually played really good Siege for the next 3-4 rounds. And then everything since then, it's hard to commend them. It's hard to say, well, actually, they're playing well, but Sandbox are just playing a lot better. I think Sandbox are playing well, especially on their defense. When we take into account they ended Oregon on the defense, they're now starting Cafe on the defense. They've looked really good. But what's interesting to me? The start of the defense on Oregon, Sandbox were in their shells a bit. It was really defensive. They didn't want to give anything away to Fnatic. Every round that has now just continued to transpire, Sandbox are getting more and more greedy. They're getting more and more aggressive, and they know that they can really put the pressure onto Fnatic. 2 runouts in the opening round gone prior. I mean, like, this is the kind of aggression we're seeing from Sandbox. They're happy to take fights, even from Cocktail peeking over towards Cigar. Like, they're just taking these fights knowing they're just going to win them because that's the way that the game has been playing out 7 of the last 8 rounds. We head back into it, round 3, Fnatic on the attack. Again, this is their map pick. Cafe might be defender side, it doesn't matter. You've got to be playing better than this.
And the confidence really is oozing for Sandbox. You wouldn't be going to mining if you weren't 100% confident that at the moment you are the team in control. It's a site that we don't often see. It's not completely unplayable, but it is tricky. So let's see how Fnatic go about in trying to dismantle it. They have some good operators to get control up above, establish pressure, probably go for some kind of split push through pillar later on in the round. But if Sandbox continue to win these skirmishes, these straight 1v1s, especially off site, and Fnatic struggle to sort of wrestle back any momentum they may lose, then I fear this round is...
Here's where it gets even worse. Is that when you look at their statistics, Fnatic are a better attacking team on Cafe than defensive.
Yep.
They have a 57% defensive win rate. It's actually one of their lower defensive win rates on a map on Cafe. But they've typically, it's actually their best map attacking-wise, all statistically, since the month of September last year to now. Attacking Cafe has been their best attacking win rate. They are down the first 2 rounds. They need to get 2 to 3 rounds here in this half. Can't put it any other way, or they are not going to SI. This is do or die. These next few rounds, this round included, is massive.
Minute 50 remains, reading control from Sandbox. Effie under a bit of pressure, droned out. Ooh, don't know if he spotted Choppy. Outside on the Ash, he's just posted up in that position to catch anyone rotating around. But where are Fnatic looking to head this attack from? Where are they going to seriously apply some pressure? They have good information, and that's been something throughout this series. Fnatic have often had great info on drones. It's just a matter of being able to act upon it. But it's fallen apart again. Chibisu off the board. No trade in sight for Fnatic. Good boy low. Needs to be taken down. He is. Finally, something goes the way of Fnatic. 4 versus 4.
Yeah, and it probably just takes the fact that Good Boy went for a bit of an aggressive push close over to Cigar. Falls for it. Minute remaining. 4 versus 4. Absolutely critical round here for Fnatic. Lily probably just needs to take a moment there to even think about where he got shot from. It was static from, I think, down in train. Invitational and Prep down below. In terms of vertical control, Sandbox looking very strong above and below the pinch here for this second floor. What do they even really have to show for this round? 30 seconds left. That push is going to have to come soon. They still have to deal with static. Nitrocell out. Not successful. They lose Mephi though for Sandbox. This opens the door for Fnatic. This time, though, can they be clinical in the clutch?
15 seconds remains. A double stack over towards Reading. Diffuser in the hands of Ramu. Arakaze needs to step up. He is the player to deny this push, but Mag on the cross. The window position over towards Mining. Good enough for one. He'll now push through. Static under the pump. Take it down as well. Fnatic making it work. Envy Taylor, he's stranded over towards Red Stairs. Will look to establish Vert, but there's a player to greet him. Fnatic doing a great job to recover that round.
So much better from Fnatic. Not throwing lives away. I mean, actually, in fairness, I think Chibisu probably threw their life away going for that very aggressive cocktail push. Outside of that, everything else seemed like it had purpose. The cigar control, lounge control, everything that they were basically doing in that round had purpose. And that's something that probably Fnatic have lacked in the last couple of rounds. You know, it's very easy to be critical, but it's another thing to then praise immediately when they actually start doing things a little bit better. That was better. That was needed to be better at a critical moment for Fnatic. It was do or die. You go down 3-0 to start this half on what is statistically your best attacking map. It is the disaster. Massive round. Now it's about building on from that and also just building good habits for the rest of this map, the rest of this series. Don't have to rush, okay? But also time needs to be managed. And I felt they actually had a decent amount of time when getting that plant down after fighting those kills as well. So
10 seconds left.
Potentially a pivotal turning point for Fnatic. But it's just one round, one of many that they need to win.
We need to see that on the primary sites. It's all well and good to win tertiary sites on attack, but that's never enough to win a game of Siege. You need to be able to have some potency on some of these primary sites. So we're looking at Kitchen, we're looking at second floor. We need Fnatic to win at least one of those, probably both on this next rotation, right? So let's see if they can roll that momentum into something meaningful. The last round was by no means easy for them to convert, and time was always a pressure, but they stood up to the challenge that time. And we'll see Fnatic go for a top-down clear once more for this Kitchen defense. The clears have been relatively okay for Fnatic. They've had a little bit to deal with, specifically the likes of Good Boy on some of these roams, but last round at least he was dealt with very swiftly, so we'll see what the game plan is here for Sandbox. How many players do they want to invest above? From what I'm seeing at the moment in some of these outlines, it doesn't look like they're leaning into any sort of heavy roam, but I'm sure we'll get some more insight on that in a moment. So 4 players on site, a 5th over towards VIP. So for Fnatic, a minute 30 into this round, they should have full control up above.
Yeah, I think they practically do, right? I mean, the drone is already pushed in over towards Cocktail, so they should, in theory, have that control. They don't necessarily have to be standing in Cocktail to know that it's clear to then send the shock drone down White Stairs, etc. So yeah, I mean, okay, minute and a half, Fnatic pretty much have full 3rd level floor control. Just sweeping this 2nd floor. Obviously for Sandbox, the other part of the equation here is that I actually felt like they were maybe over aggressive in that last round, right? I was saying it during that rehost. after a while, you win. You start to see what more you can really get away with. And Good Boy made a very aggressive play, backfired. Now you go back down to kitchen servers, and guess what? Now you're all just sitting down on site. You're not throwing lives away. What this does do, though, is it gives Fnatic an opportunity over towards train mining. Blow the floor open. Not really much of a contest from Sandbox.
3 nitros already used, so a lot of that vert potential, unless there's a pre-placed or 2 left, already gone. Mag has picked IQ. That's such a big brain decision. Oh, there's a pre-placed. Oh, it's a double.
You went early, mate. You've gone early.
Oh, no, and I was about to praise Mag, his ability to clear the utility. He was dealing with the Velt cams, but the nitro cell is what catches Fnatic off guard, and that is going to win them the round for Sandbox. What a way to turn things on its head. A player trapped over towards VIP. Oh, that's choppy. It was choppy. 4 versus 2.
Oh, Chibisu though. Okay, big kill. Pushing in towards Bar. 20 seconds though, but at least for Chibisu and Ramu, they can play off of each other here. If they can force a couple of 2 versus 1s in their favor, if Sandbox are a bit split on site, never mind. Chibisu just went in by himself. Ramu was just setting up in terms of utility just to create a distraction. Doesn't matter. No time. It's a big round win for Sandbox. A big moment though with that pre-placed Nitrocell. And I think maybe, guys, you got deceived. Maybe Fnatic got deceived as well.
I don't think we've had too many caster curse moments throughout the weekend, but I think that one might take the cake. The end of my sentence was going to mention Mag just needs to be a little bit careful of pre-place in case there might be one, especially inside of dining. And sure enough, boom, right on cue. Basically confirms the round for Sandbox. Well done by Envy. A triple in the round. He got one with the MPX as well. Mag, yeah, generally speaking, I think the IQ was a great pick. He's dealing with the Velt cams, but unfortunately just a little bit of a misjudgment there. I can only assume the Nitro was pre-placed, right? We saw that all 3 were already used, quote-unquote, used by the defense. So that is a disaster. And again, just feeds into this storyline of the day where kind of everything that could go wrong for Sandbox in some of these key moments, especially on these primary sites, just continues to repeat itself.
Changing mags. 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds to go.
3-1 scoreline. So Sandbox get to 3 here on Cafe.
Attackers are heading out.
Typically want 4. We've got 2 rounds to do it. Fnatic have 2 rounds to try and salvage this first half, where I think they, on a personal level, would have probably been seeking 3 rounds based on a 60% attacking win rate on Cafe. I find that hard to believe that that's going to happen with the way that this, well, I guess you could say, series has been playing out now. Just the 1 Nitrocell this time for Sandbox. Well, we've seen obviously what 1 can do here into this 5th round. Fnatic just have to keep their composure. Reading Fireplace.
Generally speaking, Fnatic, outside of the first round, are doing a good job in gaining some meaningful map control early, so I anticipate that to happen once more. Okay, this is interesting. Ramu solo entry down below with Kit. Also, though, Choppy gets the entry, so that's well played. He's actually snuck his way all the way towards mining. Now in that red stairs hallway. So that's a good start for Fnatic. And honestly, if they win this round and Sandbox go to tertiary after that, it could be on. It could well be a 3-3 half.
I will say the one thing that's probably let down Sandbox on this map so far, Static and Good Boy have just not really been able to not only find kills early as these roamers, aggressive players, but they're also dying early. It's left a lot up to Envy Taylor. Obviously we had the rehost as well, but it just kind of feels like Static and Good Boy not quite having the impact that they would like to have. That can change. Good Boy over towards Cocktail now in the Oryx. Still holding a bomb, still needs to be cleared by Fnatic with 60 seconds remaining. Only inside of washrooms and still just trying to push Mephi off of top white stairs. This is a lot of control that Sandbox still actually have obtained. In fact, Envy Taylor's not even been pushed out of backstore. I mean, this is
where's the hard breach?
Sign for Fnatic.
Where's the hard breach? No one in backstore is being pressured, and Fnatic are just being filtered down white hallway. Now, it might still work, The Nitro brings it to a 4 versus 4, but there we go. Sandbox, NV Taylor just cutting them down. He's retaken up above. He has bar control. Rami's nowhere to be seen, so the hard breach potential just not there. Last we saw, he was roaming down below, and his impact not felt at all by Fnatic. In fact, they still think there's someone in freezer. NV Taylor's nowhere near there. 20 seconds to go.
Well, they never cleared it. That's the thing. Every Taylor was sitting in backstore the entire time. And as you said, they were just funneling down White Corridor. Fnatic
15 seconds left.
just seamlessly lost at sea with their attack here. I mean, it's unfortunately been a symptom this entire series. And this is it. Round over. 4-1 scoreline for Sandbox. And the lead just keeps stretching. Arakazo picks up an easy double with the SMG-11 on site. A bit of a late last-second rush from Fnatic, but it was all over. 4-1 the lead for Sandbox, and Fnatic's SI hopes looking to be in tatters at the moment. All that they can hope for now is a 4-2 half.
Yeah, some big serious concerns in that round for Fnatic backstore. You anticipate a player to be holding that for an extension like this, and they just didn't have the tools required to clear it. Eventually then stacked the hallway, and then MV Taylor, to his credit, made a fantastic play. He's like, oh, well, okay, I'm free to sort of do as I please. He retakes bar, while the rest of Fnatic's distracted trying to clear Cocktail. Gets a couple of kills, confirms the round, and Fnatic again just look in tatters. So that's credit to Sandbox, and realistically, heading into the match, it's kind of what we expected, right? Sandbox have, at this point, quite a bit of international experience, at least in 2022. Maybe not going on to bigger and better things overseas, but still gaining that information bank, and they've done a good job in North, so an expected result, but I still anticipate Fnatic to be perhaps a little bit more competitive than what's been shown so far. So hopefully for them, hopefully for the Japanese fans looking for two teams to represent them at SI, they can get this next round and stay in arm's reach. Otherwise, a 5-1 I don't think is going to be salvageable.
No, not at all. And unfortunately, the best of Fnatic in this series has been too far between. We're just seeing too much of their worst. Consistency is just not even remotely close, whereas Sandbox have been ultra consistent. Fnatic's last round was just, you're kind of just left shaking your head a little bit, questioning what's the plan of attack. And you said it before, it's all well and good to win those tertiaries, but these main sites have been the issue for Fnatic in this series.
Scanning.
2 minutes then. I think Fnatic may rely on Choppy again for the lurk entry. It has worked out on a couple of occasions throughout this match. They also have the Ying though. Do Fnatic just try and hit site immediately? I don't think Sandbox are playing it actively. This could be the play, but they need to go. They need to go, 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 go!
There is one in train though, watching. Good boy finds a kill onto Lily. Static has been watching this position the whole time. Headshot onto Chibisu. A moment of hesitation will cost Fnatic. They had to go in. But in fairness, it was being watched by the Warden. Sandbox, I think, maybe baited Fnatic into that. Was that the plan for Sandbox into thinking, making Fnatic think that mining had been left vulnerable? Because Fnatic technically had it on lock. He had that window watched the whole time. 3 versus 2. Ramo and Mag. Can they salvage this? Surely the unsalvageable. 60 seconds to do it. Down a player. Down on time, and now running out of luck as well. MB Taylor catching Ramu. Mag in a 1 versus 3. To keep Fnatic's SI hopes alive, he will have to do the unthinkable.
40 seconds. The round in tatters again for Fnatic. Mag still stranded on the balk. He'll push forward. A flash to cover the entrance. Might be able to find the pick, but his position confirmed by Sandbox. Another flash, a second. Trying to blind the defender inside of Bakery. A winnable fight, but doesn't know if that player's extracted elsewhere. I know his position at pillar being held. He's not going to win this fight. He doesn't. NV Taylor to close it out. Sandbox with a 5-1 lead. And yeah, in that round, I'm shouting Fnatic to go, 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 but it wasn't necessarily the player on the balcony that needs to jump in. Fnatic should have been expecting that vault to be held. It was the other players that I'm looking at, like Choppy, for example, over towards Red. They had to apply some kind of pressure, some kind of presence to draw those players out, to force those players out of those positions. Because if that's not the plan, then what is the plan? You're not going to be able to jump in with the diffuser in the hands of the player on the balcony and go for a plant if that angle's being held. So again, it's just these big fundamental issues that Fnatic are struggling with at the moment. But Sandbox, to their credit, every single time seem to be reading into these players pretty well and are very composed in the way they are breaking them down. And with a 5-1 lead now, it's very, very hard to see them dropping this series.
I think this one's probably over, isn't it? Down a map, down 5-1. At that point, I think you're only human at that point for starting to probably let those doubts creep into your mind. As professional as these players are, we're all human after all. We all know what it would probably feel like to be in this position, knowing that your campaign to make the 6 Invitational is not even on the ropes anymore. As we've been saying, it's in tatters. It's pretty much the damn wall has burst, and Sandbox are just laying the pain. We switch halves though, and with that, anything can happen in Siege. We've both seen many big turnarounds, and momentum, it's a strange old beast. And in some ways, to be the best here, you've kind of just got to not let those doubts creep in. You've just got to take it one round at a time. Trust your defense. It is Cafe defense after all. We know sometimes Cafe can really lean into the defender side. But Sandbox, you know, they took 3 rounds on Oregon attack, and I imagine their attack here on Cafe will also be very difficult to stop.
Pretty creative lineup here from Sandbox, electing to bring A0 into the fray as the flex. Secondary hard breach as well, so they don't fall short in that department, and the amount of information you can gather with the Argus launcher actually pretty strong and shouldn't be underestimated. Goodboy gets the first in the round on the rappel, I believe, and
no, again, and below.
Was it?
Literally just from down below, yeah. Just shot him backstore. This literally just as easy as you like.
Yeah.
Droned it out, and then just pushed out, got a free kill. A little bit careless there from Fnatic. In fairness, no one watching. No presence either, right? Like, there's just like, I mean, Goodboy's just doing whatever he likes down below because there's no presence from Fnatic. E1D deployed here by Mephi. Just under 1.5 minutes remaining. It just feels like when you watch Sandbox, there's a little bit more understanding of what they're trying to achieve and how they're doing it. More purpose in their attack. Certain players on certain positions early, getting into those critical positions, getting control of the second floor, putting pressure onto Fnatic, hemming them in on site, getting intel, and I like the 0 as well, the flex, as Chibisu finds a kill into Invitational. This is what Fnatic needs to do on the defense though. These counter-attacking plays. 55 seconds left. Chibisu gets full control of White Stairs. This is actually a very pivotal moment. If Chibisu can survive, keep this position on.
Oh, no.
Oh, the gun barrel sticks out, and Goodboy will get an easy kill.
Oh, no. Oh, it was such a good spot. It really could have been the turning point for Fnatic in the round as Sandbox looked to get control, but now all the pressure on the shoulders of Mag and Lily. Neither player in a great spot. Both probably spotted on cams. 3 for Goodboy. Mag needs to find 3 for himself. He has some information. He gets the first. Still in with a chance. 15 seconds remain. It should be a pretty easy plan over towards Cocktail for Sandbox, but they're going for kills. They are going for kills and feeding the beast. Mephi now in the 1 versus 1 needs to get that diffuser, needs to get on some safe ground. Mag though with the vert surely can just find this kill, pluck him from down below, but no, can't find the angle. Can't find the angle in time. No. Mephi low, but he survives. Both players now so low.
Oh, avoids that flash. Has a couple of gas babes. Probably not the time for that utility though. 30 seconds remaining. SMG 11, you can run and gun with this. So Mephi's low, it won't take much. Mephi though, has he gotten away from him? No, position well known, had the ping as well. Mag as well, but Mag gets it done. 3 in the round and keeps Fnatic's hopes alive. Massive clutch play from Mag. We haven't had many of those rounds, guys, in this series. It's all been rather clinical one-sided rounds. And finally, something that goes down to the death. And it's Fnatic that just pulled through,
Whew, a 1v3 into a 1v1. Mag redeems himself. It would have been pretty easy to pin the blame on him as he allowed that diffuser to go down. He just hesitated for a moment. When down below in reading, he had the opportunity to outright deny that plant, or at least get Sandbox off it. But nonetheless, great composure in the 1v1 as he got control back over towards White Stairs. And of course, we can't discount the fact that it was a 1v3 before the plant as well. Really well done. Sandbox just floundering a little bit. I assume they didn't coordinate that push onto the diffuser particularly well. But Mag with the SMG in hand, not the easiest of guns to tame. Had information, played off it, spaced his pushes really nicely, and able to win out. And then Mephi, who was so low as well, just under the pump, caught off guard. And in matches of Siege, we often look at the end result and then upon reflection go, well, X round was key. Could that be the round where Fnatic actually start to mount a meaningful comeback, actually gain a bit of momentum? That spark that perhaps has been lacking in the series so far.
Yeah, I do wonder if it's maybe too little too late, but these are the kind of rounds where, yeah, you can build that momentum, you can have that spark of hope, maybe reignited, and to give yourselves a chance that, okay, we can keep just edging out these rounds. And, you know, if you can claw it back to like a 5-4, which it sounds like a lot, but in theory it's not. It's just 2 rounds. You win the next 2 rounds, it's 5-4. You know, and then at 5-4, you can maybe give up a round, it goes to 6-4, but then you send it to overtime. So you basically break it down to 1 round at a time. It is as simple as that, but in theory, harder than it really sounds. Obviously for Fnatic, even then, it was not exactly the most clinical round that they did win anyway.
Hopefully, though, it fires up the rest of the team, gives them a little bit of confidence. They probably haven't had too much to get overly excited about in this game so far, so we'll see how they respond. Even Stevens at the halfway point in the round, a 5 versus 5. A single Nitro available for Fnatic down below. Perhaps we'll see Ramu play that card early. Sandbox gaining ground up above. They have the Buck, for example, for vertical presence alongside the Sledge. Secondary hard breach as well will be very handy. As the pacing just slows. Pretty quiet around the map at the moment. A contrast to Fnatic, a few of the rounds. And yeah, I would agree. I think Fnatic at the death can be a stronger team. So let's see if they're able to hold out for another minute.
Well, I think what I mean by that is I think for Sandbox, they're at their best when it's chaotic and it's fast and it's, you know, frenetic. For Fnatic is probably better when it does slow down a little bit and time becomes a factor. And Sandbox are feeling that pinch, that pressure to make something happen. And, you know, on a site like Kitchen Cooking, you can kind of just sit into those critical junctions and you can just allow Sandbox to sort of come to you first. That's a nice shot from Ramu. That's actually a really good play. Does die for it, but wounds the attack quite significantly because Envy Taylor's been the best player in this series.
25 seconds now remain. Sandbox need to go for the Hail Mary. Fnatic still have VIP control, but the smokes are deployed. Sandbox will use that as cover. Static jumps down onto the shelving, pushes forward on the vault. Now goes for the plant in the 3 versus 3, but Mag greets him with open arms. A 2v2. It swings back towards the defense just like that as they push through, they filter through one by one. Mephi now left all alone, the newest addition to the roster, but there's nothing that he can do. Fnatic playing into those power positions, and it's just starting to feel like there's something in this game.
Yeah, and you said it there, 1 by 1. I mean, what was Sandbox doing in terms of having some kind of different avenue of attack? It was all just too one-dimensional. Drop down, die, drop down, die, drop down, die. I mean, that was just way too much of a funnel from Sandbox. And a lot of that really does come down to the fact that they weren't able to really get much control. Where was the bakery pressure? There was nothing. So then suddenly, okay, well, there's no bakery pressure. Fnatic are able to just kind of keep their attention over towards the back of the site. Freezer pushes, for example, red stairs, and yeah, ultimately it makes a pretty easy defensive job for Fnatic. Yeah, it got a little bit hectic, got a little bit crazy. I think a lot of that came down to the fact that it was a Ramu that got that kill, the Freezer hatch, and you know, just kind of went for something, and I liked that. That was something that we probably haven't seen from Fnatic, trying to make a play, executing it. Mag then gets a really good stop on the plant, and even though he dies for it, it just forces Sandbox into that constant drop down. Got to get that plant down. So really, really good plays there from Fnatic. Sandbox, probably for the first time in a while, questionable. And I just wonder, yeah, does this kind of leave the door ajar for Fnatic? 5-3, and Sandbox, you lose this next round, and a little bit of that tilt might just set in.
It's just something about close calls, man. Every single year. There's always these funny games, and it's starting to feel like this could be one of them. But it's critical that Fnatic gets a 5-5. That's the bare minimum. If Sandbox get match point, any sort of momentum Fnatic have gathered, I think, will be snuffed out. So let's see what happens. We'll see the Zero employed once more by Sandbox, and the last time we saw it in play, Static did a great job in gaining so much information. Basically a full sweep of the top floor. Now, of course, it's dining for round number 9, but similar sort of tactic can be employed. Arakaze, he's been downed. Oh, did he fall off? He must have. That's a bit of a disaster. He's low now for the rest of the round, and a stray Nitro from Ramu, for example, now has a better chance of taking him out.
It's been a rough map for Mephi on the Ashe as well. There's generally going to be expectations to find frags and to get those early kills for Sandbox, and unfortunately not being able to do just that. Taking damage, and Arakaze taking the brunt of it as well on the sledge. Early signs are good for Fnatic in this 9th round. Probably just starting to maybe refine some confidence, refine some form. That spark can very quickly turn into a burning blaze. Good boy. Oh, fortunately, from the balcony above, it's Chibisu and finds the opening kill. Mephi, well, there is a big frag, gets rid of Ramu. Did lose a lot of health for it, and now their life as well, courtesy of Chibisu from that cocktail balcony, pushing into bar. Just over a minute remaining, and Fnatic regain the numbers advantage, 4 versus 3.
It's looking very good for Fnatic, but it's just now about converting the round and holding out. Arakaze, after falling off the roof earlier so low, now really compromises his position and the chances of Sandbox being able to trade out enough picks in the round. Good combination though. Oh, no way! Chibisu, what a round! It's a 3k. Eventually traded, but the damage already done. 30 seconds remain.
Static still has the diffuser in hand though for Sandbox. 30 seconds left, as you said, so it's not a lot of time. Arakaze, low on health, has been seemingly low on health for quite some time. Over towards Pillars now for Static. Everything just kind of slows down. Time slows down, but it continues to tick down. Into red time we go. Static waiting for a push from Pillars, waiting for that flank, and it eventually came as soon as he turned away. Max shoots him in the back. Fnatic take the round. They take 3 rounds in a row now to force a 5-4 scoreline. The Fnatic comeback is firmly entrenched now in this series. Game on.
A 1 versus 3 turns into 3 rounds straight for Fnatic. But perhaps the biggest obstacle so far now arises bar cocktail. Sandbox, that's their cue to take a tactical timeout, and I can't think of a better time to take it. They need to really compose themselves and stop this train from running away. It really has turned on its head this game, and it's been quite a team effort, really, from Fnatic. You at least look at the statistics. It's a really nice spread, and everyone's having their moments of stepping up. I mean, it was Chibisu in their last round, for example, who got the 3k, and Mag got the clutch a few rounds ago as well. Everyone's having their moments. Sandbox, we highlighted earlier, Mephi perhaps just not finding himself in this game, and as an entry that typically comes down to 2 things. Either you're just not feeling confident in having the mechanics to back you, and second to that, and which maybe feeds into the first point, is the team isn't supporting you enough. They're not perhaps finding enough information or giving you the correct calls. So let's see what the entry is like for this round, and it's such a critical one for both teams.
Sandbox were up 5-1. already up 1-0 in this best of 3 series. So when you take that into account, guys, from 1-0 up in the series, 5-1 up in the second map, if Fnatic bring this series back and win this series from here, it would go down as one of the better wins that we've seen from them in quite some time. And what it could do, it would put them into the grand final of the APAC qualifiers. They would play the winner of either direwolves or Team Bliss. And if they get into that position against either of those two teams, they would back themselves in wholeheartedly. I'd give them a really good shot, a really good chance of making the 6 Invitational. So much at stake, so much on the line. And from such a down and out position, there's that feel-good factor, that underdog story developing here for Fnatic. And for Sandbox, it's all about snuffing it out. And just think that all it takes, guys, is 2 quick rounds, and that hope, that flame is all but extinguished. So for Sandbox, off the back of that timeout, what can they do here on the attack of Cafe? What can Sandbox do now to regain their own form in this map? Oh, this is aggressive from Good Boy, and he's met at the death by Lily. Super fast entry, denied immediately. Sandbox, that's probably not the play.
Perhaps a sign of desperation for Sandbox. Mephi, though, now the one on the lurk. He'll be desperate for an impact. Looking for something. He may have been hurt on the default, though, hard to say. Choppy, Envy Taylor, another key engagement. Choppy perhaps could have won that out. I don't think Envy Taylor was in the most optimal of positions, but nonetheless, they don't even exchange as much as damage, just a bit of information. And this is a weird old round at the moment. Sandbox just lurking down below, trying to find something. I think there's 2, maybe even 3 players. So a very strange approach here on the back of the timeout. Envy Taylor's still contesting, White says. Sandbox just look a little bit lost at the moment, to be completely honest. And just before that rush came through, I was going to mention that Sandbox have maybe cultivated a bit of a reputation for being a team that throws under pressure. And at the moment, I'm starting to get that inkling. I'm starting to get that feeling. And Envy Taylor feeds another pick.
I think Envy Taylor was like 9-2 since their 4 straight deaths. 3 versus 5. Sandbox have gone from this calm and consistent team from Oregon, even to the first half of Cafe, to just seemingly out of nowhere. They've just really lost the plot. Fnatic have all of the momentum. You said yesterday, Guz, you weren't a believer. Well, do you believe now?
I'm starting to a little bit. Fnatic have really applied a lot of pressure in these last few rounds, and Sandbox, try as they might, haven't really formulated a comprehensive plan to get themselves back into this game. They are really, really struggling. And they've just been cut down. It is going to be a flawless round for Fnatic, unless Arakaze has something to say about it. He gets one. But at this point, it's hard to get excited for Sandbox. Fnatic evening the scoreline.
Sandbox, at the moment, probably playing to their names. They just look like kids playing in the sandbox because they got nothing working for them. They look completely out of sync. What was with the initial rush from Good Boy by himself on the sledge? I mean, they just don't look like a coordinated team right now, and that's off the back of a timeout, guys. I mean, we've seen so many times where that timeout proves to be a difference maker, where teams are maybe just looking a little bit lacking. They need just a breather. They have the timeout, and it's back to business. That didn't even work for Sandbox. That's gone. They don't have another timeout up their sleeve. It's 5-5. Fnatic can win this next round and have map point. In fact, they have called for a tech timeout. Well, I mean, look, I'm not...
No, we don't talk about that. No comment.
Not even going there. No comment from me, but anything to stall out Fnatic, I think. They need something, because Fnatic just do not look like letting up right now. And you said it before, guys, and I agree wholeheartedly. It's a team effort. You know, this is not like, you know, we saw yesterday with Team Bliss, Brendo went on a heater, Jigsaw went on a heater, as we're back to us here. This is a full-blown team effort. Some really good plays. You think back to the 1v3 clutch from Mag, and that probably was a case of what actually ended up being that spark that has just turned into a forest fire here for Fnatic. And, you know, you think about everyone else that has kind of caught on from that. Ramu, Chibisu, Lily's playing absolutely exceptional. It's a full-blown team effort from Fnatic on the defense. They've looked sound. And I will say, I'm kind of glad we can bring this back here, but Oregon first half, I said it, repeated it, their defense looked really good when they were set up defensively. And that's what Cafe is kind of about. You set up defensively. I think Mandy said on the desk, you don't have to go and get a whole heap of map control. You just play the site. And that's what Fnatic have done really well.
Yeah, I think Fnatic, for the most part, have kept things very, very simple. They've sort of employed their own flair here on Cafe, but it hasn't been anything absolutely insane that I don't think Sandbox hasn't had to try and deal with before. It's been a funny old game, and it all links back to that key round. I don't think we'd be in this position if Mag doesn't win that 1v3. I think that has really stunted the confidence of Sandbox. That one round has thrown a bit of doubt into their mind, and it's plagued them for the 2 rounds after that. And then even after the tactical, it doesn't look like things have gotten better. In fact, I would say that the round post-tac was perhaps even worse. It just felt like Sandbox were playing very desperately in that round. We had like a 3-man lurk down below on Cocktail, something which is very, very strange and didn't particularly have much sound or structure to it. And then, yeah, Fnatic completely read into it and did a great job in shutting it down. So, wow, 5-5 now the scoreline. And this is anyone's game. I think Fnatic are well and truly outperforming their opponents right now. And I can't believe they're really in this position, to be honest, but all credit to them, and I think Fnatic deserve it.
So 5-5 scoreline for those that maybe missed somewhat of the start, really, of this map on Cafe. It was a 5-1 lead for Sandbox, and very convincing 5-1 lead too, guys. I mean, there wasn't really a whole lot where we were sitting back maybe talking about how Fnatic threw a couple of rounds or they should have won this or that. Like, it was very convincing. Sandbox were the better team. Sandbox looked at they were just running away with the series, that Fnatic were going to go out of these close qualifiers with a bit of a whimper. At the very least, if Fnatic do lose from here, like at the very least, they showed something. They showed a bit of fight. They showed that they got the medal. But they've now got themselves into a position, though, where now losing will feel awful because, like, look how close they are to maybe sending this one to a 3rd map. So, obviously, for Sandbox, bit of a tech pause at the moment. They just had a tech pause prior to that as well. This does maybe slow things down a little bit. Being completely blunt, this is going to probably halt the momentum of Fnatic. However you like to say it, guys, it's the truth of it. It's happening. This probably does slow down Fnatic. 5-5 scoreline, things will, in my mind, reset a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. That said, I mean, we saw the response from Sandbox after the last pause in action, and it wasn't great. So I think Fnatic might find a little bit of safety in that. They'll probably thinking to themselves right now, well, they threw the last pause in the game, so they might just do it again, and we'll be able to really apply pressure and get that match point. Yeah, wow. Super interesting position that we find ourselves in. It's kitchen, of course, for this next round. And look, Fnatic have looked pretty difficult to take down on any side right now. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting as we jump back into the action. And as far as I understand, it'll be same site, same operators selected. Let's see how it plays out.
If needed, deciding map is going to be Bank. 5-5 scoreline, a little bit of halt in the momentum of Fnatic, who have now won 4 rounds in a row, looking to make it 5. Over to kitchen we go. Sandbox, how do they change this up? We probably spent a good portion of those last few rounds more so looking at Fnatic and what Fnatic needed to do. Well, they've done it. How does Sandbox now turn this around? They're on the attack. They're the ones that have to try and dictate this comeback of their own now. And it's weird saying a comeback at a 5-5 scoreline, but they've thrown these rounds away. They haven't looked good. They've been out of sync. You've had Good Boy playing by himself. Invitational's not been able to find frags.
And it looks like
really struggled as well.
It looks like Fnatic are going to go to their full vert hold. So last time we saw this yesterday against North Eption, it was Mag solo site on Echo. The rest of the team, the entirety of the team, all 4 players were playing up above on vert. And this setup looks very, very similar. Now, Sandbox should know this. They should have seen this yesterday, and they should have spent last night thinking of a way that they were going to deal with this, anticipating it today. So let's see what the plan is for Sandbox. If they try and go directly towards site, it's not going to work out. You can deny pretty much every point of interest with that vertical presence, and Choppy on the smoke, for instance, can cover the other positions. Now, Mag also is covering site with information. So for Sandbox, for me, the win condition is they go top down. They must clear out these roamers.
Well, they've got the operators for it, though, guys. The doc would be the Jackal. I mean, this is, in my mind, also with the Sledge, too, they are well set up for a top-down clear. So I think they've actually probably done their homework here. They've had a bit of time to think about this as well. They've, in my mind, got the best lineup you could probably bring to counter this anyway. That it calls out Henry Taylor. The Inox scanner will obviously be able to put pressure onto those players above for Fnatic. Mag on site. Just the one Nitro Cell in play here. That's Ramu on the Warden. Frags for Mag on the Valk. And it is Choppy that dies early to Arikaze. First death for Fnatic. Sandbox with an opening kill. Make that a second from Arikaze. Chibisu falls. So signs of life now from Sandbox. They were floundering. They allowed Fnatic to win 4 rounds in a row. But off the back of attack into a tech, they've been seemingly able to re-find a little bit of form through Arikaze. 4 versus 3. Just over a minute remaining. But still a bit of work to do. Still some defenders to flush out. One of those being Ramu. What a shot from Mephi. A big time play from above. And now really puts the pressure onto Lily and Mag.
The pocket trap from Fnatic read into by Sandbox, dismantling it from top down systematically. The vertical play from Sandbox near flawless here for round 11, edging towards a 6-5 lead and series point to qualify for the grand final. We've seen Mag clutch up already today. He now needs to link up with Lily, but shut down unexpectedly by Static outside of Bakery. It's a 1v4.
Not happening, and it will be series point for Sandbox. Fnatic, all that momentum gone. And in this round, their strat, their hold guys that you were talking about, cracked, decoded by Sandbox.
10 seconds remaining.
Nothing that Lily's going to be able to do here at best would be to deny and play for time. Not happening. It is match point, series point for Sandbox Gaming. Up 6-5. Fnatic need to send this one to overtime if they are to keep their 6 invitational hopes alive.
And I think that's going to be quite the blow for Fnatic. I think they have a lot of faith in that strategy working out, and it did work yesterday against North Eption. It was quite close, but ultimately they did win out that attempt. But Sandbox approached it in a different fashion. They cleared it out. They cut off the rotation, and it made life so challenging for Fnatic. The entire strategy and what it hinged on was compromised quite early on in the round, in fact, by Sandbox. So I think that is going to just knock the confidence a little bit here for Fnatic, but they just need to back themselves in. They've done a decent job up until this point, and if they can push OT, anything's possible.
Sandbox were up 5-1. Fnatic brought it back 4 rounds in a row, a couple of timeouts, and then Sandbox come out of those timeouts with a much-needed round win to fully reset that momentum shift that had gone the way of Fnatic.
10 seconds left before
They were floundering. They looked honestly lost. Like a sinking ship. But they've been able to pull anchor and just been able to keep things afloat. Match point. Fnatic now have to win this round and send it to overtime. And what do they bring out, Guz? They bring out a blitz.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Blitz can do a lot of work, create a lot of space, and throw a defensive structure into chaos. It can. It can. Trust me.
A blitz Ying rush on Cafe to send this, well, not to send this, to win this. Just seems like you may as well hand Fnatic the overtime right now. What are you doing?
You might look back on that comment in a minute and a half and regret it. We'll have to wait and see, but it is certainly high risk. And Fnatic have quite a bit of information to be clued on.
What? Are you chopping? Hello?
That was an interesting play.
Oh, well, you don't even... Oh, okay, this is just APAC in a nutshell, isn't it, right? Let's match point, series point to go to a grand final. We're going to bring out Ying Blitz, and then Choppy's just going to dive out the window, give MV Taylor a free kill. One way to summarize this region at times.
Very intriguing. Sandbox still need control up above. Chibisu has a Nitro, he could lob that up the window. But it doesn't land.
Attackers have located
Pretty blind flow in the end, and now Static on the blitz. See if you can rush forward, get some control in towards a cocktail. Don't know how actively it's being held, but the Candelas will confirm this position. Sandbox drop down and they're going towards site.
No above control, only one just sitting on site. The blitz hasn't worked at all! They have fallen on site, but Arikaze getting the plant down and has so successfully. Good boy got one, another one for Fnatic though. They've got the lead now and Arikaze's down. Mephi holding outside in the terrace by his lonesome. And despite the choppy start to the round for Fnatic, Sandbox have bolstered it up entirely. The blitz attack did not work. It's overtime. What was Sandbox thinking?
Bomb diffuser disabled by defenders. Bomb defusing attempt failed. Defenders win.
So many key moments in that round where both teams make very questionable decisions, but look, ultimately Sandbox go for that throwaway strat. Fnatic, to their credit, able to hold down the fort. I thought there may have been a risk of that blitz going deep to make things challenging for Fnatic, but that was cut down. That was really the tipping point of the round for Sandbox, where they were not going to be able to recover because they invested so heavily into that blitz. Overtime now kicks off. Sandbox on the attack. So Fnatic, despite it being a 5-1 half against them, now find themselves in a great position.
What is this game, Gus? What is this game? Only in Siege. 6-6. Fnatic need to win out here on overtime and send this one to bank. On the defense, once again, this is where it has been a very defender-sided cafe. We have played 12 rounds. 10 of them have been won by the defenders. Staggering statistics. Which basically means the pressure's on Fnatic kind of to start this OT rounds because they are on the defense first, but it also means you win this defense and you will at minimum get another defense after this. So Fnatic are in the box seat right now to send this one to a third map, provided they can win here in this opening overtime round.
Fnatic, as well as I understand it, still have a tactical pause as well, right? So even if they lose this round, they can just completely reset and build themselves up for the rest of OT. So they are in such a good spot. I can't believe we're in this position after the first half. Sandbox had them dead to rights, but Fnatic, to their credit, Mag especially, winning that clutch, they've been able to build off that. And Sandbox continue to make plays of desperation, which are cut down. It's been a strange old game. There's 2 minutes remaining here.
The irony as well, their last attacking ground was the blitz attack. Now what are they doing to start overtime on the attack? It's a slow, methodical drone clear, roof control. Like why would you not just do this in the last round? I don't understand.
Decent control for Sandbox. Effie hitting the charge. Still trying to find his way into this game. He's had a couple of good moments, but expected probably more from him today. Foothold in reading. GPC, though, in that rat position underneath Newbelk. If that isn't droned properly, he could cause a lot of issues.
Minute 15 remaining. Wait for the contact. There it is. It's Ramu that falls to Arikaze. It's done well in the last couple of rounds, Arikaze, but needs others to stand up from the side of Sandbox. Regardless, it's an opening pick for the attacking Sandbox on a map that has deemed to be very favorable for the defenders. Mephi couldn't get that one onto Chibisu. That was such a pivotal moment. The head spotted as well outside of the terrace on the rappel. Chibisu, though, below half health, probably not in the best position to peek that. Mag stands up again. Has been so influential in this match as a whole. And Fnatic with a player advantage, just under 40 seconds. Good boy, drop down, player goes through Zagar, spotted inside of the shop. It's Mag. He's caught. Diffuser there for the taking for Good Boy. Picks it up and a chance for Sandbox to maybe steal this round.
25 seconds. Choppy still with the deep angle. Backstall control as well for Chibisu. Lily as well on the cross. This could be a Fnatic round, but Arikaze on the rappel. Here's the cross though. Chibisu just mows them down on entry. Gets both. Arikaze now needs to respond. He repels in for one. He swings for the second. Sandbox winning the attack. Fnatic flounder. It should have been their round.
Oh my goodness. Arikaze clutch. Started off the last round of regulation as well, looking very strong, and has brought that over here into overtime. Sandbox take what is only the third attacking round win of this map, Guz, in overtime no less, after Fnatic have completed that massive comeback to send it to OT. Sandbox straight away fire back with a massive round win. Now, Fnatic need to find an attacking round win of their own. We head down to Kitchen. They did not win this at all in that opening half. The only site they were able to win was Mining and Fireplace. That was it. And one of these Kitchen rounds, guys, was a flawless defense from Sandbox. Fnatic once again on the ropes.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Oh my god, I feel like we're in a pressure cooker right now. There are so many instances in that last round where players are playing positions they shouldn't or peaking positions that they shouldn't.
10 seconds remaining.
Wow. That every day of the week should be a Fnatic round, but I think the pressure, it's really into both teams, right? It's just been one of those games. 2v1 for Fnatic goes astray. They don't call the tactical either. Boy, oh boy.
Time out there.
Now on the attack. They only won a single attack in the first round of this game. And it's amazing how the storyline just continues to flip sides. Now, Sandbox are in the pole position.
While you say that, Lily finds the opening.
Oh my
what is
word.
happening? How do we go from 10 out of 12 rounds favoring the defenders, and then suddenly in overtime, everyone has found the ability to attack on Cafe once again? They trickle in, but Jibisu's knocked out, maybe out for the count. Can they get a trade on this though? With this top-down view, we can see just how close Sandbox are potentially to losing another player here. Invitational's going to be careful. Flash in, forces him back out to the corridor and away. Static does eventually finish off Chibisu, who was down and seemingly out. Now firmly is. 4 versus 4. Interesting to see kind of a shift in the dynamics though of this game. Early aggression, early contact, guys. Something we haven't seen a whole lot of in this series.
Minute 40 remains. Do Fnatic try to spearhead the attack from reception, keeping in mind that Ramu still there with the diffuser? Choppy at the midway point of the round will scat himself ahead for a potential drop down skylight, and Mag rotates to set himself up for a pinch in VIP. So I think Fnatic are trying to facilitate really Ramu here to get in a position, maybe for some kind of back push, again with that hard breach in hand. But Sandbox have Whiskey control. I think there's a player VIP as well. So it's such a close round at the moment. Perhaps Choppy can come across and render some assistance, but it's a tough one. Mag pushes forward. He can take Brown stairs. Choppy now has eyes on Freezer. But I'm looking at Static here. One of the key players in the round here for Sandbox, and he's had some decent moments so far.
Heart and mouth stuff if you're a Fnatic fan. One final push, one final
did see him?
Chop B. You see him, you do. You get the headshot as well. Fnatic at the death have got a man advantage, pushing in onto site now for Kitchen. Henry Taylor up close and surface. VIP in the control of Fnatic now. The run, they're checking corners though and angles that have already been vacated. It's on site that matters the most, and Henry Taylor gets a freebie. Trade though from Lily. Brings it back to a slight advantage man-wise for Fnatic. No diffuser in hand, but it is a knife from Mag onto Envy Taylor to send this one to a 15th round. It wasn't even from behind, it was right to his heart. A lull from Mag, and one way to encapsulate what this match has been about. It's APAC, baby. You will not get this entertainment anywhere else. 7-7. Let's go one more time.
And Fnatic take their tactical timeout. 7-7 of the scoreline. In one of the strangest games of Cafe I have ever seen. It has had everything. From spawn kills to clutches to throws to knives. You name it, it's happened in this game. Unbelievable. And now Fnatic will posture themselves on the defense. Well, yeah. It is a little bit. It is a little bit. It feels like a fever dream still, though. And wow. Sandbox, a 5-1 lead at the half. Probably feeling very confident that they'd be able to close it out. Go to the grand final. Take on the winner of Bliss v Direwolves. But Fnatic playing spoils, not going down without any sort of fight.
Well, it comes down to this 15th round. It's not quite 1-1 in the series. It's not quite the very, very last round. Fnatic win this, we go to a third map. We go to Bank. If Sandbox win this series is done. Fnatic are out. And Sandbox will go to the grand final to await either Team Bliss or direwolves. Of course, that series will play after this on the mainstream. So much Siege still to play out today. We'll obviously have the grand final later today, which will feature one of these two teams. We just need to find out who it will be. Fnatic on the defense, which throughout the regular portion of this map was where you would like to be. But apparently on overtime, Guz, the rules, well, they get reversed. And it's been 2 attacking round wins in a row to flip the script, to flip the narrative entirely on its head. But in fairness, Fnatic would want this. On the defense, bar cocktail, cafe. You wouldn't want it any other way. No blitz from Sandbox. It's conventional. It's appropriate. What have they got to find a second attacking round win in a row, which has not been done at all in this map? Actually, it has been done. It has actually been done.
Everything that could have happened has happened in this game, Jake. Come on.
It has.
And
like that. With an early entry kill onto Static. Fnatic have the lead. Fnatic have the player advantage. Fnatic have hope.
Can they convert? Can Mag maybe get a second kill here with the Nitro? He's going to throw it up the second this gets opened. I back him in here. He might be able to land this, but gets caught out. The timing not great, but elsewhere, he times it perfectly. The sledge, Arakaze, you should have expected that. He doesn't space it.
Woman. It's the most... I'm befuddled. Sandbox, it's throw after throw. The game of throws has infiltrated Cafe. Fnatic are mere moments away from completing one of the bigger comebacks that you'll see in a critical match to send this to a third map for the SI closed quals of APAC. Good boy, full white on the rappel, expecting the run out, but it's not going to come from Fnatic. They're firmly on site. Mephi has just walked into Mag. He has shop on lockdown. Take a cigar with you over to Bank, light it up and smoke it, because Fnatic have completed it. Mag has been a big part in that, but he falls to Good Boy. And maybe you just bring it back because it's a 2 versus 4 with a minute left. And Good Boy into Cigar. What can he do? Needs to find the next kill.
They're both low. I want to be excited for Sandbox, but both players critically low. It's nearly an impossible clutch. A bit of time to work with, but information against them, player count against them, HP against them. This should be Fnatic's map.
There's just no time. Pings go out. Good Boy does have Diffuser into sight now. Ramu spots it. Ramu senses the moment, and he lands the shot along with Lily. This is what dreams are made of. This is where stories begin. Fnatic's road to SI starts now with a hard-fought win on Cafe. What a comeback. We go to Bank. We go to a third map.
5-1 flipped around to an 8-7 for Fnatic. And we mentioned before, right? There's going to be a round. If Fnatic win this, there's going to be a round where we look back and say that was it. That was the moment. Mag, the 3 versus 1 on a nice edge, clutches out the round. They back it up and push the game to OT. Then it flips on its head. Every rule that we knew up to that point got thrown out of the window. It was attack, attack, and then Fnatic, a spawn peak, a great Nitro from Mag, seal the deal. Round done. Sandbox will be absolutely filthy with themselves after that result. That was incredibly disappointing, but they need to recompose for Bank.
7 of the last 9 rounds, guys, went the way of Fnatic. I mean, that is from a 5-1 position, 7 of 9 rounds off the back of that. And they didn't even take their tactical timeout until that very last round, right? So, like, it's not like there was that switch from attack at the midpoint. They just turned it around on themselves. I think Mag was a massive reason for it, but also it was a team effort. Lily, Ramu, Chibisu, I mean, they all had big moments. They all had big plays. Yeah, there was a couple of rounds where there was also some questionable plays from Fnatic, but by and large, it was Sandbox that probably had way more questions as to what went wrong in that second half, and yet still almost managed to honestly pull it out in the end by getting that attacking win to start overtime. As soon as they got that, I thought that's it. That's over. They got defense in the 14th round and then a big turnaround. I mean, look, that game had everything and more, and hopefully Bank guys will have the same kind of impact. I don't even know what to say. I'm lost for words.
Look,
who do you think's going to win Bank from here? I just want your raw opinion. Who do you think's going to take it?
I mean, somehow these two teams are turning probably the most generic APAC ban phase into something special. So I have no idea what to expect in this final map. Again, my brain is telling me, right, this is Sandbox. There's no way Sandbox lose this, right? They're the better team. They've got the better history. They should be winning it out. But Fnatic, they're shutting down Sandbox every time they limit test. So, I mean, for the sake of storylines, Fnatic, let's go. They haven't been to SI in 3 years and they're hungry to be back.
I'll go to a break, but before we do that, I just want to leave it at this. It's a 3-3 record on Bank for Sandbox. It's a 4-3 record on Bank for Fnatic. They've set this one to a third map. Don't go too far. When we come back, we'll finish off this semifinal. Well, that was certainly an interesting one, to say the very least. On the edge of our seats from start to finish. But really, the pivotal moment came with a 1 versus 3 mag, almost rolling back the clock to showcase some of Fnatic's finest moments throughout history, all in one day. Dev, Sandbox have really dropped a massive ball there.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, you look at it from that point, at the end of the first half, it was 5-1 up for Sandbox. Final score 7-8. Fnatic won 7 rounds in a row with Sandbox only winning 2. That is nuts. What a massive comeback, and to do it all on the back of a 1v3 from Mag. Mag, who, by the way, did have quite a good game, had some funny moments, even a little bit of a lol he dropped in chat after that knife kill. What a game for Fnatic. I will say, I certainly never expected us to be on a map 3. After seeing map 1 and then the first half of map 2, I thought that Fnatic were far outmatched by Sandbox, and it turns out I was wrong.
Honestly, goes to show the struggles of a Cafe attack even still, Mandy. The fact that we've had 2 5-1 halves, and how fitting that the attacks is what wins the game. I really don't know whether you could have written a better script for Fnatic. Did you have anything you wanted to mention in regards to Cafe, or are you happy to move on to Bank?
Well, I just want to say, yeah, Cafe felt like a defender's game up until that overtime. I don't know what happened. Someone flipped a switch and it became attack all out to close out the series there. Sorry, to close out that one matchup. So we go on to Bank, and honestly, I don't even know what to expect out of Bank. It's such an even playing field that I have no idea who's going to come out on top.
Well, that's just it at this point is, whatever we were talking about when we finished Oregon, I mean, that's going to be a clean slate, Dev. I don't even know whether we take what happened in Cafe and bring it into Bank, because this realistically, I hate the comment that most make when it's a best of 3 and it goes to a third map. It does just revert back to a best of 1. It does just revert back to a single mapper. That's all it is in it now.
Yeah, it's hard to take a lot away from the previous maps and from previous results in general, because we've seen those subverted so frequently here. For example, just touching on that Cafe again, going into the game, both teams had really strong attacking win rates, right? And yet they both went 5-1 down on their attacking side. And if Fnatic wins 60%, you'd expect them to go 4-2 on attacking side on Cafe, and yet they got trounced on that side. So really difficult to take anything away from those first two maps, aside from the fact that both of the teams have a real shot here. I wouldn't have said that after map 1. I would have said that this is Sandbox's game through and through. Fnatic had so many lost moments on Oregon, and to be fair, on their attacks of Cafe, so many moments where they just looked slow. They looked like they lacked direction. But even, at the final round of that game there, to take a tactical timeout, to just have a chat as a team, it clearly has clicked something inside of Fnatic. They're back on the same page. And because of that, I think that Bank is going to be a barn burner. I can't divide it either way, even though coming into today, I would have said 100% this is Sandbox's game. Now it could be anyone's.
It is funny how, moments such as the 1v3 and then the, ensuing 2 rounds after that kind of, it spurs something on in a team. It spurs something on in the players. You can see that for Fnatic right now. And Sandbox, I'm sure, will be sitting back thinking what could have been, but obviously that has to move aside. So does our discussion of Cafe. We move to Bank now, Mandy, and this one is... I do feel like I'm still backing in Sandbox, if I'm being completely honest here, just due to what we've seen from Sandbox. It looks a little bit more together, for lack of a better term, than what we've seen from Fnatic. But what do you expect when we head to Bank now? This is, this is be all end all. This puts you into the grand final. This puts you into the top 2 teams to go to SI.
Honestly, yeah, like just repeating what I said before, it's so even. This playing field is so even. The map pool between both these teams, very similar. Even their play style, honestly, not that different between these two teams. They're separate. They're very much like almost a mirror image with each other, even by team structure, even by leadership. It just feels like whoever feels more up to it on the day, in the moment, is going to take it. And I think right now it's just way, way too hard to call.
Dev, final thoughts here before we take a short minute?
I'm just super keen for Bank. Like I said before, I think Fnatic have a real chance. But of course, on the flip side of that, Sandbox, they don't have a Korean team representing the nation at Six Invitational at the moment, whereas Japan already does have Cyclops. So I think for Sandbox, it's a lot more on the line than just themselves. They're also representing Korea as a whole. Dom1 couldn't make it to SI, so we're going to look at Sandbox and see if they can do it for their country.
Well, that's just it. Both of these teams vying for what will be a grand final spot, and then should they be able to defeat either Bliss or direwolves, we will see them directly through to SI. But for now, it is time for us to take a quick break. When we come back, it is the 3rd and final match in this series.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of I might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah. I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it. Oh, you mess up the mood. All right. Ooh, I worked too hard for it. And I need it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat.
Well, it is all here and it is all now. You could almost say the future is now, Dev, because for one of these teams, they unfortunately will not be making it any further in this tournament, nor for their, I guess, 2022 campaign. If we want to wrap that little, that little baby up, this is the conclusion, of course, of the season. So this is a big one. This is a massive game for both of these teams. You've already prefaced, yes, Korea are fighting, for an opportunity. Japan already have that team in there, but I would argue, Dev, there's almost something to Fnatic, the name and what we've seen them do internationally in the past that would bring its own amount of weight that shoulders may not be able to carry for this.
Yeah, and if I'm not wrong, pretty sure that Fnatic have actually been, well, at least the core of this roster, way back in the day, and the continuation of this roster has never missed a 6 Invitational held in Montreal. Right, we had Mind Freak back in 2017 on Xbox, which had Dizzle and Mag. Dizzle still coaches the team. And then 2018, they were there again on PC as Mind Freak. And then they got picked up by Fnatic. We're there for 2019 and 2020. And then the last 2 years of SIs have been in Paris and Sweden. We go back to Montreal finally, potentially for the final time. And it would just feel wrong if this team wasn't there. What a reprisal it would be if they could make it 3 years since their last appearance in an international event.
Jeez, it would be beautiful. The issue is they're going to get past Sandbox, and then, of course, you're going to get past whoever is remaining. But something we can't get past, Mandy, is, I don't know how to put this, the abysmal attack that we've seen so far from both of these teams, to be fair. Probably Fnatic is the easier one because of their performance on Oregon and then, the lackluster half that they had on Cafe. But the attacks just have not been... whole, I think, is probably the only way that I can put it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I made that comment in the last map that it felt like a very defender's game. I want to say that actually extends for the whole series. In fact, I feel like every round feels long. Every round feels really stretched out. It doesn't feel like the attack ever really sets the pace, no matter what team it is. Both Sandbox and both Fnatic sort of have that kind of going for them. Even though Sandbox did have a couple tricks up their sleeve, it didn't really seem to amount to anything. And even though Fnatic have a pretty interesting attack philosophy, all things considered, it still takes a lot of time for them to be able to execute it, even though it might be minimalist and even though it might be novel. And so I feel like if they want to get into this game, and if there's any playstyle change that might come out from either of these teams, whatever it might be, I think it's a change in tempo, and I think it's a change in pace, and especially setting it if you're on the attacking half. I think that'll really throw a spanner into the works for this series. But it's just up to whether these teams can recompose themselves and change up their playstyle like that. If not, maybe they're just going to keep butting heads at each other and see who wins each round one by one. It's probably going to go back and forth again, something like that. But if I had to theory craft anything, that's what I'd be theory crafting.
Just sheep headbutting each other until one ends up knocking the other one out. Yeah, there's a good chance of that because, to be honest, we haven't seen too much more than that. But it is time for the final map. This will be a first grand finalist for the 2023 Last Chance APAC qualifier. It's time to throw it over to your incredible duo in Guz and Xenox.
Well, it's do or die, guys. Obviously, as the desk has sort of been alluding to, this is your final chance for Sandbox and or Fnatic. The loser will be done. The SI run over the winner goes to the grand final where they await Team Bliss or direwolves. The poll results now favoring Fnatic 55% to Sandbox 45%. Rather split, rather down the middle, and probably rightfully so after what we saw on Cafe. Fnatic edging out that one. For those that missed it, they were down 5-1, brought it back to an 8-7 victory. Deep into overtime, and we head to our third map of this best of 3 series. It is do or die.
Yeah, and as we set up for this map, looking back at some of the historical data, it is quite even. In fact, Sandbox do look a touch worse, but the asterisk behind that data is that they took on both TSM and Damon Kia quite recently. Both pretty strong opponents at best of times, so that has skewed the data a little bit. But we jump into the ban phase. Sandbox will be beginning on the defense, and they elect to take Ace off the board first. Montang to follow up. So already pretty interesting to kick things off. Monty is great in creating space, and on some of these execute-heavy sites can be useful, and Ace is incredibly adaptable on every objective. In terms of defense, Mira again won't see any playtime. And to round things out, it'd be interesting to see what Sandbox go for. I was really impressed by the way that Valkyrie was employed by Fnatic on that second map, but Valk will stand up, and in fact will be Castle. That will not be seen today.
Don't mean to trigger your PTSD, Guz, but of course the last time we saw Fnatic on Bank was yesterday against BSG, and we know how that map played out. Well, for those that maybe don't know how that one played out, technically Fnatic lost it, and then Fnatic won it. And when they won 8-6 after controversial actions had taken place, and ultimately a big win for them, which then they were able to use that and win the series against PSG. A really close contested series, all things considered. And we head back to Bank, kind of where I guess it all started for Fnatic in their closed qualifier run yesterday, to close this one off and send them to a grand final. Or for Sandbox to obviously just try and redeem themselves a little bit, because Cafe clearly was a big letdown in that second half. Everything up to that second half had been honestly extremely good from Sandbox. And, you know, I'm going to say, guys, I think when we got to that 5-1 scoreline on Cafe, Sandbox, for me, looked like the team that was going to qualify here from these close qualifiers. I wouldn't have even given anyone else a chance. They'd won Oregon comfortably. They were up 5-1 on Cafe, heading into a grand final. I would honestly have not given Bliss or direwolves a chance, and that narrative has now changed completely.
Yeah, for sure. It certainly, from an outside perspective, looks like Sandbox struggled under some serious pressure when that adversity hit. Once Mag hit that clutch, Sandbox completely fell into their shell, started making plays of desperation. But we'll see whether or not that happens here. I love this from Millie. Such a traditional usage of the Nook to sneak through and counteract the information gathering of the Echo, but doesn't quite time it well enough. Arakaze will in fact spot the Nook as Lily sits on a drone, but he still has a decent amount of control. It's tricky for Sandbox to reclaim this ground immediately. So Lily can just lurk and try and do some damage, and on the topic of lurking, Good Boy up above in open area, currently uncontested.
26 rounds of Siege played so far, only 8 attacking round wins, guys. As we head to Bank, a map that at times can be quite favorable for attacking teams. Teams that have probably lacked in the attacking department. And to really add to that, the last time obviously we had Bank yesterday for Fnatic, only 1 attacking round win in regulation, and then 1 in overtime. It was all on the defense. So when we come into this bank game, I'm probably looking to see, can Fnatic get 2 or 3 rounds here on the attack? If they can do that, I think then it really sets them up for a good second half onto the defense. Just under a minute and a half remaining. Not a lot of contact besides that garage play with the Echo drone. Mephi has taken a big chunk of damage. In fact, that nade, had that just bounced a little bit further, closer towards the ramp, might have done enough. Mephi's going to be so close, so careful, because those nades are close to a low health Oryx. Kaze just playing ring around the roads with the drone, and Lily starting to really feel that pressure. Quite literally from that Sonic Burst, and Taylor collects the kill. Garage secure. Nook dealt with. Good start from Sandbox.
He really took a lot to deal with the Nook, but fortunately for the defense, it does work out. Chibisu and Choppy, they pinch out Good Boy before he's permitted to drop the hatch. So it's a 4 versus 4 with 40 seconds remaining. A decent position that the defense now find themselves in if they can play into that denial. For Fnatic, though, it's going to be a very similar vibe to yesterday. Probably a hybridized push back down the hatches, and they'll have to try and frag out and get a foothold inside a vault.
No blue stairs play, no garage play. That's unfortunately one-dimensional here from Fnatic. Drop down is probably not going to be the play needed to get them a win. Mephi low, definitely a weak link in the chain. One last check over towards garage, but it's open, it's vacant. Max balls in vault. Arikase has been a standout for Sandbox, and Invitational will get rid of Army. So it's Sandbox that will get the opening round here to start bank. Off to a good start on the defense. They will secure Locker's CCTV. That's the start that you need after succumbing on Cafe. Good start, good signs for Sandbox.
And that felt very reminiscent to what we saw yesterday from Fnatic on those basement attacks, where they were pretty half-heartedly setting up for a server push, and once the timer sort of reaches that critical point of 45 seconds or so, they haven't really touched it. It's basically impossible to push that, especially with a Goyo in play. They're then forced to go for hatch drops, try and find control main stairs and vault, and they just didn't win the ones required to get that foothold. So it's well done by Sandbox. They responded appropriately to the push. They get that first round, they send us over towards open area, and they'll be looking to create enough of a buffer. But I guess for Sandbox, after the last map, I don't think there really is a big enough lead for them at the moment. It's just about maintaining that consistency.
It's hard to hit back and say if they get a 5-1 lead that's going to be enough. Especially, actually, when you take into account that, obviously for Fnatic, this is the second time they've actually come back from a 5-1 deficit. They obviously were down 5-1 against PSG on bank after only getting 1 attacking round. Brought it back on the defense, so clearly a very, very strong defensive team that lacks offensively. And that's why when we kind of look at the bigger picture here and some of the storylines coming here into bank, it is all about, can Fnatic get a couple of attacking rounds to go with a strong defensive lineup? Obviously for Sandbox, it's just about making sure it's kind of get job done. 4-2, 5-1, that's kind of what you're going to aim for. Here on bank on the defense. Coming from the APAC South region, it's hard to envision I'm saying that, because typically bank favors the attackers, a very open attacking map. But for whatever reason, the APAC North teams are much more proficient at defense.
Fnatic looking to contest for a little bit of control up above. Chibisu in particular on the buck who wanted to get presence. That Rotero drone doesn't quite hit the mark. Good Boy using these Kiba barriers to pose additional issues for the attack. A bit of extra cover to play off. Ramu, meanwhile, scouts out ATMs. And that's one thing I've really enjoyed from Fnatic in this series so far, is the utilization of IQ. Someone that can gain so much info. Choppy engages over towards Archives. Mag, though, to find one elsewhere. So it's a decent start for Fnatic, a good pinch over towards this Tunnel's position.
A little bit of a creep up here over towards Static's position. Ramu edging closer. Looks over towards Banana. Nothing really coming though at the midway point of this second round. We're trying to get a little bit more information here. But it's Chibisu that falls to Invitational. Decent angle from Staff. Kiba barrier goes out from Good Boy, and looking to really just solidify this anchor position on site. Static continues to just roam around. Lily just top of main stairs here. But really, other than that, Fnatic are just not really getting close to sight. I mean, vertically, yes, stock control established, hallway established, they've got good main stairs presence, but open area staff is still firmly in control for Sandbox.
Question now really is whether they want to actually complete this attack. I think a push into kitchen might be tough, so probably shaping open area, but with these keeper barriers and some of the anchors on site from Sandbox, that's also going to be tricky. And time, again for Fnatic on these bank attacks, not much of it remains. 20 seconds and Mag's preparing for the hatch drop.
It's going to have to eventuate sooner rather than later, with Ramu falling to good boy. Advantage once again for Sandbox. Flashes go out. Largely effective. A couple of them really landing. They lost Choppy. And it feels like it's all down to Mag once again. Double kill. Good headshot. There are the second one onto good boy. Lily falls. That's his partner in crime. Mag might just be able to get this off. No, it doesn't even. And Static from above had him timed anyway. So 2 in a row for Sandbox to start bank.
If Fnatic don't lose a player just before that execute, it may well have worked out. The flash exi there was actually really, really good. Multiple players on site were blind, and Mag had info on a player tucked in the corner, eventually got that kill, popped up for the second, could go for the plant, just didn't have any sort of flank coverage, which made his clutch attempts futile. So overall, some positive signs there for Fnatic, but again, they're just playing such a high-risk playstyle with a lot of it hedging on the final 20 seconds that, again, any small mistake or any good play from Sandbox derails the entire setup. So it's a good start for Sandbox. And bang, if you go 3-0 to kick things off, that puts you in such a great spot. Upstairs, though, it's challenging, it's tough. The rappel game, combo that with some top square control and a player in stock. It's pretty simple, it's pretty straightforward, but highly effective at this level of play. So we'll see if Fnatic can piece that together and try to get around on the board, because generally speaking, throughout the weekend, their attacks on tertiary sites have actually been quite good.
Attack. Defuse a bomb.
You got to remember as well, Sandbox, very, very strong defensive team, hard to break down. They too have been lacking on the offense. It's not as if it's a one-way story in terms of Fnatic's offensive woes. Has also been the case for Sandbox. And I think we probably won't make the same mistake again, where even if Sandbox honestly get out to a 5-1 lead, I wouldn't be remiss in saying that there's still a long way to go there. It is a very defensive matchup between these two teams. That's why all of the onus right now is kind of on Fnatic. You know, you're expecting Sandbox, and we should be expecting Sandbox to get these defensive rounds. But the way that this series has been playing out, so it's just a matter of what can Fnatic pinch? What can they get? 1, 2, maybe 3 rounds? That really then sets the tone going into the second half and gives us more of an idea as to how this final map will play out.
Here's the rappel presence from Lily. Once this is established, it's important that Fnatic prevent him from being flanked through lobby. And whilst that's occurring, the rest of the team can push stock top square. And it's pretty efficient so far. That's a great rappel angle from Choppy. Deployable shield dealt with, breach in the wall. And that means that no one from Sandbox really can now play stock hallway, and that opens up the rest of the attack to progress forward. So at the moment, it feels like the checklist is being progressed quite nicely by Fnatic. The time management as well is actually really good. We'll see though if they can convert, because it's still a 5 versus 5 and things could get very messy very soon.
And obviously no castle banned out by Sandbox means they can't order up those windows either. So the rappel game can be so effective. Exothermic out from Mag. Nothing to deny it, nothing to stall it out. Only the keeper barriers to keep Static's position deep inside a CEO available. Drone goes up, inside a stock. That's a good boy that finds the opening kill. And the drone does get shot out. 45 seconds left. Good boy, already finding one. Hallway positioned. Still intact for Sandbox, and unfortunately for Fnatic, they've just really been stalled out.
Oh, Fnatic had information on that player inside of Janitor, but it doesn't matter. Sandbox react accordingly, looking sharp. It's a 2 versus 5. Mag re-enters the building after previously opening up the breach, now looks to play off it. Those keeper barriers causing issues, but Mag, he's looked so sharp today. Lands a decent amount of shots, kills Static. But only 10 seconds remain. Lily needs to help out, but he's stranded on the rappel. Sandbox clean up. It's a 3-0 start.
Yeah, and clean. Really, really clean 3-0 start as well. I mean, I don't think out of any of the 3 rounds that we've seen so far, Fnatic have looked like really getting any of those rounds to go in their favor. I mean, this is the dream start for Sandbox on the 3rd map. This is the Sandbox that we saw for, I mean, by and large, the majority of this series outside of the second half of Cafe. Really difficult to break down defensively on Oregon. The same obviously was the case for Cafe. And when Sandbox win, they win clean, guys. Like, it's not scrappy. There's a lot of 1v4s. There's a lot of, you know, Fnatic might get nearly the plant down, but they're out of time and they don't have the players. It's clean defense from Sandbox. But as you kind of said at the start of this game, like, how much is going to actually be enough? What do they need a 6-0? Is 5-1 enough? I mean, Fnatic's defense alone, you know, is going to be just as solid. But a 3-0 start is perfect. Everything from here, very much a bonus for Sandbox.
5 seconds remaining.
Something about this North meta indicates that it will lean towards the defense. I don't think it's going to be that severe though. I mean, both of these teams have pretty even stats. Sandbox skewed by the major, but Fnatic it's 56-44 split towards the attack. So a 3-3 you would think for them is nearly a must. An opportunity now for them on the second rotation of sites to show what they've learnt from their first attempts. Unfortunately for them though, not many of them were that close. Didn't have that kind of spark that we're looking for. So we'll see.
Well,
his basement.
The funny thing is their best attacking map is Cafe, and they only got 1 round. Their second best attacking map is Bank. So I think for Fnatic, you just throw all the stats out the window, guys.
Have located a bomb.
So what you're saying is we just need Mag to win another 1v3, and Fnatic are back in the game.
Probably. They do need to switch it up though, and I do like Lily here bringing out the Ying and Mag on the map freak as well. So Fnatic 3 rounds in, okay, it hasn't quite been working. The Nook didn't work in Garage. Sandbox have had that lock, so they are changing things up a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Good control already over towards open. Choppy getting his job basically done at this point. He can play flashes and entry later. Chibisu will come alongside now and open up all the hatches. No threat of being flanked as that's being covered by the team. Is that a Rooney barrier on the hatch? I think it might be, so I guess a bit of util had to be burnt for that. Pretty interesting. And, oh! What? Okay, so the Habana denied. Ah, smoke from below, I've been told by the observer. Okay. Activating the barrier. So some pretty big brain defensive strategy coming out here from Sandbox. Kaid available, but not being leaned into. 50 seconds remain. Candela's cooked. Lily looking to head this charge.
It's Rumble that finds the opening kill. Lily throws out the Candelas. Doesn't drop down with it just yet. Good boy gets another one. That's Ramu down in Vault. There's play over towards Elevators. That's Choppy. Needs to win this fight. I mean, it's absolutely pivotal. And Choppy comes away with this kill onto Good Boy. Arakaze finds the kill onto Lily. The Ying shut down. Good Boy just sitting inside a Vault as well. Waiting for the drop. Oh, he just waits patiently. Doesn't matter about the player in Elevators. Choppy still hasn't pushed out. Does eventually get the kill onto Good Boy. But the time that it has taken for him to get that kill, all of his teammates are gone, perished. And Fnatic, well, they completed the comeback from Cafe. In all honesty, it's shaping up that they're going to have to do something similar here on Bank. A 4-0 start from Sandbox. Back to their clinical best that we saw from them on Oregon in the first half of Cafe. Very formidable and not showing any kind of weakness.
Oof. Not looking great now for Fnatic. Backs against the wall. The next 2 rounds pivotal in this match. Basement on Bank you can forgive to an extent, but open and then probably upstairs are where we need to see Fnatic really start to step it up. These setups from Sandbox have been really potent. The keeper barriers from Good Boy have made things difficult. We saw the juggle there with the Aruni barrier as well, posing issues on some of the hatchwork as well. So Fnatic, their lives not being made easy at the moment, but credit to Sandbox. They really did struggle in that second half of Cafe, but they're bouncing back here at the moment on Bank.
Just look back and see the last time that Sandbox won 4 rounds in a row in this series, guys, and guess what? It hasn't happened till now. That's how devastating this is for Fnatic. I mean, despite the fact that they've been down before, obviously, in the series, back on Oregon, back on Cafe, at no point did they ever drop 4 rounds in a row. And it's happened here now on Bank in a deciding third map to see who can go to the grand final and give themselves an opportunity to head to the 6th Invitational. Fnatic must win at least one of these next 2 rounds. In all honesty, guys, I think they need the next 2. But it's a matter of where are they going to find it from.
Ramu entering over towards ATMs. It's been a position of the map that Fnatic have looked to assert some dominance on in a few of these rounds to transition into lobby control. Good information is available for Fnatic to make a play. Good Boy, though, is ready and waiting on this half of the map. And there's vertical presence elsewhere from the likes of Avakaze. So Fnatic need to try and pincer this and get top square control, lobby control simultaneously if that's what they're aiming for. Chibisu as well is on the rappel alongside Lily. So the players at the moment in good positions to spearhead something. Fnatic just need to sink it, and that's a good start.
Reloading.
First kill on the board for Lily, and a much needed one. When we think back to what made Fnatic so successful on Cafe, it was team work. It was their team coordination that led the success. Yeah, there was some individual clutch moments, Mag, especially the 1 versus 3. But it was Fnatic as a team really starting to work together. Hasn't quite been the case here on Bank, but they've already shown they have the ability to turn it around. Static gets caught. Ramu and Chibisu combine and flush him out from front desk, and a minute left, and Fnatic in the best position that they have found themselves in any of these rounds so far on Bank. Sandbox through beepers. Mephi, is this his moment to make an impact? It would really put a nail into the coffin of Fnatic. Goes for the vault. It's successful. Gets the kill onto Ramu. Suddenly, front desk control back as well for Sandbox. This is an amazing counterplay from Mephi for Sandbox to crush Fnatic's hopes. After going up 5 versus 3 man advantage, they're on the ropes once again. 30 seconds left. Mephi, though, gets shut down at the top of Banana Stairs. Mag, influential once again.
Sets himself up and the team for a 4 versus 2 execute over towards open area. Arakaze, MV Taylor, 15 seconds, not unwinnable. Arakaze flash though, MV Taylor needs to hold the drop, and he gets timed. The second he looks away, both players drop. The impact and response, will Mag be able to stand strong? He does. The team covers and Fnatic get their first attacking win.
Well, it can't be understated. That was a must-win round for Fnatic. Lily getting the opening kill really set the pace, set the tone. I thought maybe that was going to be the moment for Mephi to mark his arrival and maybe throw a bit of a counter punch into the fray. Was shut down. It will not be a repeat. It will be CEO executive for the final round of this half. The question is though, guys, is 4-2 good enough? Is Fnatic actually content with 2 attacking rounds, knowing what they can do on the defense in this series and what we've seen from these 2 teams, and arguably this region, defense has prevailed. 2 attacking rounds, is that job done?
Time will tell. An opportunity now upstairs though. Sandbox, to their credit, last time they attempted this side, did a really, really good job in winning critical gunfights and shutting down some of the key IDs that Fnatic had in approaching site, making things awkward enough that the push never really came into fruition. A change up though here from Fnatic, most notably Thermite exchanged out for Hibana, so Mag looking to switch things up a little bit here on the hard breach roll. We'll see how he plays into that. Maybe just opening up a couple of different options and probably to open up Kanto. Fnatic rotating over towards lobby, so they might try and apply some early pressure over towards that Kanto wall, connecting in towards elevator corridor instead of going straight towards top square.
Yeah, no castle really does kind of leave CO exec vulnerable to the repel. Fnatic were not able to really hone in that advantage the last time out. They changed their approach. Do they change their setup? There's a little bit less focus on the repel. A lot more focus over towards that front entrance area. But obviously, guarded up above. The elevator's position is Invitational. Electric Claws on that reared wall will make it difficult for Fnatic to open it up. 90 seconds left as well. Time becomes a factor. Now, very much firmly against Fnatic.
Some hard breach, but not much. Choppy control down below. Could make me look to lurk for a play at square later on in the round or up main. But I think Fnatic may be forced into a stack up banana. A tricky trade to pull off. They've certainly made their posture known. Sandbox, I think, have a very decent read now as to where this push is going to come from, and will probably feel pretty relaxed against any sort of pressure towards square. Do need to be mindful, of course. Lily on the repel. Still a lot of damage you can do from that cross. Choppy with a grenade. That might land. It does. Perfect.
Choppy.
Great start.
Oh,
and
Choppy.
another kill.
Well, the nade was great. The shot through the wall's even better. It is exactly what Fnatic needed, but Invitational still watching the banana stairs position. Ramu just walks straight into his firing line. Static falls to Lily. Always still being watched by Arikaze. And Chibisu can get into sight now and get this plant down. Lily probably still on that repel as well, so suddenly Fnatic in a very winnable position. They need to get Mag involved. Oh, what a shot from Chibisu! The beret of Arikaze just sticking through the wall. Invitational needs to clutch up. He has the quad. Chibisu's planting. Can't really get off of it for the ace. For the clutch play. It is Invitational. Oh, and Fnatic. It's a Harambe dance as well from Invitational. Sandbox go 5-1 up in the half for the second map in a row. It's an ace. It is a clutch moment. It's a critical round.
And is that the nail in the coffin for Fnatic? We've been in this position before, but the circumstances, the context, very different. Fnatic in the box position to close that out, salvage the half. It could have been 4-2, but Invitational so sharp, hitting critical shots at the end, and then plays composed with information at the end with the Nitro. Really well done. And if confidence wasn't already rebuilt for Sandbox, it will be well and truly fortified after that. You don't see Fnatic coming back after that.
Oh, here
that said, you never know.
This position
that said,
guys.
You never know. APAC North defense is a different beast.
Mate, I'm not saying anything about Fnatic's ability to come back and win this map. They've already shown us that they've got the capabilities to come back from 5-1 down. They did it on Cafe. They're going to have to do it again on Bank. Otherwise, they can say goodbye to the 6th Invitational, and Sandbox can say hello to a grand final appearance here in the closed qualifiers. And Invitational, a big, big factor, not just in that clutch. Goes 12-2 here on Bank. Arguably the best player in this series for both teams combined. And just pulls out one of the more special moments of on-site defense. In large part, this should have been a 2-4 half, but it's 5-1 because of Invitational. What has Fnatic got? I tell you what, they lose this opening round here, it's done. At that point, 6-1, not going to happen. Every round here is must win.
And I mean, what a storyline for Invitational. For those who don't know, he's quite literally, I think he is the oldest, definitely one of the oldest pros, 30 years old. So next time, Jake, you tell me you're a boomer and can't hit your shots, that excuse doesn't stand. Age is no barrier. And he was looking now to put the rest of his team on his shoulders. Fnatic to contest open area. Hatch open, incredibly on meta at the moment. Hold this spot. Contest, waste time. It's a free drop down. That's what happens. Sandbox, though, pretty efficient with their time management. Still have a minute 30 to work with, and still plenty of threats available. I'm looking at Good Boy, for example, on the Nook. He might be able to get through some of this information and make a play. Thatcher's up, so Invitational and Static can get to work on the hard breach. Here is Good Boy. He can just post up. And when the rest of the team pushes elsewhere, he's in a great position to try and pop off.
The highs and lows as a fan of these teams, if you're a Fnatic fan. The lows and then the high highs of that comeback on Cafe, and now the deep lows once again. So many twists in this story. And yeah, the only question is, how many more do we have remaining in this chapter? Down 5-1, 40 seconds left in the 7th round, 5 versus 5. I think it was at this point on Cafe that Mag clutched it up to send it to 5-2, and from there the Fnatic wall became very, very strong that Sandbox could not break down. Do we have another twist here? Good Boy, down main stairs. He's going to catch one in Garage. That's going to be Static gone. Choppy, Ramu. It's all going the way of Fnatic. It's an orange wall in the 7th round.
15 seconds left.
Mephi in Garage. Not going to be able to salvage this one. Fnatic
10 seconds left.
begin the comeback. Once again, it starts. The question is, do you want to hop on early, Guz? This train only has one destination.
Operators, you are out of time.
Well, it's a good start, and Sandbox actually probing quite a bit in that round. Found themselves in a couple of dangerous positions. Good Boy, especially on the Nook, could have been a threat, but Fnatic extinguished that very swiftly. A strong way to begin the half. And it'd be interesting to see how many rounds it takes before that pressure really starts to build back on to Sandbox. Because I'm sure there's a part of them that subconsciously are thinking, well, we just lived this nightmare once before, we don't want to relive it. So we'll see what happens. But Fnatic certainly keeping things alive at the moment. A confident round. We know defensively they are quite strong. Their attacks lack, but so far this weekend they've made up for it on the defense. Over to open area now for round number 8. And leaning into a pretty similar composition and similar ideas to what we saw in Cafe. The Valk to gain a lot of information, and then Choppy for some denial on, I assume, bot square wall, and the rest of the team able to play comfort ops. Alibi still strong, post nerf. Oryx always good on a map as big as Bank, and then Azami. We saw her employed by Sandbox to do a whole lot of remodeling here on Bank. For Sandbox, it's all about just remaining composed, trying to be as consistent as possible, and taking it one step at a time.
Yeah, one round at a time. That's the mentality. That's the philosophy at hand for Fnatic. Served well over on Cafe, and Lily will shut down Invitational. And the similarities, guys, is that, you know, Invitational was like 9-2 on Cafe, and eventually dropped to like 9-8 or something like that. Starts off as 12-2, now 12-4. Deja vu. It's a crazy feeling, but it's kind of creeping in a little bit here with Fnatic's start here in the 8th round. All you can do is kind of think back to what Cafe brought us, and it's hard to think it can't happen again. The Candela's not proving to be all that effectful here from Mephi. Now repels in, but it's immediately an absolute firing line down the hallway. Triple kill for Lily in the round. Well, this one's over. Move on to the next one. Another 1 versus 4. So it'll be 5-3
Fnatic just will play it safe. Close it out, they'll hear the plank go down. Chibisu with Vert. Perhaps doesn't actually hear it. Static though, he falls off. There's really not a whole lot you can do from here. It would be a monster throw from Fnatic, who have been so disciplined in this round. Sandbox playing into a 4-man roam. Sandbox not syncing it properly, and Fnatic doing a great job. They weathered all of that utility. The layering was just really not on at all there from Sandbox. And as we enter round 9, things start to get very, very scary for the Korean fans.
Yeah, that sense of deja vu, very much full effect now. Think back to Bank yesterday against BSG, 5-1 down, Fnatic brought it back, won the map. Think back, obviously, to Cafe, Fnatic down 5-1, they brought it back. Maybe this is just exactly where Fnatic want them. Sandbox have gone into the trap of going up 5-1. It's a cursed figure, apparently, in these qualifiers. Despite all of that, though, we know all it takes is just one slip-up. That's all it takes. Fnatic just have one round where someone dies early or they give up a position, someone gets caught on the cross, and then the round is over, and then suddenly you got to deal with 3 match points, 3 series points at that as well. This is the final map of this best of 3. Surely Fnatic can't do it once again. Surely not. I'll tell you one thing though, guys, mentally, this is a team that can really deal with being down a large deficit. No one can question the mental of Fnatic.
No, certainly not. They have been incredibly resilient throughout this entire weekend. Last night was a very long night for this team as well. They played for, I think it was like 8+ hours overall from start to finish. That would have been tough mentally. But they've come out of the gates today. Their attacks have been lacking, but they've made up for it on defense so far. Let's see if they can keep the ball rolling. Finally, some solos in play. It's felt like solos has been few and far between in this game. Bank is so big. A lot of positions where drones would like to be checked. But Sandbox, they are heading straight in, repelling, and there's no resistance from Fnatic.
That goes prone, avoiding the fire of Mephi just outside with the diffuser. It's Ari Carson that gets the opening kill on the run. Is this where it all falls apart? Choppy gets one. Max stands up, but shut down by Mephi. Just outside of the balcony. Choppy found a second with the SMG-11. He's putting it to work. One over towards the square. It's Invitational creeping on by. He hasn't found any vision. Mephi. Two is now kind of on a bit of an island. They're very split at the moment now, Sandbox, Invitational and Static. I don't think they're going to be able to play off of each other. Chibisu gets a freebie onto Invitational. An absolute freebie. Fnatic. It just seemed like for a very brief moment we're about to get blitzed by Sandbox. But they respond, guys. The gunfights, they go their way. Choppy a big factor in that. Fnatic on the verge of making this 5-4.
Sandbox found such a great opening, a great foothold, multiple repels in, pressuring site. Mag, to his credit, wasted a lot of time, found a pick as he entered the grave. And then the rest of the team stepped up, quickly adapted, and Sandbox didn't have time themselves to really pressure a plant, get in towards site. Solus was below, so a plant wasn't even really an option. Chibisu ultimately then finds a pick over towards square, and now Static, in the blink of an eye, finds himself in a 1v3. Going 3-6 thus far. You wouldn't really back many into win a 1 versus 3 in a position like this. Has a foothold over towards side. I don't think you saw the player over towards top square. A pinch over towards meeting. Top square rotates. Low on HP. The bearing now whipped out. But it's Choppy to seal the deal. And Fnatic looking so strong on defense right now.
3 rounds in a row for Fnatic. It's Cafe all over again. No tactical timeout called yet by Sandbox, guys. The last time we were in this predicament, they called it after the 4th round in a row. They called it at 5-5. Sandbox, we're up 5-1 for the 2nd time in this series. And we head back to Lockers CCTV. Only one attacking round one so far on this map. It was in open area staff in the 5th round by Fnatic. Every other round has been a defensive round win. And if it continues in that fashion, Fnatic might just be able to win out in regulation. What has Sandbox got to turn the tide? It's an orange wall that they are trying to break through, and so far have not been able to really put much of a dent into it.
In terms of the macro game and the decision for Sandbox to push the last objective the way they did, I think it was probably the best we've seen. It actually looked pretty well formulated and confident. It was just the actual execution just lacked. They didn't quite find the kills they needed to fast enough. They didn't find the ground they needed to, so Fnatic could retake. So the signs for Sandbox are slowly improving, but you don't have all day to formulate a response. And if Fnatic keep up this pressure, yeah, I wouldn't rule out a regulation sweep, which would be completely crazy. Bank defense, you wouldn't see this anywhere else. This is the only region, APAC North, where you would ever see this. Defending bank is so tough, but the North meta, it leans itself so heavily in towards the defense at the moment that, yeah, we are living this reality. Good boy on the Nook once more. He'll lurk over towards lobby, and with Valk on the board here, he'll play another key role. We saw him push down main stairs last time on basement, but he was shut down. So he'll double down this time and see if he can make a play. It's a triple stacking garage. A triple stacking garage team kill. What is going on? Choppy as well. Oh, he's caught off guard. The flames. He doesn't die. This is an insane round, but Fnatic, they survive. They weather that storm a little bit, but good boy drops Vault.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It feels like this is just gone a little bit astray here, and creeping in is good boy through Vault. And Choppy has basically no health. But he finds a kill. Oh, it's a good boy. Brings it back 3-2. Arikaze sets up the talent shield in garage. Is this about to be primed for another mag 1v3 clutch? Still has a partner in crime though in Choppy. Envy Taylor just going by long desk. One in garage, one at front entrance. So it is a bit of a split Sandbox, but they've got time to reconvene. Minute 20 remaining. But that is also then time for Choppy, for Mag to reposition a little bit here on site. 2 versus 3. Choppy has a Nitro Cell. Warden Glasses activate as well and repositions away. Just trying to buy some time. Mag has a couple of gas babes as well. Under a minute remaining. Next kill, absolutely critical. So vital for Fnatic to find the next frag. When does Arikaze move? Choppy gets static so low. Surely, no, he can't kill him. Well, they're basically on about the same health. Choppy wins out. He gets a second kill. Choppy's map right now here on Bank. He is making a statement. He's got 11 kills. Envy Taylor can't find anything. Tracks with so many. 30 seconds left. Who wins this one? Goes prone. Envy Taylor. Mag has the angle. It's only Arikaze in garage, and he gets Mag low. Oh, they're both so low. He's trapped. Can Choppy save the day? He's got a Nitro Cell. Can he get close? 15 seconds. They can play for time. They can play angles. Smoke goes out. Arikaze, as soon as he makes the step, surely he can't win out. They've got both angles covered. Fnatic have salvaged it. Mag and Choppy save the day, and this goes to 5-5.
A heroic effort from Choppy. 1 HP, does so much damage, was dead to rights in the beginning portion of the round, somehow survives, dances over the flames near bottom main, and then just continually stays alive in the most unconventional of positions. And Sandbox, despite that advantage, we're playing so scared. Playing smokes to cover crosses against a Warden. Very, very strange, but very well disciplined. Alongside Mag as well, especially with both players so low. Neither overpeaked, and when they did peak, it was perfectly in sync. So full credit there for Fnatic. And now it's beginning to paint a picture that this is becoming impossible for Sandbox to win. There just has not been many convincing moments at all in this game, in this half. On the attack for Sandbox, they are really, really, really struggling. And you're looking at some of the key players like Envy Taylor that had a great first half. They've just gone missing again. It's cafe all over. It really is. And Fnatic must be bursting at the seams with confidence right now.
No tactical timeout to halt the momentum this time. No technical timeout either. Sandbox are just going to go straight back in. No blitz. They bring the IQ, the Nook, Thermite. It is standard Sandbox attack here. Not really trying to just change too much up. They're going to back themselves in to turn the tide on their own volition. Lily, so important with these opening frags. Choppy has been amazing late in the clutch. Mag has been ever consistent. But it's that MV Taylor moment again. Was 9-2, then dropped to 9-6. Was 12-2, now 12-6. Between Cafe and Bank. Can't put it all down to one player, but if they ever needed MV Taylor to just stand up, get a couple of frags, it would be now. Good boy. And Mag loses out. Oh, good boy. What a turnaround to Ramu. Maybe a chance to still get Mag back.
Oh, no.
Tibisu and Choppy, though. Hello. And goodbye to MV Taylor and Good Boy. A moment, a respite there for Sandbox. Some good news, and it turns immediately sour, rotten. And Fnatic have the man advantage. Fnatic have hope. Fnatic have the grand final in their sights right now. Well, apparently it's such a shocking moment that Guz's power has been completely zapped. 1 minute and 12 seconds left, and maybe all we need is a moment to just breathe. The Sandbox, you lose this round, and it is series point for Fnatic.
Launching replicator.
Just under a minute left. Choppy waiting for that push from Beepers. Tibisu, moment has arrived, and a static that falls. It's Tibisu that gets the headshot, traded though by Arikaze. Not over yet. Has diffuser in hand as well, but up in stock, not on site. We'll eventually have to get down. 30 seconds remains, and that's it. It might just be the Fnatic comeback in full effect to completion. Mephi has no time, needs to get diffuser, needs to basically win out in a 1 versus 3. Has not really got much of a chance, and Sandbox have absolutely blown it once again. Gets the kill on Lily, needs to get diffuser, but has no time. Basically has to drop end plant. Surely this is being watched. Surely Choppy and Mag do not allow this to complete. They will not allow it. Fnatic, the train has arrived at destination grand final. 1 round away. Incredible comeback completed once again from Fnatic. Match point, series point, and tactical timeout has been called, but maybe called too little too late. In all honesty, Sandbox are unfortunately in an absolute spot of bother.
I can sub in.
And I think it's time we get probably someone who might just be able to help me out and tell me what's going on. Dev, please. Come on in, save the day. What is going on with Sandbox?
I would love to know, mate. You've been here watching this unbelievable game play out. It was 5-1, right? How on earth did Fnatic get back into it? What magic have they conjured up?
Well, I mean, it has been a very defensive, very, very defensive series, right? I mean, like, that's probably the story back on Oregon, on Cafe. Now, obviously, here on Bank as well. Its defense is winning out. It's what we've basically come to expect from this series. Only 1 attacking round, Dev, has been won out of 11 rounds as we head to this match point round. Sandbox need to buck the trend.
Yeah, and it's such a big moment, isn't it? I mean, Fnatic, potentially 1 round away from the grand final. Coming in, nobody would have expected them to make it this far. Sandbox were the clear favorites. Fnatic, ever since picking up this Japanese roster, ever since moving to Japan, they never made it to a grand final. They never made it to the top 2 within APAC North. Never been to an international event. Their last one was, of course, 3 years ago at SI. And now perhaps this moment is upon them. They just don't let up. Mag always feeding this info to his team with the Valve cameras. They don't give up. This aggression, always another player peeking, another one making a play and stepping up. And then, I'm going to throw you under the bus, Xenox. in the chat before, you said, bit of a quiet one from Choppy. Well, how about that? He's turned it on, hasn't he?
Yeah, and that was about, I think, just over half an hour ago. And since that moment, 12-6, and has really risen to the occasion. And now the question is for Sandbox, who can rise to the occasion? We know obviously Invitational started this game well, Dev. He was 12-2. And look at his scoreline now, it's 12-7. So he's just gone completely cold. You know, we were praising him, you know, oldest player and all of that. Well, there's Static with an opening kill onto Lily, who has been the one that has been getting those opening kills for Fnatic. It's a bit of a reprieve here for Sandbox.
Yeah, it's a good opener, but Sandbox have a lot of map control to take. You just look at where they're positioned at the moment. 4 players out on this rappel. Good Boy does manage a pre-fire through that stock window, I believe. In fact, through the wall in the hallway. An unfortunate start here for Fnatic, and Sandbox are looking pretty hot here with overtime potentially on the cards.
It's all time, a lot of time. But it feels like for the first time in this second half, it's Fnatic really on the back foot. At no point have we seen Sandbox with a 2-player advantage. For the comeback that has been for Fnatic, it seems like we will be heading to overtime once again. Seemingly out of nowhere, Dev. Just like you arriving onto the broadcast, Sandbox have re-arrived in this game to send it to overtime. And it's only fitting to see who goes to the grand final that we go to OT.
3 maps and a full overtime, of course, to boot. Choppy spotted out. And Sandbox have plenty of time on their hands. Choppy going for a long rotate all the way downstairs. His phone ringing. Mum, not now. I've got a 1v5. Sandbox still haven't entered that site. They're taking their time, and they can afford to do so.
It's hard to envision that Choppy's going to be able to win a 1 versus 5 and create arguably one of the, well, actually would be the biggest moment of his career. Can't really put that pressure on him. You can't really envision that happening. It's a moment here to maybe just breathe. This is overtime. We are going to OT on bank. Fnatic will probably be kicking themselves. And, you know, the thing is, Dev, if Fnatic lose this series, they'll wonder, how did this happen? From 5-1 down to up 6-5. You've got all that momentum. There was no tack called. There was no tech. There was no break in the momentum this time, unlike Cafe. And Sandbox just seemingly out of nowhere have switched it on for this final round of regulation. A bit of time, though, to breathe, and in basically an impromptu tack here for Fnatic.
Yeah, well, didn't Sandbox take the tack right before I came onto the broadcast, right? Right at the start of this round, Sandbox had just had a chance to talk and formulate their attack here, which seemed to work perfectly because they're going to end it with a flawless round. And in contrast now, like you said, an informal tactical timeout here for Fnatic as Choppy has decided to just save time downstairs. And, well, as we go into overtime, it will be Fnatic starting on that so unfavored attacker side. So I really hope that this impromptu tack pause that they have now taken will net them the same advantage we just saw from Sandbox.
So 6-6 we go. Third map of this best of 3. For those maybe only just tuning in or don't quite know the full picture of this story for the closed APAC qualifiers, this is the semi-final best of 3 to see who makes it to the grand final. Only one team gets to make it to SI from APAC. The winner of this series, the winner of this OT, will take on the winner of the next series to play, direwolves and Team Bliss. Fnatic have run the gauntlet from round 2 to the quarterfinals over North Epson, now to the semifinals, and a pause seemingly called out here. So a chance for us to sort of just dissect things. Dev, take a breather. It comes down to this, 3 rounds to play to see who's going to make it to the grand final. And it has been so defend decided. And for that sake, Sandbox will get 2 defensive rounds here in OT at minimum.
Yeah, oh man, it's there's a lot of pressure on both teams right now. On Cafe, we also saw a 5-1 half replied with another 5-1 forcing OT. The difference was it was Fnatic that managed that comeback, right? They managed to get not only the match point, but they managed to force OT with that 12th round. Here, it feels like the momentum has shifted a little bit because it was Sandbox that were the ones that forced overtime. And on top of that, Sandbox have the defense here in overtime, which, like we've just been saying, out of the 12 rounds on this map, it's been 10 defense and only 2 attacks. So it just seems it seems like a no-brainer that Sandbox have a massive advantage now. They've got the momentum of that flawless round, and on top of that, they have the favored side.
Yeah, Sandbox won the opening overtime round as well on Cafe to give themselves the 2 overtime match points. Fnatic still clutched up, and that was also the same kind of story where Cafe was so defender-sided. I believe it was, 10 out of 12 rounds were defense, and guess what? OT was 2 attacking rounds that then ended up transferring. So it's kind of really difficult to sit back and say, well, the defense will actually help Sandbox when apparently attacking in overtime worked out on Cafe. So look, in some ways, this is a very strange series as a whole, Dev, because, we think back to what happened on Cafe. We think back to Oregon, which turned out to be the cleanest map of them all. Very clean, 7-4. It was pretty much a non-dispute, easy win in the end for Sandbox. And then they're up 5-1 on Cafe. At that moment, 5-1 up, Cafe, 1 up in the series. They were pretty close to getting to the grand final. If you lose this, I mean, there's obviously going to be a lot of people talking about how Sandbox have thrown this one away, but you've got to give the plaudits to Fnatic for just fighting to even get to this position, regardless of what happens in this OT to play.
And it all started with that 1v3 from Mag. That's exactly the moment that you said when Sandbox are up 5-1, about to find their match point. 3v1 for them on a Cafe attack, and Mag clutches it out. On for the retake as well. That kind of a moment, I think, instills an extra level of hope deep inside of these Fnatic players. And since then, they've faced, once again, an ultimate deficit 5-1 here on Bank, and they don't give up. They continue. Yeah. They will fight back. And I'm just so surprised that Fnatic are keeping pace with Sandbox. Coming into this series, I never would have expected. Fnatic have been improving across the year. It's been a real slow process, though, whereas Sandbox, in contrast, I think 2 majors for them this year. They've been to 6 Invitationals countless times before with this roster, whereas Fnatic, it feels like ancient history since they've last been to an international event. Sandbox, clear favorites, and yet they've been pushed so damn hard.
Definitely, obviously, a theme that has been spoken about on this broadcast for Sandbox, right? Like, I mean, they've made, SI 21, SI 2022, the last 2 majors. I think it was only the Charlotte major that they missed out since SI 2021, something like that.
Wow.
Like something ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, like, they've been so consistent at being able to get to that major kind of plus level or SI. Obviously, they'd like to probably go one further at those events, get out of group stage and all that, but it's hard to think what it's going to be like if they don't make it to 6 Invitational. We're almost expecting Sandbox to be there. Only one team gets to make it. And Fnatic, as you said, really pushing them all the way. And then on top of that, you also have to remember, you've got direwolves and Team Bliss that are just sitting there watching this. Yeah. Like, they are basically getting to just sit back, watch these 2 teams. They will kind of get to know, all right, when our series starts, we know who we will be playing. Obviously, then whoever makes the grand final from this game also gets to sit back and watch the other semi-finals. So swings and roundabouts, all of that, chalk and cheese. But ultimately, we are getting in a little bit of a rehost here before we complete this final map, as has been the case really this weekend. It's all about making us wait for these very special moments. And I think this is what we're going to get from this overtime, something very special. And this little break that is unfortunately taking place at the moment, Dev, is, I guess, a good reset probably for both teams going into this overtime.
Yeah, funny that I was just saying before how Fnatic taking that impromptu attack pause is going to help them get ready for their attack. But hey, I don't know, but both teams have had plenty of time to discuss it now. Look, what you were saying before about Sandbox being expected to go to 6 Invitational, wouldn't it be strange to see SI with no Sandbox and no Damwon Kia? Both of these Korean behemoths all year long have been mainstays at international events. A year and 3 months ago, they both made it to the playoffs in Sweden, in Gävle, for the Sweden major. And yet now we are potentially 2 rounds away from having no South Korean teams at the 6 Invitational for 2023.
So straight back into it we go for overtime. Fortunately, no rehost either, so we do keep our statistics for these players. It is Fnatic on the attack. Sandbox will be defending. They get 2 defenses, provided, of course, they win this opening overtime round. Locker CCTV, we go. And I'm also just keeping my eye here on the attacker repicks for Fnatic, and it will be Hibana and Mav. So they will go double hard breach along with the Lion.
I wonder if that Maverick is to open the hatches or something else in mind for Fnatic. It's not that common these days to use Maverick on the hatches, mostly just because it takes a lot of time. And People like to get it done quickly, but that said, you know, there's a lot of counters to these Hibanas. Not only have you got the Kaid, which Maverick bypasses, but even Mephi's Aruni we saw earlier in this map, the way that the Aruni gate was used on the hatch to destroy X-Kairos pellets. Perhaps Mag is just trying to get rid of that. So yeah, immediately you see there's 2 Aruni gates on these hatches. If the player moves away from the hatch, the gate activates and will destroy the X-Kairos. So I don't know whether Fnatic has planned for that in advance. They should know about it.
Top square control for Choppy, looking down towards the top of blue stairs, seeing if anyone wants to peek out early, looking for any potential information. Not just yet, though. Obviously, for Fnatic, I mean, you'd be full well aware that attacking has been a bit of a disaster for both of these 2 teams in this entire series, regardless of the map. Understanding that, how you formulate your plan of attack is going to be so critical to finding success. There's that Aruni trick on the hatch. Once again, we saw that. That will be on the square hatch. So it looks like a blue stairs take is on the cards here for Fnatic. It is being defended, though, by Sandbox.
And it looks like I have rejoined at the right time. Apologies for that. My power went out for about half a second and my entire PC I thought blew up. So we're good now. We're back. And it looks like the match has continued to develop into what we expected, something exciting. Basement here for Sandbox. Square control obtained by Fnatic. Blue stairs being held pretty fiercely though by the likes of Invitational. Static as well. Rendering support below. Fnatic will pause on that for the moment though and work on the main hatch. Maverick being used to counter the Kaid. Invitational though looking for blood, looking to peek, but Rami you would expect to win that. Yeah, there's no way Rami would lose that swing.
I think Invitational might just be his own downfall here if he gets a little bit jittery and wants to just peek that. I think he'll die. I think he'll lose his life. Ramu edging closer. E1D goes out. Nothing falls off of that. Invitational does not move. Opening kill goes away Fnatic. Keeper barrier up inside of Vault. Invitational has still not made a move. Ramu is sitting there on the line, not dropping down just yet. Mag over towards main. 20 seconds left. It's a full white Mephi over towards Garage, and he loses his life. Invitational's going to have a big flank over towards that blue stairs position, but it's Arikaze that gets a double with the SMG-11. Hello! Make that 3 from Arikaze, and Invitational did get this successful flank, and Sandbox do get the round. They get overtime match point. They get series point. 2 of them, in fact. They win the opening round of overtime once again.
Arikaze, a huge play, close range, bottom main. Fnatic trying so hard to trade out the pick. Just couldn't find him. Oh, and now Sandbox on the attack though. This is where we get a little bit scared. Probably wasn't the case on Cafe OT, the previous map, but it is now. Sandbox will need to close out with an attacking win here if they want an 8-6 scoreline to head them to the grand final. It's basement once again. A very standard lineup from the defense. The Warden to counter the execute. The Goyo to choke out the attack. With Sandbox bringing quite the lineup themselves, indicating a map sweep. The Buck for Vert. The Dokkaebi to clear. The Talon shields from Arikaze can be used in a multitude of ways as well. And Invitational. 14 kills so far, went a little bit quiet, but
5 seconds left before
he's now in the perfect operator to find himself back in the game. Blackbeard as well being brought here by Sandbox to aid and clear. Able to hold down some of these angles and really nerve-wracking stuff now for both teams. The adrenaline well and truly pumping. Let's see if the dynamic shifts once more.
Feels like almost an unlikely hero as well for Sandbox. Arikaze. Massive 3K in that round. Has had a couple of those moments in this series. Who will be the next one to make their big statement, their big play in this round? So Fnatic on the defense now. Lonka CCTV looking to replicate the defense that we just saw from Sandbox. But talk about the discipline from Invitational. He did end up getting that kill onto Ramu as well. It takes a lot of nerve to not give away that position, but a big moment here at Garage. Shivasu, he's got 3 players literally bearing down the ramp. He's droned out. Talon shield there to provide cover. and he has been downed, and Garage is now susceptible to this push. There is another defender for Fnatic looking to provide a bit of cover fire. At least as we see Chibisu die, Invitational falls for Sandbox, so 1 for 1. But Sandbox have Garage control, and those Talon shields, if those can get down, looking in towards site, it will be a very strong position for Sandbox.
So much bulletproof utility available here to the attack. And you're right, with this Talon shield now down, this cross for Fnatic gets much, much more difficult. Static rotates back over towards lobby. Mephi still has information to gather, utility to deny. And that's great use of the Twitch. Dealing with those Goyo canisters nice and early. They won't really have an effect now for the final push. And that weakens Fnatic's ability to stall out a late attack here, especially down main stairs. And if you can link that with the Garage control already obtained, it doesn't paint a great picture for Fnatic. Neither does that. A 4-3 advantage with a 7-6 round lead for Sandbox. The story of the day has been them choking so many great positions, but surely this is the one where they convert it and send themselves to the grand final. But that Nitro, maybe I've cursed them. 30 seconds now in the 3v3.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
30 seconds, 3 versus 3, series point. Mag, Choppy and Ram versus Good Boy, Arukaze and Mephi. Main stairs push. Player over towards elevators on the defense court immediately. That was Choppy down. Good Boy with a good shot, and it gives Sandbox the player advantage. Trap falls. Bravo gets one. If he finds the second here, surely it's all but done. Mag needs to clutch up once more, as he did earlier on Cafe. Time a factor. Good Boy has to plant, has to stick it. Mag, does he deny? No, he just sits. He waits as long as he possibly can. He's so low on health. Pulls out the SMG-11, hasn't reloaded. 7 bullets in a dream not to be. Good Boy says good night to Fnatic. Sandbox make the run into the grand final. They ward off Fnatic. And boy, was it hard fought. There were moments where you wondered what was going to happen if they kept on choking, but they do not choke this time.
What a result for Sandbox. Such a dicey day for them so far, but they finally get the job done. And in pretty good fashion in the end as well. I think that clear of util before that final push really did make or break it for them. And Fnatic tried so hard themselves to really find some win conditions. They did find a couple of picks, but the resistance from Sandbox, they finally stood up to the occasion. There have been so many times, whether it be on Cafe, whether it be on Bank, where they found themselves in challenging situations and they just didn't quite step up to the mark. That time they finally did. They showed that they can outclass Fnatic. They give us probably the expected result, but it was far from the expected fashion in my opinion.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row for Sandbox as well after the Fnatic steamrolling that we saw again in that second half, similar to Cafe. This time they were able to, I guess, counter that with a little bit of their own momentum that they had built up going in towards that last round there. 8-6 is the victory. So 2-1 result for Sandbox sees them go through to the grand final. Of course, guys, they'll be awaiting the match to be played probably in not too long time between Direwolves and Team Bliss. For Fnatic, that's it. They're out. They cannot make SI. Their dream does come crashing down on them. Do have to commend them. Obviously, a tremendous effort. You're down 5-1 on Cafe. You're down 1-0 in the series. They were able to come back, win out the map. You're down 5-1 on Bank. You come back and you're able to send it to overtime. So, you know, commendable. They had the mentality. They just unfortunately didn't have what it takes to really ward off Sandbox. And to Sandbox's credit, I think anyone could have probably given them a pass for maybe just shutting up shop there at 5-6 down match point Fnatic and just really caving in, saying, well, okay, well, we've choked this one away. It's not to be, but as well to commend them, absolutely tremendous performance. That was a very, very clinical final round in regulation, very clean, probably the best round we saw on Bank, even including overtime, and got the job done in OT. A little bit of sloppiness towards the end in that final round, but ultimately a team that's going to be very hard to take down in the grand final.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, Sandbox did expose some kinks in the armor, but ultimately they had enough resilience to get the job done. It wasn't a perfect game by any stretch, and Fnatic really did push them. So regardless of who they face in the grand final, I think it's going to be a test. But Sandbox, no excuses at this point. They have so much experience, whether it be regionally or internationally, so expect a big fight from them.
Big ups to Sandbox into the grand final, 2-1 victory over Fnatic. For now, we go to a short break. When we come back, of course, the desk to break it all down.
Well, that is possibly one of the greater ends to a series that we have had in a long time. Fnatic, against all odds, bring it back to only be defeated in overtime. And it's heartbreaking, Mandy, but I feel like there is no other way that that could have unfolded.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that one. We said it in the, I suppose, pre-match for this one. It's just lambs butting heads until someone eventually comes out on top. I just felt like, once again, defenders game. It was one side to one team. As soon as the side top came through, it just compounded from there. I think the strategy that I wanted to note that I think was the defining one of that game was Sandbox and their basement one, where they were managing to trick the hatch with the Aruni gates and all the cables and stuff like that. And there was just no way the attack could get in. As soon as I saw that, I was like, yeah, that's this series in a nutshell. It really is. It just felt like it was so hard for the attack to get a crack into it. And yeah, no one really ever changed their playstyle. They just kept on going with the methodology that they wanted to. Credit to Fnatic. I saw their coach tweet out a little bit earlier that their fighting spirit and the mental game is something that they've been working on for months now, and it really showed in this game, even though they lost.
Dev, this is something for me, for both teams, there's a lot to take away from this. It's not, this isn't, as Mandy's saying, all bad news for Fnatic. There are a couple of great moments in there. They've definitely been pushed to their limits, but I mean, ultimately, it was up there for the taking. I'm not going to say that it was Fnatic's game to win, because it definitely was not their game to win, but they had at least one hand on that grand final, but couldn't grasp it with both.
I think, they say that the only way you can really get better is to perform at your best and then lose and learn. And honestly, that's exactly what happened to Fnatic today. They outshone my expectations of them. I thought they were a good team. I didn't think they would play as well as they did today. And yeah, there are a lot of things that they can work on and take away from this game. But I have no doubt that going into the start of next year with the Japan program, that Fnatic will be a team to watch, taking down the likes of Northeption and being, I guess, regarded as the second best Japanese team out there. Aside from Cyclops, Fnatic is the name on our lips now. So fantastic stuff for them. That said, Sandbox, they brought a lot of innovation, a lot of really cool strats, like you were saying, Mandy. Love the Aruni gates on the hatches, not something you see every day. Also, in the final round, when things haven't been working when you play like normal, you bring Ossa and Blackbeard and you push Garage with all this bulletproof glass. I mean, that's disgusting. Imagine you peek Garage and there's an Ossa shield and then a Blackbeard behind it. Like, come on, give me a break.
Don't think it really matters where you go from there. You're just going to be in trouble, aren't you? No matter which way you peek, that's something that would be quite devastating. Mandy, we spoke before we went into the map about the issues surrounding attack in this series. Didn't look like it got better, did it?
No, it definitely didn't look like it got any better. I can't crack down the reason why it was so hard to attack that entire series, but it just felt like there was a lot of hesitation on the attack. It felt like, especially on the early game, everyone was being a little bit too cautious. Everyone was giving each other a little bit too much respect. And to be fair, Northeption, they don't do any of that. They don't give anyone any respect in the early game, and Fnatic actually shut them down for it. So Sandbox, Fnatic giving each other what they deserve. And I think it just made for a really slow-paced game and not a whole lot of margin of error when it came to the mid to late round. And I just felt like that was eventually the downfall of a lot of those attacks. And I think, as a result, the series ended up being dragged out to the length that it was.
So, Dev, I posed this question to you. Obviously, with this now finished, it means that we do have our first grand finalist Sandbox. Do you think what we've seen from them is going to be good enough to take on the likes of potentially a direwolves if they're in form, or what we saw from Bliss yesterday, which is probably the best Bliss that we have ever seen?
Well, I will say, despite Fnatic exceeding expectations, this is how we expected the bracket, the north side of the bracket, to pan out more or less, right? It's Sandbox who are going to the grand final. I think you'd find hard-pressed many people to disagree with that as the most likely outcome. On the south side of the bracket, however, there was a lot more up in the air. I think the 2022 Direwolves was obviously the best team in South, especially once you take Elevate out of the equation. But that's not the Direwolves we're dealing with right now. We're dealing with the Direwolves that's, made this roster change with ED and then lost Reaps quite suddenly. They've had to bring in Harambe from the analyst position and also Ray, who's left the team over a year ago. And then even, the other teams, Bliss, great team, a lot of promise, big, strong roster change, but unproven at this level. Like, they've never played an APAC official, aside for some relegations last year that they lost to the Last Dance. Even Knights, right? Like, maybe you would have thought that Knights would be one of the most favored teams to take this tournament. So I think Sandbox do have a shot because of how much uncertainty there has been with the south side of the bracket. But I guess we'll have to answer those questions when we get to our next game.
Well, that's just it, right? We've still got a whole other game to go. But before we do get there, Mandy, I want to ask you, I want to see what your thoughts are on how this bracket's played out in the upper side. Maybe we'll leave the bottom side of the bracket for a conversation a bit later. But ultimately, when we look at the bracket, it kind of... Dev has said that it's unfolded in which... the way that we thought it would for Sandbox. But is there anything in there that maybe sticks out to you?
I'm going to agree with Dev there. I think that ultimately APAC North throughout 2022 has been quite a top-heavy region. Now, Fnatic, they've come into it, and this has been a pretty big year for them. They constructed this team throughout the year. They've progressed. They played Stage 2 and pretty much Stage 3 together as this 5-man roster, and I think it's come to prove in this tournament how well that they've done, and it justifies all the changes that they've made and the structure that they've now brought into it. I can only imagine 2023, super exciting year for this 5-man, even though they've been knocked out of the bracket. You've also got your mix of teams like Northampton, like Scars, and even BSG, all of those teams that are inside of this tournament. The midfield teams are still really exciting to watch, but ultimately I think we turn towards that name in Sandbox and even in Down 1 from last year to be representing APAC North.
And Dev, now that we can kind of change our conversation, we've wrapped up that storyline for Sandbox and for Fnatic with much of the conversation. But now we look onto the Bliss versus Direwolves game. I know that both yourself and Mandy are going to be covering it, so you won't get a chance to break it down on the desk. I'll give you a chance now. Where are you leaning? Are you going to show your O's bias, or do we? By the way, that light is absolutely
it's so beautiful,
gorgeous behind you. Holy smackaroony. That is beautiful. Is it going to be as beautiful as the matchup between Bliss and Direwolves, though?
Yeah, I sure hope so. This is a good omen for the quality of the match that we're going to be getting. Look, Rob, to answer your question, I'll just say there's a reason I wore a shirt with pink flowers on it today, and that's because I believe that Bliss are going to be the ones not only taking down Direwolves, but going to the 6th Invitational.
Geez, you're going to do them that dirty? Mandy, thoughts?
I am also on Team Bliss at the moment, although I don't think they're going to go down without a fight. I'm actually, honestly, after listening to what Direwolves have to say about their recent form and practice and just generally kind of the vibes of the roster, I don't think it's going to be an easy match for Bliss. But if there's any opportunity to do it, it's tonight. It is today, so I reckon Team Bliss.
Everything is coming together for the OS boys that unfortunately missed out on their APAC South qualifier last year. But who knows, maybe they're going to skip ahead of the queue and jump straight into the grand final here. We're going to have to find out in a hot minute. But before we do so, we need to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere because all of the action continues on the other side.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood.
And it's time for the matchup that we have been waiting for. Well, probably because of the OS bias, but this is honestly one of the best opportunities we've seen for Team Bliss. But likewise, there are still so many questions surrounding Direwolves, and here to answer all of my questions, Xenox and Guz from the previous match. Guz, you sure that Sure you do have power back at the moment, mate? That's
just in the gaming warlord dungeon, mate. This is my natural habitat. So we've got one light on. That's about it.
Yeah, Ubisoft have just chucked you down there to get the job done. That's okay. It's how it is. Xenox, obviously, with Sandbox going through now, this is really where all of our eyes are drawn to. And much of the conversation is surrounding direwolves at the moment and what form they're going to be in coming into the tournament, but more so playing against Team Bliss. I don't know if these two teams have ever faced before.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of. Definitely not this iteration of direwolves, obviously, because we're not quite sure what this iteration of direwolves is going to be like, as they haven't really played yet. So, look, obviously Ray comes back, Harambe comes back, but it's it's different. There's no ED, right? Reaps is gone, and he was really a big star player for that team and why they're in the position that they're in. So, I think it's fair to say direwolves, in my mind, come into this as the underdogs, and not so much because are they worse than Team Bliss or anything like that? More so just the questions surrounding the team because of the roster changes.
And lots of our own questions, guys, were answered yesterday for Bliss. I mean, we saw the dynamic duo of bloody Jigsaw and Brendo, apparently just two guys that are trying to top each other there. But what's insane about this conversation is Bliss are finally hitting the strides that we expected them to hit a year ago. So this is a really scary roster, and I think I have to agree with Xenox. I think direwolves are definitely coming in underdogs.
Yeah, Team Bliss look incredibly dangerous, and one of the key parts of that is Jigsaw, and we've got a graphic to look at his stats so far, if we could bring that up, and he's just been such a great inclusion back into this roster. For those who don't know, Jigsaw departed, jumped off to play for the likes of IG, then came back, and I think, honestly, Oda put it perfectly in the winners interview yesterday, that Jigsaw really is Team Bliss, and he came back and just had such a huge impact. You can see the stats there, some insane numbers, and he's obviously incredibly mechanically gifted and a confident player, but when you have players like Fisho and Oda feeding you information, it really does make him an unstoppable player alongside Brendo as well. So potent, so dangerous, and expect him to be a key player today.
Definitely the caliber of player that he is has only been kind of magnified by his time. I mean, if you really want to talk about it on IG, I feel like he's come back a revitalized player. We all knew him from OS, and he was scary enough when we saw him in OCN, let alone when he was starting to perform in APAC South, although I don't think they ever really hit the strides they had hoped for. However, one player in particular, Xenox, we've got to talk about, Souffle from direwolves. Honestly, coming into last year, I didn't really think much of Souffle. I didn't know much of Souffle, but he had a phenomenal stage 1 and 2. I can't actually remember these are his stats from stage 3, so there you go. He's actually been on a heater.
Yeah, and that's really, I guess, recency matters a little bit more than like stage 1, stage 2 or anything. And you also have to remember these stage 3 stats are with Reaps on the team, and Reaps was like plus 23, 1.27 rating, and so he was really the star player, and Souffle was able to sort of go alongside him and provide that sort of secondary option, really. And I think, the question is there a world in which Souffle can now be the primary option on this team? It's going to have to be. I've spoken a lot about the likes of Jackie Wu in the past. Unfortunately, Jackie Wu's numbers just not quite up there where you would like them. So it was very much like Reaps and Souffle leading the way. Well, Reaps is gone, ED is gone, so Souffle is going to have to obviously fill that void, take that next step. He can't just be the second best player, he needs to be the best player, and then you're going to need the likes of Jackie Wu to step up. Pika probably has to go to the next level, fill the void of ED, and unfortunately, Harambe at his best was very much serviceable and had a bit of a decline just before being replaced, obviously, for a very, very good player in Reaps. So that's kind of where I guess this direwolves roster is at. I think I still think they can win this. Can they beat Sandbox? Probably. I wouldn't back them in there. I'd probably pick Sandbox over direwolves, but I still think they can win this. I think that the reason for that is you've still got a very experienced roster. These guys have really good experience from APAC South and Major and all of that. So this is a team that I think can still probably overwhelm Team Bliss, a team that doesn't have that experience, a team that has failed in promo relegations getting into APAC South. Yeah, they got the absolute star power, the firepower of Jigsaw and Brendo. But if direwolves can play well defensively, shut that down, snuff that out, and play their own style of Siege, I think there's still a chance that they can win this series.
It's crazy how thin the line is between optimism and copium, Guz. I still, it still baffles me every day. But let's have a look at how these maps are playing out. This is the big one. This is the one for Bliss to go all the way from start to finish. Unfortunately, with Fnatic falling out, it means that no one can make that gauntlet run but Bliss. It's here, it's now, it's the best opportunity. We go to Bank, Skyscraper, and Oregon. What are we thinking, Guz?
I mean, production was probably laughing at my reaction. My eyes almost fell out of my face. I cannot believe this veto. Chalet, first of all, when have we seen a best of 3 where Bliss haven't played Chalet? I can't think of one. That is their staple map, and perhaps yesterday, after the Knights result, which was arguably pretty close, they don't have the confidence to go there, and it's direwolves, a map where they have the best round plus minus. So maybe a bit of a defensive decision there from Bliss to take that out in the second round. We go to Bank first, and Bliss lost to Fury, a relatively close 4-7, and then the rest of the veto played out as shown. So, interesting to say the least. I would expect, or I would have expected Bliss to be perhaps a little bit more aggressive and proactive in the veto. It looks like they've taken a step back and are playing a little bit more defensive. That may serve them well, but it's certainly interesting to note.
It was a comment that was made, Xenox, yesterday. The fact that obviously Bliss have actually opened their map pull up a lot more, and the fact that they are looking as much a team as they ever have. It's scary. I would give you last thought here, but I've got some even better news. I know. Sad for you.
Can I just quickly... quickly, I want to echo, I think they've hard lost this veto, Bliss, like completely thrown it. They lose this series, they can look back at the map veto because it's atrocious. It's really bad. We'll dissect it later.
Okay, well, that's it doesn't
Sounds like you really think, mate. Jesus.
Tell you what, quick, short, fast, and a little bit how you're going. I love that from you, Xenox. So we're going to go ahead and go to our incredible casters to run you through all of the action. It's Dev and it's Mandy.
Thanks, Rob. Man, I've been waiting for this one. It is such a beautiful day. I am so certain that this game will deliver. It's Bliss and direwolves for a spot in the grand final against Sandbox for a shot at a 6 Invitational. Mandy, are you feeling nervous or are you feeling excited?
Oh, there is a fine line between those two feelings, Dev. There is a very, very fine line. I think I'm more on the excited train than the nervous train. But just look at that poll result. Direwolves coming out 60% on top. We're from OS, and so we're backing in the guys in pink. But I'm just so excited for this series.
Yeah, there's no two ways about it. This is going to be a barn burner. You've got direwolves, the kings of APAC South. But they have faced some serious trials and tribulations in the last 2 months with the departure of ED and, of course, their star player Reaps making a very unprecedented departure, forcing them to bring in Ray, who hasn't played on this roster for over a year. On the flip side, Team Bliss, they failed to make it to APAC South a year ago when everyone thought that they would. And now they have a chance at redeeming themselves to go to the 6 Invitational. They will have to take down direwolves, and it all starts here on Bank.
Yeah, and Bank is a pretty exciting prospect for us to go to. I think for Team Bliss, they've had so much time in the off-season, not just the off-season of Pro League, but because there was no Stage 3 of their Nationals League, to prepare for this tournament coming up. And I really feel like in this time, they have seriously diversified their map pool. I know that the guys on the desk were saying this is a scary veto for Bliss. Bliss didn't pick Chalet in the BO3 and things that we'd expect them to do. But honestly, I think if they can come in with a rejuvenated strat book on these new maps that we haven't seen them play, it could also be equally as terrifying.
I personally am excited to see Bank. I think Chalet, after seeing how Bliss struggled a bit yesterday against the Knights, while Knights were playing with a sub and having a couple of rounds 4v5 with Speakeasy disconnecting, I think that Chalet is perhaps not what it was cracked up to be once upon a time for Team Bliss. So I think Bank is a good way to play it. Now, that said, of course, Bank was a pretty bad loss for Bliss just the other day. It was the only map they've lost so far during this closed qualifier. They lost at 7-4 to Fury. And so direwolves do have an opportunity to pounce upon that. We know zilch about how direwolves play this map, as they haven't played it in the last 3 months at all.
While we've been talking about all of this, the ban phase did fly through us, and Hibana got taken out. That's alright, Hibana's not mission critical to getting any of these bomb sites open. Not just that, but direwolves were also chosen to ban out the Cade on top of that. So when direwolves switch over to their attack half, they go, we don't need EMPs, we're just going to bring some of that hard breach charge, and it opens up a little bit more room for the attacking side utility. Now, Ying is also banned out, that's fine, sometimes use it for the floods, but it's not something that's critical to any attacks. It still leaves a lot of options open for Team Bliss. I think there's just a lot on the cards for the attacking half from these bans.
Also got that Solus on the board for Pika, a great fragger on a great fragging operator, but what's more, drone denial. On a map as large as Bank, if you can pull off a successful drone, it can be detrimental to these attacks. And having a look, only 7 of the 10 drones left for Bliss already, so paying dividends at pick and the drone hunt early on as Bliss start to shape up for a map take.
What interests me as well is that since the direwolves have had their 2 roster reshuffles, they've also had to reshuffle their leadership and some of their roles as well. So Souffle, he's actually the primary IGL of this roster now, supported by Harambe. And here he is on those Yokai drones to support the roam, right? We've got Pika, who is upstairs playing that offensive position inside of stock, and it's fully supported by Souffle, who's calling out, is there any cutoffs from ATMs and from lobby? In fact, none, and they can fall back into open area.
More drones disappearing for Bliss. 2 minutes to go, only 4 drones left. They need to deliver on the information they've gathered thus far. It looks like they have flushed most players back to site. However, here's the info that you mentioned before. Souffle on this Yokai, calling out Brendo's position. A great fragger when he's got a drone ahead of him and info, but it looks like Ray might even go for something, but Jigsaw watches from above. Jackie Wu actually swings out. I believe that's from inside open area. He looks like he's downed Fisho guy as well. Where is Jackie Wu, and have they been able to take him down yet? Looks like he's prone inside a staff room at the moment. Bliss have miles ahead of them. You see, they've no info. They don't know where he is.
Scary prospects for Team Bliss. Harambe as well can take down Jigsaw, the player coming in through that main stairs double door, and it's still Pika prone between the desks, seemingly undetected. Oda to pick up one of his teammates, but do they know where Pika is?
This is very scary because, like you said, yeah, Pika's on this roam as well. Oh, sorry, he's dead. Where'd Jackie Wu? Did Jackie Wu end up on site? Man, this is hard to catch up with. I feel as lost as Bliss. 3 drones left, and they're going to have to be left for flank. With Jigsaw going down, that's the Geminis from Yana, the information gathering of that gone as well. So this is kind of scary, to be honest, for Bliss. They're going to be lacking information going into this execute. Still, Yokais and Gas Babes left for direwolves to delay the plan.
So while we were talking about all that, I think Repix managed to come in and sweep the kill on that player inside a kitchen, so now they can start to do this utility burn and execute into the bomb site, but there's only 20 seconds, and still another smoke bait for Harambe.
No C4s left, however. Fisho guy gets the information on this player on the rear stairs. Bliss try and make this plant go down. The sends to watch his flank as he covers the plant, but Fisho falls on back. The plant does go down, but here's the retake. And Jackie Wu has control of open area. He's about to get refragged. The player at staff room. Oda can't get it done. And Jackie Wu steps up massively. 3 kills on the round. It's all up to Repix. But he's not going to do a damn thing because Jackie's hungry for more. The opening round goes to direwolves.
Nice from the direwolves. The tandem of the Solus with those Yokai drones really lent into the intel game working for the direwolves. Not only were they able to take down the drones super early on in the game, but they were even able to play that intel into the mid round to time their fall off and to time their peaks, right? As soon as we saw Bliss get into that mid round where they had to convert from the top floor to the ground floor, we saw them lose out in the drones. They didn't have enough info, and it's really stalled them out coming to the late round. That wall got opened with only 25 seconds left to go, and the direwolves can close it out nice and clean.
We just saw Fnatic versus Sandbox on this map, and a lot of discussion there was about how defender sided rather, this map was in that match, and in APAC North, both teams really struggled with the defense. Looking at APAC South Stage 3, now, funnily enough, this was a terrible defending map. 24% defender win rate. Now, that was only across 2 matches, so 17 rounds, but incredibly attacker favored. And as both of these teams come from APAC South, I really should hope that they can deliver on this attacking side. So we look at Bliss and we say, come on, show us what you got.
This defense is pretty exciting for me for the direwolves. Not only have they brought along the castle, which is a staple on this bomb site, but they've even got it they've even compounded that line of sight blocking with the Azami as well. Now, I wonder where Souffle is going to play. What is his power position going to be? Because he could use those Azami barricades to some great destruction to stop those repels from the north side from being so strong, maybe even stop lobby repels from being so strong. It makes me very curious what he might do with it.
Well, I think Harambe is going to assist him potentially aggro peak outside of these windows. That yokai in the drone hole upstairs is really cheeky. I've actually never seen that before. I think the way you get that in there is you have to go down to the bottom of blue stairs and chuck the drone up into the vent. You can't just get the drone in there otherwise. You have to throw it in. But it looks like here your question is answered, Mandy. What's Souffle going to do with these Azami Kiba barriers? He's going to protect against the window repels once the castle barricades have been dispatched with.
Look at what Bliss are trying to do, though. They're not going to go for this square-sided take. They're going to go for a lobby take aided by the Montaigne of Fishergo. He's just made his way up the spiral stairs, and Souffle has gone down from those window cutoffs that the Azami was supposed to block off. So far, Bliss making some excellent progress in through that western side of the map.
I think Bliss are very aware of this downed player, but Pika's holding on. Oh, he's still outside! Finally taken down, but wow. So there you go, that information from the yokai, it's still there. They do manage to trade Pika eventually, and Jackie Wu has gone down. Finally, Souffle finished off, but Ray here at the Kanto position. He knows his players on repels. Not sure what he's afforded. Harambe's got info, but Harambe is one of only 2 players left for direwolves. Bliss have a lot of time to slowly whittle away and get this information.
And look at this from Bliss. They've barely even stepped foot in the building, right? It's just Fishogai that has made the defenders wiggle around enough that all of those cutoffs from the windows found all these picks, and now they have so much time to figure out a safe way to get themselves into the bomb site. The thing that worries me, though, is that I believe there are still yokai and jars up for Harambe, so if Fishogai gets a little... Oh, there we go. He's actually able to spot out one of them. If he gets... I was going to say, if he's not cautious about it, he could run out of time. There's only 30 seconds left.
The other yokai is still outsider in that vent, but here goes Ray, goes for the jump out, and Oda can easily dispatch with him. Now Harambe will have to rely on his gunning ability. It's been quite some time since he's had to step up in the server, ever since he went back down into the coaching role, but turns out it's Coach Div. Nice shot, but he does get traded back, and Bliss recompose after a slow start and tie up 1-1.
I really like this iteration of Bliss, Dev. I think that the way that Oda and Fishogai have just completely given up all their purpose and all their lives into enabling the front line of the roster is just... It's so fantastic for this roster. I think that in the current meta, we're sort of in a position where there's not really one right way to play the attack. There's not really one right structure to a team anymore. And so I really like when we see teams that have so much personality, that they've clearly practiced it so well, and their identity works. And it's just miraculous when it does, especially for a team like this that we haven't seen play an official for so many months. It's really refreshing to watch.
Yeah, that said, I'm pleasantly surprised at direwolves, right? They've got a lot of innovation, a lot of cheeky ideas. They're not afraid to put Ray and Harambe in positions to... I mean, particularly Ray. Like, the fact that Ray was playing such a frag-centric role in the first 2 rounds, despite Ray having quite a hiatus from the game, and also on top of that, like, not to rag at him, but like Ray was probably the lowest rated player on this team back when he was playing. He was the one that would have been right at the bottom of that leaderboard. And yet they've still put him in these roam and pinched positions. And now he's on the castle, which, to be fair, like, some people can be really nasty with that UMP and the 1.5. Let's see if direwolves can bounce back now that they've gone to Starfront.
Jigsaw getting in nice and early, being live droned in by his teammates into that basement, preventing anyone from taking into that server position. They're now making his way up the square stairs as well. Plenty of control so far for Bliss. If they want to go for something a little bit more minimalist just on this eastern side of the building, they absolutely could with the control that they have with Jigsaw.
And you always want to be looking at what Fisho has got in mind, because he is the brains of the operation. Giga brain player. of course, he back in the day went to the November Major in Sweden a year ago, not the most recent Sweden November Major, back with the Chiefs, and he was the IGL of that team, led them to a massive success. And now he's trying to do the same here with Bliss. He's enabling the rest of the Bliss guys to get in the building. Jigsaw has advanced and seen that this rotate hole inside of Archive has actually been reinforced over, so direwolves are pulling back.
Yeah, direwolves are giving a lot of respect to Team Bliss right now. They've completely given up Teller's side control by reinforcing off that rotation hole, and now they have a very claustrophobic anchor setup left on the bomb site. These walls are going to start to get opened up to cut down the site, but there are mute jammers to block their way.
I think that EMP, that pocket EMP, is going to deal the damage there. An impact, though, to return from Jackie Wu. So not an entry hole, but a line of sight. Speaking of, meanwhile, a breach has been opened. Jigsaw delivers an A, but not before. 2 direwolves kills have been found. Bliss falling to pieces. Repix and Jigsaw to try and pick up what's left. Now with a minute to go.
Looking a bit scary for Bliss. They'd opened up so much of the site, but were caught off guard as the defenders were able to peek onto these breaches themselves. Ray behind another keeper barrier is able to take down a second, and Pika to close it out for direwolves.
Very nice work there from direwolves. Whether it be the roam, whether it be the pullback, they played Bliss like a fiddle. And I mean, a lot of those kills we didn't really catch on the screen, but in particular, Pika is a player that I'm thinking about right now. In the absence of Reaps, who is by far and away the top fragger on this roster back in Stage 3, it looks like Pika is taking a step back into the spotlight.
Well, I think he's got to, right? Coming back with the rejuvenation, not the rejuvenation, with the rebuild of this roster, you're lacking a little bit in fraggers, right? You lost Reaps, right? And for the most part, Souffle and Pika, and not Pika, sorry, Souffle and Jackie Wu kind of took a step back a little bit from that first entry and secondary entry role. So for the past 2 or 3 months, maybe more than that, these guys have actually not been as on the front line as they were in the past. And now they have to step back into that role again, relearn it, and Pico's just been at the forefront of all of that. I think he has to with this 5-man that they've got, right?
Yeah, if you just show me this roster and think who are the fraggers, it's got to be Pika and Souffle. Like, they have historically been the real strong entry and fragging players on this roster. But like you said, Souffle has been taking an IGL role now on the roster. So by nature, that is going to restrict his ability to focus on his own gameplay, because he's got to think about everyone else and the holistic role of the team.
I'm really impressed, though, by the direwolves so far and how they've been able to restructure it. I was talking to Harambe a little bit earlier about it, and he commented that they don't really have that sole IGL that they relied on with ED anymore. Yes, Souffle is still the primary IGL, but the calling is much more divided between Souffle and him, and even the team has gotten a little bit more vocal overall with the 5 of them now. So impressed so far with what they've been able to achieve in little time. Now, as this has gone down, Bliss starting out their roam clear. They've got Repix on the vertical, who's cutting off any possible rotations inside of open area that the defenders might be making to try and fall back into the site.
So what's the next move now for Bliss? Bit of map control now, but more to be gained. Previously attacking this bomb site, it was the roam that really thwarted the attack from Bliss. It looks like not so much to worry about this time, but they are doing their due diligence, and they've saved quite a few more drones this time. Peak has played that Solus every single round. There's a lot of information he can gather.
Repix as well has just decided to fall into this ground floor. Now, direwolves actually gave a lot of control to Team Bliss. They didn't hold on to that roam for all that long, and Team Bliss are actually taking quite a lot of time, given the amount of real estate that they have, right? It's only 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Last time they got open this server was only 25 seconds. They had to go for a flood. It's just looking a little bit scary for the attack at the moment.
I will keep my eye out on this bulletproof camera on site, because it seemed like Bliss really tried to leverage the sends previously from Fisho Guy to smoke up, for lack of a better word, that red hallway, deny these lines of sight from direwolves. It's a nice way to do it, but perhaps that bulletproof camera will ensure direwolves still have adequate info.
And not just that, but there's only 50 seconds left. Harambe has all 3 of his gas canisters left, and there's a C4 in the hands of Ray C. If they want to burn utility, they have to do it really soon.
Finally, the hatch on side is open, but Pika has snaked his way into sight. And if he is not addressed, he will surely dismiss this push. Doesn't matter though, because Oda has read it like a book. He's taken him down, and now he's going in for the plant. Souffle trying to make a play to deny the hatch with a keeper barrier, but it might not be safe. Brendo from above takes him down. And now Bliss in the 4v3, they've got that plant, and they fall back to play the post.
Direwolves unable to play that utility game, now left in the post plant, but look at this from Harambe. He's able to claw his way up the main stairs and take down Jigsaw. Open hatch, who's got control of that now?
Looks like Bliss playing very passively. It's Brendo here. One gas goes out, but Oda was watching out for that flank. Now it's just Ray, the newest re-addition to the roster. And unfortunately for him, there's no way in hell he's going to be able to counter-defuse that one. Bliss, a beautiful attack. And they managed to tie up the scoreline. They're going neck and neck here with Direwolves.
Good stuff from Bliss. I was getting a little bit worried for them as they got into that late round that they wouldn't have enough time to bait out the utility and get the plant down. But Oda found some excellent timing there. He just stuck it for his life. He got there and he was like, please, someone help me. And even though there was a smoke babe that flew at him, it actually didn't land in the right spot to deny the plant. Not only that, but by the time the plant went down, there was still the C4 in the hand of Ray C. It just felt like the Direwolves weren't actually ready for the timing of that execute, and Team Bliss managed to slip through the cracks and get the bomb down.
Gotta say, man, I was just typing this to Guz in the chat, but I love seeing Fisher Guy play. This dude he's a gigabrain. Like, he might be going 0-3 at the minute, but he is enabling these executes so well. I love the fact that he's unafraid of picking off-meta operators like that Sens, which, to be honest, you look at the way that he's been using Sens to deny these lines of sight and red stairs, downstairs, it just makes sense. It seems so obvious. You wonder, why isn't everyone else doing it? And it's because Fisho is the kind of player that always wants to embrace innovation and enable his creativity. So I love seeing that.
It's cool, right? Because I imagine it from the perspective of Harambe, who's a smoke player, right? Your smoke lineup for that diffuse plant is probably like from inside a server or inside of red or something like that, right? If you've got like a big green wall in your face, you're like, damn, where's the pixel that I need to throw my smoke from again? I don't know where it is. And so, yeah, it definitely stunts the workflow of that utility for the defenders and is a really nice addition to the Bliss attack.
Speaking of Fisher Guy, he's no longer on the Montaigne. Previously attacking this CEO bomb site, we saw Bliss go for the lobby side take, utilizing that Monty. Now this time around, the unusual operator on the lineup is Repix's Blackbeard. So I have no doubt he'll be peeking a window somewhere. It looks like he's looking to play stock. Brendo's actually in position to vault main stairs, potentially. Is that the play? He's just droning at the moment. Brendo is the kind of player to go for something like that. Repix does lose the first shield and only does a little bit of damage to Ray as well.
Bliss are changing their attack philosophy for this bomb site. Although their lobby attack was successful, they're proving that they can also do a square take as well, with Oda on that Selma charge trying to open up this stock hallway. The first bit of utility does come out to try and clear whatever is on that wall. I only imagine will be followed up soon by a Selma.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Again, just re-droning here for Bliss. Lack of conviction. What is the next step is my question. They've got so much information. They've checked the site. They've measured more than twice. When does the cut come through?
They have to time this utility well, though. Ray C, he's in a pretty powerful position here inside of stock. He's about to be pressured out from Jigsaw, who looks like he's going to make his entry in from that top square stairs in tandem with the utility dump that's coming through. Bliss just want to make sure that everything is in the right timing, and there it is, Jigsaw to open it all up.
Yeah, he's totally unafraid of peeking these head holes, isn't he? A nade as well. This is surely a free kill. Is that Harambe going down? No, but he does manage to take out one of those yokais. Ray dueling the Blackbeard. A pre-fire comes through. Repix is just alive. Is Ray going to be able to take him down? Repix gets the better of him. And pre-fires as well onto Harambe, who does take him out. He's a machine with this bearing 9. It's a 3v3. 30 seconds left.
Well, when you got to construct the bomb site, you've got to whip out the secondary, right? Harambe about to take a scary fight with Jigsaw. Oda rounding the corner as well, delivering some shots inside of Janitor, and Jigsaw a little afraid to peek. And in fact, Harambe's able to find the timing onto Jigsaw. Only 16 seconds left for Team Bliss.
Harambe's nuts. Oda and Fisher have got to step up now. Diffuser caught on the ground with Oda. And Fisher's not going to last much longer either. Direwolves, really nice job to keep refragging, keep putting that pressure on Bliss. They made it so hard for them to sink their teeth into a singular push.
Maybe a bit too much measuring for Team Bliss and not enough cutting, perhaps, would be the phrase I would say for this one. It just felt like they spent a little bit too much time loitering outside of that top square and stock area, the three of them that were there. Brando couldn't find anything on the main stairs, and whoever was playing on that North Rappel also couldn't find anything because the defenders were being super disciplined. They weren't too antsy. Direwolves were like, okay, these guys are taking ages. Let's just sit here. No one run across the line of sight of the windows. Just chill. We have Castle, we have Azami, just chill. And I think that Bliss, yeah, maybe just taking a little bit too much time to open up that wall and make the entry into stock work.
I really like the Castle Azami combo. We've seen it nearly every single round from Direwolves. Denying these lines of sight really makes Bliss have to move, have to make these plays. And that's something that I think Direwolves are trying to force from the Aussies. Bliss want to open up long lines of sight and play cutoff and force Direwolves into their crosshairs, and Direwolves don't want to play that game.
Absolutely not. The thing for Bliss, for me, this is round 6, so this is the last attack that they have. I think if they realize that the Direwolves aren't giving them anything, I think they still have the entry power on their roster to press the attack and try and spearhead their way into it and force themselves into whatever Direwolves are holding. I think it's just about making that decision a little bit quicker and not being afraid to do it.
You know, Jigsaw got 65 kills yesterday across 5 maps, I think it was. And Brendo also popped off as well, got a 21 kill game against the Knights on Border. So, yeah, there's no doubt about it. Team Bliss do absolutely have the ability to make these entries work. They've got the firepower. That's a bit unlucky. Somehow it takes out the mid jammer, but not the castle barricade. We don't need that.
Alright, so Bliss once again changing the philosophy on the attack for this bomb site as well. Last time they only focused horizontally on that ground floor, and it was to their detriment, right? There was a player in the top floor that was stopping Jigsaw from holding control of tellers. There were players in the site that had loads of keeper barriers that were contesting the breaches. They're realizing they need to take this vertical and try and pressure out bits in open from that vertical pressure. They've got Fisher Guy on the buck, who's now getting to use of it now. It's going to flush out that little box office power position and make the entry much easier come to the bomb site.
Oh yeah, with this hatch open, it's going to be so difficult. Fisher Guy is cutting off massive area inside that site and the rotation between the two sites. Thing is, there's a lot of this bomb site you can't get vertical on. Blitz have vertical pressure now. On top of that, we've got Oda with those breaching charges inside of stock. They've got the horizontal pressure in the form of Brendo in the E hallway. Now they're starting to peel away at the layers of this defense. Harambe feeling that pressure inside of Archives with the Vert on top of him with the castle barricade gone. But Bliss need to start delivering some kills here out of all of this control they've managed to achieve.
Well, although they can't get full vertical control of this bomb site, they can at least clear out open area and the box office. What that does allow is if they want to go for a hatch drop execute, they can. The only things they need to worry about is the power position in Printer and possibly the rotate as they go for that execute. And that's why Brendo is there in that main stairs double door, ready to make it work when the entry comes through. And there it is. Jigsaw, in fact, on the main stairs will find the first one for Bliss.
Well, on top of that, we even had Fisher Guy find one through the Vert earlier onto Harambe, so that's the Archives player. So there is just about no control left here for Direwolves. Souffle knows he's desperate, but Fisher Guy can't get it done. Ray now holding on, and he is the last one left alive. He doesn't last even a moment longer. Bliss flood the site. And they managed to end up the half at an even scoreline. It's 3 rounds apiece.
I'm impressed once again by Bliss and the diversity of their attacks. Although we saw the same 3 bomb sites twice, Bliss brought a different philosophy of attack to every single bomb site. They had at least 2 attack strats per bomb site, and that was super impressive for me to watch, and all of them were executed pretty cleanly too. There were some where I think they just took their time and there was a lot of hesitation, and Direwolves were able to claw off the back of that and punish them for it, and that's where Direwolves' 3 rounds came from. But in my opinion, I think Bliss have worked really hard over these last few months to learn different strategies, especially spearheaded by Fisher Guy on the IGLing role. I think it really works for their team structure.
Yeah, I definitely think that the pre and post Fisher Guy Bliss rosters, the biggest difference is the depth and breadth of strategy that they've got. You know, Bliss was always a team that they were called, you know, the BO1 Andes. They always won their BO1s, but they didn't have the depth in the map pool to make a deeper run in a BO3 or a BO5. And they didn't have as many strategies on different sites. They tended to play quite similarly each round. They would have a one-size-fits-all attack or defense, and like you said, they've already showed that that is not the Bliss of today. That's not 2023. 2023 is the year where Bliss can start challenging these APAC level teams, not just being regarded as a Nationals roster, but something more.
And that's exactly right. But for direwolves, they're a very different team when it comes to this matchup, right? Direwolves are not such a textbooky team that Bliss are. Yes, Bliss they do have a very diverse strat book, but it's very to the T. Right, that's the Fisher Guy way. That's sort of his MO as an IGL. Whereas for the direwolves, with the calling power that they've now restructured, it's not just one IGL. It's a combination of Souffle, Harambe, and everyone has gotten a bit more vocal. We're going to see some very, very different attacks.
Yeah, and to start with, we've got Ray, the newest re-addition to the roster, playing this Ossa here inside of Garage. Fisher Guy actually going to use his gas babes to try and force him back, but Ray's got his second shield. He's wielding it right now. He does have some support. Fisher Guy's trying to shoot the feet, but can't quite get it done. This is a bit awkward now for Bliss. I think they're just going to have to secede this Garage control and adapt their strategy around it.
So this is really scary for Bliss, right? The way that they set up the map was for a 3-story roam, and then direwolves responded by putting direct pressure onto the bomb site. Fisher Guy only has an SMG-11. That's not the ideal gun that you have to hold on to that Garage long line of sight, right? And it's forcing the rest of Bliss to maybe think about coming back to the site, but look at where the rest of direwolves are, right? You've got Souffle. He looks like he's inside dirt, ready to hit the bomb site as well. There's just a lot for Bliss to worry about, and really, their defense strategy doesn't really play into what direwolves are bringing right now.
The one thing that Bliss have going for them is they still have this roam presence, and with some hatches open, it makes it quite difficult for direwolves to execute onto the site. Now, look at that. The Ash has even fully opened up this red wall into Garage. Direwolves are making the smart call now. They can't just try and crutch off that position in Garage. They have to get some map control, but Souffle's managed to sneak in, and he's taken down Oda. Right on the back of it, the logic bomb to blow, to detonate, to reveal the positions, but Brendo up on the Archives positions, taking down Jackie Wu upstairs. The question is, do direwolves have enough control of the site? Jigsaw steps up here inside of CCTV, trying to force out this 1v1, but he's watching the wrong angle. Souffle just in the stairs. Oh, if he had peeked, he would have found a freebie, but instead, Jigsaw's hunting him down, looking for the peek, and he gets it! It's Roni Diff once again for Jigsaw. 3v3 now, and time is ticking for direwolves. They are falling apart at the final hurdle. They can't get it done. It's once again Jigsaw. Harambe goes in the 1v2. Both Bliss players low HP. Can Brendo fake out this diffuser? A C4 might well seal it. He shoots the C4 out of the air. Takes down Repix. But Brendo should be able to secure the round regardless. What a Chad. What a round. My God, Bliss. How do they steal that?
Honestly, I just think it's some great decision-making from Jigsaw in particular to fall back onto the site when he realized, all right, at this point, we actually don't know where the attackers are, right? Direwolves are playing that, they played that round in a way that they didn't telegraph anything, like not a single thing. Every single one of those players was kind of doing their own thing, bar the one player inside of Garage. And at that point, Jigsaw realized they could be in dirt. They definitely could be in here. At some point, someone could drop that lobby hatch. I need to come back. And there was 2 or 3 Bliss players that eventually fell off and were able to support him on that. And I just think that that mid-round adaptation to realize let's forfeit the strategy that we have upstairs because we don't have enough info. Let's just come back to the site in case something bad happens, in case bad times are coming in the way of Fisher Guy. Great decision making from them and able to close out the round off the back of that.
My oh my. These rounds are really tight, man. I am so impressed by direwolves. What a roster you have to be dealt the really shoddy hand that they have over the past month or two. And yet still be this good, still have this many different strategies, still have this good team chemistry. And yeah, Bliss won that round, but it was by the skin of their teeth. And how about this? Harambe 7-5 He's got the most kills on his team, second most in the server right now. And this guy's a sub. This guy's the analyst for direwolves.
Super sub. We love Harambe. He's so animated as well. He's a lovely guy. He gets all the dances. Apparently he actually hates it that we continue to quote his dancing. Anyway, I digress. We need to go into this round. They're playing into open area. Fisher Guy, once again, babysitting this site all on his own, just like that basement site. Bliss really leaning into this heavy roam. Meanwhile, the rest of direwolves need to figure out how they're going to clear it. Are they going to go for this probe attack, which focuses more on individuals trying to take their own map control, or are they going to dedicate themselves to doing some kind of clear?
Looks like it's a little bit of a bait from direwolves. I love that strat. You get one of your teammates to shoot down the barricade while you're rappelling on it, and it sometimes convinces a player to peek because they think, oh, there's no one close, because that would have been the player shooting it down. Doesn't get him anything just yet. And Oda does manage to shoot out that Flores drone, so that protects his Kiba barriers for a bit longer. Souffle's found a pick here in lobby. Brendo goes down early.
Bit scary for Bliss. Once again, they're sort of being caught in the crossfire of direwolves players surrounding them. Otis realized that his teammates around him have died and needs to fall back onto the site. Man disadvantage now for Bliss. The direwolves start to make their way in through the top floor.
Jigsaw's broken double digits as well. Only 7 rounds in. What's he going to be able to do with the Roni here? Caught in a tough position. He's still holding upstairs. How long until he falls back? He doesn't even get to shoot Harambe's drone there, but he does drop below, of course, sight. Star for an open area. The direwolves seem to have maintained top floor control now.
Oh, Jackie Wu, though, he's just dropped into the E-box hatch and has decided to go for it. There we go, through the rotation hole. Takes down Fisher Guy, and now Oda's only one on site.
Big kill untraded. Oda does eventually get him back, but Jack Daddy, or rather Jigsaw, there's a throwback for you. Jigsaw gets caught out, and now it's just Oda 1v3. Can he get it done? Impact can't quite secure that kill. Harambe and Pika. Are they going to be able to find their man? 20 seconds left. Oda, no util to speak of. But he hears that plant starting to go down. Does he realize it's a 1v2? A bit of sound bait there with the Gon 6, but Pika can secure the kill. And just like that, once again, direwolves have tied up the scoreline.
Not bad from the direwolves. They really cut down that top floor defense quite well, especially off the back of Souffle getting lobby control. Just everything went their way in that round. You know, the lurk from Souffle to get ATMs all by himself. Not only that, but the entries working out through top square and through stock 2. It just felt like all the pieces came together in the early round from those direwolves players. It happens sometimes. Bliss in the man disadvantage lose it out come the execute. And eventually, yeah, direwolves, they tie up the scoreline. Nice, clean fashion.
I'll say it again. I said at the start of last round. I'm really impressed by direwolves. They are looking red hot. All these players, they don't seem too discouraged by the fact that they've had to face all of this stuff, all these problems. They, honestly, I'd say they still would give, you know, Sandbox a run for their money if they made the final here. There's a real chance that direwolves could take down Bliss here. I mean, of course, this is Bliss's map pick. Direwolves have never played Bank. Not in the last 3 months, at least. It's not one of their staples. And yet, look at the depth they're bringing.
Very, very impressive stuff from them. It's not every day that you get to see teams play in the style that direwolves are here in APAC. I think APAC leans itself into typically, I wouldn't say more structured teams, but teams that are a little bit slower, especially compared to. Actually, I'm not gonna say that. I think every region has their slow and fast teams. I completely take all of that back. But direwolves are one of the teams that I think, with their international experience, have flourished into this playstyle where they can dial it up or dial it back, and they're okay with going in for this pro playstyle. Once again, we can see the direwolves players shaping themselves around the map, very individualistic to see what they can find.
Well, Vert is going to be the name of the game on this bomb site. Teller's Archives. We got Sledge, Bark, and 2 sets of breaching charges. It's a Verter's paradise. If Harambe can get in safely. He is in, but of course we can see the outlines. Quite a few Bliss players up here. And Brendo's got the info here with the pulse. Does that mean Oda's going to be able to get him? He does spray down and take down Harambe, trying to open up the wall with the skeleton key. Meanwhile, Pika has fallen as well. Quite a blow for direwolves. A tough pill to swallow now that they've got to try and form up an attack in a 3v5.
Great teamwork from Bliss between floors as well. The info coming out from Brando in the C4, as well as Oda able to hold his own ground inside of Janna. Would have been a bit scary with the skeleton key being opened up behind you, but alas, he turns around and wins that gunfight and Repics to his own as well. Now, direwolves down in the man advantage, all Bliss being super disciplined about it. They're not holding onto this Tellers area anymore now that the verticals come through, and they've all fallen off to the site or just to the rooms adjacent to it that can't be verticaled.
Jackie Wu's managed to sneak his way into sight. Still vert above, but Bliss, do they have the information? The flank comes through. Fisho guy, did he see the player? He does get taken down. Jackie Wu pulls out the goo from his pocket. Jigsaw, the floor bang with the pistol through the cabinet. Jackie Wu and Ray now try and hold on. They might have sight, but do they have a potential for a plant? Jigsaw takes a bit of damage, but once again, he gets it. And doubles down, of course he does. This man is gunning for another record set here in the match. He's been unstoppable. And we go into round 10. Bliss have once again taken the lead.
Really nice from Bliss there. They played the map really well, in my opinion. As soon as they got their 2 picks in the early game, they realized, okay, it's okay to give up the bomb site. Yes, the vertical is coming down. Yes, Jackie Wu ended up making his way in, but they were pretty comfortable playing everything adjacent to it. They were okay with playing inside that elevator hallway, inside of open, even making that retake work slowly through the bottom of square and through lobby as well. It just felt like Bliss felt like that they were in control of the areas surrounding it, and they gave direwolves a false sense of confidence to open up the bomb site. And poor Jackie Wu, he walked in, he had no idea what was coming to him, and the rest of Bliss collapsed on him. And yeah, clean round from Bliss.
The big thing here for Bliss is they're going back downstairs to Locker's CCTV. Of course, this previous attempt on this site, which they did win, it was a 1v1. But man, direwolves got so damn close, and it really started with that garage push. So I'm wondering, are Bliss really going to change much going into this second attempt? It looks like they're still going for this roam strat. Red hatch is open already.
Reloading! Cover me!
Well, they are going for the roam strat, but something has changed, and that's Repics, who's decided to jump on those yokai drones instead of playing into that roam with his teammates. I'm not exactly sure where he's going to sit in, but he realizes that, yeah, garage control is a bit tough to hold with that SMG-11. He wants to look after it instead. Not only that, but those yokai drones are also going to assist him in figuring out when he wants to take the engagements, if they bring an Ossa or something along those lines. So very self-sufficient now in that role, just letting his team take care of the roam instead.
Direwolves going for a map take, it seems, as Ray repels in upstairs. Drone ahead of him, and no one from Bliss to greet as of yet. Like you said, it seems like Bliss may be playing for a later game. Contesting the blue stairs, however. My God, Fisho guy plays so aggressively with this smoke. I don't think I've ever seen anyone throw a gas babe from blue stairs to top square.
Pretty scary stuff for Team Bliss, though. There is still quite a lot of time on the board at the moment, and the roam so far is pretty contained here in this ground floor. Jigsaw's going to have the opportunity to fall off when he would like to, but in my opinion, I think the direwolves are getting through this with relatively good timing so far. The next step is to start to get their way into open once they realize that it's been clear for them, but Jigsaw are about to fall off, and maybe into blue. If they loiter around for too long, it could be dangerous times with all the utility and the Yoko drones for that late game, but we'll see what happens.
Jigsaw has indeed fallen off. I see 4 players on site. Fisher guy's actually in blue stairs at the moment, holding onto it with the shotgun. Takes down Pika's drone and then decides to fall back himself, so doesn't want to get caught out, trying to rotate back to site, try and use his remaining gas to counter that plant. A minute to go, and direwolves have made good progress. It's now about timing.
Well, what can they go for here? There's 50 seconds left. is still 2 smoke babes. Not only that, but there's going to be Goys to deny and Yoko drones as well. So you need to make an executive decision here. Is there enough time to bait the plant? Or is there not, or can they not do that and they have to go for a flood? Now, they don't even have server control yet, so I think it has to be a flood for the direwolves to win out this round.
Well, 5v5, 30 seconds left. And it's Harambe to find the opener. Jackie Wu to push down on Oda. But here it comes, the denial. The entire floor is lava inside of CCTV. And what are direwolves going to do about it? They're going to have to go deep, but there's gas, there's fire, there's no chance. They're going to have to drop the hatches here and pray for some kills. Ray walks through the flames, and Jigsaw rises on top. Fisho guy, he goes nuts. It's up to Harambe, who gets taken out. And Bliss deny the plant, to deny the push. Direwolves fall to pieces.
There was just such a reservoir of utility that direwolves had to get through if they even wanted to get the plant down. Just really well played from Bliss. They played that utility perfectly. The Goyo, like you said, floor is lava. What are you going to do about that? Wait for the Goyos to go out? Okay, we're going for the plant now. Oh no, there's a Yokai drone and 2 smoke babes still left, right? Direwolves just taking a little bit too much time to deal with the amount of utility that was left on the site come the late game. Yes, they did go through the roam clear, and no, they didn't lose too much man count off it, but even if that works out, you still so much to worry about come that late game on Bank Basement.
Yeah, if Direwolves were aware that there was a Goyo, they certainly should have changed their tack there. There was absolutely no chance with 20 seconds to go. Even in a 5v2, you're probably not going to win that out. And where that leads us, Mandy, is of course the first breakaway in this game. It has been back and forth every single round. Direwolves Bliss, Direwolves Bliss. The only time Bliss has managed to string 2 rounds together was when they first took the lead at the start of this half. Now they've done it again, and it's given them match point. Direwolves have to push hard here. They've really played so much better than many of us expected. And if there's a chance that they can push through and take down Bliss on their map pick, it would have huge repercussions for the series.
Yeah, it could be very exciting. So far, I'm actually very impressed by how Bliss have been playing, to be honest. I really like their bank. I think they've worked super hard on it. They've got a big list of strategies, both attack and defense. I really like what they've been able to bring into the server. And for the direwolves, yes, they bring along their own kind of play style as well, but I just think overall, Bliss seem to have a better grip of the map than direwolves do at the moment, and I imagine that they'll be able to take this one away in regulation.
Well, we'll see. We do have a little rehost, as you guys can see, so we'll just have to cogitate a little bit, have to discuss what do we think is going to happen. What does Fisher Go have in store? I think it was Staff Room, right? Because Bliss have just won Teller's Archives and Locker's CCTV.
I think it's Open Area.
Yeah,
I believe. Yeah, Open Staff. Yes, sorry. I did forget what the other one was called. Yes,
I always just call it the other bomb site. But it's called Staff.
Yeah, it is called Staff Room, isn't it? Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, in-game, always call it Kitchen because, you know, it's got... I guess it's where all like the sinks. It's got a kitchen in it. Yeah, cool. I mean, every staff room shouldn't it? Every good staff room should.
Oh,
now, previously, this ended up being a pretty tight one. I think it was the one where, was it Oda? Someone on site had to try and 1v2 retake, and then there was a really good cover from Archives. Yeah, I don't know. I think Bliss is going to have to change something because Direwolves successfully attacked this site before. Good map control, good vert. It seems to be the name of the game. Direwolves aren't afraid of just going through the motions.
Just having a quick look at the defense before we swapped off and went for the rehost. Fisher Guy was picking the castle again. It did look like pretty much the same lineup for Bliss from my recollection immediately. It didn't seem like they changed much. Maybe rather than changing the actual strategy itself, they're changing more the tactics behind it. So exactly how they're going to conduct themselves in that strategy. Maybe they're not going to hold on to that top floor for as long, something like that. Maybe they want to fall off to the horizontal power positions a little bit earlier, for example, so they're not caught out on that roam clear. It's like what happened last time, right, when they went through stock and through that top square entry. And so I think for Bliss, they're feeling pretty comfortable at the moment. They're feeling in their element, and they don't really see a reason to change the macro gameplay.
Right. Well, apparently it's actually a tactical timeout for Direwolves right now. So they're the ones that need to stave off match points somehow. What needs to be discussed at the moment? They're going into a bomb site, which they can probably predict here. Open area staff room. As a whole, I'd say Bank has been a bit more defender-sided than I would have expected. First half was 3-3, but now Bliss have won 3 out of their 4 defenses. While we did see how defender-sided Bank is in APAC North and how seemingly everything is in APAC North earlier today, I expected much more attacking round wins on this South game. Like 24%, I think it was, in APAC South Stage 3 of defense rounds 1. South likes to attack Bank.
Yep. I think in general, South has a pretty different game philosophy to North as well. I like the pacing of both of these teams. I don't feel like, well, okay, bar that last round with the direwolves taking away too much time, I think the pacing of both these teams is actually pretty okay. It's very commendable as they do their roam clear throughout the map. Basement is always going to be tough because the map in its nature is really big. There's a lot that you have to clear to go through all 3 floors. But in general, especially on the ground floor and the top floor bomb sites, it feels like they're getting along with it. It feels like they're certainly moving along and making progress as the round goes on, especially through that mid round. I've been really impressed. I think going into this last defense for Bliss, it's more on the direwolves, in my opinion, to set the precedent for the round. I think Bliss feel and look comfortable on the map. I think that in the reattempt of this strategy, they're going to have a better understanding of exactly when they need to fall off and when is the most comfortable time to fall off. And it's more on the direwolves to actually press that attack and try and catch them off and make that early to mid round work.
Yeah, I'm expecting more roam game from Bliss. And I do wonder if they keep running things like that pulse we saw on the Tellers Archives defense, in tandem with the Echo, in tandem with C4s or just aggressive plays. That feels like the right movement, the right direction for Bliss, contesting that entry. Because it's what we've seen time and time again. Direwolves quite proficient at taking that quick map control, starting to get verts, starting to get that pressure on. And really all it takes is one player from Bliss to get caught off guard, and direwolves have themselves an in, and they'll pounce on that straight away, convert a man advantage to a plantable position, and then just cover. So from that perspective, if Bliss want to, if Bliss are prepared to take the fight to direwolves, I think that's the play.
I think this is gonna dive into maybe too much level of detail without drawing diagrams and turning it into a lecture.
I mean, you can try if you want. We have a bit of podcast time.
I can try, can't I? I think that, yes, it's true. You need to contest early, and I think it's true for about any map and for any team. But you don't want to overstay your welcome, especially against a team like the Direwolves and the way that they're conducting themselves in the server. They're going about in a way where there's always 1 or 2 players that are really hard to keep track of their positioning, right? And so, yes, you have roamers upstairs, but at some point, they're going to lose the comfortability of their fall-off route because they don't actually know if their fall-off route is being covered or not, if there's a lurker there, or you just don't know. After a while, you run out of intel as the round progresses on and as the entries start to make their wiggle way into the building. And so I think for Bliss, yes, it's important that they start off early. It's seriously important because, like you said, Direwolves, when given the space, they just take it. They're an experienced team. They've been to a major. They know how to do that, right? But as soon as it gets to that mid-round, it's up to Bliss to make the executive decision of, can we fall off now? Is it too early or is it too late? And now we have to worry about covering our backs because there's a nook in the building or Souffle's just walked in through lobby and we have no idea where he is or something like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And look, for Direwolves, if they can take out this open area staff room attack, which they have won before, it would put Bliss back into the game for Tellers Archives. They would be probably going back to that site, which, to be honest, Direwolves seem to have a bit of a shot there. They even got a player into Archives at one point, but it was Bliss, I think, just information was the name of the game and happy to kind of fall back away from site to play around the map and play for retake. That gave Bliss a lot of flexibility there. Direwolves, if they are able to make a comeback for overtime, which to me doesn't seem super likely, it would be a pretty impressive feat. And if they are able to push it there, I wouldn't have any doubts about their ability to close out the map.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think if Direwolves in this extended break can take their time to figure out exactly what they want to do going into this next round, that, like you said, there's a lot of time and it's quite predictable what the next thing is about to be. So if they pull something together and then claw back around, that's now, I believe it will be 6-5 would be the scoreline. If they're able to do that, it's pretty manageable. They could definitely bring themselves back into the game. Not only that, but it's also on a tertiary bomb side too for Team Bliss. They've won their 2 primary ones now. If there's a chance that they want to get an attack on the board, it's probably this one, the one that they feel least comfortable on. So yeah, for the direwolves, the extended break could work out in their favor.
Yeah, very hard to say. In theory, you'd think it's the team that lost the previous time would be in the advantage from having an extended break, which in this case would be Bliss, because Bliss lost their previous open area staff room defense. But on the flip side of that, it was direwolves who kind of had momentum against them. It's direwolves who are on the attack, so they're the ones who have to be theory crafting and how they're going to attack or whatever. So, maybe it favors them. You could probably split it either way. Apparently, we're just moments away from getting back into the game, by the way. And I thought it would be an appropriate moment to bring up the players on direwolves that have changed. Ray, it's been a hot minute. It's been a long, long time since Ray was on this roster. And I got to say, it's not like, you've seen teams where there's clearly one player that's just not up to scruff and they're subbed in or thrown in, whatever, as a replacement. And I wouldn't put Ray or Harambe, for that matter, in that basket.
Yeah.
I'd probably say Harambe is like one of the best looking players on direwolves right now, in fact.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say the exact same thing. I think Harambe is clearly still in touch with the game. Same thing with Ray. You don't just come back into a pro league roster and then perform like that, right? They must be still somehow involved in actually playing the game and keeping up to date with the mechanics. For Harambe, his strategy, pretty obvious. He was the coach, so he keeps up to date with what's going on in the team. But yeah, I'm so far really impressed by how both of those players have been playing. I did say at the start of this series that I think it was going to be a tough one for Bliss, even though they've probably come out on top with the current form that they're in. But yeah, so much credit to give to the direwolves. They've done really well so far.
I'm trying to see if I can look up Ray and see his stats on Siege GG. Zero results for Ray on Siege GG. So there you go. He's clearly not important enough to have his own page on Siege GG. When was the last time he would have played? It would have been like 2021? I
think so. Like, surely over a year ago. Direwolves have been together for a little while now, right?
APAC South 2021. APAC South 2021. Stage 3. All right, surely he played here. I want to see his stats because, this sounds kind of dog, but to be honest, like from my memory, I think that he was like one of the worst in the league. Funnily enough, I look here and the best entry player in the league, and this is, over a year ago now, 2021 Stage 3, was actually Pika. And it goes to show, he's still quite on form. The highest rated player on direwolves was Soufflé. So it kind of goes with what we were saying before. And here you go. It is confirmed. The second worst player for rating in APAC South Stage 3 2021 was Ray. And Jacqueline was only just above him. So,
there you go. I totally remember that, honestly, because direwolves went through such a glow up. They really did.
Yeah, they did. Apparently, Ray was also apparently Ray's main defending operator was Clash as well. Like, Clash main?
That's bad times. Gosh.
How do you end up with Clash as your main operator?
That's crazy times.
Credit to Ray for coming back after such a long time, after not really being regarded as a very mechanical player and still hanging with the big boys here. It's not like he's been popping off, but he's been holding his own, and that's more than I can say for some other players I've seen thrown in at short notice.
Oh, that was a bit harsh, wasn't it?
It's just facts,
harsh, but
right?
the truth.
No, there was a time. There was one time where Nora Ringo's team owner, Kizoku, subbed in for them at like some LAN event somewhere because Meryu had like gastro and had to go to hospital overseas. And so they played with Kizoku and they still nearly beat, I think it was Furia at the time. And he literally got like no kills. He didn't know how to play the game. They just gave Kizoku like dock every round and just said like go off. We'll just 4v5. Go and play how you want. We'll just 4v5. And they literally still nearly beat Furia. Someone in chat, if you can be bothered, go and find that game. Go find that cast. Find that match. Find whatever tournament that was a part of, because that was wild times. But now you understand the context when I say there's a very low bar set for people subbing in,
Fair
right?
enough.
Especially when they've been out of the game for a while, right? If it's someone like Harambe, I'm not as surprised because he's a hot player and he's still actively engaged in the game through his role as analyst. But, you know, for Ray, very impressive. Hasn't played the game in all likelihood in a year, and he's back and hanging.
He's doing pretty good for himself. I think I hear the game in the background. I don't know if production can confirm or deny, but I certainly hear something. And there it is, a timeout to bring us back into it. Oh, gosh.
Because they didn't have enough timeout already, did they?
Yeah, no, not quite yet. They need another 30 seconds, I reckon.
Well, I don't know what they'll say in the next 30 seconds.
We can let the time go away. We can pretend it's the thinking time, you know, whatever's going on in the brain. Okay, I can't do it. I have no idea what direwolves we're talking about for this long, to be honest. It's been, how much can you talk about in this amount of time, right? You know what bump site it's going to be. So they're probably going into it with a plan, and they're probably just sitting there going, yep, there we go.
There you go. Well, Star from Open Area is indeed the bomb site of choice. Brendo on the Warden, I'd quite like to see that. I don't know if that's for any specific utility, because it's not like direwolves have been playing, you know, the Ying, and they banned it in fact. It's not like they've been, I mean, they played a little bit of Sens. I feel like Brendo is mostly just playing the Ying for a good gun, as so many people do these days. To be honest, probably the same with Jigsaw. He's probably just been given his Mozzie license because he's like, yeah, you go put your go put your devices out, and maybe it'll have an impact, but really we just want you on the Roni.
That sounds about right for Jigsaw, hey? He definitely has the license to do that. And here we go. So Bliss, they're going into Starkroom Open Area. Similar strategy. And the top floor will be held by the same set of roamers as well. It seems like Jigsaw, Repix, and I think it's Brendo will eventually end up there unless he's starting out in the basement, anticipating someone. Oh, it's Oda. There we go. Oda playing inside of Janitor with his 2 Azami barricades. The second one to go on that Janitor doorway. Nothing too much has changed for Team Bliss. It's just about how they're going to play it, not what they're playing.
Ray takes out that default square camera. Here we go. Jackie Woo's managed to get his Flores drone in sight and take down that Kiba barrier, holding a very strong position in sight. Second Kiba barrier goes out. It's going to take out the castle barricade. Wow, he's just spamming his Rotero drones, clearing this util on site. There's a castle, another castle barricade going down. He's got 1 Rotero left. I don't know if he's got an idea of what to use it for. Rest of direwolves looking to start taking, as they have, I think, every single round from this top floor.
The thing they need to worry about is that Brendo, once again, is playing in that ground floor with the C4. So if they do want to make that entry in through this northern side rappel, they need to move through that top floor pretty swiftly, otherwise they're going to be caught at a choke point and probably C4'd out, or taken down by a nice crossfire set up by the roamers at the top here.
Peeka's in the building. Drone ahead of him. Elevator clear. As he starts to march down the main stairs, a flank watch drone is set. Repix, though, takes down Souffle. Trying to sneak in, sneaky, beaky-like, through the garage. He falls. We'll have to spectate for the remainder of this round. Jigsaw's found one. Drone here in the E1 hallway. Ray trying to contest through the metal bars.
That's some good work, though, from Repix to be able to take down Souffle, though. Souffle has been consistently lurking on his own, and so to be able to find that pick from there really closes off some of the options for the direwolves.
Bliss are 2 steps ahead. Direwolves need to make good on this vertical game. Need to start contesting the horizontal game as well. As Pika can open up the castle barricade in the E1 hallway and start to make his way into Tellers. Still control from Bliss downstairs as well. They're waiting patiently. Match point is within their grasp, but could be just 40 seconds away from winning the first map here in the series. Pika has snuck all the way now into Archives and straight on into admin under the cover of the skeleton key as it rings on out. Pika finds the first one. Oda's head removed as Pika jumps on through, traded back by Jigsaw. Bliss recompose and they can get it done surely here. Jackie Wu, a nice shot, but it's up to him and Harambe to try and force through this execute. A quick pre-fire, what an angle from Jackie Wu, he sees the second, but Jigsaw is there. lies down on the ground. Brendo to deny the plants. And easy as you like, Team Bliss can take their map pick of Bank. They are just one map away from the grand final here in the SI qualifier.
And not only are Bliss taking down one of the Fury, one of the major teams of Fury, but they're also maybe about to take down the direwolves as well. That is both teams that were at the Sweden Major, the last one, that Bliss, an OCN team, are now contesting in very dominant fashion. This is some super impressive stuff from them.
This ain't just some national team. This is a bunch of Aussies who are here to stay and ready to make their mark on the international stage. Long have we waited for Bliss to have a shot at something greater than just OCN, something bigger, something more important, and they failed to deliver 1 year ago in the relegations. They failed to earn their spot in APAC South, but they waited, they bided their time. They got Jigsaw and Brendo on the roster, and they did some nasty things. They're ready now to take on direwolves, one map up in the series. Mandy, with that said, direwolves played pretty well, and now direwolves do go on to their own map pick.
Yeah, this is scary times. Skyscraper has a lot of lore to it for the direwolves, so I can't wait to get into the next map. We won't talk about it just yet though, right? Because that one is for future us. The one for now is, wow, Bliss, like that was massive from them. Bank, they look so fluid on that map. The way that they played it was to perfection. They just looked super comfortable on it. And direwolves, even though they tried to play into their play style and tried to find opportunities against Bliss, it just felt like Bliss were very mobile on that map, and they knew how to deal with everything that was coming at them. So clearly very well practiced on that map.
Look, direwolves, they are at the end of their road, but they do have a shot to bring it back. Skyscraper comes up next, so stick around.
Office. What that does allow is if they want to go for a hatch drop.
Direwolves definitely have the legs in it for this series, that is for damn sure. Lots of questions were being asked, and they've answered them well before we really thought they would. They have shown up, but unfortunately, it's not good enough. It is Bliss that have taken 1-0 up in the series, but honestly, Xenox, I mean, it's what we wanted for Bliss, but I'm really happy to see Direwolves at this state.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's one map in. It's also the map pick of Bliss. And, you know, going back to what we were talking about, at least what I mentioned in the pre-match discussion regarding the map vetoes, I think we're, especially being Guz, we're in consensus that we weren't too happy with the map vetoes for Bliss. But, you know, they come out, they take Bank, and yeah, I mean, like, it wasn't too bad. First half, very back and forth, right? So a little bit difficult to sort of pinpoint who really had the ascendancy. And obviously second half Bliss on the defense, just too strong. And in the end, I think when you look at this Direwolves roster, you take out Edie, you take out Reaps, you're taking out a lot of firepower. And that was probably the difference maker.
I mean, unfortunately, I think that is the case. But, you know, again, glimmers of hope there. But, guys, how much of the glimmer of hope are you actually going to hold on to here? Do you think that that's more a case of Bliss allowing a map like Bank to kind of be the first map that's given direwolves that extra foot in? Or do you think that they've actually turned up and have kind of surprised us?
I think that performance is probably on par with what we sort of expected. I think for me, the one aspect that stands out is Bliss break away on a Bank defense. APAC South, that shouldn't be the case. It should have been direwolves putting in a bit of a stronger presence in that second half. A lot of those rounds did go down to the death, and time after time, Bliss in like 3v3s, etc., similar situations, would be shutting these players down, and they constantly had players step up, whether it be Fisho on a couple of occasions, really late into rounds, or other players that you would expect to do the same. So that was very, very impressive for me. Probably a little bit frustrating for direwolves, but I'm sure they're a team that can set that aside. Plenty of experience at this point. We've seen them play a couple of iconic games on Skyscraper, so I don't think they're going to shy away from this challenge, and it doesn't really change the outlook on this series all too much. Anticipating direwolves to still bounce back here.
Well, I mean, a map 3 could definitely be very interesting, especially with, you know, the fact that Bliss have already played 2 best-of-3s yesterday, and they've still got another best-of-3 to go. So, you know, all up for 4 intense games against teams that, on paper, would beat them due to their results and history that they've had. But Xenox, all credit, all power to Bliss. I think that there's a bit of a dignified response for all of us here on the desk when we came into this weekend and we said that Bliss actually looked like they were going to give it a red hot crack. We turned to Skyscraper. Guz is already alluding to the fact that direwolves are, I mean, this should be their map, right? This is their map pick, and we've seen them have some very favorable results in the past. Are we expecting much out of Bliss here? How deep do you reckon this one goes?
I mean, I don't know the last time I saw Bliss on Skyscraper, if at all. I mean, it's really difficult to really judge that. It can go one of two ways. Obviously, it's something that they maybe have in the back pocket, maybe something that they were prepared for. Because realistically, when you kind of look at the way that direwolves have sort of, like the way that they've really had their map pool brought out, especially at the major, Skyscraper was a big part of that. They went 2-1 at the major, or sorry, 1-2 at the major. They beat FaZe on it, and you'd be remiss to say you haven't done your homework if you think that they're not going to want to go there. So for me, thinking that Bliss have allowed that to happen, and this goes back to what I was saying before with why I think that Bliss lost the map veto. Not only was technically Bank a map that we haven't really seen Bliss have a whole lot of success on, but then they allow the Skyscraper. So, okay, they win the Bank, that's fine. But now you get to this Skyscraper where, okay, still, without ED, without Reaps, I'm backing in direwolves. This is their map. This is a map that they've played more than anything at the major. This is a map they've had a lot of success on, and also coincides with the fact it's not a map that Team Bliss probably have in their wheelhouse unless it's something they've been working on behind the scenes. The only thing I will say, though, in terms of who I think the better team is, I think it's Bliss. I think Brendo, Jigsaw, I think they've just got so much more firepower. It's just a matter of really just using this moment right now as an experience gain. You are playing at a high-pressure scenario. You're 1-0 up. You're one map away from a grand final, from a potential SI appearance, if they can then go on and beat Sandbox. So you've just got to bring it in, keep it all contained within this next map. Anything can happen. You get off to a good start. You put direwolves on the back foot. Who knows?
Guz, any last remarks before we get into this? It's ready.
I think direwolves are a very good chance to start rolling this series back. It's a map that they've had a lot of experience on. A lot of big matches have been played here. So back in the min to win this. But Bliss have so much firepower. We saw it on Bank. We saw it in that second half. So it's going to be a close one, no doubt about it. But expect direwolves to just take it home.
There's a large buzz around this game right now. Bliss are one map away from meeting Sandbox in the grand final, but Dire will stand in their way on Skyscraper. Manny and Dev will run you through all the action.
There certainly is a buzz, but is it a blissful one, or is it one that the direwolves are looking to devour? We go to map 2, it's Skyscraper. Mandy, we know very little about Bliss on this map, but as we have been saying this whole time, they have been putting in a hell of a lot of work during the off-season. Direwolves, though, this is their chance to get back into the game and demonstrate to everyone that they can overcome whatever setback life may throw at them.
Oh, this is just a map that means so much to the direwolves. This is the map that they got their upset win at the Sweden Major over FaZe Clan. That is so no small feat. That is crazy stuff, right? FaZe Clan, they're one of the best teams in the entire world. And Team Bliss are going to come into this BO3 and are like, Yeah, okay, we'll take you to that. We'll challenge you on Skyscraper. Like, what a statement for Team Bliss to be making if they can close it out in 2-0 fashion here.
Direwolves also have some very strong results against Fury from APAC South and Operation League on this map as well. So Direwolves have played plenty of this map. Bliss, on the other hand, they will have plenty of odds of Direwolves' Skyscraper wins and losses. Let's see if they have been putting in the hard yards to counter strat.
Alright, so ban phase has come through already. Thatcher, Twitch taken out. Alright, and on top of that, the K8 as well makes sense for this ban phase. If Thatcher's gone, Twitch is gone, you kind of don't want to be dealing with Electro Claws. They're in very pesky spots. Even those little baby EMPs can sometimes be a bit finicky to work with, especially on a map like Skyscraper, where you can get those K8 Claws in cheeky spots that just cannot be EMP'd from that short of a radius. And so taking that K8 makes sense. Mira gone as well. Pretty staple bans so far for this matchup. What has been left in, though, is Azami, and I think Azami is a really important operator on this particular map because it blocks off so many lines of sight from breaches that you might have. I imagine like things like karaoke window for inside of karaoke, right? There's just a lot in the cards for the defense.
That's for sure, but there's also quite a few tools on the attack that could throw a spanner in the works. I see a Monty Glaz combo pick in this opening round. Is this something spicy, or is this just a little bait to get me overexcited? Please tell me this is real, Direwolves.
Tell me this is real. Give it to me. I need the facts. I think this will be exciting for Direwolves, right? This particular bomb site, if you want to, you can get away with doing a more bottom-up or direct take, especially through that hallway if you want to contest the long lines of sight with the Glaz, I can imagine, supported by the Monty. If there's any bomb site to do this on, it's probably this one.
5 seconds left.
That top backstairs take can be very powerful. That said, I like what we've seen from Bliss. Fisher guys just placed a shield facing towards top backstairs. So Bliss do have some kind of answer if that is the push. Looks like for now a bit of a roam downstairs. That downstairs roam can be very impactful on a top back take as well, because you've got those backstairs, and if you've got players able to flank, that really puts the pressure on any attackers. Does seem to be this this indeed is a shake-up for this top backstairs take. Glaz going here on the karaoke window. Monty likely to go onto the balcony. Pika to push in from below. Cautious of Vert, but unimpeded thus far.
So they do have two sets of nades on the side of Pika and Souffle, but Oda's able to take them down through the verticals. So one of them now gone, making full use of these lines, this setup that Bliss have got. It's very elaborate to make sure that not only are they covering the horizontal push, but they're also keeping an eye on the vertical as well.
Swapping.
Well, early pick going out. Oda's taken down Pika, and that is going to put a bit of a hold on this Direwolves push, losing that downstairs control. Now, Jackie Wu has pushed up the backstairs, I do believe, and Harambe's trying to breach on this geisha wall. I don't think that actually detonated. Is that still muted? This is looking really awkward for Direwolves.
Yeah, I actually really like this setup from Bliss. They've elected to bring double construction anchors. They've bought both of the SAS shotguns, and what it means is that they've constructed the site in the way that they kind of have a thing, like a line of sight or a bit of utility or something to deal with everything that is about to come their way, right? Souffle is trying to make his way in through terrace and is being contested by a player inside of drum. I think that's Oda on the other side with that SMG-11 in hand. And it's looking pretty scary for the Direwolves.
Yeah, how do you play this situation? Ray has found one now. With that DMR from the Glaz, Fisher guy's gone down, and that's the Smoke Babes with it. Jigsaw's going to have an impact here. He's playing on for a flank, holding V up here at the minute. Slowly to push up. In through bar, worried about Office. But he's about to come up against 3 players from Direwolves. The smoke goes out, the Glaz pushes on fourth, and now Jigsaw has to have an impact here. Spots out the Glaz, takes him down, but immediately traded back by Souffle. So Direwolves can recompose. Brendo here, trying to retake the site as Direwolves have stolen it away. Jackie Wu with the Monty. Oh, Saken so low. Repix here at the backstairs. He's going to have to be the lone wolf for Team Bliss as the pack starts to hunt. Brendo's going to have an impact on this flank as Repix is pushed to his limit. Can he take down the Monty? He gets one, but Souffle immediately trades him on back. It's going to have to be a 1 versus 2 for poor Brendo. Round in the corner in the hallway, finds Souffle. Harambe, is he going to have to dance his way out of this one? Position revealed for Brendo, and Harambe locks in the round. A strong start for the Wolfpack here on Skyscraper.
Good job for the direwolves to come back from that man disadvantage that they got early on in the round, right? The direwolves, they tried to go for a direct play, but that didn't quite work out for them. However, the playstyle that the direwolves are going for is that although one part of their push doesn't work, they have 2 or 3 other players trying for something else. They always have something else up their sleeve so that if the main push falls apart, there's still opportunities elsewhere on the map. And what happened there was that even though they went for a direct take, they realized that the rest of Bliss started getting a bit antsy and started falling back in through that central part of the map. It allowed that entry to come through from Ray and from Souffle inside of that terrace and around that bar area, and as a result they find 2 or 3 picks. That's an opening into the site that they were able to capitalize on. And I think it's a big difference between the playstyle of direwolves and Bliss. Bliss tend to go for a single philosophy and all 5 of them work on it, whereas the direwolves are more of an opportunistic team.
Yeah, and that tended to pan out for them in that scenario. They were quick to adapt as soon as they got some new information. You know, they traded back every single play, every single flank that Bliss made. And now Bliss, well, they're not going to dwell too much on the issues there. They're going to change up the site, go over to Office. Seems like quite a bit of an extension, however. Fairly default. I'm not seeing anything too out of the ordinary, to be honest.
No, likewise, I don't think I see anything too special coming out from them yet. Of course, they have to roam horizontally. You want to be contesting the map nice and early, but it's not like there's like a reservoir of utility here inside of this dragon room or further ahead inside of the room, the tea room or something like that, right? So direwolves, if they want to take it, they could probably take it pretty swiftly, and Bliss would probably have to fall back.
Yeah, tempting for direwolves. Bit of a presence on the Geisha balcony now. Pika jumps in, sees the reinforcement. Don't know what's been droned ahead of him at the minute. Looks like the drone does go out. Souffle just taking out some default cameras from outside. Oh, but the opportunity for Jigsaw arises. Despite that suppressor on Souffle, Jigsaw still makes that play. Well played. And an early man advantage for Bliss, but Pika is hungry to exchange here. Pushing all the way deep into Drum.
Bliss have a pretty contained defense so far. It really only stretches out 1 floor below, really, and perhaps inside of Drum. Pika, as a result, has made his way all the way in through terraces, able to take down Oda in the
right no!
So not only can he get 1, but he can get 2. Looking for a 3rd, but taken down by Brendo, who's good for 2 himself.
What about that, Brendo? I think he sprayed down 1 and he was good for 2. Lucky Duck found the player out on the balcony. Jackie Wu's made his way inside. Bliss in the man advantage. But direwolves do have a good position. Brendo, though, using these holes might be good for another one. Bit of damage on Jackie Wu, but it's not enough. Repix as well, down below. Doesn't have his C4. Harambe and Jackie Wu tempted to try and push out here. They know they can't safely plant. But Brendo gets the vision. Finds his 3rd on the round. Jackie Wu now AK in hand. He does make it a 1 versus 1. So winnable now for direwolves. As Repix downstairs, he might well have information, Valkyrie cameras, but he certainly doesn't have that bulletproof. And he doesn't have a C4 either. Bit of sound cover here from Jackie Wu. Fakes out the plant, still worried, still concerned. But he has time to play with. What's he gonna do? What's Repix gonna do? He hears it, and they've got the yellow ping. Jackie Wu now knows there's no way he can make this one work. And it's a tough call now for Jackie. Is there info on site? Is there a yellow ping? There isn't. But Repix can make his way up the stairs. It's a fake from Jackie. Can he land the shot, though? He's got to push for it. Repix runs away, runs for his life. And the fake is backed in by another fake. He has to stick it. Repix is going to push. He's going to clutch the round, but surely not! I cannot believe it! There is no way in hell Jackie Wu lands it. This man is a machine!
No way that just happened. I was about to give Repic so much credit there for perfectly playing that cat and mouse situation, but that yellow ping for a little bit of misinformation right at the end. There's Repic's rounds the corner. He turned right instead of left, and it gave Jackie with the tiniest window to win out that gunfight in the post plant. That is unreal from the direwolves. That is such an unfortunate situation for Repics.
I'm befuddled, bewildered. I'm clueless. What was that? And what does that do to Bliss? Oh, the tiniest bit of misinfo, the tiniest mistake. Nobody can blame him. In that moment, nobody can blame him. But for direwolves, they're going to be celebrating Jackie Wu. He stepped up. In the absence of star players like Reaps, in the absence of the Clutch Master and ED, direwolves show that they have players that can shine in these clutch moments. It was a 1v2 for Jackie Wu to follow up from a 3v4 that they should never have won. And he delivers against all odds.
Both of these rounds so far have been so back and forth with the nature that direwolves are playing this map. There's so much for Bliss to worry about in both of these rounds that they're forced to take engagements, smaller engagements across the entire map. And I think as a result, it's just so hard for them to be able to play that trade game. You never know when they're going to hit the bomb site. You sort of don't even know the entry point for the direwolves because they know the map so fluidly. Ray seems to have an idea that there is a defender on the other side of that shrine, on the other side of that dragon window. About to hop out is Brendo with the window prepped, and the rest of the direwolves working that ground floor.
Clear show of discomfort for Bliss as they go to a tertiary site, unable to find either their primary or secondary, but Jigsaw has found the opening pick, taking down a big player in Pika. Jigsaw's been pretty hot on this roam. He found the opening kill last round as well. And yet, every round so far, this map, Bliss have found the opening kill, and yet still no round wins on the board.
Bliss, once again, that's Jigsaw finding the second for them. Now a very strong man advantage. It's not just the one pick that gets traded back this time, Dev. It's one and two as well. Now Souffle is stuck outside the building getting on his drone. Ray's the only other person possibly in the building to try and claw one back. I think we might have lost Jigsaw. He's a running man.
Doing some treadmill? He's doing a bit of treadmill.
He is. Got to get that cardio in, you know?
Yeah, there you go. So Jigsaw has DC'd. direwolves was able to find the kill beforehand. That said, you know, Jigsaw found 2 kills. So I think he should be pretty satisfied with his contribution to the round, and he should be able to trust his teammates to finish it off from here.
It's certainly possible as long as the rest of the Bliss players don't get caught out by lack of intel. I think that's been the story of Bliss against direwolves in general. It's about keeping track of these direwolves players and keeping an eye on exactly what they're trying to do. Souffle, he's made his way in through that ground floor, through that eastern side of the building. Ray is trying to rendezvous with him as well by hopping in through this reception window as well. So direwolves deciding that they want to go for a sweep together across the map. It seems like Fisher Guy has a bit of a key into what's going on, and a frost mat will be the thorn in the side of the direwolves.
Yeah, and there you go. It's going to close the round as well. Well, despite Bliss losing that player and calling this technical pause, they do finally get their first defensive round here on Skyscraper, putting a little bit of pressure now onto direwolves, making them second-guess their entries, because that was really what fell flat, right? You've got 2 players that got in the building and immediately died to Jigsaw, not to mention one that jumped straight into a frost mat.
Yeah, it's not super good from the direwolves that round. I just think that they went for, once again, their pro sort of formula that they're going for, just try and find an opportunity into the building. Skyscraper is one of those maps that can be a little challenging to entry. There's not a lot of like super duper viable entry spots. The map is relatively closed off from the outside externally, in my opinion. And so, yeah, the way that direwolves are playing it really leans into them just knowing the map really well and getting a feel for what's safe. Unfortunately, not working out in that last round. It happens sometimes, but look, we're back in it. Jigsaw's in the lobby again.
We are. I saw him actually just joined right at the moment when we went back to our cams. Unfortunately, it looks like we are green lit, so it's time to go. Just continuing what you were talking about before, I feel like Skyscraper, definitely a hard map to entry. I feel like there's a lot of ways into the map, like a lot of doors and windows that you can jump into. But the problem is, like, every one of them seems to be into a crossfire, and none of them are, like, free map control. Like, you'll have maps like Bank, for example, where, like, top square is kind of free map control. It doesn't take much to get top square because it's so dangerous for defenders to play around there. But on Skyscraper, there's, like, very little free map control. And so if the defenders just have, like, moderate pressure all over the map, they can get so much info and slow down the attack massively.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. That's kind of the beauty in the Bliss strat, right? Because every single strat they've played for, they're bringing a lot of construction. Like, even on this one, they're bringing double site construction in Fisher Guy and Oda, and Repix even has a secondary shotgun. So they can open up lines of sight galore. They can open up vertical lines of sight galore as well. It's just, there's a lot that they can do to construct the map to try and deny these entries that you're talking about.
So far, direwolves haven't really got any map control. It looks like perhaps Pika, on Array rather, is working on this office side. But yep, not a single attacker in the building as of yet. And once again, we got Jigsaw on this Legion roaming here in office, but he's feeling a bit of pressure. The wallbang comes through. He takes a bit of damage, gets droned on out. Are they going to jump straight on in? He jumps straight on down. Runs away, decides his life is not worth it.
Pika, though, that has allowed him some passageway to get into the building now, safely hopping in through the window and starting to get his way in through that eastern side of the map. He's going to be met by some reinforcements, and I imagine a little bit of utility perhaps in that central part of the map. Actually, not too much. Just, oh yeah, there is. There is indeed a shield there facing into that dragon entry, and also a player inside of Drum with a shield of his own. So this central part of the map is where the choke point really exists. This is where the most time is lost, trying to clear out these two power positions.
Brando feeling a lot of pressure. Perhaps he forgot that he was Warden there for a second, or perhaps he didn't want to get naded out. Flashes go over, start to force back this position, but he is going to give it up. Probably the right play. Despite him being Warden, you know, you don't want to get hit by one of those grenades that's trying to take out the shield. Not worth his life. And so direwolves, with that, have taken quite a bit of map control, but only a minute left.
That's exactly the point that I was going to say. Yes, they've got a bit of map control, but there's still so much left to deal with. Still both shield positions in play, except for Harambe, who's managed to crack that one open, and Jackie Wu to collect the second as well. Suddenly, the site much more vacant for the direwolves.
Yeah, but trades back and forth, and Repix on for the flank. They weren't watching the drone at the right moment, and so he finds a freebie. Oh, what a shot! Oda almost good for two. Getting pushed now from inside of Geisha. Direwolves try to recompose. It's Souffle and Harambe. That nade barely missing, but Oda, once again, full blind. It doesn't matter. He's a monster with this SMG-11. Now Souffle to pick up the diffuser and pick up what's left of the round. Repix has made his way back to site. And Bliss can even up this scoreline here on Skyscraper. They found their second defense.
Big stint from Oda there in the back line of that defense. Even though the front line went down as the execute came through, Oda was like, it's all right, guys. We're chilling. I'm here for the 3K. And there we go. Direwolves running out of time to make a nice, clean execute. They had to funnel through the doors and the lines of sight that essentially Team Bliss created for themselves to be able to use later in that round, right? They ended up taking fights that were very disadvantageous to them because Oda knew exactly what he was doing in the spot that he was in. It was comfortable to him. He set it up for himself, and 3 kills come out of it.
We're seeing the pattern continue of direwolves struggling a little bit with this entry on the map. They slowed down a little bit, but once Bliss forfeited it, they did lap up that free map control. And to be honest, they were quite good at eliminating these power positions, you know, pulling Brendo off of that shield.
Also Brendy.
Yeah, well, there is Brendy, who's the owner of Team Bliss, which is why it's a bit confusing. But I digress. Direwolves, they have some strengths, but Bliss, I think, have been playing into it pretty well, Mandy. You know, they're falling off. They're knowing when to fall off and then when to re-aggress.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that they have players that are dedicated to each part of the round, I think might be the best way of putting it. When I think about the early round, I think about Jigsaw, who's running Mayhem on the other side of the map, right? And then as the mid-round goes on, you have the front line of your anchors. That's Brendo, right? That's Oda sitting behind with the SMG-11 inside a drum, for example. Then you also have players that have opportunities to flank, like what Fisher Guy was able to do as well, or Fisher Guy Repics are able to do. It feels like each member of Team Bliss has their time and their place in the rounds, and they're really excellent at being able to they're really well practiced. They're really well practiced in their role, and it's coming to work super well. Direwolves are really struggling to deal with that early rounds, and even if they get through the early round once Jigsaw gives up the control, then they struggle with the anchors because they're super proficient at their positions as well.
We're getting a little bit of a tease here from Jackie Wu. There might be a Monty. Jigsaw. I love you, Hogs way of Live 1. Just doxing our observer account.
I like this though. So in recent times, people are starting to open up this office wall. Instead of fully closing up the breach that faces externally, they're putting footholes in the ground instead. Now what that means is that if you want to get a thermite charge on the wall, you cannot do that, because if you want to put it down, you're going to have your feet exposed. And not getting a thermite charge on the wall also protects the reinforcement that's adjacent to it in bar, which is a power position that defenders often like to use too. So I'm actually a big fan of the way that Bliss are playing this external wall strategy. I really like it. It's much more modern than keeping everything closed. And it also allows, if you want to get a thermite charge on the other wall, you could impact trick it. There's just a lot of options. I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, I mean, what's more, you've got just the one hard breach. You don't have the secondary hard breaches on Jackawu, which they could have brought on the Monty. But I do like this Monty pick. I think it's a great way to just brute force map control. Jigsaw, he's a great roamer, but he can't just go and shoot that Monty so easily as he can any other player. That said, the Frost Mats and Legion Goo Mines might slow down Jackawu a little bit.
But here we go, Direwolves looking for a more direct take into the bomb site. Souffle immediately getting in below with that buck in hand can start to make use of that vertical pressure. It seems like with that Monty, they're not going to try and sweep through the map and instead just work the breach that they've been gifted. We saw a little earlier on, Ray was able to get one of his Ash breaching rounds onto that soft wall, that left side soft wall, and that's one point of entry that the Direwolves can use to make their in onto the site.
But this has been a very direct push, hasn't it? Direwolves might have a pick, but when are they actually going to be able to make a play? Time will tell, clearing some barbed wire now, but also enabling some vert below. Pika downstairs. Tempted to push up the main stairs, but when it's such a dangerous angle, this one, you almost never see anyone on the lower end win this. There's no way Jackie Wu just jumped into that frost mat. No way. How did this not get cleared by that Ash charge before? I've got a lot of questions, man, and I don't have many answers. Fisho guy, though, he's stepped up and Pika's gone down. This is falling apart for Direwolves.
Fisher guy's like, don't talk to me or my Frostmat ever again. I'm here to deny the entries from both floors at the same time. Souffle is going to try and get the refrag in. Some info out does go to Fisher guy, who's still on the main stairs, that yellow ping. Ray even afraid to jump in the window and res his teammate because Fisher guy is just around the corner. And he collects both of them.
Sheesh, this Fisher guy, man. He just does not stop. Souffle and Harambe. Information here. Oh no, Souffle just almost misses that opportunity. Does eventually finish off what's left of Repix. Now 3 players on the Bliss side to find for these 2 remaining Direwolves guys. A flash or 2 up the top. Fisher guy, he may have the perfect position, but Harambe reads him. Immediately traded by Brendo. Souffle now. He should be able to walk up the stairs for free, but he's still walking into a crossfire. Doesn't have the diffuser. Does he have a chance? He spots out the player, takes him down, but not out as of yet. Brendo still survives and still plenty of health, but that said, Souffle's done it now. He has to go for kill. No time to get that diffuser, but he's got no clue where Oda is. All Oda's got to do is sit back sip on a drink at the bar because Bliss has won 3 rounds in a row.
Super impressive from Team Bliss so far, especially from Fisher guy playing on that main stairs and top main stairs position. He was able to hunker down both that hop in through the window with a frost mat, the phantom frost mat that did not get destroyed from that Ash charge somehow, and also hold on to the main stairs as well. There's just superb work from him, and almost him alone, even 3 or 4 kills I believe it was in that round, and Oda wins it out on time.
Well, direwolves need this tactical timeout. I will say, Mandy, you know, a lot of people would put Skyscraper in the defender-sided basket, especially when, you know, the Thatcher is out. And we've got Twitch out as well. So in theory, Hardbreach should be kind of difficult here. And as you mentioned in that ban phase, you know, Azami's been left in. Solus, which we haven't actually seen much play, has been left in. The Frost, I'm going to put her in there as well because she's been so impactful, has been left in. So I feel like this should be defender favored. So I don't want to spell doom and gloom for direwolves just yet, even though they are currently losing this attacking half. I wouldn't expect them to go too crazy on their attack. I'd say that this is probably still going to be a defender-sided match, but I respect them for using their tactical timeout to try and get 110% out of this attacking half.
Respect is the right word to use, right? Because everything they talk about in that tactical timeout only goes into that one round. After that, they switch halves, and there is some information and some discussion that kind of gets thrown out the window, right? It's all going into trying to clean up this scoreline to be 3-3 for when they get onto that defending half, just making it that little step easier for them to make it through. They're actually going to start us out here. The final bomb site that Bliss is going to take us to is going to be that kitchen and barbecue bomb site. They're looking to extend up into the top floor, just one floor above them. It doesn't look like the horizontal extension is too far and wide. Pretty contained so far for Team Bliss. Oh, actually it is. I completely lied. There is a lot of reinforcements being extended horizontally. Oh, interesting. Maybe they're reading into the fact that direwolves do actually like to probe in their way through the map, and they realize they need to put some reinforcements for these cutoff angles. The one in the middle here is particularly important for the 2 windows that they can use on the soft wall. But Brendo, look at this. Looking for a run out onto that entry of Souffle, trying to swing in on the repels, and he can take him down.
Big early pick and a little bit of an oversight here from direwolves. Bliss have shown their hand. They want to be aggressive, but it feels like direwolves just a little bit lost in the sauce. They're not quite reading into it. Round after round, they see this aggression. Jigsaw still holding on, and this VIP external wall not breached as of yet, so he's got a lot of leeway here. Still decides to fall back nonetheless. Worried about this shrine window. Bit of a pre-fire. Once again, no damage exchanged either way as of yet.
Good from Jigsaw. He knew that his fall-off route was going to be through that top main stairs and through terrace. That's what those 2 reinforcements on this side of the map are for, right? It means that he can't get cut off from that housing single wall. He can't get cut off from the soft wall either. And so, very clean. Good timing from Jigsaw. Now they're direwolves are forced to work through this mid-round and start to clear the utility. This is where a lot of time is wasted. This is where they could get stunted through the top floor. Not only that, but they still need to convert their push a floor below as well.
Yeah, that's it. Of course, this is kitchen barbecue. So much map control to take, and it really does feel like, compared to some of these earlier rounds, Mandy, Bliss are happy to just do a little bit of damage and then fall back. They're not overcommitting on this roam, and that's going to really drain out the time. We're going to see the repercussions of that in this late round once we eventually get there in about 30 seconds, where the direwolves will actually have a viable execute.
Minute left to go now, and time again, direwolves, like you say, struggling through that late round to make things work. Here it is. This is the horizontal pressure that we were just talking about a few seconds ago. It seems like the direwolves are not actually going to look to push all the way through this top floor. They've just left Jackie Wu up here to try and collect what he can, try and find an opportunity to maybe push through this hallway, but they're not going to dedicate any more to it. Only 40 seconds left now, and the executor's got to come through.
And they know just where Jackie Wu is upstairs. He's going to try and backstab, while the rest of the team goes for the front, goes for the site. Ray's managed to sneak his way in. Jackie Wu does some damage upstairs. Here's Ray. He's red hot, as are the direwolves. A 4v2 now, looking to convert, but Jigsaw is still alive in the server. As I say that, cast a curse. He's gone. Repix now, 1v3. Plant not going down as of yet. He's got some audio here. He hears Ray, and the spray comes from the other side. Repix trying to duel him. Can find the feed, can find the angle. But now he's got a 1 versus 2 on for the retake. Harambe, low HP on the long angle. Pika holding him. Is Repix gonna be able to get it done to close out the half with an advantage? Direwolves looking to convert this post plant, and they do so. We're 3-3 at the half.
Close to Repix again. That was a lot of info there on that final player behind the bomb chassis, but can't quite make the post-plant clutch work. Direwolves, yes, that was good from them. Their tactical timeout definitely worked out for them. They realized that they spent way too much time in those mid to late rounds, the previous rounds. That time, they picked a great bit of timing to convert their push from the top floor to the ground floor. And as a result, there was still 2 or 3 Bliss players that were left loitering on that top floor. It was easy to hit the site. They made both of their entries work from inside of bathroom, inside of reception as well, able to collapse onto the bomb site. It was definitely worth the tactical timeout they took, but now they're going to go onto their defense, and some of that philosophy, like we said, is going to be thrown out the window. Can they replicate even more success?
I do wonder. But it looks like Bliss have cooked up something special of their own for this attacking side. We've seen Sens, we've seen now Galaz and Monty on Bliss.
10 seconds remaining.
We've seen the Monty be quite effective for Fisho Guy before. And a no hard breach lineup, Mandy. You know what? I'm getting deja vu here. Isn't this exactly what happened in the first round from Direwolves?
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been
Yep, I was going to say the exact same thing as soon as I saw the lineup. I was like, huh, funny that. We've seen something like it just before, maybe about 5 rounds ago or so. So, yeah, getting a taste of their own medicine are Direwolves, and it seems like they're even going to make the same points of entry. Repix opening up that window inside of the bathroom to allow one of his teammates to hop in through.
Now, the thing is, when Direwolves did this, they actually lost the opening pick quite badly. Their Yana tried to push up the back stairs and died really early on. The Glaz and Monty actually ended up rotating. Instead of going for the backstairs push, they went and went through Terrace and through Drum, and that was where they found their execute. I wonder if Bliss is going to have that adaptability, or whether they're just going to try and force the backstairs push.
Bliss tend to be a little more focused on having the same idea and doing it with all 5 of them. We've already got Repix down below with Jigsaw starting to play those vertical lines of sight, throwing the nades up through the floor. Harambe, though, is able to collect him through those vertical lines of sight, as said, and Jigsaw instead can claw one back with a grenade.
Oh, what an angle from Jigsaw. Very scary stuff. Does have another nade if he wants to go for this vert, but here's Souffle roaming along from the bottom of house. I think he was spotted. I think he just took out a drone. So Bliss should be cautious. Another drone thrown out to watch flank as Brendo's looking for this vertical nades. Seems to be the name of the game here for Bliss. They're trying to find these picks on the vert. Oh my god! Poor Fisho Guy, used and abused, but traded back and good for 2. He was worth his weight in gold. Doesn't matter if you don't get a kill. If you can bait yourself to find your teammates double the amount, it's worth it. Bliss now need to convert the 3v2. This nade should land. Ray down.
Oh my gosh.
Now Direwolves might be able to get this res off. Bliss won't know about that down, but another nade. Surely that's going to finish him. Apparently not. So Souffle managed to find the kill. Souffle to double down. This is looking very scary. Oda's going to have to clutch up. More nades. My god, this is what happens when you bring 4 operators with nades, it seems. Oda has to land this. He's got to win this clutch. Otherwise, it's the biggest of throws from Bliss. But Direwolves, they're playing it smart. They know for sure that Ray is trapped on site. They know they don't have to make the move as of yet. Oda might be able to land this nade, but Ray peeks out. And Direwolves recompose. What a comeback.
Oh gosh, that was a bit scary for the Direwolves. Can you imagine being on the bomb site there? You're like, all right, guys, we're chilling for a bit. Oh, that was a nade. Oh, that one just blew up next to me. The shrapnel changes have come through. And with grenades now, they have to be much more precise than they needed to be in previous patches to net a kill through the floor nowadays. And so for Team Bliss, they brought a lot of redundancy in those nades to try and make that work. And yes, they were able to collect a pick off it. And yes, they were able to make Jigsaw work his way up the backstairs, but they just couldn't quite convert into the bomb site. It's one of those, in my opinion, a bit of a gamble of a strategy. You really need to have some pretty intricate and finicky things work to collect some of those kills. And even though they almost did it, Direwolves hold their ground and win out the round.
Big plays from Souffle and Ray. They really played that. I think it was a 2v3 or a 2v4. They played it so well. And Bliss
5 seconds left.
perhaps need to reconsider some of these attacks, need to tighten up
Attacker's objective is to
some
defuse a bomb.
minuscule details, because that's all it takes for direwolves to get back into a round, as we saw just then. And you got to credit how proactive direwolves are. Like, they identified Fisho was alone. They had 2 players double teaming him on that Monty. They're always looking for a way to get the upper hand.
And they certainly are, and direwolves are actually bringing along something a little different here. They've brought along the castle barricades to aid them in the strategy that they're going for. Now, I haven't paid heaps and heaps of attention to what Jackie Wu's doing, but I imagine that they're trying to use this to extend across the map and block off any windows or lines of sight that might cut off their rotations coming back into the site. Bliss, though, they're immediately starting to attack directly as Repix is trying to get whatever anti-hard breaches off this wall with the nade from below. Oh, and almost nets a kill off it as well. Harambe's like, goodness gracious me, that was close. And there we go, the second nade to follow through, but the bandit trick can come through.
That's funny. Unfortunate for Repix that his first nade missed, right? Because he would have used the second one to deny the bandit juggle, but he didn't have one available. And so already some hard breach denied there. Oda a bit short on it. Man, I thought that player on the rappel was actually watching for this cross, but apparently not. Bliss one step
really
behind where they'd like to be right now.
This is good though. This is what I was talking about with those castle barricades. It's enabling them to fall back in through drum and have a rotation hole that they can play there. This might be taken down though by Brendo with one of those Ash charges caught by Wamai. And even peeked from Ray playing that power position.
I gotta say, Ray's nuts. Like, credit to him. He's been having some really impactful kills here.
I love this.
And on top of that, I mean, direwolves, they've got these innovative strategies. Okay, well, this wall is going to get breached. Should open the drum wall there, indeed. So Ray feeling a bit more pressure now as he's droned out. But I love these extensions. Good trade, though. This guy eventually does get Ray on the retreat. He overstayed his welcome. And Bliss have once again regained that numbers advantage.
Although they have the numbers advantage, there's still a little bit of work to be done. Fisher Guy realizing he wants to put some pressure a little bit closer to the bomb site is going to rotate. I imagine one of those exothermic charges either on the single wall or on the breach itself. Meanwhile, Jigsaw, starting to make his way in through Shrine, is about to be met by the resistance behind the dragon statue.
Throwing frag grenade.
So what is the next move for Bliss? A lot of opportunities opened up, but when can they cut? When can they execute? Oh, Fisho flashed a little bit as he jumps on inside, but here the sneaky snake on the ground. It's Harambe. Souffle's found one too, forcing Jigsaw to clutch up. Made it a 1v1. 10 seconds to get it done, and of course Jigsaw's going to go for the kill. Down on the ground, it's Pika, and he peeks up and takes him down. Direwolves are starting to run away with this, man. They're up 5-3 here on their map pick.
That was a really exciting 1v1 to close that out too. That was the Starfragger of Direwolves against Jigsaw, of course, the Starfragger of Bliss to try and close out in the dying seconds of the round. But Direwolves are starting to run away with it, Dev. They're playing these defenses really, really inventively, and I love it. It's super exciting to watch. Ray, although he mistimes his fall off a little bit, they wasted a lot of time on that other side of the map. And that by the time that Bliss got to that choke point of Terrace and got to that choke point of Drum, they realized, okay, that's a bit scary. There's a lot of long lines of sight that are watching our entry. Fisher Guy tried to hop in through the window and there was a snake on the ground to meet him. There was just a lot for Bliss to worry about and not enough time to deal with it because that early round was so successful from the Direwolf strategy, right? I really like what they've brought to this map, and with this addition, with this new 5 roster, it's actually not what we saw in Sweden. These are new strats.
Yeah, absolutely. Very new. So it's not even like we can crouch off and say, well, they won against FaZe on this map. They have learned a lot from that. I'm sure they did, but yeah, like you said, when you change out 2 players, you change a lot of your game anyway. Direwolves really impressing me. The fact that they can play this well with such a short amount of practice, with 2 players jumping back into the roster. Spawn peek from Souffle. Epix doesn't go for it. Doesn't seem aware either. Oh, Souffle is going to find it. Man, how well played is that? A little tap in the barricade. An early man advantage for Direwolves. They are looking red hot on this defense.
And in real sneaky fashion as well with that suppressor, right? There are no bullet traces when that happens. And you can barely hear the gun too. So Repix is probably like, what? what on earth is going on? Where did I die from? And now they're down in the man count. Fisher Guy is going to try and get a breach onto this Geisha wall, though met by a mute jammer just on the other side there. It seems like Geisha will be the point of contest for Bliss, though. There are a couple drones being sent through, and I believe that's Oda just outside the double window, ready to hop in.
Oh, early duel. Souffle taken very, very low, and he runs away. Looks like Jigsaw's been able to scare him off. Oh, hello, what a C4. Not sure where that info came from, but Ray completely bombs up Brendo. No sledgehammer left, and with the sledge and the buck being the two to go down, really all you've got for any vert capability is Oda with 2 breaching rounds on the Ash, which is far more than, or far less than would be desired on a site like this. Massive advantage now for direwolves.
This is really rough for Bliss. They haven't been able to make too much work for them aside from Odo, who's made his way in through Drum, but really they don't know if they have control of Geisha at all. They don't know how much of the top floor direwolves are holding on to. It's just so hard to get info of how much of the map they have gripped on.
Damn.
And look at all this. The Valkyrie cameras are info galore for the defense. There's just not a lot going for Bliss right now. Direwolves are on top of it.
Fish goes so low as well. Even a hipfire floor bang could end him. Oda, though, finally finds a break for Bliss. Great headshot with the R4C. Harambe goes down, but he'll just sit on these cameras for the rest of the round regardless. Bit of hurt now. Opening up onto delivery. Jigsaw round to the corner. What's Pika doing outside the building, mate? You're a defender.
He decides to go for a bit of an excursion outside for a little bit. It's like, oh yeah, I just gotta head out, right? I'm getting flashed. There's nowhere else for me to go. Fisher, though, taken very low, like you said, but he has the diffuser in hand. Only 30 seconds, though, and can start to drone into the bomb site. Is about to be met by Jackie Wu, who is keenly holding on to
Go away!
Oh, and he even has
Oh!
who has a slither of HP and can take him down.
He got the injure, but he can't confirm it. It's up to Jigsaw now. And Souffle, rather, Jackie Wu is there. My. A quick tactical timeout called by Team Bliss as they stare down at Direwolves' map point here on Skyscraper.
Nice info strategy again from the Direwolves. For Bliss, it felt like they didn't know what they were walking into. They walked into it with a lot of confidence. That was Brendo, who hopped in straight from Geisha. Good on him. But he didn't know that they had full info on him. There was a Valkyrie camera inside the corner of Geisha that gave info for Ray to connect the C4 onto him. Same thing with Odo, right? He walked in through Terrace, but there were so many Valkyrie cameras that were inside of that shrine position that it told all the defenders, okay, they are still sweeping through that top floor. Let's either fall back. And Pika, although he went on a bit of an excursion outside, he left it up to his teammates, and Jackie Wu on the bomb site collected another kill-off info through the vertical. It just, throughout the entire rounds, it just felt like Bliss were a step behind in the intel. Direwolves knew exactly what was going on, and Bliss had no idea what they were walking into.
What do you reckon, Mandy? Bliss with that tactical timeout. They can be able to counter these holds from Direwolves quick enough because, I mean, not a single round of attack won as of yet for Bliss. 3 different bomb sites successfully defended for Direwolves. It's looking grim.
Yeah, it certainly is for them. Off the back of that tactical timeout, it makes me wonder exactly what they're going to change. Are they going to play a little bit slower, or are they going to try and be as eager as they always have been? Because each time that they've been eager about an idea, it feels like a slightly ill-advised one. They don't fully dissect the strategy that Direwolves are going for. To be fair, what Direwolves are going for is quite complex. There's a lot to break down, even in this top-down view, let alone in the server. And so for Bliss, I think maybe a step of caution might be what they need to deal with what Direwolves are bringing into the server right now.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen this new Direwolves roster play Skyscraper until today. Of course, Direwolves have been on break, haven't played an official since the Yonchaping Major, so they haven't played an official with this new roster. And I have no doubt that that is, in a way, an advantage for them, because Bliss haven't been able to watch these VODs and start to break down how the team likes to play the map. In fact, how the team likes to play it all. You know, you're talking about playing against a roster that you simply have never seen this 5-stack play before.
I'd agree. Definitely Direwolves winning out in the macro strategy so far. Bliss look like they're going to go for a sweep across the map. The first Salmon charge to go on the breach just inside of Office will allow safe passage. Not only that, but there's even a second to play the cutoff at the top of that housing single wall. forcing the defenders to rotate back nice and quick. Lots of map control so far for Bliss. They don't know it yet. They're just going to send in a few drones right now and double check it. Probably the right thing to do, but they've got control all the way up to Terrace, except for silly little Souffle, who's just prone by the double window.
Yeah, he's just prone underneath it. But that Dockerby call might force him back. It looks like he has started to move back. He's in drum now. But, I mean, Souffle, I wouldn't put it past him to pull off something like that. He's 12-6 right now. He's had a ripper of a game. Outfragging Jigsaw, his closest competitor on the other side. Bliss are starting to whittle away at this map control, though. Jigsaw even now down in delivery, hunting Jackie Wu, who was here just moments ago.
I actually really like what Bliss are going for here. They're consolidating their players on this eastern side of the map. They're doing a take that's pretty methodical, and they're taking the real estate that they know that they can get, right? There's no more uncertainty like there was in the previous rounds. They actually fully know what they're walking into this time, so I like the change of pace from them.
And finally, that mute jammer has been destroyed. And as a result, Fisher Guy able to get a breach here onto the Geisha wall. Ray's falling back. Peak has got a lovely spot set up with his Azami Kiba, and Fisher Guy is able to take down that deadly player of Souffle. A big pick here. Bliss, though, just under a minute left to go, and a lot of work to be done to start this trek back towards overtime.
Jigsaw seems super aware that there's a player in that ground floor that he needs to contest, but the rest of Bliss need to start to get their work onto the bomb site. They have no more hard breach, keep in mind. So that wall going to the bomb site is staying closed. I wonder how they're going to be able to deal with this. They have Geisha control. They could go for a flood from here, but there's only 30 seconds left to do it.
Oh, big pick from Pika. But Fisher Guy, he's coming from Geisha. He's been traded back. Pika, oh my god! He takes matters into his own hands. 3 kills on the Azami, snuck back into sight. A 2v2 now, Rapic's taken out, leaves it all up to Jigsaw. Can he find the Legion? He does. It's a 1v1, but does he? No, he absolutely does not. Good half for the direwolves. Pika, a monstrous 4K, sends us to map 3. Manny, we are gonna go the distance.
And I'm so excited to go the distance. This series absolutely deserves it. We've seen a masterclass of both of these maps. First, from Team Bliss. The strategies that they had on Bank, amazing. Direwolves have replicated just exactly that, but on their own map, picking Skyscraper. I mean, what was that innovation, that inventiveness from them? We could barely dissect it in the top down, let alone Bliss, who were trying so hard to attack it. It really felt like as soon as the half had swapped to the defense, we saw the Direwolves' hand, and it was brilliant.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. Direwolves have those defenses down pat. They didn't drop a single one. And even on that attacking side, they were formidable. Won 3 out of their 6. For Direwolves, this is a great left hook back at Bliss after losing on Bank. And we're really seeing what this new Direwolves roster is capable of. Mandy, if they can do this to Bliss, I honestly believe they'd have a really good shot against Sandbox as well, should they be able to make it to that grand final. This is a team that perhaps we underestimated.
Honestly, oh my gosh, I totally forgot we had an entire series after this one. This one's been so exciting between these two teams. It is not over yet. We still have an entire series, let alone one.
We're going to be going till like 2 a.m.
We're going to be going for a hot minute. We absolutely are. Anyway, that was such an exciting series on both of them. Masterclass, both maps. I love it. I think if there's any team trying to learn how to play Bank or trying to learn how to play Skyscraper out there, guys, go back and watch those VODs and dissect some of those strategies because they were super exciting to watch.
Well, the Wolfpack has started to howl. We thought it was just going to be a whimper, but absolutely not. Direwolves are here to play. The last chance for Bliss to keep their SI dream alive and for Direwolves to steal it away is coming up after this break.
More bite than bark are the direwolves, that's for damn sure. Skyscraper goes their way, and confidently so. That is a performance that we could not have anticipated any better. Guys, you said before we went into the map that was going to be something that we really should have looked at. And quite honestly, regardless of playing with, two... I don't want to say subs because maybe this is the roster moving forward, but with 2 changes to this roster, they have performed, I want to say, out of sight.
My apologies. I've muted again.
He's done it again. He's done it again.
I didn't expect the game to finish that quickly. Expect the game to finish that quickly. As I was saying, it feels like Bliss hit a wall much harder than direwolves did in that first map, right? And I know the scoreline, it's only, 1 round of difference, but the fact that Bliss couldn't even crack a single attack in that second half is a little bit concerning, and direwolves had so many different players step up at different moments and make big plays that even a team that's playing as well as Bliss couldn't shut down. So it was certainly a concerning sign for Bliss, and a very promising one for the direwolves, who we just didn't know what to expect heading into today. I was maybe a little bit too pessimistic and thought they were going to completely drop the ball, but clearly the unforeseen roster changes have worked out, at least in the short term, and who knows, heading into this third map, there's so much to dig into. It looks on paper like a very strong map for the direwolves, but that's a direwolves that looks very different to the one we're seeing today.
Look, I made a joke right before we went in about the blurred lines of Optimism and Copium and Xenox. I thought you were on the side of Copium, but it turns out you may well be just an optimistic fella for direwolves, because I tell you what, they were flying there, and I don't really know whether there's much stopping them in terms of their momentum. This is a big one to take into the final map.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think you kind of go back a little bit to what I was saying regarding, the map vetoes. Like the Skyscraper map picked 7-3 scoreline. I think that doesn't surprise me. Probably shouldn't surprise anyone, considering it is in the pocket of direwolves. You expect them to be able to do well on that. And yeah, losing ED reaps, not ideal, but it's still the kind of map I feel like you more so play it as a team. It's not necessarily just a go frag map and send reaps out or anything. So the other thing then begs the question is, does that remain the same for Oregon to come? They have a 5-1 record on Oregon, in large part, and we mentioned this in the Grim Room, Rob, but you were saying how that was, back when it was kind of with the old roster, the full 5 out of 5 strength roster. But as evidently we saw on Skyscraper, that didn't matter. That was still the same kind of result that we expected. So I think it's going to be a very difficult task for Team Bliss. A direwolves roster that's a little bit rejuvenated. I think they played 16 rounds and it was 10-6 in favor of Bliss, and then direwolves just went bam, won 4 or 5 in a row. So if they can carry that momentum over to Oregon, a map they've had a lot of success on, they'll feel very comfortable. I think it'll be very difficult for Bliss to get through to that grand final. They've got a bit of work to do.
Well, look, we'll hold off reservations and talking about Oregon until we come back from a break, because we're going to give the players just a little bit longer to prepare for what is the final map of this series. One of these teams will be going on to play Sandbox in, God, it feels like potentially an hour's time, but who knows at this rate. We will see you back here in a hot minute.
Stress up the groove, the energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you, because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small, I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of I might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret. And I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it. And I'm coming in high, you better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, no, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for
Well, a heated debate has if you will, started between Xenox and I. He reckons that Oregon has some weight to it from previous results. I reckon you're mad. It's not the same as Skyscraper. Guz, where do you sit on this spectrum? Are you with me or are you with Xenox? Be very careful how you answer this.
Who lives closer? I think you might, Rob. So I got to be a little bit careful.
Yeah.
No, look, well, you look at the numbers, right? And the big one that stands out, it's a 75% defensive win rate for direwolves. you translate that across to this match, you go, direwolves could be pretty potent. They were on Skyscraper, even despite the team being different with a couple of different players in and out. So I think to an extent it might. I don't think direwolves are lacking the firepower that perhaps we expected heading into this match. I still don't quite think it's at the level of Bliss. I do think Bliss made quite a few big errors in that last game where 50-50 rounds, a lot of 1v1s, it was a lack of info or a bad call cost them the round. So it's so hard to make that call if that number is going to actually shift across into this particular match. But it is a strong one for direwolves. We raised our eyebrow a bit during the veto, and I think a lot of that came down to maybe this sneaking through as the decider. But with so little info on Bliss, with Jigsaw back on the team, there's so many uncertainties on them as well. So it's going to be just like the first two maps, round by round. Every round is going to be super close. This is by far, in my opinion, been the best game of the quals, like easily by a country mile. It's been incredibly close and intense, and it'll be the same here.
You're right there, Xenox. Look, I'll give you a quick one here. Yes, no, who are we going for?
Did we have a graphic up there just then? Did you guys give me payback? No, look,
it's not every day of the week I give a monologue, mate. Just accept it, all right? Jeez.
Yeah, no, it was great from you. Very quickly, I'm just going to say direwolves. I think direwolves are in a position now where they'll take a bit of momentum from the last map. 7 of the last 8 rounds, all from the defensive side winning out. So I think going into Oregon as well, defense should prevail. So something to keep an eye out there. But yeah, I think direwolves get the job done 7-5.
Look, I love direwolves. I love Harambe, but Bliss up, baby. That's all I got to say. Let's go to Oregon. Let's find out who will be taking on Sandbox. We'll see you after this.
And I will see you right now because we're going to cast the game. Mandy, I don't think anyone expected direwolves to be able to pull through. They have been looking amazing considering everything they've been through, from going to the major with no scrim practice due to ED's national service, ED leaving the team, Harambe subbing in, Reaps ditching last minute, to bringing back Ray from retirement. This roster has done what many thought impossible. They pushed us to map 3, and if they can take Oregon, they will go up against Sandbox for a spot at the 6th Invitational.
In my opinion, direwolves to me are just the story of APAC South in 2022. The trials, tribulations, and successes that they've gone through is unlike anything else, in my opinion, that we have seen this year. And even come this SI qual, it doesn't seem to stop. The drama never ends for this team. And they're going up against a Team Bliss who we haven't seen in months and are now showing up against them. We go to Oregon. And honestly, Dev, like, who do you think is going to take it? I was hoping that you would have a better idea than me, because the more that I think about it, the more torn that I feel. I feel like it's just it's so back and forth. It could really be anyone's game.
Honestly, I resonate with that so strongly. So much going into today, I was thinking Team Bliss, right? Like, I don't think they're at their best. Like, they still have some things to work on. We saw some weaknesses yesterday in their Chalet game against the Wounded Knights. But they have been damn good. And as far as the competition goes here in the qualifier, Bliss seemed like the favorites until direwolves showed that, man, like, playing with Ray and Harambe is not looking like setting them back very much at all. We thought that maybe they'd be lacking in firepower. Well, Bliss have more firepower than ever. You've got Jigsaw and Brendo, even Repix, the three-headed beast that heads this team, and yet direwolves are keeping pace. Skyscraper looked really confident for direwolves. They never looked in beyond a shadow of a doubt losing one of those defenses. So I, Mandy, for now, cannot call it. We're just going to have to play it out.
Lovely. I'm glad that both of us are as clueless and indecisive as each other. That makes me feel validated. Fantastic. We're going in through the top floor now. Team Bliss, usually we start off on the bottom floor. For Oregon, it's pretty a safe pick, but they've actually decided top floor is going to be the way. Now, I really like playing Azami on this top floor. I like that Oda's brought that alongside the trophy, the shield inside of trophy, because it blocks up a lot of those lines of sights, a lot of those cutoffs from the games window, from the double window. You can use it to play make as well around wherever Oda might decide to play, wherever he decides to construct his power position, even inside of Attic, for example. There's a frost mat there already to aid it. It's one of these sites that really leans into Azami being very versatile.
This is the cheeky one. I quite like that one. The weakness of that one, placed on top of the foosball table, is that if you repel on that games window, you can actually see above that Azami barrier and kill people who are running through this door into pit. You can see that one site here, Fisher. So, I mean, you just have to be a little bit careful if you're a defender, knowing where and when you're not exposed to.
Well, let's see what direwolves have to bring for it. Already Souffle bringing the Amaru and getting early control into T2. He can even use the hard breach gadgets to create one of the entries to go inside of Attic, something that Bliss now have to worry about.
Indeed. No Solace on the board as Bliss banned it, so that means that these pre-placed drones will enable quick entries from direwolves. Jigsaw on his customary Mozzie pick.
Shield on the ground.
As Ray's now set down a nice Talon Shield to play off inside of Attic. Harambe has found the opener. Brendo gone down. Pretty significant early opening deficit now for Bliss as Jigsaw aggressively plays around Classroom. Harambe's already found one of the star fraggers from this position. Can he find the second one? No! Jigsaw gets him back. That's Diffuser down as well.
Bliss seemingly going for a Attic and Master side take of the map. They've already got control all the way into Trophy, except Oda. Here we go. This is the playmaking that I was talking about, right? He can use that as army barricade to deny Pika the entry to get into Master, and in that time, he finds some opportunity to reinforce off that rotation hole, adapts the strategy that they've got, and make sure that it stays nice and safe. No more entry hole anymore for the attackers of the direwolves. They have to reopen that, and in fact, they don't even have hard breach to do that.
Yeah. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
That's why it's so impactful, taking down Harambe. What are Direwolves going to do about it? Now that they know they can't go for that master push, looks like it's a rotation from Souffle towards the big window.
Bomb located by attackers.
Jigsaw still roaming below, so if this is a big window, white stairs take, it's going to be very difficult with that roamer downstairs. On top of that, Direwolves are still positioning themselves in Attic, which doesn't typically pair as well with the big window white take unless if you're fortunate enough to have the numbers to afford an extra player. Jackaru's found a kill from Master, but Jigsaw's taken down Pika downstairs. Souffle tempted to jump in, but he's got to worry not only about the vert, but also that frost map below. Less than 20 seconds left. Oda now holding this strong position on the Azami's key, but barrier. Jackaru waltzes on in. Oda hears it, does land enough shots. The player jumping into Kids' dorms finds the kill, forcing Oda, the last man left, to try and hold on. He flicks past and holds on to the diffuser. Team Bliss thank Oda for a massive clutch to kick off the map with a bang.
Gosh, that was a pretty crazy 90-degree flick from him, wasn't it? There was a player, he had his back turned to the player that was about to backstab him and win out the round. 2-on-1, Oda with that final critical kill to close it out for Team Bliss. Not only that, but like I was saying, super proficient on that Azami, able to adapt the strategy midway through, keep the wall closed off the back of Jigsaw, getting that kill onto the hard breach. Just felt like everything fell into place for Bliss. They used the opportunities to the best that they possibly could and close out the round in honestly super clean fashion. Even though it came down to that 1-on-2, Oda played that to perfection.
Massive play from Oda, a 1v3 for him, and to be honest, I was worried he was going to miss this fight. Very fortunate to have won that, and here it is. Just look at this flick. Like, on Souffle's POV, Oda is just straight up looking the opposite direction.
Yeah.
That's one of the moments where, like, if that happened in ranked, there's a GN in chat after it, 100%.
Yeah, that's mad, honestly. That was a really valiant attempt from Direwolves. They lost a lot of tools pretty early on. Not only that, but they didn't have a lot of control early on, and so they went for this like last ditch, okay, everyone go from your own point of entry and see what you can find. It almost worked, but yeah, Oda was definitely there and ready for it. Direwolves now, they're going to attempt another attack, and it's to the basement this time, and it seems like Bliss are looking for a quite extended roam. There are players already starting out all the way in that top floor that Direwolves will have to clear out.
Once again, it's Jigsaw on that roam. Brendo as well, looks like he's in meeting at the moment. Rotation hole inside of tier 2 of the big tower into Attic, and now that's been droned up by Direwolves Pika, the first one in the building. I like the 0 pick. Going to be able to enable a lot of flank watch. So perhaps the idea here for Direwolves, take a little bit of map control, set up these 0 cams for flank watch, and then start to pressure the site with that Monty. Try and force those flanks into your waiting arms.
Alright, what is the Monty going to be able to achieve here? There's just Oda, who's inside of Elbow, all on his lonesome, no utility in place, but still a rotation hole. And in fact, Jackie Wu can get his way all the way to said rotation hole, and there's no one to close it off.
Is he alone in there? Is there someone else in blue? I don't think so at this point. It's just Ray trying to support. So there was a window of opportunity there where Bliss might have been able to flank and double team that Monty, but that opportunity has passed. Souffle does find the opener as well. Not sure where that Nook has managed to sneak in. Looks around dining, but Repic's going down, perhaps trying to rotate back to site.
Ooh, scary times for Bliss. They've realized that the direwolves are going to try and hit the site more directly with that pressure that's come out from the Monty inside of Elbow. They still do have Brendo there on the ground floor in case someone decides to rotate in through meeting or go for a laundry stairs, but really this defense is starting to be choked out.
Oh, Jig. He loves these little angle fights, and that's exactly why, because he doesn't miss. He doesn't miss those headshots. He's used his C4, so he's strapped for tools to try and deal with this Monty. And Souffle does have an opportunity here to flank. Jigsaw's going to have to watch for this freezer drop. Worried about the Nook, but Ray has managed to take down the smoke. That's the best player to take down. But Oda, meanwhile, does trade him back. Souffle goes down. Jackie Wu finds one and doubles down with the pistol. Massive plays from Jackie on the Monty. And direwolves can tie the score.
And that was trades galore as well for direwolves. In my opinion, they didn't do anything too special. They pressured out the back of the site, and like you said, they played their cutoffs through that ground floor. They didn't dedicate themselves to the roam clear. They simply used that Maverick torch to open up a line of sight of meeting, made sure no one could come in through green, and that attic was closed. It was good from them, and Jackie on the Monty was just applied so much pressure to those anchors. He waltzed his way on through. Not only that, but he even finds picks of his own, and the trades working out in their favor off the back of that, just perfect from the direwolves, even though nothing too special.
Jackie Wu is dangerous on that Monty. One of the things that makes Monty so good is just the perceived pressure and the threat. Not many players are able to actually deliver frags on a Monty because it's a big risk. You know, as soon as you aim down sights, your head is exposed, and it's so easy to see that coming. It's so easy to pre-fire that head. Even if you just unshield, right, you can go for the feet. And players at this caliber are really precise with their aim, really accurate. They're able to deliver a quick kill onto a Monty who's unshielded. But as soon as Bliss stopped thinking about him, Jackie Wu is so quick to take advantage, aim down sights, and that's how he found those 2 kills last round. Of course, he's not just going to one-trick this Monty, he's going on to the Nomad now. As we head to a tertiary side, not looking to retry laundry supply. Bliss go, I believe this is dining. Yeah, not even meeting. This is quite unusual, Mandy.
I was going to comment that too, and a pretty unusual strategy as well. They are keeping 2 of the walls open going to small tower. Now, typically, there's either 3 or 4 of the walls closed there that go in towards that small tower side from dining and from inside of showers. It makes me curious how they're going to use it, or if direwolves are even going to play into it at all. Seems like a lone line of sight is actually what's going to be there. Yeah, they were really looking to contest that small tower entry rather than give it to them for free. Very unique take on the site.
That's the thing, the weakness of this side, why it's fallen out of meta, is that it's so hard to hold on to dining when you don't have showers control, and so hard to hold on to showers control once the attackers get control of small tower. But like you're saying, Bliss don't want to let direwolves even into small tower, and as a result, they're actually pushing elsewhere. Like you said, they're not going for a head-on attack, they're looking to take the top floor. And once direwolves can achieve Dorm's control, Team Bliss will feel very surrounded on the site, so Repix will hold on for as long as possible.
Right, the entry's got to come through for the direwolves if they want to get this top floor control. Nice crossfire, currently being held by Repix and by Fisher Guy. Pika, though, he's going to look for it, just rounding the corner now. It's that player on the top right, says Fisher Guy caught in the reload animation. He's going to look for the second as well.
Oh, wow. He almost finds it, but fortunately for Repix, he does fall back to side. That said, Dorm's control with over a minute left to go. This is heaven for direwolves. Surely they can activate the vertical lines and start to really pressure these players on site.
Well, here's the thing, right, Dev? If we can get a quick look at the top down for the site, even if they get vertical control of the bomb site, are there any places that they can play adjacent to the site? That meeting wall is only reinforced, I believe, one way. They still have that rotation inside security as well. It just feels like there are ways for Bliss to play adjacent to kitchen rather than being in kitchen, even if vertical comes through. So it still scares me a little bit for direwolves. Oh, unless that happens and Pika can collect another one.
think it was the right play for Jigsaw to make that push, and Brendo does redeem his team a little bit. Harambo, though, has found one through the vert. See how dangerous it is, but Oda gets him back eventually, not without losing all of his comrades. In the meantime, 3 players left from direwolves. They start to get that plant down in kitchen. So difficult now for Oda. The 1-speed Malusi. Does he go upstairs to try and take down that, relieve that vertical pressure, or does he go straight for sight? Hello, Ossa. This is surely a freebie. Does manage to secure the kill on the Ossa, but needs to come through. Oda to drop. Walking into a crossfire. 2 players to find. Not an enviable position at all, and right around the corner is Jackie Wu to secure the kill after the plant. And with that, direwolves have just managed 2 attack rounds in a row, really pumping up the pressure onto Bliss.
direwolves did a great job at dissecting the defense that Team Bliss had brought there. Team Bliss had put so much utility inside of that showers and dining area, and yes, although they had set up a little bit adjacent to the site, they were able to make that roam clear really work out for them through that top floor. Not only that, but when they converted to the horizontal part of the attack, they converted it on the meeting side, and there was a lot less utility there for the side of Bliss. There was a lot less things like shields or even rotation holes to make that area mobile, that it really gave direwolves that in that they needed onto the map, and eventually getting their way in through that kitchen hallway, finding that pick onto Jigsaw was what they needed to get onto the site and get the bomb down.
You can see that Team Bliss didn't really expect that push either. Fisho, the opening kill, was caught with his bounce down. Now they will go back to Dorms, which they did previously win. However, Mandy, keep in mind, like, that was an Oda 1 versus 3 clutch. If that round had gone the other way, Bliss would be 0-3 right now on their defensive Oregon. That is not good, especially considering direwolves historically struggle on attack. Only 43% of their attack rounds do they win, whereas defense, 75%. So, really, for Bliss here, I would only feel comfortable going in the second half if they had achieved a 4-2 scoreline, which is the best possible they can now. They have to win 3 rounds in a row to get close. Direwolves have already started so strong, and they're looking to go even further here.
Honestly, I'm just really impressed by the problem solving of the direwolves. In every situation that they've been in, for some teams that are maybe overtly structured, it can feel losable because you just don't have the tools that you need anymore. But for the direwolves, they have this great grip of the map where every bit of control that they have, they make full use of it. Pika has been able to find not only 1, but 2 onto Repix and Jigsaw, both big names on this Bliss roster. And just like you were saying, just caught with their pants down, it just doesn't seem like Bliss are ready for what direwolves are bringing in the early round.
I love this early aggression from direwolves. Bliss is really struggling to deal with it. Now they finally found a trade back, but Fisho guy's going to have to ace up, isn't he? 1 versus 4 with just under 2 minutes left on the round. There's no way in hell he's going to make this work.
This is rough for Fisher guy. Just so much flying at him. I think a nade's about to try and connect him as well.
God.
Yep, there it is. That's Pika to sink 1 through the floor and clean up the round for the direwolves. Tactical timeout, well justified for Bliss.
Absolutely, there's no 2 ways about it. Bliss need to change something. They need to change something right now. They're down 1-3 on the deciding map. Pika is having a tear. 7-1. He's only died once, and his entries have been formidable. Bliss struggling to predict where the direwolves are coming from. Time and time again, it feels like they're caught off guard from these entries. Struggling to defend laundry, struggling to defend kitchen, struggling to defend dorms now. Where do Bliss go from here?
I think for Bliss, like you said, I think they're getting a bit caught up in their own world a little bit on Oregon, right? They're playing these really elaborate strategies with like double or triple site construction. They've got to do lots on 2 floors or 3 floors even, and as a result, it's leaving Bliss players in positions where they can't be traded. They're not playing next to each other. And the direwolves are fully capitalizing on that by just injecting Pika into the building, injecting Ray into the building, and finding these off picks on these Bliss players that just are not ready for what the direwolves are going to bring to them. I think Bliss need to take a step back a little bit and stop thinking too hard about exactly what strategy they're trying to bring, and need to adapt a little bit to the pacing that direwolves are bringing to it. Otherwise, they're going to get lost in the series.
That's a great point, isn't it? This is a very fluid type of game that direwolves are bringing, and Bliss have to keep pace. Doesn't really matter if Bliss have the most amazing, innovative strategy ever. What really matters is what happens during the round. And if direwolves are just dictating that, then really it doesn't matter the setup and the reads that Bliss have. They just need to deal with what direwolves are bringing in the next 3 minutes.
And that's exactly right. I wonder how they're going to change up their strategy to deal with that. So they've gone down to this basement. They're still looking for a pretty light roam, but they've brought along a lot of utility for the late game. They're keeping all the hatches closed. They're leaning into the Goyo. They're leaning into the smoke. This isn't too complex. This is a lot simpler than the last 2 or 3 strategies that Bliss have brought to the defense. I actually like this take, and I hope it actually works out for them, and they have more guns up here in the early rounds.
Every round it seems like direwolves have the read on Bliss. Is that the case here? Already early presence upstairs from direwolves. Pika's in the building. He's been having a fantastic game. Are we going to see once again a player walk straight into the waiting arms of Pika? No, we're not, because Repix actually hears the grenade get pulled and runs away, but Fisho guy caught with the SMG-11 out, not expecting the quick peek. And once again, Pika finds an entry. That's 3 rounds straight now, Mandy.
I was going to say that he is so consistent on those entries, and onto Fisher Guy as well. I think at least 2 of them have been as well, right? Oh, the poor guy still with a shotgun in hand and SMG-11 to try and deal with it. Bliss, though, they've fallen completely back onto the site. 1:45 seconds left for the direwolves too. 5 players up. Plenty of time to figure out what they need to do. This is pretty dangerous of Bliss. Now, it is Oregon basement, okay? It is still Oregon basement. No matter how much time there is, and no matter how many players there is, it's still going to be messy. And so both teams need to be careful about it. Direwolves, they should be in the upper hand for the trades here, and in theory, it should go their way.
Opening up the meeting hatch as well is going to put a lot of pressure on Bliss, who are continuing to struggle to read what direwolves are going to go for. Opening up the freezer hatch means that direwolves just opening up everything. They're giving themselves so much flexibility on that call. You know, when it comes to taking pillar control, you got the Capitao for the fire, you got smokes. Flores now going to get so much info and clear positions on site, opening up yet another opportunity to move for direwolves.
A bomb has been located.
Time ticking back, though, for the direwolves, and 45 seconds left to go. Every single Oregon basement attack is so messy, and with 9 players in the server, it's not going to be pretty once it comes through. Players coming down the back stairs. It's actually Jackie Wu with the diffuser in hand and flashbangs to come through.
Oda really feeling that pressure. He needs support. He's fully flashed out. Harambe down, but not out yet. Brendo's trying to support. Oda finally finished off. Jigsaw's rearing off the elbow hallway, and Brendo is on site. He's trying to hold on, but Jakuu's gone deep. It's up to Jigsaw. He's on for it, holding on the B-bomb, but direwolves are just far better. Repix now in the 1 versus 5, and it looks like Bliss are lost in the sauce. A flawless round. What a way to put Bliss in their place after their tactical timeout. Direwolves have just won 4 rounds in a row, and are only 2 rounds from making the grand final.
Bliss, although they tried to change up their philosophy a little bit and lent more into that mid to late game, it just didn't work out for them. The direwolves played the flood of that site to perfection. The utility dump, drop through the hatch, come down backstairs. At the same time, Ray entered in from blue. It was just perfect for a back take flood, and that's exactly what the direwolves went for, all in tandem simultaneously. Bliss, since they were down in the man count in the early game, not only that, but they didn't have smoke canisters to deny the plan or deny that entry. They lost out in the trades. There was just a lot of wiggle room for the direwolves entries to make their way in, and eventually they lose out the round. This is a really scary scoreline, Dev. This is not good for Team Bliss.
I mean, the best that Bliss can hope for now is to go into the second half 2-4. They'll have to have a mean attack to do something there. What's Brendo doing? He's back, I guess. I don't know if he was changing his sensitivity or something, but I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised. Brendo going 1 and 5. Jigsaw, a negative KD. Repix yet to find a kill this game. I mean, Oda kicked off this match with an amazing 1v3, but since then, he's struggled as well. Bliss haven't found much. Any of them. It's been a direwolves game through and through. Wow.
This is really hard to watch as well because we gave so much hype to a lot of these Bliss players too, right? And look at this. They've got a little bit of pressure on the side. Oh, look how early all the Bliss players are falling back. They don't even have the same lineup that they went for last time. It's a little bit different now. And, well, they're trying to be cautious about it. They don't want to die early like they did last time. They don't want to lose that smoke early. And thankfully, Repix, with that hatch open this time in security, is able to make a safe fall off.
I think that's the right play, especially because of who he's taken down here. Pika. Mate, look at him. 9 kills, 2 deaths. He's been unstoppable this game. Repix has finally put an end to his tear. But will direwolves be able to recompose? Good information here. I like this from Bliss. Might be what they need to redeem themselves.
I think in particular that Valkyrie camera that's facing that meeting hatch drop is really important because it's gonna be able to allow Bliss to call what push the direwolves are gonna go for. It's gonna allow them to set up that crossfire for the late game a little better. I think it's very important for the way that they need to play into the direwolves. Repix started out perfectly by taking down Pika. That is the early game that we needed from Bliss that we've been missing for the entire time.
direwolves continuing to whittle away at this setup. These Roteros have been so impactful. Jakku clearing barbed wire, Vulcan canisters, you name it. And Harambe's actually managed to get a little bit of a breach here. Oh no, just denied at the last minute by Fisho Guy. I want to see Fisho Guy stay alive until the end of the round here so that he can use his gas babes to deny this push. It's what Bliss desperately need.
I really like that we just saw Jigsaw as well on the cameras. He can call that, okay, now there's one about to drop the meeting hatch. Someone needs to take that fight. He's just been taken out. In fact, Jackie Wu still makes that entry work. Repix is on the other side though. Whoa,
oh my god!
What has happened?
I don't know what's happened, Mandy, but Harambe's now got a 1v4. He's done the first little bit of it, and we've seen him be a menace with this bearing 9. 25 seconds, taking down one of the Vulcan canisters, but Bliss are not giving him a thing. It looks like Bliss might be able to redeem one more round here in the half. Harambe makes it a 1v2 with 10 seconds. This is winnable, Mandy. He knows where one is, but fortunately for Jigsaw, he gets the better of him. Bliss just barely saved their half. But this second half will have to be miraculous because direwolves are breathing down their necks.
I'm going to go and circle back to the point about having intel through that mid to late round for Team Bliss there. Because they had a camera on backstairs and because they had a camera inside of meeting, Jigsaw was able to call, guys, it's not a back take. The way that they're going to flood is one player is going to drop that meeting hatch and the rest of them are going to be at the front. And even though the direwolves went once again for that explosive execute, the Bliss players were ready for it that time. They had players that were situated inside of Laundry, inside of Freezer to deal with that entry when it came through because they knew it was going to happen. Whereas in the previous attempts, they weren't nearly as set up. Not only that, but they didn't have smoke canisters to delay as well, right? So Bliss leaning into that late game netted them the win in that round.
Need to see that momentum continue here for Bliss. But I gotta say, Mandy, if anyone on Bliss had nerves, I wouldn't blame them. This has been a phenomenal showing from direwolves. They are looking so close to their form when they had their full 5 in stage 3. They are still achieving so much on these defenses and attacks, and now they switch onto that defensive half. They've got this mirror downstairs and a mirror here inside of Attic. This is a very old school setup, man. You don't see it much these days.
I was going to comment something very similar. This is not something that we see very often in the modern day of Oregon, but it's happening, and Suplay's been playing it with a rotate inside of Attic. Oh, and reinforce back off. Maybe it was just for a bit of setup. This is interesting. I wonder how this is going to play out for the direwolves.
Looks like Akiba inside of Attic will just discourage that push a little bit, make it a bit more awkward to push in through once the breach does come down. Oda doesn't have hard breach. Brendo is in. Wow, just look at all this barbed wire here on the rear stairs. Really does make it look like direwolves are going to play here heavily, but of course they have forfeited it, which is probably the plate. Fish Guy going to get a little bit of a breach here with the Hibana. Izami just on the other side.
This is interesting. This is very, very interesting. Bliss really want this attic control, and they've even sent someone like Breno in below to get control of a meeting, making sure there's no one that's going to be peeking up through the hatch. Souffle, look at how aggressive he is in his position. He totally stays here on that Rio. Oh, Souffle.
Oh my god. And he's even got one of his teammates baiting out the long shots. No way, Jigsaw! He held on too long to his nade, and he's choked it. Direwolves get a free kill. Bliss are falling at the final hurdle. They're choking this game. Oda now trying to push onto Souffle, but these keeper barriers make it so difficult to get him. Souffle's been very hot today as he falls on back.
Brendo, though. Brendo was on this ground floor and he could backstab him. Yeah, exactly. There we go. That's the lurk from Brendo, making sure that there was in fact no one in meeting. He was able to cut off the fall off through the hatch, and Bliss are able to claw one back.
But Brendo should be really cautious here. Harambe is waiting in kitchen, not making a sound. Both players just biding their time, waiting. Brendo doesn't want to reveal his position as he starts to move on forward. Does he check the angle? He doesn't win the fight. Harambe's brought the numbers back onto his side. A pre-fire from Oda does not land against Ray. Fisho Guy, though, with that kill on the Jackie Wu, makes it possible. There's Oda taking down another player. Harambe's going to have to be the savior for Direwolves. Team Bliss in the 2v1. Harambe has a decent position, no C4. As Repic starts to move into a plant position, does Harambe have information? He doesn't. And as he files up the white stairs, it's up to Oda to cover a quick pre-fire. But Harambe's been so sharp tonight, and I wouldn't count him out for the world. The two Bliss players separate as Harambe tries to isolate these 1 versus 1s with the SMG-11 spots out the player, but Repix finds him. And Team Bliss finally stem the bleeding and get within touching distance here of Direwolves.
Good push from Team Bliss. They knew the conditions of that push that they needed to work, and that was to go get master control, get attic control, and then make the execute work in at the same time from trophy and from lower attic, right? Even though there was that tussle inside of attic, even though there was a bit of a scary engagement down in the ground floor with Brendo, and even though Jigsaw just, you know, it happens sometimes, they knew what they had to do, and that was to make sure that when push came to shove in the execute, that Repix was there for the entry and trophy, and Oda was there for the entry and attic, and both of them won those crucial gunfights that they needed to win and open up the bomb site to get that plow down.
I will say, as another added point for Direwolves here, every round that Bliss have won, it's been exceedingly close. That just then, 2v1. The round prior, 2v1. The very first round of this map was a 1v1, or a 1v3 for Oda. So in the 3 rounds Bliss have won, there's been 1 player alive, 2 players alive, and 2 players alive. You compare that to the Direwolves side. They had a flawless round where not even a player died. They had another round where they managed to get a 4v0. So Direwolves have had far more convincing rounds than Bliss have had. Especially considering the side here and the fact that that was on Direwolves' attack. I gotta say, Bliss are not out of the woods yet.
That's exactly right. I think that Bliss has still got a little bit of way to go, especially going down into the basement, right? Basement is a site that is just notoriously tricky to attack, right? That you've really got to just dump your bodies into it until someone gets their way into the
my
site.
god!
Harambe, though, who's inside a garage, can open up a cheeky hole and take down Oda on his drone.
Man, that is very cheeky. I don't know how Direwolves keep getting away with this. They're so ballsy. Yeah, well, it's the hard breach, right? So no hatches, as you said. Yep, the only one. And what's more, it's also Oda. Like, you take down one of the support players on Bliss, that immediately makes these fraggers a little bit more toothless because they're not getting droned in. There's even a default cam outside hasn't been taken out.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Oda is now going to be calling from the grave for his teammates. Now, we did get a bit of word in from Golden, talking a little bit about the leadership of this team, and it is in fact Oda who's moved in to help out Fisho Guy with the calling. It's not just Fisho that's a sole IGL. They bounce the ideas between them, and apparently it's quite fluid. I think it's really impressive that he's been able to do that. Now, even though he's dead, I'm sure he can help out his team.
Well, Bliss won a 4v5 last round with Jigsaw nading himself. Let's see if they can repeat the feat. Jigsaw is up. Oh, just misses that opportunity. Long line of sight. Bit of a pre-fire there onto the tower's position. Doesn't find anything. Tempted to move forward. But Freezer is not free as of yet. Bliss still shaping up their attack, uncertain of where the push will come.
Taking their time, they're sort of trying to probe wherever they can. They've got one player on each primary entry into this bomb site. Backstairs, Bunker, Freezer, and Laundry, and it seems like they're all going to go for it at exactly the same time.
Yeah, there's still a player on the A-bomb. Pika's just found a big kill onto Brendo. Not sure where that was. Pika and Electrical Fisho making his entry here. Oh, what a shot with the SMG-12. Can he go for a double? He does. Just 2 players up now for direwolves, but Fisho and Repix are going to have to go large. Souffle now, the lone man after a monstrous performance from Fish. He swims right into the bomb site, and with the diffuser now in his pocket, he awaits the moment for Repix to support him. They don't have the info. Now he knows where he is. What's Fisho going to do? Is he going to go for the push or going to go for the plant? Decides to go for the plant, but Repix, is he able to cover? This isn't looking too hot here. Souffle might be able to deny the plant. He doesn't, but he does find the frag. Is he going to be able to stick it now? Information for Bliss denied in the form of that drone. Left telltale as a sign of their presence on the bomb site. And now it's a game of cat and mouse. Is Souffle going to stick it? He fakes it, but does Repix know? Has he got the read? He hears one tick. Here's a second. And then he hears the silence. He knows it's yet another fake. The C4 on the wall. Souffle doesn't know how to play it, and it looks like Repix might have just won this. Oh, but does he have the time? Souffle gets on it, and it's going to be close, Mandy. It's going to be goddamn close, but I think Souffle has clutched it. Direwolves! What a play from Souffle!
I cannot believe what Souffle has just been able to achieve there. Oh my gosh, and I think that's the same type of engagement that poor Repix has been caught in 2 really awkward 1v1s where the timing has been just off. I'm getting flashbacks now to Jackie Wu getting the bomb down and rounding the corner and killing Repix over on Skyscraper. And now he's just done it again. Souffle! He baits out the diffuser and finds the kill eventually. He had so much time to do it, Deb. I think that was the thing for Souffle. That bomb went down and he had so much time to toy with Repix in that one-on-one. And wow, for that situation to happen twice to Repix in one series is just so gutting. The poor guy.
Oh man, what a gut-wrenching moment for Repix, but what an elation for Souffle. He played that so well. I mean, masterful use of time, really. If he had tried to fake it for even half a second later, he would have lost that round. What a gutting blow to Bliss. Every single one of these rounds where Bliss has looked close, it has been tight. It has been so tight. It took a miracle running down the main stairs from Fisho for that even to be possible. And yet Souffle can crush their dreams. Direwolves now on the cusp of a match point.
Oh yeah, that was mad from Fisho as well. I completely forgot that happened after that tantalizing one-on-one. Fisho almost wins.
Oh my god!
What has happened? It has been 20 seconds of a round, Direwolves. Yeah, we get it. You won that one-on-one. Do you really have to do this to Bliss?
I don't know where that was. Jigsaw must have made a fast entry and Souffle just destroyed him. Meanwhile, Repix, unfortunately, is going to have to think even more about his lost 1v1 now. What is this, the Direwolves Dining Club? Oh, okay, he's got downed trying to peek out from him. Maybe, did he get downed when he traded with Repix? I don't know. But hey, Fisher Guys found something, and Bliss are regrouping. They're not dwelling too much on the issues of the past. Harambe low HP. Bliss could easily make this a 3v3.
Gosh, this is scary. This is some scary prospects. Only 20 seconds into the round, and 2 Bliss players have died. Since then, they've been able to claw back 1. So something's going on. and they still have tools in the pocket. Fisher Guy still has hard breach that he can use to get onto Attic. If he wants to rotate over to Master, he could still make that work from 2, but they are down in the man count. Now, Brendo, he's tried to make this ground floor lurk work once before, and he collected a kill off it, but this time there's no one there to meet him. Instead, he's going to get free reign with those vertical grenades to try and collect any anchors.
Oh, this could be big. Oh, perfection. Not only does he take down Ray, but he also clears that shield to prevent anyone else from DW pushing in and taking that position. Harambe low HP means that Bliss have the advantage here.
Oh gosh, and another nade almost sunk too from Brendo. Scary times for the direwolves. Oda once again making his way in through Attic, but it seems like the direwolves know Harambe is on the other side of that pit wall and has called out to his teammates that yes, there is in fact Oda on the other side in Attic about to make his push in.
Fisher Guy repelling on the window. He starts to repel on in, but Pika times his peak perfectly. Stalwart are direwolves on this bomb site. They have the numbers advantage, but still 2 players so very low. Oda and Brendo have the opportunity here to clutch this. Oda with a pre-fire. Might not have seen Jackie Wu on the other side, but he would have felt the rush of air as the bullets whizzed past him, but he gets the better anyway. Round in the corner, Harambe is there. Low HP doesn't matter. Brendo now clearing up the Kiba barrier. 1v2. Harambe and Pika waiting patiently, and that's the angle Harambe needed. He threads the needle, and direwolves have themselves series point here. They're just 1 round away from facing Sandbox for a shot at the 6 Invitational.
This is some scary times for Team Bliss. They looked like they were so on the ball in the last 2 maps. Even in Skyscraper, they looked like they were comfortable on it. But here on Oregon, they just haven't been able to find their element. And I think the big difference is here in Oregon is that it just feels like there's a bit of a disconnect in this Team Bliss roster now, right? On the last 2 maps, it really felt like we had the enablers and the guys that were doing super well and they were going for it and they were performing. In this series, it feels like something's going wrong on either end of the field. Either the backline gets backstabbed or gets lost doing something utility-wise, or the front line just hasn't been on the ball with entries or something like that. It just feels like neither end of the spectrum has quite found the success that they need to give space for the other one. And I think as a result, direwolves are just picking them apart.
It feels like the candle's burnt out to almost nothing but the base left. Both of these teams are fighting tooth and nail. Like, just the way that Bliss managed to bring back from a 3v5 to a 2v2, it looked like they had the advantage. And then Harambe, who ironically was the player that almost died spawn peeking at the start of the round, found the final 2 kills. Both of these teams want this so bad, and they are so zoned in, so channeled into this game that, yeah, I mean, you can talk about the macro, you can talk about the strategy and what's been going on, but really, sometimes it comes down to desperate moves, whether that's a spawn peek here or whether that's a peek in the late round. And to this moment, I still can't separate the 2 teams. Like, yes, direwolves are clearly ahead, but with rounds that tight, Bliss could have absolutely won that round. It was so plausible. Same with the round prior. That's 2 near misses for them and 2 direwolves wins by the skin of their teeth. You reverse those results and we'd be at a 5-5 or 5-4, I think, right now for in favor of Bliss, right? And that just goes to show how tight these teams have been, even if the scoreline still shows such an advantage for direwolves.
I think that's exactly right. Both of these teams have the caliber where they can come back from having their man count down, right? Direwolves in particular, I think their playstyle leans a little bit more into it naturally, but Team Bliss have even shown that when they don't have their 5, when they have 4, when they have 3, they can still make something work. And I think that's why these have been so back and forth, these trades, how close each round has been. It's just such an exciting Oregon game to watch because it's a test of the fundamentals. It's a test of just the base problem-solving skills and tactics, in my opinion. Not so much strategy, but I think tactics in particular for Team Bliss. It's testing how well they can play off each other. They can play together against a caliber of a team like the direwolves.
We're back in the game now. It's going to take 3 rounds in a row for Bliss to push overtime here, but Mandy, direwolves on their defense, while it has been close, they have really, I mean, amazingly stolen away 2 very close rounds from Bliss. My question starts in this early round here. Now that direwolves are pushed onto the tertiary site, are we going to see that signature aggression once again? And will Bliss be prepared for it this time? Because they cannot afford to lose 2 players at the start of the round like they just did prior.
Yeah, not just that, but it seems like the struggles of the early game that they had, even on the defending half, is starting to compound onto the attack too, right? When I think about Bliss's attack, when I think about Bliss's defense, it was Fisher Guy that kept getting caught off guard over and over again in that early round. Here, same on the attack half. Direwolves are pressing the attack at every single stage of the round. But hang on, I just want to comment quickly on what Team Bliss are doing here. This is your classic Ossa Thermite combo to try and go into Big Tower or something like that. So they're playing something a bit more contained. I actually think this is good for the struggles that Bliss are going through at the moment. They're containing themselves, they're playing a little bit more close together, so if something goes wrong, at least there's going to be someone there to trade, at least there's someone close by.
One little micro detail I noticed that I quite liked from Bliss was the fact that Repix pumped that Lion E1D scan right at the start of the round. He did not delay.
Yeah.
I think it was the first 5 seconds in. He's like, look, we are not going to give these guys the opportunity to prepare for a spawn peak. We don't want to give them that chance. And, you know, as a result, direwolves didn't spawn peak. Now, my question is, if they do go for this Ossa plant, as you suggested, what are Jackie Wu and Ray going to do about it? We got 2 sets of impact grenades, which can really be a thorn in the side of any Ossa.
That's exactly right. Bliss are going to have to be very careful, and they really can't go for this execute until they get the picks onto the players with these impacts, because like you said, 2 sets of impacts is all that the defenders need to do to dismantle this attack.
These Kiba barriers are also going to make it so difficult here for Bliss to get good angles into sight. That first one right there is going to make it a bit awkward here for Fisho. In comes the Rotero drone. Tries to get Jackie Wu out of position, but it hasn't cleared any of the util here. We've got 3 ADSs protecting Pika's position. He's going to continue peeking. Repix does finally tap away. Take down Jackie Wu. An air ball from Pika on the C4. And a dump of util. He's feeling for his life. And the E1D can cover for Brendo to take him down. Team Bliss, we thought they were a wilted flower, but they have come back to life here. Brendo down, but it doesn't matter because Fisho Guy can slam Ray. It's up to Souffle in the 1v4. Oh, what a shot! 1v3 flashed out as Bliss try and formulate the execute here. Souffle going for the flank up through green hallway, spotted out as he doubles on back again. It's going to take some nutty shots, but I believe he can get it done. Round the corner. A flashbang once again to put him in his place, and he is shunted out of the sight. The long angle there from the Bliss play, but Jigsaw!
That's unreal.
His head is surgically removed. Souffle is cooking up a clutch here. I can feel it. And Oda and Brendo must deny it. They cannot afford to lose like this. Souffle goes hunting. We've seen miraculous clutches before, but Oda says not on this day. And Bliss can keep themselves alive.
That was terrifying, Dev. I felt nervous for Bliss in that moment. Oh my gosh, that was some crazy shots from Souffle to try and bring it back there. But there we go, Team Bliss. They did the win condition that they needed to make that execute work. Fisher Guy, although he could have gone in and put that Ossa shield down, he knew, I don't want to do that until I know that Jackie Wu's dead. He's the guy with the impacts. Not only that, but Pika as well has a C4. I'm not going to walk in and put down my Ossa shield there, because if I put it there, it's going to get destroyed immediately. So he waited for his team to find the picks they needed. Repix, he had his line of sight trained on Jackie Wu, and then after that, Pika was stuck in a really tricky situation and got taken down as well. Bliss not being too hasty on their push, knowing exactly what the win condition of their concept is. I really like that they're taking that to the direwolves, because they need way more caution if they're going to play against the direwolves. They have just been relentless through every single stage of the round. Bliss cannot lose focus.
I can't afford to make even a single mistake. I mean, even just look at how close that round ended up getting. It should have been, what, 4v1? Should have been maybe even a flawless round. And yet Souffle almost managed to bring it back to a clutchable scenario, 1v2 at the end of it. I think Bliss has started to finally figure out how to deal with this direwolves. I was going to say it was the Lion last round that I really felt the impact of, but they haven't opted not to bring it this time. Perhaps they will change over. But, you know, they've brought another ingredient, Mandy, and it's the Monty. It worked so well for Fisho on Bank. And I wonder if it'll have the same effect here.
I am a big fan of this. Once again, bit of a change in philosophy. Maybe they're not going to clear through the map with it. Maybe they're going to use this Monty to do something a bit more direct, contain their attack, make it a bit more minimalist. I don't know. Minimalist is my favorite word at the moment. I think you've realized by now. I like it a lot. It's my favorite thing.
I love minimalism.
I love it. But yeah, Bliss have a lot of options with this Monty. They can either use it to do the roam clear and try and expedite it. They could use it for something direct. I just think that the main thing is that they're containing their attack. They're not separating themselves in a way that direwolves can just plunk an individual player there to deal with them in the early game.
If you're obsessed with the word minimalist, I've got a thesaurus for you. How about KISS? Keep it simple, stupid. That's one of my favorite things. And it really applies to Siege, right? Like, sometimes you just overthink it. Keep it simple. You just got to find 5 kills. How you do that might be a little bit more complicated, but just try to keep it simple.
That is exactly right. And I think for Bliss, they definitely got caught up in the complexity of their defenses when they were defending. And I think that their philosophy on the attack changed up a little bit, all on the same page, is doing wonders for them. It looks like they're going to go for something pretty basic here. Like we're saying, they're just going to go for this backsided take, get big tower control, see if you can open up that E-box hatch and make your way in through bunker. Pretty similar to what direwolves did when they attacked this. In fact, just take it nice and slow and steady. You have that Monty to try and wiggle your way through and provide mobility to the attack.
Pika's just being a pain here. Wonder if this Rotero goes straight for the Kiba again. Yeah, I mean, I guess Bliss don't mind using all of their Rotero drones, just soaking up these Kiba barriers. Brendo's got his last one. He's like, yeah, I'll take that one as well. Pika does have one last Kiba left.
Oh, this is so funny. What on earth?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they don't have much to deal with it, really. You got one nade from Jigsaw, and you've got the Bucks gone 6 potentially, but that's all.
That's really frustrating as well. It makes a one-way angle for the defense. There's no way that the attack is going to be able to see underneath that Kiba barricade. Here comes the bunker push, though, from
Oh, no! Jigsaw, is he able to find one of these players? Souffle loses one. Oh, it's looking so scary now for Bliss. Jigsaw's the last man standing. And it looks like direwolves might be able to get the job done against all odds. They find match point within their grasp and they sit and they wait. They know the caliber of player they're facing, but they know they can best him if they play it right. They just have to hold their crosses as Jigsaw desperately tries to make the clutch of his career to keep Bliss in the running for the 6 Invitational, to keep their dreams alive. But Pika says absolutely not. We thought that they were a wounded beast, but the direwolves are more dangerous than ever. Time to take this fight to the grand final.
The direwolves show that even though they may have lost Reaps, even though they had to completely change their leadership structure, they can still make it work through all the trials and tribulations. They find success, and that is the direwolves. That is the story of them that we have known throughout the entire of 2022, even up till now.
What an impressive statement to make. Look, we can drop our captain, we can lose our star player, we can jump into SI closed quals with less than a month of practice with a guy that retired, left the team a year ago, and we can still beat the best that APAC South has to offer. Man, what a show for direwolves. They're going to make it to that grand final, but the battle is not over yet. They've got a game coming up very shortly against Sandbox. And it's going to be either Korea or Taiwan that have representatives at 6 Invitational, not both of them.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that we can only send one, right? Especially because we have an APAC South and an APAC North too. Why can't we have both of them? It breaks my heart that we have to send one of them back home again, right? But that grand final is going to be really exciting. We either have the direwolves, who have just done a tremendous run through 2022, or we have Sandbox, who have such an exciting roster and will be representing Korea. There's just so much going for both those teams in that grand final.
There's still more heartbreak to come tonight with whichever team misses out, but we'll take a moment to acknowledge the heartbreak. No host teams this year at 6 Invitational. I'll let my bias seep through a little bit. Obviously, I love direwolves, but I would have loved to see Bliss make that fairy tale run go. It didn't eventuate. I guess I have to find a different shirt now. The pink flowers, not quite the flavor of the month. I'm going to have to find something a little bit more wolfy. So we'll go and do that, and we'll be back after this break.
Would you believe it? I think I could hear the howls all the way from here in Melbourne. Oh! What a win. Yeah, someone's got to do it, Xenox. I'm glad it's you, mate. What a performance from the direwolves. When everyone counted them out, when everyone thought it was not going to be possible, they rise once again to show their form from 2022. Xenox, what an unbelievable game. What an unbelievable team.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, there's irony in the fact that the direwolves probably went into this as slight underdogs, and as Australians, we love an underdog story, right? But when we've seen this series play out, I think maybe it's a good reminder of the amount of quality that is still on this roster and the quality that someone like Harambe can bring to it. And obviously, Ray played really well. We said in the pre-show discussion of this match before it started, yeah, Harambe was probably on the downward spiral before he got replaced on this team, but at his best, he was still such a very serviceable player in this team, and he really brought everything into this series. Not only that, but the step up from Pika in this series. I mean, I kind of hypothesized maybe it was going to be Souffle to take that next step, but really Pika was able to do that. Jackie Wu had a really good series. It's a good reminder of the experience that this direwolves roster has. And I think it really did help them out quite a lot. And also a reminder of how difficult it is to run the gauntlet. Every single team that started in round 1 and round 2, all eliminated. Sandbox and direwolves, they've been waiting for so long since yesterday, Rob, or they have now face off against each other in the grand final. So it's only fitting for the two teams that didn't have to run the gauntlet, have both made the grand final.
And that's, I think that obviously is the way that the bracket is formulated, right? It's meant to be this upper hand that you get, and both of those teams well and truly deserving of their grand final spots. I probably want to keep the conversation around direwolves right now, guys, before we continue to move on with the wider scope. Obviously, we're going to get there. But, on Oregon, so many moments where it just looked like direwolves had Bliss picked. So many rounds where we thought, okay, me and you were on the coping pretty hard, but we thought there was an in, and all of a sudden direwolves are just doing their thing, man. I mean, speechless for one word, but elation is another.
Yeah, for sure. Direwolves did a fantastic job in shutting down pretty much any dangerous opportunity that Bliss had in front of them. I don't recall Jigsaw having many big moments. I don't really recall Brendo getting himself in the game. Repix was nowhere to be seen. If none of those players are showing up, Bliss aren't going to win games. It's part of their win formula. They need to have at least one of them stepping up, right? And then Odic and Fisher can support. Unfortunately, just not meant to be. Dire was brought it up to another level on that third map, and despite perhaps a lot of the expectations we put on direwolves to maybe not perform as well as maybe they would have with the old roster, for example, they pretty much shot that in the foot, right? Put that to bed. And very, very exciting grand final. I would still edge Sandbox out to beat them just because of the way the team's formed. But who knows? The whole gauntlet's been crazy. So I think we're in for a good grand final.
Well, Xenox, that's probably a little bit of the next question. What are you giving for direwolves? What do you think their longevity is in this?
Well, I mean, it's not like it was an ultra clean performance from Sandbox either against Fnatic, dropping 2-5-1 positions. So, I mean, when you take that into account, obviously, I think direwolves would give themselves a shot. Which, obviously both of the semifinals did go to all 3 maps, and both of the semifinals, I think all 4 teams at one point or another probably looked like that they could have actually won this whole thing. Fnatic at one point kind of looked like they could go to SI. Same could probably be said for Team Bliss, who won 16 of the first 25 rounds. To close it out, though, the last 15 rounds that played out in that series was 15 rounds played, 11 won by direwolves over the last 2 maps. So, I mean, they just came home so strong. I think the experience really shone through. And, truthfully speaking, it's a very difficult position to be in. That final map, down 5-3 or, even then down 6-3, the nerves, the pressure that those Bliss players would have had to deal with. I commend them. It's rough. They would have been really feeling the pressure, and unfortunately they fall short, but they should be very proud of their effort. Basically, quote, T2 team, they were not part of APAC South, and they really took it up to a very good direwolves team. So, commiserations, congratulations, obviously, to direwolves, but Team Bliss should be pretty happy with what hopefully sets off a good 2023. But obviously for the direwolves, experience really shone through. And I think that experience can't be underestimated against Sandbox.
No, well, that's the one thing, right? Is we now have a veterans team from APAC South to represent us for the South bias, which of course we have. But it is time for an interview. It's time to welcome in Ray from Direwolves, which is exciting. I don't think I've ever been able to speak to you before, Ray. So,
hello.
First and foremost, how are you feeling, mate? That is a very big win.
Feels good to be a worst player on the team and can win, you know?
Oh goodness! All of you Direwolves boys just have a great way of kind of looking at this game, don't you? You know, regardless of where you were sitting on the scoreboard or what your impact was, this is a massive game that Direwolves have got under their belt. And obviously, a lot of the questions we had coming into this was around what the team would look like. But I want to know, what's the team feeling like? I mean, you guys have come in presumably with little notice to make this work. So how's the vibe?
Yeah, the vibe is good because but we only practice for 1 month, so some stress might not seem like good but it's good. We have Odin to support us as a good coach, and team vibe is very good. When I'm joined,
funny, I'm not going to lie. I saw Odin unfortunately has some power outages and is watching on his iPad at the moment. So full kudos to him. Look, we saw this map kind of unfold on Skyscraper, and one of the big talking points for us on the desk was the fact that this map veto favored Direwolves quite heavily in comparison to what it could have been. Do you agree with that? Do you think that you guys won in the veto process as well?
Nope.
I love it. Elaborate. Did you feel like there's no real maps that you could have gone to?
We want to go theme park, but we go Sky at the last moment. Yeah.
Hey, okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope that one comes through a little bit later on. Look, as we go into that third map there on Oregon, split one apiece. What are you guys talking about? What's because obviously with only a month worth of practice, you and Harambe jumping back into the roster, you've all kind of played together before. But what are you talking about coming into Oregon? What is the main focus for you?
We're deciding between Oregon and Villa, but. In the end, we saw Furry lost to them, so we decided to pick Oregon.
Magic. I absolutely love that. As we now look to obviously the grand final, you're one best of 3 series away from going to SI, packing your bags and off to the biggest tournament of the year, which is absolutely crazy to even think about. How are you preparing for this game now? What's the mentality like going up against Sandbox, who we know have been here multiple times before?
We screamed them a couple times. I think we can win maybe, but if our strategy is good, team vibe is good, I think we have a chance to win it and go to the Invitational. Yeah.
Now I've got a key question here, and I think I spoke to Mandy about this, and we are under the assumption that Souffle has taken over the IGL role. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct.
Okay, there you go. Who's currently leading the roster?
Leading the roster.
Who's the one taking all the who's the one making all the calls?
Most likely Pika.
Pika, okay.
Yeah, yes, most likely Pika and Haram. And most of the time we decide depends on the situation. Everyone can call out what they want. Yeah, we don't have a main IGL. Everyone is the IGL if he see opportunities.
I mean, that's a great way of doing it. It's obviously been successful for you and the entire roster. Look, we'll give you the final words here. We always do. Is there anything you'd like to let the audience know or let us know before we go into what is a grand final to be remembered?
Yes. Thank you for your support, and I'm going to do our best to win it. Yeah.
Ray, we love your work, mate. We wish you the best of luck against what is going to be a formidable opponent. And hopefully we're speaking to you at the end of the night.
Yes, I hope so. Thank you.
Optimism is high. I'm not going to lie. That is a very straight-faced interview from Ray there. He's given us not a lot to work with. We don't know a hell of a lot. We just know that players are making calls and things are coming together. So I guess a lot of the things that maybe we see, you know, kind of in our own perception may not be the truth. It looks like once again, Guz, direwolves are playing on the back of just happy vibes because, I mean, maybe he's withholding some stuff from us there, but it just seems like they're on another level, just enjoying themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's been the theme of the weekend. The current meta at the moment, it's not like the old days where you have one guy that's sitting back playing Overwatch and making all the calls, right? You need to have a really fluid and dynamic play style, and that filters down to the level of communication as well. If everyone's pitching in, if everyone's feeling confident and happy and vibing out and feeling like their calls are impactful, then it's going to work out. So, I knew you guys are going to make that comment. So yeah, honestly, it's really not that surprising in hindsight. Bliss obviously pushed them. direwolves didn't play perfectly, but neither did Sandbox. No one's going to play perfectly. So it's all about min-maxing properly. And for the grand final, I think direwolves go in with confidence.
Well, I think that they'd have to, right? And this was one of the biggest points for, I think, the entire direwolves roster of 2022 was they really don't play with a lot of pressure on their backs. You know, they are a team that has come from nothing and made it into something. And we think all the way back to the start of their journey, back when they were God's seventh heaven and they were coming into APAC South for 2021, we were all sitting there doing our research saying, who are these kids? What are they going to do? Within a year, they were making majors. Within a year, they were upsetting some of the greatest teams that have played in APAC, and now they've got yet again another opportunity to do it. Xenox, I know you're always full of quips and full of comments to make, so I'll give you an opportunity. What are your final thoughts? Yeah, what are your final thoughts here?
There's honestly a couple of things. One, I think closing out Bliss, one of the biggest things I think really in that series is just the fact they don't get to play these kind of matches on a regular basis. Not being in APAC South, I think, is a really big difference maker. So unfortunately for them, I think if they had the experience, if they had have made APAC South, had they played these games against teams like direwolves more regularly, I think they might have actually had the experience to get the job done there, because it is technically still a weakened to direwolves. It's not a direwolves with Reaps and ED. So I think they'll definitely feel like they probably missed a really, really big opportunity. In saying that, obviously, you know, big ups to direwolves, and you know, you said they're playing on that feel good vibe factor, but Sandbox would have watched that whole series. Sandboxes have been sitting there waiting. You know, this is kind of a, you know, the double-edged sword. Obviously, Sandbox and Fnatic played first. The direwolves and Bliss would have been able to watch that, but now Sandbox have that recency too. So, you know, they'll look at all of those map vetoes. I will say, I think direwolves have a very, very good map pool, so I think that will really help them out. Sandbox, you would think, if they clean things up, because it was a messy semi-final against Fnatic, probably go into this grand final as the favorites, and I think maybe even 2-0 kind of favorites as well at that. I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, I think we've got a bit of a break until we get to it. Not too long, but long enough to give, obviously, direwolves a bit of a breather to reset, and hopefully it's going to be a good grand final.
Well, before we reset, I think it's important to just very quickly recap the bracket and how we have gotten here. For all of you viewers at home, of course, we still have the grand final to come. But as was mentioned by Guz, we no longer have that gauntlet run from any team. Bliss, unfortunately, bow out 2-1 in the exact same fashion that Fnatic had. So it means Sandbox, direwolves, the quote-unquote top seed, and the teams that we thought would be making it through to the grand final have eventually done that, which is a big overarching story here. This is two teams that are coming in essentially fresh. Like Xenox said, obviously Sandbox have a little bit of time up their sleeve, whereas direwolves, they're going to be fresh off the bat and ready to play. Now, whether you want to read much into that or not doesn't make a difference. I think that what Ray was saying is quite important for us to note, that obviously direwolves have been scrimming against Sandbox quite recently, so that is going to make a very interesting dynamic in the server, especially with if you want to go back to the previous comments of Dev saying that Sandbox are always looking to counter strat, and whether that's still the case or not, we don't know, but I'm sure it's going to be an interesting one. Before we do go to that break, we do have to remind you, it is time to get your tickets for SI. Of course, one of these teams, either Sandbox or direwolves, is going to be representing APAC alongside Elevate and Cyclops. So you can well and truly join in on all of the fun. Ticketmaster.ca, or of course you can scan the QR code up in the top right hand corner of your screen. But now it's time for us to go to a break. We've got about 20-25 minutes before this game gets underway, so make sure you go and get yourself comfortable, because when we come back, this could be a series to remember. We'll see you in a short bit.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. toes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Ain't where the money at. Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby. I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I work too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret. And I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it. And I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, no, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Oh, come on. I work too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire
calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I did it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I did it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no it. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, no I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I did it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no it. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, no I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Yeah. I think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' as kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big. The only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. Gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it. Speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sin. They tryna give me the fitting. I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my jits. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. At the nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
mess up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no it ain't what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, no I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a sore. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground and the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big. Foes that's real big. Your offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. Gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been pointing me on like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it. Speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sentence. They tryna give me the fitting. I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Children in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my jit. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut out some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. Out the nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot Sit at the Oculus case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. not backing down. 'Cause the future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is to shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This floor is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I keep on going till I can, and abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is to shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dealing with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it, speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sin. They tryna give me the fit, and I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my kids. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut out some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. Had to nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge. They
tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 9 saves. I can do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistake.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of I might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I work too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I work too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I did it. The life you're dreaming, I live it. And I'm coming in high, you better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from the gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I want to recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out to finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Your offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP 2 top.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been pointing me on like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna end me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dealing with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it. Speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sin. They tryna give me the fit, and I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I passed the baton on my kids. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. Had a nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna end me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you. Because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh,
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from the gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and a friend of me. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They're tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been pointing me out like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fam. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dealing with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it, speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sentence. They tryna give me the fitting, I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my kids. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. Had a nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you. Because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it. Split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, yeah, out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah. I worked too hard for it, no, I need to beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. Now, I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. Backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on grind on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents, and now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is to shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus the case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is to shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus the case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dealing with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it. Speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sentence. They tryna give me the fitting. I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my kids. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. Had to nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is to shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus the case. They sipping only 96.
Welcome back. Hope you're all still awake because it's time for the grand final. It's time for us to decide which team is going to be heading to the 6 Invitational. It's also time for the very last APAC match, at least in the near future, which is a little tier, if you will. But joining me on the desk at crisp 12:50 a.m. in the morning is Dev and Mandy. Dev, how are we feeling heading into this one? Do we think that we've got the teams that deserve it?
Absolutely. You've got the teams that have earned their spots. I think no one can doubt that out of the north side of the bracket, Sandbox has been the team to watch. They were the favourites going in. Not quite what you would usually say about the team coming to the south side of the bracket. I think direwolves were a bit of an upset over Bliss, just with the nature of what's happened with their roster. And yet here they are. They definitely deserved it. It was a grueling 3-mapper. They've had like an hour break since that game, so hopefully they're rejuvenated.
An hour and a bit, I think. We won't go into how long, Dev. All just for a bit of a laugh. But Mandy, this one in particular, obviously, we know where direwolves are at. We're still. Sorry, let me just make sure my mic is close enough there because I realised I moved it in the break. We do know that for the better part, direwolves are still remotely untested, whereas we've seen Sandbox. This roster's been, a pretty staple piece for APAC North. Where are you? What side are you landing on here? Are you shining through a south bias, or are you going to turn a little north for us?
I'm going to turn a little north, I think, for this one. Okay. I think a few circumstances. First one being stamina for direwolves. They've just played a BO3. It was a grueling BO3, like you said. It was really long, and it happened, honestly, not that long ago, about an hour ago. They've had to have this time to grab some food, do a reset, and they're potentially playing another 3 maps today. And yeah, I know teams, they scrim like many maps in the day, and I'm sure that they're used to it, but it's a long time to be sitting in your chair and to be playing Rainbow Six. And so I think for sure Sandbox are coming into it with a bit more clear headspace compared to the direwolves. Not only that, but Sandbox have had a bit more time to practice with their 5 core roster in comparison to direwolves. Even though direwolves look pretty good today with the 5 that they have lined up, I think overall Sandbox have got a couple things going for them.
And Dev, something that was mentioned by Ray in the interview that we had right after the direwolves victory was the fact that they have been scrimming Sandbox. So you're going to read anything into that?
Well, by nature, in scrims, you're often more likely to reveal stuff compared to in like an official match. You're trying new different things. It might not necessarily represent how you're always going to play, but you're trying new things out. That said, direwolves would no doubt have expected to come up against Sandbox in this eventual grand final. So I'm sure that they kept that in mind. Yes, in theory, scrimming against each other does give a bit of a vibe of the play style, but I don't like that. It's even, right, between both of the teams. More so, I'm thinking about the stamina, the form, because I think for Sandbox, obviously they've had a much longer break now. Whether that is an advantage or a disadvantage, it's hard to say. But I'm kind of leaning with what you were saying, Mandy. It does feel a little bit like Sandbox have the upper hand just with the nature of how this has played out.
Now, I'm not going to go breaking down my own analysis because I am here to merely host. But Mandy, something that we were kind of commenting on whilst watching the north side of the bracket, watching all the APAC North teams play, is that it seemed to hold a chaotic, almost I want to say unfiltered attack, whereas we saw a lot of what direwolves had. I mean, I'm probably thinking to Skyscraper, Oregon. Are you expecting a contrast in play style here? What are we thinking heading into this?
I think so. It's the first South versus North clash that we're going to get, right? All the way in the grand final. That was how the bracket was split up. These two sides of APAC were not going to meet until this grand final. And so I think that, the way that North plays out is typically, in my opinion, a little slower than the way that these Southeast Asian teams in particular play. I'm going to put an asterisk on there because Australian teams generally play a little bit slower. But I think, direwolves they've got a play style that's a lot more probe-like compared to Sandbox, in my opinion. I think Sandbox typically commit themselves to an idea and then they go for it, whereas direwolves like to assess their options and are a bit more opportunistic, in my opinion. So I think there will be a clash of play styles, actually quite similar to the last series that we watched, and it'll it'll be who's on better form for tonight.
Well, I guess that's probably one of the big discussions is where it all sits, whether you'd prefer to have a break, whether you wouldn't. You know, there are so many different variations that we throw up in the air every time, but we are but mere plebs. We are the casters and hosts that try to run us through. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and have a look at the map, Vito, and make our money's worth, Dev. I would usually get you to predict it, but we already know that we are going to Border and Villa. The big one for me, theme park. Direwolves. Ray was saying that he wanted to play theme park. Can you believe that that is our deciding map?
It's kind of funny. Like, it's hard to read into how much, whether he was, you know, having you on a little bit. If I was interviewing, I probably would just lie about what map's going to play, knowing that you're about to go into a veto against Sandbox. But I digress. Let's talk holistically. So it's Border pick from Sandbox. Yeah, funny enough, like, not a map they often play. It has been banned against them quite a lot, which is probably the reason why. And the last time they played it was actually a pretty embarrassing loss to Heroic at the Yonchaping Major 7-1. They did beat, however, Cyclops in Stage 2 of APAC North 8-6. So no doubt Sandbox has been working on that in the last couple of months since the Major. As for Direwolves, nada, absolutely nothing. So I'm going to be optimistic for Direwolves and say they've been practicing that. So, you know, that could go either way, really. Villa is the interesting one to me because great map for Direwolves. Like, they almost beat Wolves on this map at the Major. It was, in fact, their final game at that Major. And they went from losing 7-2 the first time they matched up to almost beating them 8-7 in the second time. And they've got some other strong results and some other losses on it, whereas Sandbox really don't have any crazy wins on that map. You know, just one win, but also more recently a loss to Talon. I will say, on paper, I actually think Direwolves should be very happy with this veto. Asterisk the fact that, you know, we don't know much about Border, but who knows how what'll actually play out, just in terms of form, in terms of the delays and all that.
Well, I guess, you know, it has been an unfortunate note that we have had to bring up is the delays have obviously caused a lot of teams some grievances, and I would imagine that, you know, exhaustion really does start to play a part. I know it's starting to play a part for myself. I'm not going to speak for the both of you, but you know, it really does start to come swings and roundabouts after a little while. But guess what? You don't have to wait any longer. That's right. It was a short desk, and now it's time to send it over to two Muppets up in the peanut gallery. Enjoy the matchup, boys.
Well, Rob, definitely going to enjoy it. It's one we've been kind of waiting for, haven't we, for some time now, but finally it has arrived. Grand final time, one spot to decide who will go to the 6th Invitational from the APAC closed qualifiers. Sandbox from APAC North and obviously Direwolves from APAC South. We head to Border to start with in this best of 3 grand final. And honestly, guys, it just feels like at this point, whoever wins from this match, it probably would be thoroughly deserved. Sandbox for the constant repetition of getting to these tournaments, majors our size, and for Direwolves, many doubted them, many counted them out. It would be a bit of a fairy tale.
Yeah, it's been a long road for both teams despite starting so deep into the bracket. But here we are finally for the grand final. We start off on Border, Sandbox map pick. They start on the attack. It's arguably the more challenging side. Villa will be the second map in this best of 3 in theme park if we make it all the way. And if it is, it's going to be quite the night for us. I think it's almost 1 a.m. Australian time, but hey, it is what it is. We're here for the ride. Thermite Ying off the board first. So that's one hard breach dealt with. Ying strong for Border executes, so not the most left of field ban here. And in terms of defense, we'll see the Solace taken out. I must say, across the weekend, we probably haven't seen as much Solace play as I perhaps would have expected, and even whilst in play, hasn't felt hugely impactful, but has certainly had their role, and that is Army very, very powerful. Every map, every site won't play a further part in this match.
It's definitely one operator that is very much impactful is his Army, and yeah, does not make it in here for Border. Sandbox attacking first, Direwolves on the defense here. Obviously a map, as the desk broke down, a map that we haven't seen a whole lot of. Nothing from Direwolves, only twice from Sandbox, and in terms of twice, yeah, it's a 1-1 record in the win column, but that's actually about as good as it gets. 33% attacking win rate, 42% defensive win rate, -4 round differential for Sandbox on this particular map. But I mean, you obviously can't really take too much into that. One of them being played at the major against Heroic, it was a 1-7 loss, so that really does skew a lot of the statistics for Sandbox. And it really does kind of come down to who's been working on this behind the scenes, and that's really what this grand final match is all about. This is where you bring everything out, all your strats, all the things that you would be, quote, saving. This is the time to bring it out, to get to the 6th Invitational. Winner of this grand final goes, loser remains home.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Pretty aggressive extension over towards office here for direwolves, facilitated by that mirror. Echo as well, available for info. Oryx for the roam. So for Sandbox, it's going to be a pretty tough map entry, but they would expect that heading into this map, and look at the likes of Goodboy, for example, on the Nook to try and sneak around and find map control where possible. We saw that earlier on Bank from Sandbox against Fnatic. That's where it stood out to me, that Nook in being able to gain ground, find picks, and create a little bit of space for the team. It was a mixed bag, not only for Goodboy, but I guess for Sandbox earlier today. Couple of results swinging back and forth. The most notable being a 5-1 lead. I believe that was Cafe, right? And then it slipped apart. Perhaps that was Bank.
Both maps.
I don't know, yeah. Yeah, it was both. My memory fading, it's getting late, but yeah. Sandbox often having good starts, but then struggling to convert, so we'll see here. Goodboy, controlling passport. Great start. That's what you're looking for. That's pressure dealt with over towards that balcony position and unlocks a lot of the map now for Sandbox.
Opening kill goes away for Sandbox. Opening kill of this grand final. And MB Taylor, the oldest in the lobby, will back that up, getting rid of Souffle. And at the moment, it looks like direwolves' defense quite susceptible here in this opening round. There's the second for MB Taylor. All this work over towards East Stairs looking very successful. And on top of that, there's still 90 seconds left in the round. Harambe starting to feel the pressure and sensing there's an opportunity maybe to fight and get something back. Not going to happen. It is a slaughter to start. direwolves' defense picked apart, and Sandbox, this is the dream start for a grand final appearance.
Droned out, Jackie Wu's fate will be sealed in just a moment. Surely flawless here for Sandbox to kick things off. It'll be a great way to lead the charge. That's exactly what it is. It started with the Nook, it ends with the Nook, and Sandbox make a statement on attack.
And it's interesting you say that, attack. When we think about Sandbox, when we think about the APAC north side of the bracket, guys, from yesterday, today, and technically the day before, because today's a new day, but it's all been about defense. That was the biggest factor in the semi-final against Fnatic. Defense, defense, defense. Attack was a little bit left to the side, wasn't it? It wasn't at the forefront. It wasn't the main piece of the puzzle for Sandbox that kind of won them that series. It was their defense. So to immediately come out here on border, it is their map pick, and to get the opening attacking round, it is the perfect start. And direwolves will not repeat. They will not go back to Armory Archives. It's Teller's Bathroom in the second round.
Yeah, I think now that direwolves are aware that Nanook is going to be used by Sandbox, they'll be a little bit more hyper aware. Now, Sandbox actually re-pick it off the Nook heading into this round, so they're instead opting to go to the Maverick. I guess there's a couple of positions that Maverick could be used to head an attack. I'm thinking double ball into Armory or a detention entry of some description. Pretty dynamic. I am surprised at the amount of Maverick we've seen this weekend. I would have thought that he'd dropped right off, especially without grenades, but teams are still finding positions to use his utility, and with Thermite taken off the board, it does limit the hard breach potential a wee bit. Goodboy positions himself elsewhere out towards vents, and direwolves will look to play contact pretty deep inside of office up above. That means Sandbox can get control immediately in through vents, so this is an interesting utilization of the Maverick. MV Taylor just looking through these angles, seeing if he can maybe find a pick, but it's Arakaza elsewhere to actually get the open up. Pika not off to a great start here on that Mozzie, struggling to have an impact.
11 o'clock over in Korea, guys, so I think Sandbox are probably wanting to head to bed and make this one swift. And then this opening kill in the second round further just puts direwolves on the back foot early. as was the case in the opening round. With that 5-on-4 advantage really just puts the pressure onto the defense. Suddenly they're stretched and it looks as if the attackers are able to kind of get what they want, and suddenly the direwolves have awoken. A quick double kill succession. Now they take the man advantage and they will double it up to 2 versus 4. In the space of 20-30 seconds, Sandbox have given up an advantage and now down significantly. Fnatic over towards that southern balcony, but they've lost pretty much any sort of control, any semblance of control that they had close to sight.
They just didn't really find much, I think, off their opening plan through vents, and then as Sandbox went to pivot, direwolves were ready and waiting and sort of embraced them with open arms. Not too many shots missed after Pika fell. 2v4. Now 1v4. Harambe catches that rotation. So it's all good, boy. 2 kills so far in the match. Anything from here is just a stat pad, really. But Souffle doesn't give him anything. And direwolves with a swift response in the second round.
Yeah, it needed to. That opening round was way too clean from Sandbox, and then they come out in the second round, they get the opening kill. Direwolves needed to respond, and they did so emphatically midway through that second round. 1-1. It's very early days in this best of 3 grand final, but both teams have been able to really fire a couple of really good shots in each of the 2 rounds played thus far. And I do wonder, does that maybe set the tone? Does that set the script for this grand final? When we think back to Sandbox and the matches that they, well, I guess the 2 maps that they played, or 3 maps that they played against Fnatic, it wasn't that back and forth nature. It was Sandbox lead, Fnatic come back, Sandbox lead, Fnatic come back. But when you kind of look at direwolves and Bliss, there was quite a bit of that back and forth at times. And it really was a contest, and both teams really going head to head, a lot of scrappy rounds. And for Sandbox, on the flip side, it was either they were super clinical or they just were never even in the round.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I think in terms of the round, looking at the rounds in isolation, the overall intensity and quality of play, and probably the competitiveness, it was much stronger in the direwolves Bliss game for me. Again, I'm trying my hardest to put South Bias aside. I genuinely think that was the case. That's not to say that Sandbox and Fnatic overall as a series wasn't close and competitive. Just the rounds in isolation were often pretty lopsided and made for a really strange dynamic in the way that it did play out. So we'll see what this match will be like. First 2 rounds have been certainly one-sided, but still a long way to go. Of course, Sandbox and direwolves, 2 teams that were double major attendees in 2022, yet neither qualified through the global points system. Just narrowly falling short. And now it all comes down to this best of 3 between them and 6 Invitational, which is a huge event. Even just qualifying is a nice stack of cash. And I'm sure both teams will be eager to represent their respective nations, but as for round 3, the tempo just slows a little bit. Not any early picks to speak of, some damage traded, but it's minimal. Mirror set up here inside of Fountain to face off against an office push. Ray, though, able to get the first. That's static down, and the only dedicated hard breach on the board for Sandbox in the grave.
Just get the feeling both teams still really feeling each other out here in the grand final. Early days, early rounds. Hasn't quite got that frenetic pace to it just yet that I think will eventually build up to it. Minute and 15 seconds remaining in the third. Direwolves, early advantage. Getting rid of the hard breach. Now they get rid of Maffy. One from Ray, one from Pika, and it's direwolves. Biting back here, good boy. On the roam here through main lobby, has the ping, but wasn't able to play off of it quick enough. Pika will punish him in close, in bathroom. And from there, it's a 5 versus 2 now for direwolves, and should be able to win out this round.
Again, looking like another very one-sided round. Direwolves once more shutting down the progression from Sandbox. a lack of trades. Good information still available for the defense. Sarakaze, though, pushes through for 2 and just brings a little bit of life back into the round.
Time, though. I mean, it's a great shot, and Sarakaze has made a couple of those really good shots today. Had some really clinical moments against Fnatic. Invitational, well, brings it back to a full-blown 2 versus 2. One has to plant, though. Harambe gets rid of Sarakaze. Taylor does actually have Diffuser, brings it back to a 1 versus 1, and it's a hiding game now from Pika. Massive turn of events here. Obviously has to stick to plant. Pika knows this. Runs straight up main stairs. We'll get the easy kill. But boy, just for a brief moment, direwolves were made to sweat from a 5 versus 2, and it's why you never give up on a round. But regardless, it is a round that still goes the way of direwolves.
Yeah, really good attempt there. Sarakaze heading the charge. Bit fortunate that direwolves lined up, but a clean swift shot for a double. And then it did just get a little bit scary, but Pika, a lot of experience in the clutch, played it really smart. Hit in an angle that Invitational couldn't swing and find the shot. Invitational, of course, did give it a crack, but forced to stick. And Pika just able to kill Invitational in time before that diffuser was secured. And I mean, if Invitational had hit that, it would have been pretty impressive. He had a really, really good couple of maps earlier today. But he seems like a player that really has thrived when the team is doing well, whereas when Sandbox started to struggle and hit a couple of roadblocks, Invitational was nowhere to be seen. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic in this match because he's playing well so far, and he'll be looking to keep that ball rolling and not have any moments throughout the match where he does completely, I guess, come to a halt.
5 seconds remaining. Defuse a bomb.
Swapping mag! All set. Bench it.
And it's so early days, it's hard to sort of really read too much into this. You think back to direwolves series against Team Bliss, that opening map, guys, and it was a pretty comfortable win for Bliss, 7-4. And the assumption from there probably was that direwolves just lacked a bit of firepower. But boy, did they find it. Pika, I think, being the source of it, primary source at least today. 2-2 now, but Souffle was the player that we maybe anticipated it was going to be 4-2. So if you just get that a little bit more from Souffle, and 3 rounds in has started to show it, then I think direwolves do actually have the firepower needed to get rid of Sandbox in this grand final and make their way to the 6th Invitational.
I think Souffle had a really good series earlier against Bliss, a couple of big moments. Now on the prowl over towards break for 2. There he's done some damage so far, top fragging for the team at the moment, but he's in a pinch, quite literally. Sneaks past that pinch for now. Harambe elsewhere under pressure and passport. Souffle eventually does secure the bag. Doesn't quite get the second, but Mephi does get 2. So multi-kills raining down in the kill feed at the moment. And we're only at the halfway point of the round.
It's been the case, hasn't it, in the last 2 rounds or so? A lot of these mid-round engagements. 2 versus 3, these scrappy rounds is not something that really Sandbox had to deal with today. A lot of theirs were pretty clean and cut. Either way, whether it was them winning the rounds or losing the rounds. And I think this honestly plays into the style that direwolves would prefer. It's a very APAC South kind of centric style. A lot of mid-range engagements, a lot of fast pace fighting, lower numbers, 2 versus 3s, or even 2 versus 2s. Mephi definitely had a quiet series against Fnatic, but has had a lot of time to probably think about how he can improve and make headway in this series. 3-2 start. Fnatic with the diffuser in hand, just under 40 seconds remaining. Straight in through towers into bathroom, and a decent amount of vision as well with that cross. 1 prone for direwolves has been pinged out. So Mephi should have this intel that there's a player prone on the other side there. 20 seconds left. They've got to deal with the timer as well.
Mephi's scared that he's going to get swung. There's also vert pressure as well, so it's not as easy as just running in and pre-firing this angle. Static will be looking to go deep for the plant. We'll see if Sandbox, can they get this kill? No, what timing? Jackie Brew just pops up, says g'day, and Pika gets in on the action to secure the round. A little bit of a misplay there from Sandbox, just a little bit scared to progress and trade that pick, but I think ultimately it was not really that great of a position for them in that 2 versus 3, and direwolves with the expected result.
So a bit of a clean sweep there for the direwolves. 3 defensive round wins in a row, and they head back to Taller's bathroom for this upcoming 5th round. It's pretty difficult to sort of envision what's the pass mark here in this first half. Obviously, we know Sandbox very good defensively. What they showed us today, defense is probably where they're going to win, and if they are, to win this grand final. But at the moment, it is direwolves on the defense that have really started to bring it back, and this is round earlier gone by. Back in the 4th round. Heavy through the wall. Wow, we're getting the double. Some good shots that have come out so far to start this grand final, and hopefully it's a trend that will continue.
I think realistically for Sandbox here, 2 rounds is fine.
10 seconds left.
You wouldn't expect the team to be getting too many more in this meta, on this map. And I guess especially for Sandbox and the APAC North League as a whole, attack as we've mentioned a few times, really not been great compared to the international standard of play, or at least the statistical win rate. But the last couple of rounds have felt like a bit of a slog for Sandbox. They are struggling. direwolves are finding great positions, executing plays, a couple of multi-kills as well now. Becoming consistent, which is never a comfortable feeling. Here's Good Boy though, again. He popped off in round number 1. Unlocked the round for Sandbox. He'll now push forward past the 90 camera. That's the power of Nook, but he times it wrong. He times it wrong, and Jackie Roo spots him out, and now the dynamic flips. Good Boy. He's not the hunter. He's now being hunted, potentially by direwolves. I thought maybe they'd go for a pinch, but it looks like the defense being quite conservative.
Yeah, I don't think they need to go hunting on border. I think that would then probably play into the attacking team. Good Boy can just linger around 90 for a little bit longer. They are well set up defensively. direwolves here with this vert hold still not being cracked. Mute Jam is there on the walls as well. Good Boy can sit there, but he's not really going to be able to do anything with it other than just sort of occupy top main stairs. That's a point of pressure. Minute 45 left in this round. Harambe, is he sensing an opportunity to maybe swing out? A couple of players over towards Armory. No contact yet outside of drones. 5 of them remaining for Sandbox, and Harambe just falls back to a bit of safety. Pressure. Ambry Taylor wins that one against Souffle, but at what cost? Very low on health. Not quite 1 for 1, but just about. Harambe eventually does swing back out. Finds the kill onto Arikaze. Massive kill there for the direwolves to bring it back to 4 versus 4. Good Boy still yet really to get involved here. Sitting at beepers. Ray gets the kill onto Ambry Taylor. direwolves once again have the lead in this round. Good Boy is just trying to hinge his way further, closer towards Harambe. They cannot deal with him.
Well, I mean, there's an ADS device and they didn't play it properly, so Sandbox have just been left stranded. Finally, Good Boy pushes forward, wins a fight that arguably he shouldn't have been. Harambe did a good job wasting time, but seemingly not prepped and ready for that swing, or at least didn't win the fight. So it keeps Sandbox alive just a little bit, scraping their way through at the moment. It's been scrappy on the attack. Do they know there's a player inside of office? Jackie Roo, it doesn't matter, pops up. Again, finds a kill late in the round. And Good Boy, it was an awkward start for him in the round. Stalled out for so long over towards Beepers, his impact not felt. Now he needs to find 3 more. Spotted out again by a camera, so direwolves know exactly where he's coming from. Might be able to just try and silent drop the hatch, or at least mask the sound. That's what he goes for. Sound goes out. Grenade to follow, but direwolves clean up. And honestly, that was really quite poorly played by Sandbox. They were trying for so long to clear out Fountain. Good Boy knew that there was an ADS device after it got caught. He didn't immediately follow it up with a second, probably fearing another ADS device. And Sandbox, unfortunately, just didn't quite have the U-tool and the overall tools to be able to deal with it, which stalled them out for so long. And direwolves weren't really under too much pressure in that Fountain position.
Yeah, and you have to obviously give full credit. I think Harambe played that really well over towards Fountain. Didn't get over eager, picked his timings really, really well. Very difficult to flush him out of there. Eventually did, but you know, by that point, there's like what 45 seconds left in the round, and direwolves were still up 3-2. I mean, just a really, really solid job from the direwolves, not just in that round, but now really overall in this half. 4-1 lead. So they get to 5-1. It's a bit of a cursed figure though, 5-1 as we've seen today and basically seen throughout this tournament, 5-1 leads are not safe. They are not definitive. But you'd rather have it than not have it. Obviously, Sandbox will know full well that from 1-5 down, they can still bring it back, but it's a long journey to do that. It's tiresome, it's draining. You need a lot to go your way.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to go. Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
That's the question then. Can Sandbox get a second on the board? Because their last 4 attempts have been a little bit underwhelming. Direwolves, to their credit, of course, stepping up, making plays, landing shots, and overall having a really good presence of mind and reading their opponents pretty well for the most part. It's about Sandbox stepping up really in the moment. Those mirror windows, I think, are going to maybe be difficult to deal with. Fountain facing in towards office. That's where Sandbox probably want to initiate this attack. And with those mirror windows up and the triple wall open, it's pretty challenging. Unless Sandbox can maybe just sneak through. But the second they try and cross balcony, that player Fountain will probably spot them. That is a very, very confident run across there from Goodboy. Souffle perhaps could have swung that, but elected not to. Now just dealing with utility. Pika still lurking, playing that balcony position once more, and Ray to assist. So there's still a lot of players off site that are in some really, really tough spots here for Sandbox to deal with, but Invitational, his patience will be rewarded.
Someone goes out to try and deal with this mirror. Nitrocell the other way, misses the mark on Goodboy. You can see though how close that really was. Souffle though got over aggressive. It's one thing to throw that Nitrocell, obviously feeling the pressure from the Selma getting rid of the mirror window. This is much cleaner from Sandbox. Finally a little bit more direct towards the site, dealing with direwolves head on. And they find success through those avenues. Harambe, a tremendous job in Fountain last time, but he's feeling the pressure in this 6th round. Sandbox will make it 2 attacking round wins here on Border. Going into the second half, this is really where we expect them probably to do their best work on the defense. It switches over. Now, the pressure goes back over to direwolves to find some attacking rounds of their own.
Yeah, Sandbox is a fraction more patient in that round. Invitational was rewarded, and then the decision-making from that point onwards and the sort of chain of command was really nice in terms of where they elected to push around the map. And a 2-4, that's more than enough here on Border. That's a really stable foundation. I think direwolves will be a little bit dirty on themselves in the way that that last round did play out, and the way in which they gave away quite a few uncontested picks. But that's the nature of Border. It can be very, very difficult to value your life and to stay alive, just due to how small the map is and how many avenues there are to the attack once they actually do get a foothold inside of the map. But we switch sides, round 7. Armory first up on the block. We saw Sandbox, for instance, lean so heavily into the mirror setups, and direwolves lean very heavily into the mirror setups, etc., to gain information and to ward off attacks. A slightly different approach here from Sandbox. They'll instead go for the castle to try to fortify their positions, and the Maestro will actually be in play for information gathering. Maestro's an operator that we don't see heaps of playtime for these days, so a cool addition here from the Korean roster.
Give you a very late night Xenox fun fact, guys, but in the series earlier for Sandbox versus Fnatic, at no point did Sandbox get less than 3 defensive rounds. 4 defense, 5 defense, and 5 defense on their 3 respective maps. So very defensively sound. There's the Sandbox lineup. You take into account a direwolves team, you know, missing Reaps, missing ED, no longer on the roster. You're gonna have to find avenues of attack elsewhere. We've seen that from Pika so far. Souffle's looking quite a lot better in this series. Jackie Wu, can he start to get involved as well? Just 2 and 3 at the moment. Needs to be a full team effort if you are to break through this Sandbox wall.
I like Jackie Wu's position. He has a really decent idea as to whether or not Customs is clear. Can lodge, pardon me, grenades up above. The first one doesn't land. I think he had some information. The second, that was towards 90. That one doesn't really do much either. So that's 2 nades going astray for the direwolves. 3 nades going astray. Invitational wasn't lit up by the grenade. He's getting pressured by the western window. I'm really enjoying this from Sandbox at the moment. They're not giving away anything for free.
No, but you really can't expect them to do so. 4 drones remain, almost 3, with that one being shot over towards security. Jackie Wu and the like. I think they're just trying to be patient, trying to find that opening pick, clearing out this more eastern side. East stairs control will be theirs. At least the bottom side of it is now. Top will be shortly, but there's only a minute left. So all this pressure, all this positioning over towards east. So far, it's amounted for nothing. And Mephi's still just holding from officers. No real pressure to deal with. Nothing even close to armory.
40 seconds. It's going to have to be an explosive execute here from the direwolves. They need control over towards the office ASAP. That's what they get. Harambe to get the first. Now it's about transitioning that in towards Archives. Try to plant behind the chassis, but Good Boy's in Fountain. He's good for 1, makes it 2. Always in a good position. This late into a round. Jackie Wu has a position on carpet.
Hello,
Positions
Good
elsewhere
Boy?
though exposed. Yeah, Good Boy for 3. Could be on for a 4th. Doesn't really need to swing this position, but does. He gets punished for it, but traded out. Static assists. Now Pika finds that one. So it's Arakaze in the 1 versus 1. Can Pika swing and find the kill? Oh, it's a trade!
They traded!
It's a trade for the final kill. I cannot believe it comes down to the 1 versus 1. Pika to swing. And what a way to kick off the second half. Dials will get the win. Pardon me, Sandbox will get the win as they've defended the chassis. But that is insane.
That is just too close for comfort. And I think a lot of that just comes down to time. They had left it so late. It was all a little bit rushed. It was all a little bit kind of on the fly. Obviously, a lot of work going on towards that eastern side, getting top east stairs control. They couldn't quite find a way through officers, and Good Boy had some absolute amazing shots land. Direwolves, though, even still, almost could have stolen that one at the death. And had they done so and taken a 2-5 lead, again on Sandbox's map pick, that would have put them in the absolute driver's seat to take this first map. That is an absolute critical moment in this grand final already. 3-4 the scoreline.
10 seconds to insertion.
A nail-biting round.
5 seconds remaining.
There haven't been many particularly close rounds in isolation. For the most part, pretty lopsided, so that will get the adrenaline pumping for sure. Cheeky lineup here from Sandbox. Somewhat trap-heavy with the Capcan Frost combo. And they'll stick the castle for round 8 over towards Towers. In response, Direwolves have plenty of explosives to deal with that. No shortage of operators that can deal with castle barricades and other traps elsewhere.
Direwolves need to be a little bit more clinical though if they're going to get these attacking rounds against Sandbox. Last round, okay, time, but also they just weren't really clean in their approach when they were pushing into site. It was messy, it was, you know, frantic. Get to work a little bit earlier. Don't kind of get into your execution with 15-20 seconds left. You really got to get through that checklist as soon as possible, okay? Waiting room control established. You can deal with these castle barricades.
A bomb has been located.
Don't mind this, though, in fairness. This is not too bad.
Yeah, but the problem is, Sandbox have full info on this. They have a Valk cam watching this position, but it may not matter if Pika can go deep and find that kill. Good Boy gets a trade. Cheeky angle as well from Invitational deep in towards objectives. So I think direwolves' idea behind this push isn't too bad, but there's still so much they need to deal with. And especially if that belt cam inside of waiting isn't found, this should be a challenging round for them to win, with Sandbox having that wealth of information. Good boy gets a second. So many rapid trades in round 8. A minute to go. Mephi isolated in workshop. If he lands that, it gets very interesting, but just misses. Doesn't matter though. Static with a trap. You're kidding me.
You're kidding me indeed, yeah. That's Diffuser as well. So now Jackie Wu and or Ray have to go and get it. Ray picks it up. Okay, that's not too bad. 45 seconds time. Still not all that awful. Drop down east stairs. Make your way over towards Towers. It's opened up. It's ready for a plant. I think it's just a matter of coming together now and playing off of each other. Jackie Wu obviously needs to provide that cover fire. And suddenly, when you take into account the time, when you take into account Jackie's HP, and the task at hand still here for the direwolves, that EDD has completely transformed this round back over the favor of Sandbox. Ray looking to stick the plant, has been pinged out, gets off of it. Jackie, angle from waiting.
10 seconds to go.
He swings this, he might find the kill, he gets off of it. Mephi starting to push through into Talers, denies Ray, into red time, and they combine together. Mephi and MV Taylor with a 1-2 punch combine. Just when it seemed like there was a few cracks in the wall of the Sandbox defense, they were able to patch it up and get it all sealed. 4-4, they win 2 very close defensive rounds. Direwolves are getting chances, but they're just not taking them.
And of all the ways for the round to fall apart there for the direwolves, an EDD ultimately made things so challenging. A player down, diffuser down, had to be recovered. A very tricky 2v2, and Sandbox, to their credit, played it super well. If they just mistimed that push or didn't know exactly where the player inside of waiting was and gave away a pick, it well and truly could have gone the way of direwolves. So another close one. 4-4 the scoreline. You can see the round timeline, just the swings and roundabouts at the moment. Sandbox had a great start, then Direwolves responded with 4, but we may now see Sandbox themselves go on a 4-round winning streak, and I must say I'm quite enjoying the way that they're playing at the moment. It certainly feels tidier than what we've seen throughout the weekend, or at least what we saw earlier today, rather.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Definitely feels like though Direwolves have had some opportunities, some chances to break through this defense, and both times they've come up short. Both times they've walked away with kind of an honorable loss, where it's like, okay, not bad, close, good effort, but unfortunately that's not going to get you round wins. That's not going to get you to the 6 Invitational. You just got to be more clinical in the clutch moments. 2 versus 2, super winnable. You've got Diffuser, 45 seconds. But full credit to Sandbox there for not giving up on it once again. 2 versus 3, okay, the EDD helps out, but you know, it's placed there for a reason. They were in good positions to play off of each other, hence why MV Taylor and Mephi both got a kill each. They had the crosses, they had good intel on a lot of different areas because of their positioning. It is why it is such a difficult defensive team to break through. And it's why there's actually, for me, concerns. These are absolute scrappy rounds that Direwolves have still not been able to win. What happens when Sandbox just have an absolute clinical defensive performance, where they pick apart the attack, where they really deny every kind of avenue? That's when I'm worried that Direwolves are going to lose around convincingly.
Ray scouts security with the Gemini. He'll spot that it's clear, and we'll probably want to take this ground pretty quickly. Arakaze, though, down below on the pulse. He's had the heartbeat sensor out for the majority of the round, gaining information and probably calling that Direwolves are heading the attack from this position. Sense in play for the execute. Don't mind seeing that. We've seen a little bit of sense throughout the weekend. Mixed success, but without a warden on the board for the defense, it may prove difficult for Sandbox to deal with, but Direwolves need to get to that stage first, and a lot of that hinges on getting control of the top floor. Minute 30 remains, slowly applying pressure, but I think Sandbox still are in great positions, and direwolves will need to pick up the pace.
Good boy with an opening pick. We'll shut down Jackie Wu on the sends. And there's one back. Well, it's been the motto really all of this match here on Border. Not really too much of a surprise considering the map. Arikaze trying to find what he can. The heartbeat sensor, but nothing above just yet. Just over a minute remaining in this 9th round. Good boy. Still just roaming around on the Oryx. And Invitational loses his life. Pika's just walked in through main lobby. Double kill. A surprise for Sandbox. A chink in the armor. And suddenly an avenue onto site for the direwolves, courtesy of Pika. Harambe finishes off his work in workshop. And just like that, in a blink of an eye, it's direwolves that have stolen around away from Sandbox.
It's been a good day from Pika so far, and the ability there to find a double seemingly out of nowhere, really, really well played. Certainly didn't catch my attention, and well, certainly wasn't spotted by a Sandbox, so well done there. Really able to turn the tide. direwolves now, funnily enough, edging towards match point. They break that streak as well for Sandbox, which I think is critical as we head to Armory. Yeah, I don't know how Pika was able to make that play, but 11-6 for him in the match so far. Certainly not a scoreline to be scoffed at. And this is where my eyes just naturally start to drift to the bottom left, and I'm looking at Good Boy and I'm like, alright, 11 kills, that's great. But it means nothing if you don't win the map. So Good Boy needs to keep stepping up if he's going to be the one hedging a lot of these efforts on the defense.
I thought you were going to mention his deaths there for a second. Most deaths in the lobby, so I mean, 11-8. No? You're not a toxic caster?
It's not for you to decide. We'll let chat decide.
No, well, I mean, the thing is, though, you can't just put it down on one player, and that's for both teams. You know, it can't just be the Pika show. You know, you take into account the entire best of three that is going to play out. If you only rely on Pika, your chances of going to SI are much slimmer. And the same, obviously, for Sandbox. We've seen some good things from Arikaze. Invitational, of course, was absolutely magnificent against Fnatic. Both teams certainly have the manpower.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's an easy one again for Pika. Pika might just get a second. No. Arikaze from the other side will shut him down. So his run comes to an end in the 10th round. Well, it's very much real now for the direwolves, guys. It is going to have to be someone other than Pika.
That small burst comes to an end, so it's a 4 versus 4 and things will just slow down. Great work there on the Twitch from Souffle. That exposes Arikaze from that balcony position. That mirror window, I think, is something that Sandbox are relying quite heavily on to gain information out there and apply a little bit of pressure on the breach and security alike. But now with that compromise, where you might see a shift in their positions, and I don't want to play out the rest of the round. If Souffle can get a second, that would be a disaster, but no, that one's denied. Jackie Wu comes across now with Roteros. We'll see what he can find. In towards Beepers. Goes quite deep. Doesn't really find much in the way of utility, but just dislodging these players for a split moment. Harambe takes that opportunity to rappel up to Sandwich. Grenade from below won't land. Half full has been vacated. But look at where these two players are. If I'm Sandbox, if I'm holding hands at this point in the round, I'm not liking that at all.
Yeah, I mean, but they're forced back. You know, you look at that floor, all that damage. All it takes is someone from direwolves to just get in below, and you've got that vert. So it's really difficult to kind of hold those angles, hold those positions now. I got to say, direwolves' utility usage in this round so far has been on point. Another Rotero goes out. So obviously the shock drones, so they're using their time with this utility. I will say though, now 45 seconds to go, probably time to get off these controllers, off these drones, and start moving. Selma out, trying to open up this wall in towards Armory. Arikaze just sits in lockers, holds deep, smoke goes out. This is the time for the Warden though to get the job done when the push does arrive from direwolves. No Pika, who's going to be the one to find the kills? 1-for-1 trade, steps up, gets a second, gets shut down though immediately. So it's an even affair, 2 versus 2, just under 20 seconds left. Ray has the diffuser, will go to plant it, and is being covered by Jackie Wu, gets off of it. Did he hear footsteps? I think he might have heard static. Jackie Wu in a better position to potentially cover, and did so by stopping Mephi. Ray gets the plant down just in time, and that makes it oh so difficult now for Fnatic in a 1 versus 2.
Isolated over towards Beepers. Position known. Direwolves now just need to set up across. Do not feed him an easy one. I think it was great for Fnatic to go for the flank, but he couldn't quite stick it. Swings in, shut down Jackie Wu for the pick, who, may I add, had a really good play there to clear half wall and open up the round further for the Direwolves now on map point.
There's the damn wall just bursting a little bit here on border. Sandbox's defense has been touted. We've seen it fully on display so far today back against Fnatic. At no point did they drop less than 4 defensive rounds. It was 4 or 5, no more, no less. Right now, all they've been able to muster up is 2. Direwolves have really risen to the occasion on the attack here on border, on Sandbox's map pick. Villa to play after this. The map pick of the Direwolves. They are map point now. They get 2 of them. 2 crucial opportunities to take a 1-0 lead in this grand final.
Yeah, that last round, I must say, is actually pretty impressive for Direwolves, considering they have had 2 players out, 2 in rather unexpectedly, pretty recently as well. It was sort of one of those rounds where you do need quite a bit of that built-up synergy to ensure that the timing's right, and for Jackie Wu to know exactly where the players on side are so that he can facilitate that play. And it looked really, really nice, which is such a positive sign for Direwolves on the opposition's map pick. It's got to be concerning for Sandbox and for the Korean fans as well, so desperately wanting to see their team overseas once again. And Sandbox obviously have probably felt like they've left a lot on the table at international events over the last couple of years, and I feel like they need another opportunity, a preparation here. Direwolves over towards Sandwich. They are keen to get quick control, but Static, he's close by, and he will cut down anyone that goes through that window, so Direwolves fall off.
2 match points. What makes it even more impressive, that last round, you know, Pika, yeah, got 1 kill, the opening kill, but then died immediately after. So that 4 versus 4 from then on, a full-blown team effort from the Direwolves. Said it before, said it at the start of this match. That is what it is going to take, and so far, they are showing that. We've seen Soufflé, Ray, Harambe, Jackie Wu all standing up and really helping out Pika, who's led from the front. Information for Ray. Tries to just blast off of it. Doesn't find a kill. Top main stairs for Pika. Pushing through beepers. Are they ready for this? Is he got intel onto though where Static is sitting? No. Yes, indeed they do. And Pika wins out. Pika gets a second. Pika has just gone Super Saiyan. 2 versus 4 remaining. Map point. Direwolves stealing this one away from Sandbox late in the night. Only Arukaze and Invitational remain.
Such great work there from Direwolves, dealing with the barricade, applying pressure, pincering on that position, and Pika is just there in the moment to clean up with the LMG in hand. Does his job well. So much pressure now on the shoulders. Arukaze and Invitational looking to survive on their map pick. Looking to push this map to overtime, but it doesn't look good for them at the moment. Direwolves have been so well drilled on a lot of these pushes, and with so much time remaining, are going to use that up and continue to apply more from Vert.
40 seconds remaining. And Invitational will not give up on this. He's been in plenty of scenarios where he's been able to salvage this one, but Harambe dances on him from above, looking down on him. 30 seconds remains. The Direwolves attack proving to be mighty enough to break through this defensive wall of Sandbox. I'll tell you what, it looked like a concrete wall against Fnatic, but at the moment the wall has turned to sand. It has been pierced. It has been absolutely annihilated. 3 attacking round wins in a row from Direwolves. 1-0 up in the grand final. 1 map away from 6 Invitational.
And that is a convincing result for the Direwolves. 7-4 not to be scoffed at. They did a great job, especially for border attack, breaking down a lot of those strongholds from Sandbox, who were made to look a little bit second tier in that match, to be completely fair. And for a team which, for so long, the last year, have posted incredibly strong stats defensively, didn't look like that on their own map pick. It was the Pika show really for direwolves, and a lot of that was facilitated off some really clean team play. And I brushed on that earlier, right? That for a team that really hasn't been a 5-man for particularly long, it looks like they're incredibly well drilled. Obviously, a lot of past experience to draw on, but for sure, a really strong start to this series. And look, I think direwolves might just want to go to bed and get this done 2-0.
I think for Sandbox, now that they full well know if this one is to be their one, this is going to have to go the distance now. It has to go to Theme Park if they are to go to 6 Invitational. Villa, next map coming up, the map pick for the direwolves, guys. Do you feel like that they should be confident going over to Villa? They got a 6-4 record in recent times. Sandbox, to their own credit, a 3-1 record. Or at this point, with what we've basically had throughout these closed qualifiers, do you just throw records and statistics out the book? It's grand final time. It doesn't matter.
Records are irrelevant. If you're thinking about that stuff, you're thinking about the wrong thing, right? I think Sandboxes need to pick themselves up, find any confidence that they can reset, and prepare for a do-or-die game.
Well, the do-or-die game is certainly coming up. We go to Villa after the break. It's 1-0 to direwolves.
Well, they have certainly shown that they've got the grit and determination to make this work. The direwolves are just continuing to put pressure where you would not believe pressure could be put. Mandy, a solid performance on border, and now we're thinking this could potentially be done in 2.
Yeah, I'm pretty shocked actually. Direwolves, we didn't have a whole lot of history on them on border. In fact, I think it was no history for them on that map up until today. And so seeing them go into it and have the dominant fashion that they did was really surprising to me. I want to highlight Pika. I think he's just had not just an incredible series so far, but an incredible day overall. Just before this, he played his own VO3 that was against Bliss. And even then, he went hard. He was the star player of this team. And today is just his day. He's having a good one.
Dev, is it a team diff thing? Are you on Team Pika? Are you Team Direwolves? Are you just lackluster Sandbox? Which one is the performance that we're going for today?
A little bit of everything. To be honest, I think, especially when Azami is banned, which Direwolves did ban Azami, border is a really, really hard map to defend, right? Like, I would expect this to be quite an attacker-favored game. So when I see Sandbox start the match with a flawless round, I think, okay, well, this is going to be over pretty quickly. Direwolves got 4 defenses on their half. That immediately is a massive red flag for Sandbox, who picked the map, right? Like, if you can't even go half on your attacking side, then something is very wrong. And we kind of just saw that in direwolves on their attacks. Like they had really, it was a game of identifying openings. And Pika was the name on Guz and Xenox's lips a lot of the time because he was that guy in the building finding those opportunities. There was one particular, I think it was the second last one, where he walks, or maybe it was actually the last round, he walks in and he finds like 2 kills and he's timing it with his team, right? It's team div and Pika div because it takes like the micro movement and the crisp aim and the comms in order to land those shots, but it also takes the team behind there to enable those plays.
Well, that's just it, right? Like it takes 2 to tango. There's no I in team, whatever you want to go with. There's so many different kind of sayings that we can put along with what Peak has been able to do. At the end of the day, obviously direwolves are in a position where they're actually kind of coming together at one of the most beautiful moments in their career. The fact that we were speaking of, like, I still can't believe that we were talking about the fact that direwolves were probably the only team in this qualifier that we'd kind of written off before today.
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane to see that they are the team that really are outperforming. Mandy, I want to throw you maybe under the bus a little bit here and maybe see if I can pull something out of you that's could be negative. What's going on with the attacks? Do we think that this is just going to consistently be the downfall for Sandbox here? I want you to be brutally honest. It's bloody 2 a.m. in the morning here. I don't want you to hold back. What is going on right now?
I don't know if I can be mean like that, Rob.
Rip in, Mandy. Just rip in.
It's 2 a.m.
I'm disappointed.
Do it.
Fine. Okay, I'm disappointed. It's Border. They picked it. I really honestly think that with the tools on their cards, I think, like you said, Dev, Azami being out of play, direwolves having taken that out, yeah, you should be landing your attacks. I think it's really important that they were able to crack down the bomb sites with any hard breach that was available to them. We saw Harambe make a lot of success off the Selma, with the Selmas on Ace, for example, when he went onto his attacking half. Just in general, it felt like Sandbox were just afraid to break down the map. It felt like they were hesitant and really cautious, just trying to make their way into the building. Whereas I think direwolves knew that they could open up long lines of sight. They knew that they could inject Pika into the building, and it didn't feel like Sandbox had that same bloodlust to just get in there and make it work.
So we move to Villa now, Dev. I mean, does the conversation change at all in terms of attacking? Like, what is going to be the pass mark for us to see Sandbox push us to theme park? Is it possible?
All right, bear with me. You're lucky I have the stats up. APAC South was an 80% Villa win rate on defense. That said, that was only 15 rounds. That was just one match. So kind of hard to read into that one. Let me just see if I can go back on my tab. No, I don't have North open. Gosh darn it. I'm going to guess that it's like quite defender-sided in North because North tends to be more defender-sided in general. But the real question for me is, looking back at these teams and their histories, Sandbox have played this map quite a few times and they have won it quite a few times as well. So direwolves would have known that when they picked this map. The last time Sandbox played it, it was a close loss to Talent. And we can also see from just in general their win rates on attack and defense, like 65% defense win rate, you'd expect like a 4-2 half out of that. 48% attack win rate's actually pretty good for Villa, I would say. But, on the other side of things, direwolves are a really strong team. Even though they've lost matches to, for example, Wolves overseas, I actually think that's like a good thing. Losing to 7-8 against Wolves is probably a lot better than like 7-0ing Fnatic, to be honest. Like, I think you read more into a loss against one of the best teams in the world than a convincing win over a team that is just not in that league.
Yeah, well, it's what's crazy about all of this, Dev, is we can talk as much as we want, but it doesn't matter because whatever happens in the server is going to happen. And no matter how much we dive into it right now, it will not do it the justice that it deserves. But two people who can do the justice that this map especially deserves, it's Guz and it's Xenox. Enjoy.
I was a little bit concerned for a second that they'd found 2 other casters. I couldn't believe he was talking about us and being polite, Guz, but here we are. It is late hours. It is almost the witching hour.
He must be getting tired. Yeah.
Yeah, he must be.
It must be a full moon. It's a full moon. It's got to be.
Obviously, though, massive moment here we head to Villa, the map pick of the direwolves, who are 1-0 up in this best-of-3 grand final. 53% in favor of the direwolves to close this one out, to book their tickets to the Six Invitational. It would be their first Six Invitational appearance as well, guys. It would be dreams coming true for these players. They've been to majors, but it's another thing to make it to SI.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the numbers, and I mean, at least from the perspective of Sandbox, I'm not actually ringing the alarm bells. I really don't think the numbers suggest they're that bad at all on this map. In fact, it's actually got their second strongest attacking win rate. And some of their data is skewed by overseas results on other maps and stuff, but I think it gives us an insight that this isn't going to be a pushover effort from direwolves. Sure, they won against their opponent's map pick, but I'm not fully expecting direwolves to just come out of the gates and slap them here on the second map. I'm still expecting a competitive map, but I will say direwolves looked really, really strong and really well stuck together on that first map. So if that trend does continue, it certainly will be a tricky one for Sandbox. Ying, Thatcher off the board first. Not a whole lot to comment on there. Ying is particularly productive on some executes here on Villa, and Thatcher just all around good for the attack. Azami taken off the board. So I really like that from direwolves. They doubled down. They took down the Azami, they banned it out on border, and Sandbox, I think, really did struggle playing without that operator, and they'll have to deal with it once more here on Villa. Throughout what we've seen from Sandbox in this tournament, the keeper barriers have been really useful, so it won't be an option. And Solace also taken down by Sandbox. So it sets us up for the game. It looks like we may potentially have some kind of pause before we get into the action, but hopefully it won't take too long.
The only time that Sandbox have had Azami available today was on Bank, and boy, did that prove to be a difference maker against Fnatic. It was the only time it got through. It was banned on Cafe, banned on Oregon, and obviously has now been banned on Border and coming up Villa. Obviously, one of the players that crashed, I believe it was Jackie Wu, so we'll just get him back into the game before we can get started here for our second map of this best-of-3 series. For those that missed it, it was the direwolves getting the victory on Border, and a lot of that coming through their attack. They won 3 attacking rounds in a row to get said victory, guys. It was really a turning of the tide, because for Sandbox and what we've seen from them today, it's been all about defense, defense, defense. Well, that defense finally got sort of broken apart. And it really comes down to this kind of strange equation that we've got. South versus North. South known for its attack and known for its chaotic gameplay. North has been showing us this very sort of defensive-minded mindset. So which is going to win out, attack or defense? Well, we kind of got the answer on Border, attack. Does that translate over to Villa, though?
Oh, the map is incredibly different, right? Border is a whole different beast when it comes to the attack defensive sort of mindset, because of how claustrophobic the map is. Everything is incredibly compact, but Villa, you can basically cut the map down the middle and either go direct or you can go for a map sweep, and you can often have some footholds as the attack, whereas on Border you're either going at 100% or you're at 0% and finding information. It's a bit more of a hybrid situation here on Villa, so it's going to be super, super intriguing how it does play out. Like I mentioned before, though, the numbers do suggest that it won't be terrible here for Sandbox on attack. Anything less than 2 rounds on attack, I'm starting to ring the alarm bells, because they only have a 65% defensive win rate compared to a lot of the other maps. You're looking at 70s, even 80s on some like theme parks. So it's certainly a concern. Yeah, I think direwolves, like we mentioned, just looks so proficient on Border, and I don't think that sort of fundamental underlying team play changes at all. You put them on any 9 maps, and provided they've got the fundamentals down pat, they'll be fine.
It was a 4-1 lead back on Border for the direwolves. Their defense seemed pretty strong there as well. So they've actually shown the proficiency, I guess, on both sides of the coin. They did well defensively on Border, and then obviously their attack was quite strong too. So, 7-4 victory is a pretty solid victory. You can't really take any ifs or buts away from that. It was a well-earned game from the direwolves, and you kind of try and break that down. What were the reasons for that? And I think it just, again, comes down to sort of that team orientation that we saw from them. Yeah, Pika really stood up and probably led early on. And it's kind of like, as Pika goes and gets probably to double digits, everyone else just rises to the occasion alongside him. And we saw others really stand up as well. I can't help but think it was, I believe, round 9, Pika gets the opening kill, dies, gets traded. It's 4 versus 4. And direwolves, it's not like they just suddenly stopped. It's not like they just suddenly came to a halt because their star entry player had perished. They still found a way to execute on site, get kills, and win out the round. And I think from that moment, there's that belief suddenly watching this team that it's not just going to come down to one player, that they've got the team, that it doesn't matter that Reaps is not there. It doesn't matter that ED's not there. They've still got the pieces, and, you know, full credit to Ray and Harambe and what they've been able to do so far. It really is a kind of fairy tale run that is taking place. As we know, though, with Sandbox, they just have that experience. Well, I mentioned it many times against Fnatic and in that series. Sandbox have the experience. They've been to SI. They've had so many majors. They've been an ever-consistent team, really, at the international level, representing APAC North. So for them to miss out on this next coming SI would be a bit of a disaster for them, because the next step in their evolution as a team is to do better at these kind of events. Not necessarily make it, but to do better at those events. So to miss out altogether would be a disaster. So a lot for them riding on this next map of Villa.
Yeah, and Sandbox in those overseas events really did begin to cultivate quite a serious reputation as being the team that chokes. They had a couple of leads, especially at Yonchipping, where they just completely fell to pieces and lost maps that they never should have. And so it'd be interesting to see in this series, for example, right now they're trailing. What does that do to the team dynamic, right? Is that like their Superman powers will be activated or something, and they'll feel a little. They'll feel the shackles come off a little bit, but on the flip side, I mean, they're one map away from not going to SI, and that would be a huge disaster, considering they were double major attendees. I don't think there's too many teams in the world that attended 2 majors and aren't going to SI. And, you know, that's their own fault, really, because they underperformed at them, but it would certainly be a disappointment. And obviously, North has only 1 team in attendance currently in Cyclops. South only has 1 in Elevate. So this match really does settle that debate, right? Which sub-region's better? Is it North? Is it South? Yeah, it's the final battle. It's the final battle.
Yeah, it's a bit like that. You know, and obviously sort of bringing it back, really, I think, to the semifinals as a whole. Like, as we've got a bit of time here, apparently, I think any of the 4 teams could have actually gone and represented APAC North and or South. Fnatic, Team Bliss, I think when we think back to those series, I mean, both of them were 2-1 losses. And at various points, at various times, we probably sat back and were like, oh, Fnatic are looking really strong. This major comeback on Cafe, okay, they're going to maybe win the 3rd map off the momentum built from that. And Team Bliss winning the 1st map rather comfortably. They had the firepower. You know, you wondered, okay, well, if Jigsaw and Breno keep getting even better and better, here's where they'll, you know, maybe the sky's the limit. And both of them fell to a Sandbox team that was resilient, to a direwolves team that was resilient. As I said, I think any of those 4 teams probably could have gone to SI, and I don't think I would have been disappointed with any of those. So it's been a wonderful closed qualifiers run today, especially from what we've seen from all of those teams. And because you wonder, you know, is Team Bliss, is Fnatic watching to see, did we end up losing to the eventual team that went to SI? Were we this close? Because, you know, if direwolves win this, you probably wonder, if you're Team Bliss, you're like, damn, that could have been us. We could have probably beaten Sandbox then. You know, and that's just a heartbreaking moment to realize that. Obviously, it's still a little bit to go. We haven't quite started this 2nd map, by the way, for those just tuning in or following along and maybe getting lost with us in the podcast hours at 2 in the morning now. We've just ticked over.
It's getting very intimate, I must say. It's getting very intimate. Very intimate.
So it hasn't started yet on Villa. Oh, it has now. Let's go. I'm going to cry.
Yeah, very emotional, man. I wouldn't be surprised.
Let's get into this one. My goodness. Aviator Games, AVG. 2nd map of this grand final, best of 3. Direwolves will be on the attack, where they showed a very decent level of proficiency back on border. So I guess you can kind of just keep on keeping on in that manner, where they can pick up where they left off. 3 attacking round wins in a row. Now heading into Villa, their map pick for Sandbox. Defense is their strength. It has been their strength, but it let them down on border. They'll have to reinvigorate, refine themselves here on Villa. And I tell you what, guys, there's no better sight than a defense Aviator Games. I can't think of anything better. You got to win these if you're on the defense.
I never knew you were such a big fan of Villa.
I love AVG. I love Villa.
You love Villa? That's good. Well, the mirror again being leaned into here by Sandbox. We haven't seen them shy away from it too much, and it's used on the extension, triple ball into bedroom. And they're actually going to post Methy up inside of the closet. But that doesn't matter when Pika is on site just completely ruining the entire setup. And no one from Sandbox is here to stop the Twitch drones.
Well, it's like a repeat of Border in that sense. We saw the utility usage from direwolves was just on point. The shock drones are just absolutely causing havoc. And obviously you've got the Roteros too that will probably make their way in later in the round. It's honestly a little bit lackadaisical from Sandbox defensively. They're really just dropping off, I think, from a perspective of that sharpness. They're not quite as switched on as they were earlier on in the day. Will that come back to haunt them?
I mean, it's a big play from Pika, and he slows both drones up inside, feeding information. So the second that Sandbox fall off this roam back towards site, Divers can hit site pretty confident knowing where these defenders are positioned, assuming those drones stay up. So Pika's done a fantastic job. We praised him for his ability to find kills on Border in the first map of this series, but he's not just a fragger. He's doing some really good plays in other departments as well. Jacobu gets the first, Arakaze onto Pika, trades elsewhere. So many unique names lining up on the kill feed, but Harambe for a double. Arakaze and Invitational now, I believe, both need to retake site. Top round control in response from the direwolves. Invitational does have some side control. Thinks about pushing through, but Alex not to Arakaze down the hallway. So Sandbox doing okay here, but sooner rather than later, we'll find themselves overwhelmed.
Yeah. This is a disaster start, especially on APG. This is the kind of site you would honestly have to repeat. I mean, they may not because this has been just so one-sided, but what a breakdown of defensive concentration to start this map. This is not the way you want to start a comeback in a grand final. Arakaze, all that's left, and he too falls. 6 more rounds to go from making it to their dream tournament of SI for the direwolves. They can count down each round from here. It's an early start, but it's a dream start, and Sandbox not even entertaining a repeat of ABG. They're going to head straight to Stat Trophy. 4 attacking rounds in a row on Sandbox. That is insane.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I mean, that was just really well played by direwolves. They saw the extension from Sandbox. Pika cleared that utility on site, and direwolves were like, well, hey, I mean, site's pretty clear now. The coast is relatively clear. Let's pressure, let's pincer, let's force these players back. And at that point, Sandbox on the rotation never stood a chance. So that's just really well done by the direwolves, applying a lot of early pressure in this match. Now, the mute is brought by Static in response, so in theory that does make the Twitch a little more vulnerable, and those shock drones may not be as impactful, and it's not like there's a mirror, for instance, to pop those canisters anymore. So we'll have to see how that does play out. Pika Alex to still stick to Twitch, no attacker repick for him. Interestingly, Osa will be brought by Harambe, and I wonder where he's going to try and fortify positions. Pika, though, of course, can still take down default cameras. That's useful. And just scout outside, again, pretty uncontested. And the drone just gets out. I mean, that's just the freest info you will ever get as an attacker.
Oh. Been a bit of a difference maker back on Border, now also here on Villa. I was really leaning into their utility. You just wonder, will Harambe be dancing on all through the night? EE1D deployed by Jackie Wu. No one makes a move though for both teams. No movement there from Harambe, not electing to push through. Has those Talon shields. Has that diffuser. Looking to clear out this bedroom position. Flashes go out, wall's still up. Renegade has been taken down for the time being, along with that shield. No pressure over towards Closet, and bedroom has been cleared. Good progress being made by the direwolves. Where's this counterpunch from Sandbox though? Good boy throws a nade over towards Closet, reactivates the Sawyer gate. Okay, getting some things done at least defensively there through Good Boy.
Oh no.
There's one just sitting inside of Astro though. Meppy gets one. Could have honestly got a second. We'll still get a second. Harambe just got napping. Oh, a moment. A lapse in concentration from the direwolves. Not droned out in Astro. They pushed in. No one clears the corner. Souffle is just forced straight into bedroom, gets one. Honestly, almost could have got a second. A messy second round here on Villa.
Yeah, there's a lot of players entering Crossfires at the moment that they're not really aware of. It's sloppy, it's late in the night, mistakes are being made. We'll see who can capitalize. Sandbox with the advantage. Direwolves still probing. I think they might posture for some kind of stack up Astro and maybe sync it with Red or something, but it's going to be tough. Jackie Boo is also low on HP after an earlier engagement. Souffle can hold down the breach. It's up to Jackie Boo and Ray. They're the two that are forced to try and make a play, force the hand of Sandbox, try and pinch them into a mistake, but easier said than done. They need to collect that diffuser. Mephi still inside of Astro. It's been a big round. Wow. Souffle at the breach eventually gets that pick.
3 versus 3, 30 seconds left. It's a slight little comeback from the Direwolves. They've been able to make this round somewhat winnable once again. Despite the mishap in Astro, they now have all 3 inside of Astro. So they do have the numbers. They can kind of death ball over in towards Trophy. But being watched, it's from Static. Souffle binds 3. Might get the ace. Never mind. Ray will stop that one. But not to the dismay of Souffle. He'll be very excited with how this has been displayed. Arikaze can't save it. Direwolves have absolutely stolen that round back. It shouldn't have happened. From a 5 versus 3 man advantage on the defensive stat trophy, Sandbox have absolutely succumbed to the pressure of this attack from the Direwolves. Souffle, a big reason for it.
And Direwolves go unpunished. I mean, losing 2 for free at the hands of Mephi inside of Astro, that's round done. That should be the nail in the coffin for the second round, and it should alleviate some of the pressure from Sandbox, but they got that killed, and Good Boy caught swinging stat for some reason to try and pressure breach, and then we saw the player isolated over towards Astro, caught napping, 3v3, Static's prone on site, playing passive. It was just a little bit all over the place from both teams. They both made some pretty silly mistakes in that round, and it was just the Direwolves to tidy it up at the very end. They backed themselves in, the stack over towards Astro worked out. And now we go back over towards AVG, and this is a desperate round for Sandbox. If you do not win this round, after 3 primary side attempts in a row, it starts to look really, really, really bad. So this is a key round, and if they don't win this, I'm almost putting pen to paper and putting the line through it at this point.
Yeah. And to really just kind of take stock of what is happening here, Direwolves have now won 5 attacking rounds in a row. For reference, guys, in the Fnatic Sandbox semi-final, Fnatic managed just 4 attacking round wins over 3 maps, including 2 overtimes. That is just how strong the defense of Sandbox was. And it is just not showing at the moment, but it is entirely to the credit of the Direwolves. If it's not Pika, it's Souffle. If it's not Souffle, it's honestly everyone else. Sandbox need to find strength. And honestly, they need to probably just find a bit of mental fortitude here to withstand a really difficult moment. It's not like they can't come back from this. It's only 2 down in this half. You win out on ABG, you go back stat trophy, you make it 2-2, you just build from there, 1 round at a time. And maybe this stat trophy presence might be the way to do it, trying to deny this side of the map. Not too worried about 90 at the moment, not too worried about Brown Stairs or Study. They want to see whether or not Direwolves might push into them through stat trophy, and if they do, they're ready for it.
Arikaze, though, just denies info, falls off. I like that from the defense. Positive signs from Sandbox. Not overstaying their welcome. Halfway point of the round, only 5 drones remaining for the Direwolves. They'll set up 2 over towards 90. Mephi, they may be able to deny those, if played right. If he sees it, that would help. This one tucked behind the pillar. And he'll be giving away sound cues at the moment. He needs to be so careful here. No doubt this has been called out by the Direwolves, and they'll be looking to snatch 90 control ASAP.
"60 seconds remain. It's Good Boy that gets the opening kill, though. Down below on the roam, on the Mozzie. Exactly what Sandbox needed. And honestly, a bit of a one-dimensional attack here from the Direwolves. No pressure coming from Study side or main stairs. It is an entirely landing a 90 push. That is not going to be enough, you would think. But the way this series has played out, it's hard to really know what's going to happen. Arikaze was a big fight over in Vault. Had to win that, did, and probably makes this defense surely impenetrable. Nade misses the mark as well. Arikaze survives. 25 seconds left, down 2 players. Surely this is the round that Sandbox stopped the rot.
Well, Ray's rotated, and so is his teammate in Jackie Wu, but he's now dead. Souffle 1v5. So Sandbox, they've turned it around. Much more disciplined on this occasion. The smoke lands perfectly from Static. Souffle forced off. If he doesn't die, time will expire. He eventually falls. Sandbox, that was a muster-in round. That's exactly what they deliver.
Good presence shown over towards that trophy, delaying that push from direwolves. Then eventually, a couple of players over towards 90, and it was a very, very one-dimensional push from direwolves. Where was the pressure main stairs? Where was the pressure study? Nothing really below. Good Boy was able to roam down below where he got the first kill. There was absolutely no one opposing him. So it honestly felt like for the first time in a while, direwolves maybe just having that lapse of concentration and really keeping that pressure, keeping that foot on the pedal of keeping the pressure on Sandbox. They kind of let up a little bit. It was a little bit slow. It was a little bit too easy to read into that. And they give Sandbox a looking, and they're just too good of a team, too much veteranship, too much experience to allow them to have this look in. Can they now form their own momentum off that round for Sandbox, finally stopping the streak of 5 rounds in a row to direwolves over the back of border into Villa?
5 seconds left.
Now they get their own chance to go on a run of their own. Stat trophy they go, into the 4th round we go.
So the Kaid being employed here by Sandbox, and I think the reasoning behind that is they're just trying to slow down that wall from being open as much as possible. It may also force the likes of Pika and the IQ to go down below, and that just creates another point of weakness. We saw in the last round, it was the roam that started to unravel things for direwolves, and if Sandbox can maybe force the attack into a roam again, it could produce a similar result. Arikaze is down below, so he can call these pushes as well. Ace employed. Arikaze doesn't swing though to deny those breaches, instead just plays passive, not wanting to give away any information for free. The hard breach and his supporters will stack up above, but again with these Kaid placements, I can't help but feel we'll see at least 1 or 2 players go down below eventually. Unless that landed, but I don't think it did. Impact EMPs have a pretty small radius. You need to be basically spot on, and it's just not for the divers. These small mistakes, they're starting to creep in, they're starting to compound.
Bathroom control established. Got to be careful of that Astro push though. Obviously made a massive mistake last time. It went punished. Harambe has lost his life from down below. The pulse, the heartbeat sensor gets all of the intel needed. Nitrocell to finish off Harambe. It does not quite get it. It'll be Taylor just holding around Astro stairs. Gets a couple of tags. Souffle just went walkies. Why? Why would you make that push onto a down player where the intel is known? Someone's surely watching that and he gets punished. Again, mistakes, guys. They're creeping into the direwolves. And now the vault in off the flash that didn't connect. Envy Taylor might just have to spray and walk away. Doesn't. Elected to stay. Ray will get the kill. Still, all this information for Sandbox with 35 seconds left with the man advantage. No way they lose this round. No way. Pika shuts down the pulse down below, pushes up Astro stairs into Astro now. Surely the direwolves once again do not steal this one at the death.
Finally, we needed to see pressure from below, and Sandbox isolated everyone. Tucked into the southern side of the objective or near landing. 10 seconds now. Jacobu looks to stick the diffuser Statics, probably in the best position to make a charge forward, but there's just so many angles to watch. Pika falls, but Static steps up. It's now Jacobu in the post, the 1v2 with a pistol in hand. It's an awkward position and the Nitro to confirm it. They don't know Pika's down, but it will be a Sandbox round. The kill confirmed, 2-2 the scoreline.
Oh, and a sigh of relief if you're a Sandbox fan. Just honestly, the sweat starting to probably form as Pika got that kill down below. You just think, surely not again. From a very, very winnable position. This time, they don't let it slip. This time, they hold on. They get the counter defuse. It's 2-2, and it's an early timeout from the direwolves, guys. After 4 rounds, they've seen enough. They want to chat about something. The first 2 rounds were clinical. They were great. But something's just gone awry in the last couple of rounds. And Sandbox, to me, just starting to get their mojo back. They're punishing the mistakes of the direwolves as well.
Yeah, I must say, it makes me feel a little bit good because I think it validates probably the position we've taken over the last couple of rounds where it has felt like direwolves are allowing a lot of these little mistakes to creep into play. Last round, as an example, the impact EMPs just weren't landing where they needed to. That compounded and made the breach really hard to open. In my opinion, then direwolves didn't really react fast enough to try and maybe clear below. That meant Pulse was feeding free information to Sandbox for the entire round and knew exactly what that push was. Then we saw the failed res, and then we saw the really messy conversion at the end. So it was a crazy round. And ultimately, Sandbox evened out the scoreline and have brought life back into this game. It was only a couple of rounds ago where if direwolves in another universe were 3-0 up, we were ready to put a line through their name. But Sandbox, to their credit, really stepping up here. And in games like these, where it can be so challenging, that's full credit to them. And it's now about rolling it into something bigger and better. Ultimately, 4-2 is the big prize for them. But after the back of the timeout, expect direwolves to come back with a vengeance. They are a team in South that showed throughout 2022. They are so good at bouncing back after a timeout. So let's see if it continues.
Yeah, and I think that this is obviously going to be a match at a series where momentum will once again play a big factor as it does in Siege, where you're going to have these snowball moments, and Sandbox are, not unfamiliar to that from their series against Fnatic, 2 5-1 leads that they succumb and allowed Fnatic back into it. They know that, okay, the direwolves on a good little run right now. You win 1 or 2 and you can really halt that, you can really stop it, and then it's kind of just even once again. And I think there is definitely that reset here at 2-2. Direwolves have been stopped, they've been slowed, but it forces out a tactical timeout to make sure the Sandbox themselves don't necessarily get on a bit of a roll here defensively to close out this half. I will say, direwolves, in my mind, get 1 more round here, and I would still back them in then into that second half to go out and win and go to SI. Massive rounds here. Sandbox probably need 4. They've got 2 more to go.
Kitchen for round 5. Heavy presence above though from Sandbox, looking eerily familiar to a stat defense. Mephi's really the first to make contact here over towards Astro. He's done a good job in denying quite a bit of information. Needs to be careful he doesn't expose to the window unnecessarily. Grenade doesn't land. So that's an L in the column for the direwolves. Mephi, he's all over the place at the moment. That was a Gemini. So more information gathered. Bathroom presence needed here for the direwolves to even consider clearing out this position. But this is an awkward old battle, and it's been going on for a long time now. Ray caught with a grenade in hand, and that's a perfect start for Sandbox.
Yeah, I think Ray was worried about down below. I think that's why he was just kind of loitering in bathroom, because you've got Static on the pulse down below, kitchen, dining, roaming. So you're kind of unsure, can you push into Astro freely? Because if you swing, take the shot to the player in Astro and you don't quite get the kill, suddenly you're giving away full info, full intel for that pulse. Throw up a nitro cell, and I think he was trying to just look down below, see could he find that pulse, could he get that kill first. Opens things up. So much time to even do that, you get no reward. Sandbox in the perfect position.
It's all about converting. 30 seconds remain. Souffle diffuser in hand over towards Laundry. Is under a bit of pressure. The music box hasn't been cleared by the attack. And it is falling to pieces. 20 seconds remain.
Hard to envision that direwolves are going to bring it back from here. Shots onto Jackie Wu as well from the hallway. They just lost Souffle. Jackie Wu will fall to the floor. Sandbox, they're going to make it 3 rounds in a row. The comeback has begun. They are making their stand here on Villa on the second map of this grand final. They will not go silently into that quiet night. They are making their stand. They need one more round in this half though, guys, if they're really going to put themselves into a good enough position to probably win that second half. I don't think 3-3 will be enough.
And it's not every day that the direwolves take a tactical timeout, a minute between them and the coach to discuss things, and then have a loss, and a pretty poor loss at that in response. So I'm sure that as well will be manifesting in their minds and probably not sitting particularly well. But I think for them, it's about weathering this storm as best as possible. Just try their best in this round and treat the half-time break as the real reset, as the roles switch. Maybe the direwolves will try something a little bit cheeky in this round to find an edge. I thought maybe Pika would stick the Nook, but they don't have to. I mean, yeah, I would probably agree to
I don't know why they're moving away from the Twitch.
Yeah, I think that's a fair discussion point. We saw that it was really potent at the start of the game.
I mean, I guess to be fair, the Mozzie has been employed. Doesn't really help with that, so maybe for Sandbox's sake, they've put some effort and obviously even some operators into dealing with it. Rotero's still going out from Pika. Trying to clear out main stairs. AVG, typically, site, that's hard to break down. Again, strong presence from Sandbox over towards Stat Trophy site. Good boy roaming down below. As we kind of get this overview, you can kind of see though, I mean, there's not a whole lot of presence defensively from Sandbox. Over towards Study, over towards top main stairs. And it's Jackie Wu that's lost his life early to Mephi. So once again, Sandbox off to a good start defensively. Oh, and it's an EDD.
That's a shame. The Nitro was a little bit wayward there from Good Boy. Probably should have spotted.
Oh, was it a Nitro? Oh.
No. He tried to complete the kill. He tried to secure the kill.
Oh, right, yeah.
With the Nitro, but it was off the mark. That's a misplay. He should have seen where the Capcan detonated, but... It is just crumbling apart here for the direwolves. It's really not felt good for them in the last couple of rounds. Just these mistakes continue to compound. 4v5, minute 30. Certainly not unwinnable, but Peak is down now. Ray, of course, low from the EEDs earlier. I mean, you don't see them winning this round. This should be Sandbox 4-2 up.
Yeah, and it's kind of that job done, isn't it? When you talk about Villa defense, you want 4 from it. So after direwolves got the 2, and everything from there was going to be a bonus round, they have not been able to enter into the bonus points. They will stay at 2, which is still, in theory, job done, but they will feel like they've left something on the table here. Nade goes out, a little bit of damage onto Mephi, forces him back over to that vault door. I think direwolves looking for a bit of a default plan. Don't even know who's got diffuser at the moment. No one holding it as it stands. Ray just continues to push closer into landing. A gas babe goes out from Static. It's the first of 3, 2 more to go. It's a quad from Mephi. Well, the ace is available, and you know where Souffle is, but there's no mucking around in a grand final. Good boy shuts it down. Doesn't even contemplate giving the ace over. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. 4 rounds in a row to Sandbox. They have returned.
Puts themselves on a platform, and one that we know they need to find themselves on because their attacking prowess has been a little bit questionable. Let's see though, with that half out the way, perhaps that may change their outlook a little bit heading into the second half. And looking at the numbers, Villa, 48% attacking win rate. That's a very strong number to get this across the line in regulation. So the pressure, it's on direwolves at the moment. See how they respond. Have they taken this short break at halftime to quickly just reset, because that's what they need to do right now.
You want a 2:30 in the morning Xenox fun fact, Guz?
I would love a 2:30 in the morning Xenox fun fact.
So, neither of these two teams have lost on Theme Park. At least since September of last year. And there's a lot of games on this wonderful hashtag DevMudder match tracker. A lot of games. It's a 2-0 record for direwolves. It's a 4-0 record for Sandbox. Someone would have to lose if we go to this third map. It is also the least banned map for both of these two teams. They also both have the same defensive win rate of 83%.
Come on, there's gonna be one more fact. One more. Is that it?
That's all. I mean, that's all.
That's all you got?
That's all I've got.
No, that's all right. That's all right. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. No, that would actually be...
It would be tantalizing.
It'd be quite the stage.
Let's get there first. Well,
I would
see if we
definitely
get
need a
there
coffee.
first.
I would definitely need a coffee, though. Keeping my eyes open at the moment is getting increasingly challenging, but these teams bringing the energy, so we'll try our best to match it. Good boy, Nook. A basement approach. Pika, though, may greet him. Just lurking at the moment on this first floor. Decent drone work from Sandbox just to zone ahead. But Pika's actually gone for the flank. So he's going to be a very, very late threat in this round. Good boy will just be assuming that behind is clear, but Pika will play that slowly. Elsewhere, bit of pressure around site from Sandbox. Stat and trophy control obtained. There is a player over towards red. Souffle with the shield. This is a pretty key point in the round.
Whoa. The push up main stairs, shut down by Souffle. Otero will deal with the shield, so it's red stairs, I should say. And obviously has kind of forced Souffle down, potentially, to stay down. Oh, it's a freebie. Really well played from MP Taylor and Arikaze, combining Otero, forcing him down, in towards NV Taylor. 4 versus 4, and speaking of 4, it's been 4 round wins in a row for Sandbox. Can they make it 5? Can they make it a 5-2 lead? Can they take ABG away from the direwolves as well? Pika, he pushes up into landing, couldn't get more than just one. Arikaze can go one better. He finds a double. Ray needs to step up big time along with Harambe. It's the 2 stand-ins. It's the old guard, guys. Have they got something left in them? No, I don't think they have. This map, this game, it's turning into a bit of a circus. And I think Theme Park might just be needed to decide it.
Great effort there from Sandbox. Pretty systematic in the way they were able to clear out some of those tricky positions. The red stairs push in particular, really potent. I think direwolves did their absolute best, but just an immense amount of pressure. And the spacing on the trades was spot on from Sandbox. 5-2 the scoreline. Not a great way to kick off your defensive effort. No repeat. Over towards trophy stat we go, much like Sandbox. And for direwolves, what was looking like maybe a quick 2-0 as this match begun is very much not looking that case anymore. Theme Park beckons. But now I am also concerned for Sandbox. I know I mentioned it a couple of times, but they were the team...
Concerned for Sandbox?
Well, they were the team at the majors that were in positions like this. Your 5-2s, your 4-2s, solid leads that they lost time and time and time and time again. So they cannot let them plague them in this game. They need to just completely ignore the scoreboard. In fact, if I'm them, I have it turned off. You can turn it off in the HUD now. Just turn that off. You do not need to know what the score is. Play it 1 round at a time and stick to the plan that is working at the moment. Do not let external factors affect how you're playing.
Yeah, and for reference, of course, more than just the majors earlier against Fnatic. They had a 5-1 lead on Cafe. They lost. They had a 5-1 lead on Bank. It went to overtime, which they did close out and win. They have a 5-2 lead on Villa. They know full well that this is still doable for the direwolves. I know full well this one is not over. They have to keep their focus as late as it is getting for these teams. There's so much at stake, so much on the line. The adrenaline alone just kind of keeps you going. And that's probably what is the case right now for these players, just playing off pure adrenaline. Whoever has the better endurance base is probably going to win out at this point, especially if we go to theme park. Southern side push, not going to be the case. 2 players roaming there for direwolves, but no one there at all for Sandbox.
Twitch now in the hands of Sandbox. We saw Pika earlier on in this map do quite a bit of work with those shock drones. We'll see what he can do here. Arakaze denied, trying to clear the bricks shield. Good boy down below uncontested. Can go for vertical grenades. He's trying to maybe find an electro claw on the wall, but he's unsuccessful. Nephi is alongside on the Yana, just to babysit him at the moment. But for Sandbox, they quickly need to deal with this util so they can open up the breach and apply some pressure.
.60 seconds remain in the 8th round. Direwolves 3 rounds adrift. Tero shot down and Harambe throws out his first gas. Babe.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Kaze just outside a bedroom. Nade from Good Boy down below. Doesn't quite find the mark, and still no real contact has been made. Till just now, it is only really bathroom and bedroom taken here by Sandbox. Good Boy losing his life. He's down, but it's Mephi that actually, in theory, gets the opening kill. Harambe dealt with the smoke off the board. Just 2 and 7 now for Harambe. Started so well in the earlier series against Team Bliss, but as the night has gone on, he has regressed just ever so slightly. Shots onto Invitational have landed from Jackie Wu and has got the knock. 2 players down for Sandbox, but 2 players dead for Direwolves. And they get the revival of Invitational into red time. Denying plant will be the way to win this round now for the Direwolves. Time is their friend, it's their ally. Pika just goes insane! 3 huge kills to salvage that round for the Direwolves and to keep the hope alive of a 2-0 win in the grand final. 5-3.
And Sandbox just having huge issues in that round. Limited entry points in towards the objective. Pika was able to line them up, and he is on an absolute heater tonight. Dropped off a little bit on the tail end of the first half, but he's back in action, and that may be what spurs Direwolves on now to forming a response, being able to link a couple of rounds here and maybe even evening out the scoreline. For Sandbox, though, it's the jitters. I think they're creeping in a little bit. Not getting the fundamentals down pat, taking too long to commit to the final push. A little bit sloppy in the way it did play out as well. Obviously don't want to curse them, but it's certainly something we can't ignore. 5-3 the scoreline currently. They desperately just need to get themselves on to match point, I think. That's where the pressure really starts to mount for Direwolves at the moment. I think the defense still playing with too much freedom.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds left.
So kitchen dining we go. Frost mats being placed by Pika. Whatever it was, 90. Probably in anticipation of an early repel in. How much vert play do they really establish here, though? Obviously, a couple of these mats closer towards APG, but are they going to have that full stat trophy bedroom kind of hold above kitchen dining? You basically have to, right? You can't just give that up. They don't look like they're equipped in terms of operators either for a bit of a roam game. I think you just want to set up above, and that is exactly what the Direwolves will be doing. Harambe down below. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit. I mean, Jackie over towards closet, Ray on side, well, not on side, but above side. There's not a whole lot there. It is a little susceptible to what I would consider a bit of a semi-rush, but Jackie Wu stops that. That's a wonderful shot through the alibi. Direwolves take the opening kill of this round. They go up 5 versus 4, and this is where, if you're Sandbox, you do start to wonder if the curse is in full effect.
Oh, the jump out punished. Perhaps a little bit ill-advised there from Jackie Wu. Can only think he expected a free kill to land on his lap, but it goes the other way. Fortunately, Harambe does find one on his outside adventure. So once again, Direwolves have the advantage. Sandbox still looking for some presence, some control up above. It's droned out, it's clear. So Sledge can get to work, and I think the win condition for Sandbox is Murphy, or maybe even Arakaze with the breaching charges to isolate, find a kill, at least get it to a 3 versus 3, and then think about the next step.
Just over a minute remaining, pivotal round. Still very much winnable for Sandbox. Well, trying to take out this ADS, but it is being quite stubborn. Yep, just sitting there, right next to the bomb chassis. Pistol seemingly not strong enough though. 45 seconds remaining. On-site defense for the Direwolves. All up and above for Sandbox. They do get rid of the ADS now. Obviously can start to make their way down Astro stairs. They remodel Astro itself, but only 30 seconds remaining and you're down a player. Absolutely must get the next kill. Gas babe out from Harambe. His time to deny time-wise. I think Arikaze is just going to go out, vault in, and make a rush onto site, especially in and behind Fnatic. What? A move from Harambe. He just walks straight into Fnatic. It just shoots him right in the face. Point blank with the SMG-11. No chance of Sandbox salvaging this round at all now. The curse is real, and it is in effect. A 5-2 lead becomes 5-4. Direwolves making the comeback known here on Villa.
It's happening. The Direwolves stepping up and Sandbox regressing, falling back into their shell. AVG now back into the fray. And just looking back at that round, Sandbox, I think, just at that final obstacle in the 4v3, weren't given anything for free. And Harambe, he just seemed to know what was up. Every single push at the end there, any potential weakness at that final hurdle, he made sure was patched up swiftly. Laundry couldn't be contested, nor could Pantry late. And that's a testament to his impact in that round. He also dropped the diffuser earlier on as well. So despite not having too many kills overall in the match, he's more than made up for it. And it's such an important time as well. I can't even imagine what it's like to be in the Sandbox camp right now. There must be some serious pressure starting to arise. They would hate to lose this map and lose the series in such a fashion with a 5-2 lead. They just need to try their very best to remain composed.
Into the 10th round we go. Sandbox 5-1 against Fnatic, then 5-5. 5-1 against Fnatic, and then 5-5. 5-2 against Direwolves. Will it be 5-5? Or is third time the charm? Nothing too crazy. They too playing into that drone utility, the Twitch, the Flores. Lying for any potential execute late round. Ooh, that's an early Vulcan canister explosion. I think Superflame maybe just sensing some pressure there at the top of back stairs.
Murphy just tiptoes through the fire. Control of Astro now and flank covered by the Claymore. It's a decent control and the time checks out as well. 1:40. That's pretty good. Red stairs may pose issues. I don't think it's being held directly like it was last time, but Peak is lurking. Good boy needs to be so careful. If he walks forward just a couple of inches, he probably would have had his head taken off. Talk about being taken down, Harambe. He's been knocked. And if he gets a kill, Pika caught off guard. Can't win that fight, forced back. And Sandbox formulate a response, but Souffle out of nowhere comes to render aid, and now it's a 4v3 with Harambe still down.
And Pika will follow. Ray, though, might be able to get Harambe back up and at least make it a 4 versus 3. And he does do so. Gas Babes could go out once again. Souffle just barely makes it into games. Mephi over towards 90 has full control. Sandbox have the player advantage, but they were not able to eliminate Harambe. Those Gas Babes, once again, will be quite vital. Throws one out now. Can deny. Can just give direwolves a reprieve. Flash goes out. Doesn't quite hit the mark, and it's a default plant, an early default plant at that as well. Arikaze, Nitrosol from Ray. It doesn't hit, it completely misses. Souffle has to swing, but it's too late. Plant's gone down, but he got 2 kills anyway. 3 in the round, on for the ace. But Plant down. So much work still to be done, so little time. Mephi's down at 90, will get finished off. Ray and Souffle, they can play together, and it's Static over towards Red Stairs now. And all he can do is hope that he can deny this retake, deny this counter defuse. Flash goes out, wants to retake landing, wants to push in towards this default position. Souffle's on it. Souffle sticks, but he sticks for too long, and he wasn't covered. Static! He makes the biggest move of this grand final so far. He clutches up, and he sends it to a map point for Sandbox.
Oh, I cannot believe what's just happened. What a play from Static. Sandbox falling one by one like toy soldiers in the post. And Static having to swing pretty much an unwinnable cross. But he's able to deny Plant, survived, then just wasted enough time anyway. Even if he doesn't get that second pick, probably would have been enough, but secured it anyway. Match point, map point for Sandbox. Wow, what a roller coaster around that really was. Ups and downs for everyone inside of the server for both teams. Probably thinking at different points they had won the round. But it's Sandbox that secure it. Over towards Stat Trophy. Round 11. So much pressure surrounding this match at the moment. Theme Park to come up next if Sandbox are able to convert. One more step to be taken by Sandbox. And I'm liking what I'm seeing in terms of their attacking lineup. The Lion, the Ossa indicates a bit of aggression here from them. Intrigued to see as well how that Maverick is employed. What exactly they want to push and open up with that util. Perhaps it's main wall, they'll just go straight towards it and not have to deal with the Kaid. And from what we've seen previously, that may well be the play. The claws have been elusive, really. And Maverick a great counter in dealing with them.
I'll say it again. Since December 2022, neither of these two teams have lost on Theme Park. Theme Park is our deciding map to see who goes to 6 Invitational if Sandbox win this match point. Direwolves up 1-0 at the moment. They need to win the next 2 rounds to send this one to overtime to give themselves a chance of winning this one 2-0 and booking their first ever SI appearance. Pika, one to your left. Gets the headshot onto Mephi. One behind now as well. Or just outside. Watching and readjusting like the pro that Pika is. How does he get both of them? And boy, does that put the pressure right back onto Sandbox, and it probably releases the valve of pressure on the Direwolves. Suddenly, they can breathe. The round is looking like it'll be theirs if they just do the basics from here.
Sandbox now have the line of sight they can play off on triple wall. But they need players elsewhere to really apply pressure and activate Invitational. Static can maybe get a talent shield down. No impacts by the Nitro to respond. Oh, get shot. Oh my god. And he's actually going to go for the plan.
No way. He gets this. Protected by the talent shield. Ray denied as well. But the Nomad gets the kill onto Arikaze. Plant down, but they rush. Oh, the Direwolves are so quick to rush to that diffuser. Invitational in closet. Gets the kill, but he's got to deny the plant. The counter defuse gets off. Those kills don't matter. They're just stat padding at that point. 6-5 we go. One more match point for Sandbox before overtime beckons.
Another incredibly close round in the post. An awkward one for the Direwolves to deny no impacts in their pockets. And once that Nitro was shot out of the air, denying plant was very, very tricky. Even the Smoke Babe was just a fraction late, but the way Direwolves were able to pounce on to those bedroom positions in the post was really quite smart. Stacking bodies as well to make the position of Invitational a challenging one to win out from. And now we go over to AVG, the final round of regulation. There's two ways it goes. Sandbox, they win it. We go to Theme Park to decide who goes to SI, or perhaps Direwolves, a final roll of the dice, send it to OT, keep their hopes and dreams alive of a 2-0.
And just to reference this half, Direwolves have not won on AVG.
Not to butt in and make too much of a point, but Pika, I think he's under a lot of pressure. That is a shield that you should be hitting over towards the objective on top of the table. That's one that should be practiced in scrims. That's a pretty easy one to hit once you know the lineup. So I don't know, maybe Pika doesn't know it, but it's little things like that I think that have been creeping into this match for both teams. Does Harambe know it? Come on. Yeah, okay, there we go.
Yes. He's like, Harambe, save me, please. Those finer moments, though, you're right, especially at this level, and what's on the line, what's at stake. 2 Nitro cells available for Direwolves on the defense. Oh, Souffle, this is cheeky. The flash, though, forces him away. Well played from Arikaze. You just cannot make a mistake in this match. Both teams have been punished in all of the mistakes that have basically happened. Sandbox win this round, we go to a third map, we go to the decider map. If Direwolves win, we go to OT.
Sequential breach activated.
Good work from Invitational. Vault opened up, I believe. No, I didn't hear the sound cue. Oh, it's muted off. So the mute jammer. Blocking the drone hole, blocking the wall. Invitational not really having the tools or the assistance to deal with that. It's not like Static's running impact EMPs, for instance. Good boy now, front door, pushes forward, takes down the default. Brown stairs forfeited. Frostmat dealt with. But Pika, he's at the very top. Good trade, though.
Thought maybe he was just on to really just spoil the party. The push up made stairs. Rikaze now has good position there, but Ray elsewhere finds a big kill onto Invitational. Mephi having a sort of breakout performance here. 13-7, really rising to the occasion. Right, it just pushed into the landing. That shield, it's up, it's stable, courtesy of Harambe. Just making sure maybe no one's pushing down below red stairs. Hello, Static. The clutch from around Gorm prior was so instrumental into Sandbox being in this position. And a big kill there. 3 versus 3, just under 50 seconds remaining.
Arikaze still with plenty of utility. He has 4 Roteros, but not much time to really use them. Could obviously scout sight, maybe deal with the shield that's in the face of Mephi as well. So there's options here for Sandbox. On the flip side, Direwolves have now positioned themselves, triangulating on both entry points, and these are going to be tough crossfires to break.
EE1D goes out, final one. Roteros still being sent out by Arikaze. Static pushing down the hallway. Time, we're heading into red time. It's Jackie Wu that finds the headshot. Mephi now starts to push into Aviator, finds the prone Jackie Wu. Harambe is down, so it's Ray in a 1 versus 2, and Ray gets the 1. There's no time for Mephi. There's no chance for Mephi. It's overtime that has arrived. Direwolves have completed the comeback here on Villa to send this one to OT. A 13th round, a 14th round. They are needed. And Sandbox need to find 2 here to keep their SI hopes alive. Direwolves, guys. Direwolves are 2 rounds away from the 6th Invitational.
Oh. Sandbox, a 5-2 lead has now officially evaporated. It resets 6-6. Sandbox as well on the attack, so the side in regulation, the side in regulation that they did statistically struggle on. Backs against the wall. Stat trophy in play. Sandbox last time found it a little bit tricky on this particular objective in the post. Direwolves, they must have that adrenaline really pumping now. Been a great comeback from them. The consistency has really come back. We were concerned with some of the mistakes that were creeping in towards the back end of the first half, but they've composed themselves, they've relaxed, they've looked good, sending this game to overtime. Let's see what Sandbox respond with.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Sandbox played earlier today against Fnatic. It's been such a long day for them. And guys, it's 7 minutes away from ticking over to 1 in the morning in Korea. It's 3 in the morning here in Australia. It's been a long day for these players. These teams would be exhausted mentally, physically, playing on adrenaline. Direwolves, though, would know they are so close to sending this one. Well, sending this themselves to the 6 Invitational. It would almost be a bit of a mental boom if they were to drop this map, go to a 3rd map. You've got to reinvigorate yourself and you feel like you were that close. So if you are Sandbox here, there's more than just winning these next couple of rounds. You would be putting the strain into the Direwolves, and they take out the star man of Pika. A massive opening kill for Sandbox to open up this defense.
Oh, Harambe. He hasn't had many kills in this game, but every single one of them has been huge. No exception. That's one to even out the man count and shuts down Good Boy with the F2. A big ability to clutch up. Now taken down. Invitational lurking. Classical haul. Methy with grenades down below to disrupt any players behind bar, but none really to speak of close by. Second nade. Oh, this could land. This one's looking really, really good. It does. It's a perfect trade. A 3v3, 70 seconds left.
Well, had it happened literally 5 seconds earlier, Invitational doesn't die. Ray got the cross, got the run through. It's just going to be the Gemini, though, of Methy. And Ray, though, that does give away his position deep inside of games. Under a minute, it's Harambe that loses his life. Nitrocell in response from Ray. Does it hit? No. Static taking damage. Hallway, the corridor. Obviously, a very susceptible location now because all really the Direwolves can do in Souffle and Ray is sit on site. They have to give up everything. Oh, no. What a shot through the wall, through the heart. Now a 1 versus 1. Down to Souffle and Arikaze. 30 seconds remain. Souffle, not on site. He's over in Astro, sitting at the back, waiting for the entry of Arikaze.
Just needs to play patiently. Arikaze is the one that needs to show the initiation. The second he goes for the plant, it's a huge sound cue. Here it is. Souffle hears it, swings wide, sees the knee. Does he see him?
Does he not see him?
No, there's no way. Oh, he does. He does. I thought for a moment. I thought for a split moment there would be an opportunity for the plant to get stuck, but not the case. Direwolves trade out the round, win out the round, and they have the lead.
They have SI point, Guz. SI point. They have 2 of them. 2 SI points for the Direwolves. There's not just a team riding on this, there's an entire nation riding on this. Sandbox literally need to win the next 2 rounds to send this to a deciding map. It's Aviator Games. It's a Sandbox defensive round. They have to win 2 in a row. Direwolves have never been closer to 6 Invitational than right now.
Whew. Deep breaths as we head into the next round. Sandbox on the back foot, but they're on the defense, so they can find some solace in that. They are a strong defensive unit on Villa, and they are going for a full confidence lineup here. Double traps, the Thorn, the Capcan, Invitational on Wamai to fortify any sort of position that Sandbox want to hold and countering projectiles. I'm a big fan of this lineup from Sandbox if they play into it correctly. I do question perhaps the effectiveness of the cap can, as direwolves have seen it previously, but in positions like this, and everyone that's played Siege will know it, it's the small things like that that are very easy to forget when you're playing for something as big as the SI qualification spot.
When you think about now for Sandbox, what they've got to achieve here is basically defying the odds. It's a direwolves team that have SI point. They have one hand on the plane ticket, as you would say, Gus. They're right there. And it just kind of fuels you, especially in this adrenaline-filled match late night, where it just comes down to, honestly, a bit of emotional gameplay. Sandbox have to just keep themselves contained here, at least on the defense, worry about the attack in the next round, in the 15th round. You've just got to get there first. What a breakout game from Mephi, 15-8. Harukaze had a big moment. Static's had that big clutch. We know what Invitational and Good Boy can do. But who's going to be the hero in this round for Sandbox to keep their SI hopes alive? Nade from Jackie Wu doesn't find what he was looking for. Static.
Oh my god. What is this?
This is a very scary position. I feel like both for Static and for the direwolves if this does not get checked.
No. You don't lose it like this, direwolves. You do not lose it to a player prone in Harry Potter, but they might. My word, Static for one narrowly almost gets the second, but Ray with a trade. Wow. I cannot believe Static is playing that spot in a position like this in the context of this match. But a minute left. A 4 versus 4. Still grenades bombarding from down below. Another doesn't land. direwolves haven't found success with the vertical grenades in this round, but still damage has been exchanged elsewhere. Good boy one shot. Ray not far off. Invitational to play contact on the balcony with 45 on the board.
It might just be happening. Souffle, of course, leads the way. Souffle and Harambe, he will dance all night. A team that has risen from lawn chairs to gaming chairs to champions with their closed quals. A journey that is now complete, but also just starting from 7th heaven to the 6th invitational.
Huge congratulations to the direwolves. It will be their first 6th invitational appearance. Woo! After finishing rank 19 in the global standings, they take down number 18 in Sandbox. We're done.
The sun.
12 plus hours, we're done. We're done. And
the sun is rising.
They will be stoked. It almost is, I think. Wow, what a day. And wow, what a performance from the direwolves. Just when it kept feeling, had its inkling feeling, right, that Sandbox were somehow going to produce a result and head us to theme park. In OT, direwolves just turned into a different beast.
Guys, I see it, but I don't believe it. I really don't. What a match. Really, what a grand final. What a closed qualifiers. The APAC region, as always, proving entertainment comes
You're telling me, mate.
first.
You're telling me.
Boy, were we entertained. Commiserations to Sandbox, because obviously this is probably now going to be a party for direwolves. We'll have the interviews and we'll do all of that, but I mean, Sandbox is a team that have, been to SI, guys. They've been to majors. They've been there time and time again. The next step in their journey was to get there once again, to get out of group stages, to prove that they can mix it with the best internationally. And boy, they've fallen short. But they should be able to take away a massive performance from Mephi, a team that I still think has a lot of quality, a lot of things that they can do right going into 2023. At the end of the day, they just lost to a team that had so much heart, so much determination. And I think that's really what got direwolves across the line.
Yeah, for sure. You walk away from a game like this and it's so hard to pinpoint it on particular analytical points and whatnot. Obviously, direwolves overall were a little bit more polished, but it does come down, I think, to that team spirit, right? Direwolves, I don't think people really appreciate what they have been through in the last couple of months, quite literally losing one of the best players in the entire APAC region in Reaps, suddenly out of nowhere. ED as well, leaving the team, we've known how much he's contributed. To then come into the quals and just absolutely smash it is such an incredible performance. And look, I'm keeping my expectations incredibly low for them at their side, but just in isolation, it's a great storyline for them. It's a great feels-good moment.
It is. It is. All right, we're going to go to a very short break, obviously, just to get all of our affairs in order, get the desk back in and all of that. Don't go too far. We'll have an interview. I believe it's with Jackie Wu, and we'll be dissecting, of course, everything from that grand final. Again, congratulations to the Direwolves. Commiserations to Sandbox. We'll be back shortly.
Well, I think as much as I hate to say it, Xenox said it best, from 7th Heaven to the 6th Invitational. That is unbelievable from Direwolves. The journey that they have gone from all the way back in 2021 when we first saw them in APAC South to where they are now, the team that they are now. However wounded they may have been coming into this, oh, I don't think I was prepared for this. Mandy, what a match on Villa we were given, from, you know, a comeback to just utter elation for them in overtime. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this.
There are a lot of emotions in that final map for sure. It felt like Direwolves were really in it. At the start, the first 2 rounds they picked up were like, whoa, confidence. And then as it went ahead, Sandbox started to run away with it and Direwolves came back, and it was so back and forth. It just felt like the momentum switch between the two teams was pretty tremendous once the Direwolves got themselves back into it. I think that what I want to commend overall is just the stamina of these Direwolves players. You've got your super experienced trio of Pika, Souffle, and of course you've got Harambe in there as well. And it just feels like they have this energy to them, this fighting spirit that the Direwolves hold super high in their team, and they just continue going for it. That was 5 maps just straight in a row. That's crazy from them, and to perform like that and close it out is pretty miraculous.
Well, that's just it. It's the fact that, you know, they've been able to do so against kind of the run of play, if you will, to bring a bit of a sports term in there, Dev, you know, going with the momentum at the very start of Villa, for things to have flicked around so heavily into Sandbox's favour. But the mental fortitude, the mental strength, you know, I don't think you could fault any of the players on Direwolves from today's performance.
No, I mean, even that final map, like you said, it was back and forth. Direwolves looked really strong at the start. They won 2 rounds in a row, and then it was 5 rounds in a row for Sandbox. Replied with, you know, the next of the next, what was it, 7 rounds? It was like just almost all Direwolves. Sandbox only got a single round after that. Just goes to show like how momentum-based this game is. And I'm going to say it, like, yeah, here in Australia, it's 3 a.m. right now for our time. We started at 2:30, 12 and a half hours ago. In Asia, you know, in Taiwan and in Korea, it's not quite as late, but it's still bloody late. And these guys have still been playing all day and all night. I can't even fathom what it would be like trying to perform at your 100% level that you expect out of yourself and out of your teammates. At this level for that amount of time, it's just unthinkable. And so massive like props to both of these teams for the show that they put on for us, and for Direwolves to come back despite, like you said, they were a wounded beast. They lost. I mean, I think ED's departure was that was a decision with the team. Reeps' departure was not, and bringing on Ray last minute was not. But they made the most of it, and they're going to go to 6 Invitational. Isn't that just ridiculous?
Yeah, it is. I mean, you know, if you really do cast your mind back to where they were and who they were in our minds in 2021, the fact that we're starting 2023 around the same time that we started doing research for the league of APAC South, it is kind of insane to think how far they've come, but also what they've achieved in that time. Major appearances, some of the greatest matches that we've seen in APAC South have had their names. I mean, if you want to cast your mind all the way back to like 2021 when they had a performance 6-0 down in the first half against Knights, and then they brought it.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
I'd forgotten about that game.
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah,
that unlocked a memory.
That's one. That one's stuck in the old memory. I'll tell you that much. I mean, that I think that goes to show, you know, the grit that we've seen from direwolves all along. But Mandy, like, now that they're here, how do we feel like they're going to be performing overseas? You know, now we get to see them back in that international level. Bit of a different roster. Do we think things will improve?
It's going to be rough. But for the direwolves, things have always been rough for that team. They've gone through a lot of trials this year. I know that they're going to be able to pull something together. What they have in that roster is just ridiculous amounts of resilience for the game and for each other as well to stick through everything. And I just think that, no matter what they bring to SI, they just can't be disappointed in themselves. They always seem to manage to find a way to make it work.
Well, as a godfather of OSiege once said, it is 95% mental. And Dev, I don't think you could find a team in APAC that has a better mental than direwolves. I think we've heard it from a number of their players across the 2 years that we've had interviews with them, really picking their brain on how the team prepares and everything like that. And even to go back to the interview that we had with Ray and how casual he was and how blasé the conversation was, I think that ultimately sums up a lot of what direwolves have brought to this game, but also have innovated in the game itself.
Yeah, and it's not like they live in some fairy tale land where nothing ever goes wrong. They are achieving this while all this stuff is thrown at them, while they have to deal with so much crap. They really do, this roster, and that's why I just have so much respect for what they have been able to achieve. Going into the Yonchiping Major, having not scrimmed with ED because he was on national service, to go and take down FaZe Clan and nearly make it out of groups, to come back afterwards, shuffle around their roster, lose Reaps at the drop of a hat, sub in Ray, who hasn't been playing the game, and for him to show up in the server, for Pika and Souffle to put their team on their backs when they're needed and frag out like crazy, it continues to astonish me what this team is capable of, and that's why they are, one of my favorite teams in not just APAC but the world. They are so impressive, and they have a magic about them that few teams in history ever have.
Well, they have certain characteristics, don't they, that I think we can all get behind and enjoy. And someone we've really been behind since the very start of his career for direwolves is Jackie Wu. And I get to welcome him in for the interview of this matchup. Jackie Wu, my friend, you've done it. You're going to SI. How does it feel?
That's feel really good. We've never been to SI, so all my dream is achieved it. Now we just need to win a major or like a champion,
Or, you could just win SI and skip all of those.
Oh, that's, consider about later.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got about half a month to prepare for that one, so you better get ready. Look, when I remember kind of speaking to you last was almost at the start of 2022. There's been a very long journey for you. I've got to ask you, how has the team held up throughout this period? We spoke to Ray and he said that it was tough, but obviously this last month's preparations have been a little bit, I think rough is the only way we can put it. How are you feeling now that it's done and dusted?
Like today, it's really a mess up, It's like you're gonna, like, our exciting just gonna get extended so long, like, like 4 hours per match, you get what my point. And, for only thing for team, like Ray, you need to start open your mouth and communicate with each other. Like, come on. That's the tough thing, okay? Just communicate with each other. Stop doing your stuff. But yeah, he's doing a great job today. It's fine. And Pika is like, massive kill. You know, he just killed everyone. Like, and Souffle, you know, opportunity making God. I just ran inside and killed everyone. You know, today just like, you know, lucky 50-50.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Look, to think about where you've come to where you are now and the whole team, what does it mean to you to actually make SI? You know, I know that you've been overseas, and I know that this is kind of an accomplishment to tick off, but what does it mean coming from the humble beginnings that direwolves have come from?
You know, I think like we working for SI is like for a long time. And before we make it major, I think like Pika and Souffle, before I joined the team, they already trying to like hitting like those like big events. But right now we have this ability, and right now we're gonna show up and gonna show like, you know, everyone like we deserve the SI, and you know, today we're just gonna stand there and trying to like beat everyone, you know.
So with that question of SI, obviously comes the question around the roster. What's going to happen between now and SI? Are we preparing for it? What's it going to look like, my friend?
You know, actually, I don't know. I'm just too excited. You know, for actually, like I'm really excited to see the Spoit and like the Bolo. Everyone like, you know, taking all the photos that I want. You know, that's all my personal point.
Mate, everyone's going to be looking for Jackie Wu, trying to figure out how they can take a photo of Jackie Wu after this performance. I don't really want to, you know, keep going on and on, so I'll let you have a final say here. Is there anything that you'd like to say before we let you go? This is, after all, probably the biggest accomplishment in your career to date.
You know, today, like, it's a long day. You know, we're sitting for here like 12 hours already, and it's really tired, but I know like there's a lots of like audience like staying with us like for actually like the whole time, and I really appreciate you guys like watching the Rainbow Six and still supporting this game, you know. And yeah, just keep watching the SI every game, you know. It's gonna be like really excited and really like great, you know. Great to see, great to watch.
Jackie Wu, we've got nothing but respect and love for you here on the desk. We want to thank you very much for coming in. And again, one of the biggest congratulations I could ever give to you and the team for making SI. All
right, thank you.
All thumbs up. All thumbs up. And I have just been sent a screenshot of ED crying on his stream. So obviously, you know, it means a lot to the players, but I could imagine, you know, it means a lot to really everyone that's been a part of this team. Again, from humble beginnings to the fact that they've made the biggest tournament in Siege. It doesn't get any bigger than SI, Mandy. This is just such a beautiful way to cap off what has been an incredible 2 years for them.
Absolutely. There's just so many people in the orbit of direwolves that care about this roster so much, that are all watching so eagerly and supporting these guys on the side. You've even got the support staff. You've got Odin, who, I don't know if you guys have seen his tweet, but he's been coaching with a tablet on the floor of his laundry, because that is the best place that he can get internet connection to support the team from the back line. And it's just, there's so much going for this team. They've got ED, who's so invested in this roster and are still friends with the players that are on there. He's been their IGL and their captain, and just deeply their friend for such a long time. There's just so much. There's so much like heart and soul that goes into this direwolves roster, and that's why we know them. We love them so much here in APAC South.
Dev, what we'll do is we'll bring the bracket up for you, and you can either talk about the bracket or you can continue to talk about direwolves. I don't mind either way. I'll let
all these emotions, Fnatic. Like I don't know. I'm starting to feel all these emotions, man. Like I've got ED up on my second monitor. I just see him. Like, I mean, I don't speak a word of Chinese, but he's he looks so emotional. For direwolves, this is a really emotional day. For honestly, so many teams in this bracket. You know, Sandbox will be feeling gutted right now. Absolutely devastated, and I feel real sympathy for them for that. Sandbox have had many chances at international events before. They've been to their SIs and these majors before. And, you know, it's time to let someone else have a go. Direwolves, of course, has been now to 2 majors this year, but this is their first 6 Invitational, and it's a massive step up for them. Bliss thought they were very close, and indeed they were, and especially if you consider that perhaps Direwolves were actually pushed harder by Bliss than they were by Sandbox, how close Bliss truly were to making it to that 6th Invitational. I know they'll come back whenever their next official match is with a really positive mentality and an energy that they can make it next time. I think, you know, all the Japanese teams, Fnatic, Northeption, Scars, a lot to take out. And Knights, honestly, to me, the real tragedy of this bracket was Knights. They really didn't deserve what happened with them, and it's not their fault, not anyone's fault, right? Like,
no.
At the end of the day, if Juicy's power goes out, he cannot play the game. And so that, and then, you know, not to mention Speakeasy's internet issues. So what a shame for Knights. But, you know, I really hope they stick through it, because we know what they're capable of. They just need their moment. Same for all these other teams that didn't make it. But for Direwolves, I don't want to take anything away from them. They absolutely deserved this. And for all of the rubbish that they have had to put up with, there's so much drama behind the scenes. They have...
So I've heard.
Like, they've overcome so much more than anyone can give them credit for.
I think that's even, I guess for us, you know, on the desk, we do hear a lot of what happens behind the scenes, so it does make it even more emotional than what it is just for the average viewer, for example. You know, we have been watching these teams so closely for such a long time, talking to them and being involved in their career, so it obviously means a lot to everyone in the scene. But 2 people that I do want to bring back into the fold, Guz and Xenox. So let's welcome back the holy... I was going to say the Holy Trinity, but there's 5 of us, so that doesn't really work. Guz, I can actually see behind you now. What'd you do? Did the power come back on, did it?
I don't know. I think my settings got stuffed up or something. Maybe it's just the light of the moon shining through. It's I don't know what's going on. It's the light of Direwolves that they've cast on the region, something like that.
It's almost the light of the sun coming up, Guz. That's what it is. Xenox, as we look back on what has been a tremendous 2 days, albeit a very long 2 days.
3 days.
How? Yeah, actually, it has been 3 days. How have you felt with with tracking it all? Are you as emotional as some of us?
Yeah, no, 100%. I think when you take into account